Sumu has the same dream every day, and every time you wake up from a dream, your mental strength will increase by 1%, which is equivalent to becoming stronger just by sleeping. In the first year, he hypnotized others. He discovered that his mental power was strong enough to hypnotize others, so gang leaders, school beauties, and beautiful CEOs all became his slaves. In the second year, he gained the ability to control the five senses. His mental power was so strong that he could influence the five senses of others. With this ability, he became the #1 illusionist in the nightmare world. In the fifth year, his visions materialized. He could use his mental power to create things from thin air, even things that did not belong to this world. Some people began to believe in him, revering him as a god, but most people were hostile to him, believing him to be a heretic. In the 10th year, he fooled fate. In the face of his nearly limitless spiritual power, fate itself was merely a mockery. He could manipulate the fate of all beings at will, blurring the lines between life and death, causing the living to die and the dead to resurrect. Everyone hailed him as a true god, with only a few heretics still holding out. In the 15th year, Sumu, the only true god in the world, felt a little bored, so, his spiritual power as vast as the universe surged out. At this point, the whole world is immersed in illusion. Chapter 1. The Dream of Omnipotence. Sumu woke up from the 600 square meter big bed. His eyes were empty as he stared at the huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The chandelier was made up of 1,239,800 top-grade crystals, and it sparkled with precious luster under the sunlight. His eyes slowly focused, and there was a hint of fatigue in his calm pupils. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest, as if something heavy was pressing on it. He frowned slightly and looked up. What caught his eye was a pair of white thighs, slender, white, and with a perfect shape. Sumu frowned and pushed away the big white legs. The owner of the big white legs turned over, pouted his red lips in dissatisfaction, and continued to sleep. A few strands of black hair slid down from her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face with crystal saliva hanging from the corners of her mouth. Faced with such a stunning beauty, Sumu felt no emotion at all, because he had 11 women like her. Moreover, the 11 of them were lying in all directions on the 600 square meter bed, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. If anyone is here, they will be shocked to find that these 12 women are all top stars, models, and school beauties. Sumu glanced back and forth at these 12 beauties, and finally fixed his eyes on a school beauty with a face as pure as first love, and then reached out his hand to her. Bang! The innocent school beauty was pushed away and rolled twice on the bed. Such a noise naturally woke up the innocent school beauty. Her big, confused eyes kept blinking, and she looked like she had just woken up in a daze. Sumu ignored her and picked up the books that the school beauty had pressed under her from her previous position. I picked up the warm book and saw the words, Practical Course of Clinical Hypnosis. Turning to page 128, the bold title catches your eye, How to Use Your Voice, Props, and Behavior to Create Hypnotic Suggestions. Sumu studied carefully and immersed himself in learning. At this time, the 12 beauties nearby also woke up one after another and started playing around. An exotic woman came over with a sweet smile. Hubby, stop reading. Are books as interesting as us? Her words caused the other women to giggle as well. However, a hint of displeasure flashed across Sumu's face, and he snapped his fingers lightly. Bang! As if some kind of switch had been pressed, the entire space suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and the laughter of the 12 stunning girls came to an abrupt end. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable force descended, like an eraser, gently sliding across. Swish! The 12 stunning figures disappeared out of thin air, leaving only Sumu alone in the huge room, and the sound of flipping books could be heard from time to time. 2 hours later, Sumu threw the book aside, frowning slightly. There are only a few small tricks in the whole book that are useful, the rest is all nonsense. Bang! He lay heavily on the bed, his thin body wrapped in the soft mattress, and the fatigue in his eyes became more and more intense. That kind of tiredness was very special. It was not caused by exhaustion, but rather like the faint tiredness of an extremely luxurious aristocrat after all his desires were satisfied. This kind of life is so boring. Sumu sighed. Am I going to die in such a boring way? There was no response in the empty room after a long time. Forget it, let's just watch a show. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window next to the TV. The bright glass reflected a delicate and handsome face with sharp lines, dark and deep eyes, and a charming color like black gemstones, like a beautiful boy walking out of a painting. The only flaw was that he was too thin and his skin was sickly pale. Coupled with the faint tiredness in the depths of his eyes that came from the lingering satisfaction of desire, he actually looked a bit like a vampire aristocrat. Sumu stood in front of the window, overlooking the entire city from hundreds of meters above. The city was prosperous, with heavy traffic and pedestrians like ants. He casually picked up the remote control next to the TV, pressed the red button above, snap, time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the next second, the TV didn't light up, but the sky outside was bright as the sun falling to the earth. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions resounded between heaven and earth. The once prosperous city seemed to have been dropped with more than a dozen atomic bombs in an instant. Mushroom clouds rose slowly, and the blazing white light engulfed everything like a tsunami, completely wiping out the entire city. Sumu calmly admired the doomsday scene before him. The white light rising into the sky was reflected in his eyes, slightly dispelling the fatigue in his eyes. Even after watching it many times, it is still so pleasing to the eye, he exclaimed the next moment. White light engulfed the skyscraper where he was. Sumu woke up from a large bed that was 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. There were no longer 12 stunning beauties around him. Instead, there were only slightly yellowed walls, an old wardrobe, and a wooden table with many books on it. The huge contrast is like being reborn, but he was not reincarnated, but woke up from a dream. That's right, Sumu was dreaming just now. It's just like the saying goes, there is everything in dreams. Sumu's dream truly has everything. In his dreams, he is almost omnipotent and can create the world with a single thought, whether it is a modern city full of material desires, a world of immortal cultivation with flying and escaping the earth, or a Western fantasy world of swords and magic. As long as he can think of it, he can create anything. Want a beautiful woman? School beauties, celebrities, fairies, saints, and elves are all lined up for you to choose from, and all of them feel just as real as the real world. Want power? Speaker of the Federal Parliament, Ancient Emperor, Celestial Emperor, Supreme God Lord, take turns being one. Want money? He really doesn't want it, because he doesn't need to spend money at all. A year ago, Sumu was having a great time dreaming. In reality, he was just an ordinary student and an orphan. He could not be said to be poor, but he could only barely make ends meet. The strong impact in the dream brought him incomparable excitement. Here he could indulge his desires and enjoy all the beauty in the world, even the beauty of the fictional world, such as finding a cool novel to be the protagonist. He had done this many times and had read all the major novels, but his favorite was the cool novel called Until Death. He had read it at least 10 times and still couldn't get enough of it. He can also control the flow of dream time, extending it to 1 year at most. That is, 1 night's sleep is equivalent to spending a year in a dream. However, human beings are strange creatures. They suffer when their desires are not satisfied, and they feel bored when their desires are satisfied. The happy days lasted for more than 100 years. Sumu enjoyed them for more than 100 years. He began to get tired of them, bored, and even inexplicably annoyed. It's like a player who has turned on an invincibility cheat and has been playing a game for more than 100 years. It's really fun at the beginning, but it becomes more and more boring later. In particular, he discovered the biggest difference between reality and dreams, that is, the people in dreams are essentially NPCs, robots, created by him. In dreams, unexpected things never happen. Sumu even knows exactly what everyone is going to say or do next, because he is the only one in the entire dream with truly his thoughts, and all others are born based on his thoughts. This made him even more bored. So he was no longer satisfied with enjoyment, and began to pursue excitement, adventure, and killing. After a few more decades, no excitement in the world could arouse his interest, and he just felt bored. At the same time, Sumu found that his originally strong body began to become weak, and he even had headaches and nosebleeds from time to time. But what followed was that his mind became unusually clear, and his memory and thinking abilities were growing rapidly. At that time, he didn't care and was still immersed in dreams every day, hoping to find a little bit of unusual excitement. He was too lazy to face reality, which he thought was even more boring, until one day, he woke up with a splitting headache, as if someone was drilling into his skull with an electric drill. Then he started bleeding from all his orifices, and finally passed out. It was at this time that he realized something was wrong. He went to the hospital for a physical examination but could not find anything. The doctor just said that he lacked exercise, had some anemia, and had low blood sugar. So he started to reduce his dreaming time and tried to exercise, but it was useless. Nothing worked. I tried exercise, medicine, dietary supplements. I tried everything, but my body became weaker day by day and my headache became worse. Sumu could even clearly feel his life slipping away bit by bit. This feeling of being able to die at any moment, completely out of control, and not even knowing the cause of the disease, was really, that's wonderful. Chapter 2: The Disease of Unlimited Growth of Mental Power. Sumu got up and sat at the desk. Bright red blood dripped from his nose and fell on the white paper of the notebook. The splashing patterns had a unique beauty, his cheeks were a sickly red, and the severe headache made his body tremble unconsciously, but he was smiling, as if he had found some interesting prey. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote on the blood-stained notebook, 7 days. I still have 7 days to live. When I woke up from the dream for the 368th time, my mental strength increased again. Just as I had guessed before, every dream would increase my mental strength. This increase was not a fixed amount of mental strength plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. But a percentage increase. It's impossible to quantify how much mental power is increased each time I dream. I don't currently have the standard for measuring mental power, but I estimate the increase to be approximately 1%. Having written this, Sumu paused, and finally added a summary, the fourth summary about the dream conjecture. Dreams have the ability to restore and enhance mental strength. Even if your mental strength is completely depleted while awake, dreaming can replenish it and increase your total mental strength by 1%. The increase in total mental strength is unrelated to whether or not you have consumed mental strength. He stopped writing and looked through his previous summary of dream conjectures. First, as long as you fall asleep, you will dream. After waking up, the total amount of mental energy will inevitably increase. You can avoid this situation by not sleeping. Article 2. Reading or studying, frightening or exciting things, indulging in enjoyment, destroying dreams, etc. in dreams, etc., which can consume energy and cause emotional fluctuations, can effectively consume mental strength. Article 3. The body is a container, and spiritual power is water. Once spiritual power exceeds the limit of the body's capacity, it will cause serious damage to the body. Specific damage manifests as headaches, tinnitus, nosebleeds, limb weakness, muscle atrophy, etc. Bang, Sumu closed the notebook. He had a clear understanding of his current situation. In a nutshell, he was sick with a strange disease that could infinitely increase his mental power. Now his body was already overwhelmed and could not bear the increasing mental power. He would die in 7 days. The way to cure the disease is very simple. That is to increase the strength of the body so that the body can bear the powerful mental power. But the problem is that with his physical condition, ordinary exercise methods will not have any effect at all. It is like asking a seriously ill patient to do intense physical exercise, which will not only fail to relieve the symptoms, but will make him die faster, and now he can only rely on consuming a lot of mental energy every day to relieve physical stress. To give an easy to understand example, the physical body is like the bladder, and mental strength is urine. Sumu is now in a state where his bladder is about to explode every day. In this state, he even has difficulty walking. Only by excreting urine can he return to normal. Then after a good sleep, his bladder is full again, and the amount of urine has even increased by 1%. This is also the reason why he had to find 12 beauties in his dreams, read books, and study, and blow up the dream world, because he was consuming his mental energy, and now, after waking up, his mental strength was full and strengthened again. Feeling the pain as if his head was about to split open, Sumu lay on the table, his chest heaving violently and his forehead covered with cold sweat. At the same time, a low-key and luxurious black car stopped in front of the dilapidated residential building. Passers-by on the road couldn't help but look sideways when they saw the car, because they rarely saw such expensive luxury cars in District 13. Until the people in the car got off, the passers-by's expressions changed and they quickly looked away, not daring to look again. 2 Muscular men in black suits with black snake tattoos on their necks walked out of the car. They looked around and the passers-by around them quickly looked away, not daring to look at them. These 2 men exude a fierce aura, and it is no exaggeration to describe them as ferocious and evil. However, what really scared the passers-by was not their fierce temperament, but the black venomous snake tattoo on their necks. Everyone living in District 13 knew what this tattoo meant. Viper Gang, the most notorious gang in District 13, known for its brutality and cruelty. Anyone targeted by the Viper Gang will rarely survive the next day. The 2 Viper Gang members ignored the fearful looks of the passers-by around them, but took a wheelchair from the car and entered the dilapidated residential building. When they disappeared from everyone's sight, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help whispering, "Why are the people from the Viper Gang here? Someone must have borrowed money from a loan shark, and they're here to collect the debt." Someone exclaimed in horror, "See that wheelchair? They must be planning to break my legs." Oh, how foolish. No matter how big the problem is, you can't ask the Viper Gang for money. Isn't that just courting death? Maybe I'm really desperate. This is such a fucked up world. Sigh, let's go quickly. The excitement of the Viper Gang is not something we can watch. Be careful or you'll get covered in blood. Pedestrians scattered like birds and beasts, staying away from this place. A moment later, the door of Sumu's house was opened, and two men in black suits pushing a wheelchair strode into the room. Their eyes swept across the room sharply, and finally locked onto Sumu's bedroom. The bedroom door was not closed. The two looked at each other and then walked towards the bedroom. Sumu, whose headache had eased for a while, heard some noise, turned around, and saw two ferocious-looking men standing at the door like door gods. Boss! Two men in suits shouted enthusiastically. Sumu frowned slightly. How many times have I told you not to use your gang's tricks, but to use the job title? The two men in suits panicked and quickly changed their tone. Yes, Chief. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. He picked up the brown glasses on the table and put them on his face. His deep eyes became hazy under the cover of the glasses, adding a bit of mystery to his vampire aristocratic appearance. Then the mysterious noble was about to stand up, but just when he was halfway up, he suddenly felt dizzy and fell back on the stool. The two men in suits stood there like wooden figures. Sumu said expressionlessly, "Help me up." The two people who received the order hurried forward and carefully helped Sumu onto the wheelchair. A moment later, Sumu sat in a wheelchair and was carried into the car by the two men in suits. Chapter 3 Hypnosis Viper Gang Headquarters. In a dim hall, Sumu was sitting in a wheelchair. Behind him was a huge and abrupt wall engraved with dazzling dark gold patterns. If you look closely, you will find that the so-called dark gold patterns are clearly densely packed Ouroboros, which are intertwined with each other to form one mysterious symbol after another. In front of him stood a huge crowd of people, probably no less than 100 of them, all of them strong men wearing black suits and ties, with black snake tattoos on their necks. There were candles placed around the hall, like some kind of incense, filling the air with a faint jasmine scent. Leader. Hundreds of men in black suits shouted in unison, their fierce and tough faces full of fanaticism, looking at Sumu with eyes like gods. Sumu nodded calmly and began today's brainwashing hypnosis. This is also part of his daily routine, relying on hypnosis to consume his overflowing mental energy every day. He taught himself hypnosis and read all the hypnosis books available on the market. There were not many effective methods recorded in the books, and the operation was very cumbersome. Anyone with a little bit of defensive psychology would not be hypnotized, but this is only for ordinary people. He is different because he possesses a powerful mental power far beyond that of ordinary people. With the blessing of mental power, hypnosis has the effect of turning decay into magic in his hands. The Viper Gang is the largest gang in District 13 of Star City. It has hundreds of core members and thousands of peripheral followers that can be mobilized. It is known for its cruelty and unscrupulousness. Every member of the gang is a scumbag, and it is notorious throughout District 13, but such a brutal gangster was as docile as a little lamb in front of Sumu. A few months ago, Sumu used hypnosis to erode the Viper Gang bit by bit. He first found a lone Viper Gang member and hypnotized him with his mental power. Then he asked the hypnotized member to call his good brothers, and his good brothers' good brothers. This went on day after day, and soon, all the core members of the Viper Gang were hypnotized. And no matter how ruthless the Viper Gang is, they are just ordinary people after all and cannot resist such extraordinary means. For Sumu, who is the Emperor of the Immortal Realm, the Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm, and the Lord of the God Realm, there is no sense of accomplishment in controlling a gang. The Viper Gang only serves as a tool for him to consume his mental energy. Hypnosis is not permanent, just like brainwashing. If you don't do it for a while, it may rebound. Under the gaze of the Viper Gang members, Sumu took out a dark gold pocket watch with a hollow pattern from his arms. The pattern on the watch was exactly the same as the one on the wall behind him, both of which were intertwined Ouroboros. This is the hypnosis symbol he designed. According to the book Psychological Hypnosis Teaching Records, hypnosis requires the design of an exclusive symbol to serve as an anchor point for hypnosis. This symbol cannot be commonplace, and it is best to remain mysterious and special enough to attract the attention of others at a glance. For this purpose, he chose the Ouroboros, a snake with its mouth wide open biting its own tail. The Ouroboros is a symbol that has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. It is usually in the shape of a circle, and sometimes it is twisted and crossed to form the number 8. It symbolizes death and life, eternity and unity, and also implies infinity, cycle, and immortality. He gently relaxed his palm, and the pocket watch slipped from his hand, hanging in the air, connected by a thin gold chain, swinging left and right in the air like a pendulum. Everyone, look at your pocket watches. A low and magnetic voice came out of Sumu's mouth. like a trickle of stream water invading the ears of the Viper gang. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the mysterious pocket watch, and their eyes kept swinging along with the movement of the watch. The candles and incense burners around him continuously exuded the fragrance of jasmine, and the patterned wall behind Sumu shone in harmony with him. Suddenly, he pulled down the brown glasses on his face, revealing the deep eyes behind the glasses. With the blessing of his mental strength, those eyes were like stars in the dark night, shining brightly. The buzz, an invisible spiritual wave spread out from Sumu's eyes, as if hundreds of invisible little snakes scattered out and slowly drilled into the spiritual world of the crowd. For a moment, the fanaticism on the faces of the Viper gang seemed to be ignited, and they spontaneously knelt on the ground, worshipping their own gods like pilgrims. Long live the leader! Long live the leader! The cheers of "Long live the Emperor" resounded and lasted for a long time. This is Sumu's hypnosis. In fact, the principle of hypnosis is very simple. It is to guide the other party's attention, and then take advantage of the opportunity and let them stare at the pocket watch, that is, to focus everyone's attention on the pocket watch. When people's attention is focused on external objects, they ignore the defense of their inner world. This is also the reason why the pattern on the pocket watch is designed as an Ouroboros. If it is an ordinary pocket watch, others may ignore it at a glance, but with a mysterious pattern, it can attract more attention. As for why pocket watches are used, the same reason applies. In an era when everyone uses watches, if you suddenly take out a pocket watch, wouldn't it be very eye-catching? In addition to the pocket watch, the scented candles around are also specially made and have a slight calming effect. After inhalation, they will not cause any harm to the body, but will relax the mind. The Ouroboros wall behind is to enhance the psychological suggestion, and the brown glasses are used to cover the eyes and block the sight. Human beings have a very strange psychology, that is, the more they can't see something, the more they want to see it. For example, a beautiful woman wearing a bikini obviously exposes a lot, but people's attention will unconsciously focus on the covered parts. Similarly, brown glasses blur the eyes, and people will subconsciously focus their gaze on the glasses, trying to see the eyes behind the glasses clearly. So the moment Sumu took off his glasses, he would naturally attract attention and make others look into his eyes. All of the above methods have only one purpose, which is to guide the attention of the hypnotized person and take advantage of the opportunity. This type of hypnosis is quite common and not even easy to use, because ordinary hypnotists cannot use their mental power. Even if they can guide the attention of the hypnotized person, they can only rely on words to take advantage of the opportunity and leave psychological hints in the other person's mind. Sumu, on the other hand, uses his mental power to take advantage of the opportunity and directly control the other person's spiritual world. There is a qualitative difference between the two. Ha! Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. The emptiness brought about by the intense consumption of his mental energy made him feel very comfortable, and his body felt a little lighter. This allowed him to successfully stand up from the wheelchair. He raised his hand slightly, and the cheers stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at him fanatically, as if waiting for God to give his orders. That person stays, and the others can go away. After receiving the order, everyone dispersed immediately, leaving behind only a bald man with a scar on his face and triangular eyes. He was very strong, and the loose black suit he wore looked like a tights, and his bulging muscles were almost bursting the suit. The bald man's name is Zhao Chaoyao. The name is very difficult to pronounce and does not match his image, so Sumu never calls him by his name, but only refers to him as that person. Zhao Chaoyao is a member of the Viper gang. Ever since the accidental death of a high-ranking member of the Viper gang, he has been in charge of the daily affairs and is now the second in command of the Viper gang. Chief, Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. Hey, so-and-so, is there any news on what I told you to do? Captain, I've lost contact with the two men I sent to follow Yang Dongqing. Yesterday, I found their bodies in a garbage dump near Yang Dongqing's home. Oh? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of interest was piqued in his heart. What's the cause of death? Chapter 4 Extraordinary. Zhao Chaoyao took a deep breath, a hint of palpitations flashed in his eyes, as if he recalled some bad scenes. Their heads were blown off by a blunt object, and their bodies were fractured in many places. Yang Dongqing happened to be away from home during the time they disappeared. Judging from the traces at the scene, it can be basically determined that it was Yang Dongqing who did it, but just what? Sumu's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had found some interesting prey. I don't understand the professional terms of forensic identification, but their deaths are very strange. as if they were hit by some blunt steel object, yet there are fist marks left on their bones. Chief, could it be that young Dongqing beat them to death with his iron fists? Hearing this, Sumu smiled silently, and even his brown glasses couldn't hide the faint light in his eyes. Finally! I finally found it! Zhao Chaodao's face changed. You mean, this Yang Dongqing is the legendary extraordinary person? But I sent someone to check his life. He is just a poor student, an orphan, and, at the end of his speech, his voice became smaller and smaller, his expression became a little panicked, and he was a little afraid to look at Sumu, because he suddenly found that what he described was very similar to the leader. The leader is also an orphan, a poor student, and an extraordinary person, so why can't Yang Dongqing be one too? Wait, could it be? Zhao Chaoyao seemed to have discovered a blind spot. It turned out that the conditions for becoming a transcendent were. Sumu ignored his panic, but turned around and picked up the crystal wine bottle on the table beside him. The bright red wine swayed with the shaking of the bottle. Bite, the collision between the bottle and the goblet is crisp and pleasant, and the mellow red wine flows into the glass. Sumu picked up the wine glass and took a sip. A slight blush appeared on his pale face and his eyes were slightly closed, as if he was savoring the taste. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his brows furrowed slightly. It tastes as bad as always. He couldn't get used to the taste of red wine. Compared to red wine, he preferred the crispness of beer and the mellowness of white wine. Unfortunately, given his current physical condition, he could only drink red wine to numb his nerves and relieve headaches with the help of alcohol. Go on. He shook his wine glass. Zhao Chaoyao quickly changed the subject. By the way, Chief, do we still need to send people to keep an eye on Yang Dongqing? No need. We were just following him to confirm whether he was a transcendental being. Now it's basically confirmed. He's just an ordinary student, yet he was able to blow the heads off 2 Viper gang members with his bare hands, even leaving punch marks on their bones. This can't be explained by innate supernatural powers. So what do we do next? Sumu gently raised his red wine glass, and the crystal glass reflected the mysterious smile on his lips. He immediately drank the red wine in one gulp, his lips slightly parted, and he uttered leisurely words accompanied by the smell of alcohol. Hunting. Extraordinary. Zhao Chaodao's entire body trembled, his face showing a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Hunting the legendary transcendent? That was something he had never dared to think about. A black car was driving on a dilapidated street, with low houses on both sides. Behind the rows of houses, there were several large chimneys emitting black smoke, and tiny black particles were continuously discharged into the air. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Sumu quietly looked at the scenery outside the window. The pedestrians passing by were generally wearing dark gray or dark blue work clothes, walking hurriedly with numb expressions, and occasionally, you can see some gorgeous girls standing outside a few houses with small pink lights on. They are dressed very brightly and coolly, mostly in yellow and red short skirts, like flowers blooming in a gray and white world. Sumu didn't know whether he was a so-called superhuman. Even before he took control of the Viper gang, he didn't know that superhumans existed in the world. After all, he was just an ordinary citizen living in District 13 of Star City, one of the 72 cities under the Qian Empire. In Star City, Districts 1 to 10 are the upper city, where live the social elites, dignitaries, celebrities, wealthy people, and imperial aristocrats. Districts 11 to 20 are the downtown area, where a large number of workers and farmers live. Gangs are rampant, and stepdaughters and thieves can be seen everywhere. The lower city is full of factories, as well as a large amount of arable land, livestock, and garbage dumps, which are used specifically to provide food, goods, and garbage disposal for the upper city. The upper city enjoys abundant resources, but leaves pollution, backwardness, and poverty to the lower city. The distinction between upper and lower is like a natural barrier, forcibly dividing people into different levels and separating them with walls, like 2 different worlds. Perhaps, in the upper city, the extraordinary people are not secretive, but in the lower city, the extraordinary people are synonymous with mystery, and ordinary people who are overwhelmed by heavy work every day cannot come into contact with them at all. Sumu learned through the Viper Gang's news network that there is a kind of people in this world who control power that ordinary people can hardly imagine. This power is called extraordinary. He didn't know how to become a superhuman, nor did he know where the superhuman's power came from, and he didn't even know if he was a superhuman, but this didn't prevent him from hunting for superhumans, hunting the extraordinary person named Yang Dongqing. At present, his physical condition is deteriorating at a speed visible to the naked eye, and ordinary medical means cannot solve it at all. but the appearance of Yang Dongqing gives him hope. He can blow a head apart with just a pair of fists, and even leave fist marks on the bones. Such strong physical fitness needs no further explanation. As long as he can obtain this power, he can temporarily control the infinitely growing mental power and survive. Half an hour later, the black car stopped near a school. A copper plaque with traces of wind and sun was hung on the gate. The four big characters Elite Middle School were blurred, however. The school lives up to its name, and it trains only elites who can get a job in a factory after graduation without having to spend money or find connections. They can be said to be born with the talent for screw tightening. Chapter 5. Classmate Sumu. I like you. Sumu, dressed in black casual clothes, slowly got out of the car, immediately attracting the attention of many students. After all, there were not many students in District 13 who came to school in luxury cars like him. Hiss, the latest model of the Thunder X600, whose car is this? It's so luxurious? Who else could it be? Young Master Su from Class 2, Grade 3. Someone sneered, with a strong hint of sourness in his words. Young Master Su? Is he that sickly narcoleptic? I heard he's been taking leave every few days, and someone even saw him fainting during class. Why is he in school today? Shoo! Keep your voice down, you're risking your life. Some classmates have seen him being very close to the Viper Gang, and the rumor is that he's the Viper Gang's heir apparent. As soon as the three words Viper Gang came out, the students who were whispering to each other instantly fell into a dead silence. No one dared to speak anymore, and no one even dared to look at Sumu twice. Sumu walked slowly into the school gate, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane. The handle of the cane was made of gold and diamonds, and there was a small clock hidden in the center. As expected, a mysterious Ouroboros was engraved on the dial. He walked slowly with a cane, like an emperor inspecting his territory. His handsome appearance, tall and thin figure, pale skin, and eyes hidden behind brown glasses made him full of a magnificent mystery. Some girls who admired him in school even spread rumors behind his back, saying that his ancestors were nobles, but for some reason they drifted to the downtown area, and were nicknamed the Lost Nobles. However, only he himself knows the actual situation. He walks with a cane not to show off, but given his current physical condition, he will have to use crutches for the rest of his life. When they were almost at the teaching building, a petite girl with short hair and wearing a dark blue student skirt came jogging over. She stopped in front of Sumu a little rashly. A blush had already appeared on her fair face, and she was holding a piece of pink letter paper tightly in her hand. Sumu. The girl's big eyes dodged like stars, and she didn't dare to raise her head and look directly at Sumu. The girl seemed to be quite famous among the students. When she appeared, the eyes of the students around her were clearly focused on her. Isn't this Jianyu, the class beauty from Class 2, Grade 3? Is that a love letter in her hand? Is she going to confess her love to Sumu? How come another girl confessed to Sumu? This world is so unfair, a boy wailed. Ha, if you have a luxury car to pick you up every day and you're also handsome, naturally there will be girls who confess their love to you. The whispers all around made Jianyu's face even redder. If the weather was any hotter, you might see smoke coming out. Sumu, are you feeling better? Jianyu said with courage. Sumu smiled, and a gentle and magnetic voice sounded, much better, thank you for your concern. For a moment, the girl's face turned even redder. She didn't dare to look up and kept staring at her toes. That's good. I. She kept pinching the pink letter paper in her hands, stammering but unable to say the following words. Fortunately, Sumu came to her rescue and pointed at the letter paper. Is this for me? Jianyu's petite body trembled slightly, and she raised her head like a spring. She mustered up the courage to look at Sumu, and saw a gentle smile on the other's lips. The courage she had just mustered up instantly faded like a tide, and her head lowered again like lightning. However, the final courage allowed her to raise her hands and hand the letter to Sumu. Classmate Sumu, I like you. Jianyu, who had never dared to look up, finally spoke out her true feelings. However, unlike before, this time when she lowered her head, she not only saw her toes, but also a slightly tilted snake-patterned wooden cane. The golden dial on the top of the cane emitted a unique luster in the sunlight, and the Ouroboros in it seemed to come alive and penetrate into the girl's spiritual world. In an instant, All the shyness on Jiang Yu's face disappeared, leaving only a blank expression. Then, a cold, robotic voice whispered, "Chief, Yang Dongqing came to the school 10 minutes ago." After saying this, Jiang Yu was slightly distracted and returned to her previous nervous and shy appearance. The smile on Su Mu's lips became more gentle, and a faint light appeared under his brown glasses. "I understand." Jiang Yu raised her head nervously. "You got it, then classmate Su Mu, do you like? Thank you for telling me, Jiang Yu, but as a student, I think I should focus on my studies. What do you think?" Jiang Yu trembled slightly, a soreness welled up in her eyes, and crystal tears began to well up in her eyes. She bit her lips tightly and raised her head tremblingly. However, the brown glasses on Su Mu's face fell slightly, revealing a pair of dark and difficult-to-see eyes. Under the gaze of these eyes, Jiang Yu's tears miraculously stopped. A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes, and she nodded subconsciously. "I think you are right. So what are you waiting for? Go study." "Okay." Afterwards, Jiang Yu walked away as if nothing had happened. The little sisters hiding nearby quickly gathered around and asked questions at once. "How was it? Did it work? Did it work? I knew Su Mu would definitely fall at your feet. Everyone knows that our Xiao Yaya is the most beautiful girl in the class." Jiang Yu smiled happily at the sisters. "No, I failed." The young sisters' voices stopped abruptly, and they looked at Jiang Yu in surprise or astonishment. "Don't tease us. How can you be so happy after failing? You have been secretly in love with Su Mu for a long time, but Su Mu always asks for leave, so you can't find an opportunity. Today you finally found an opportunity. If you still fail, I don't believe you can still laugh. You would have cried a lot." Jiang Yu laughed dumbly. "Am I so fragile in your eyes? I didn't lie to you, I was indeed rejected by Su Mu." The sisters became more and more stunned. "Is this true? Jiang Yu, are you upset by something?" A female student quickly reached out to touch Jiang Yu's forehead, but Jiang Yu dodged it with a smile. "Oh, stop it, I'm really fine. Although I was rejected, Su Mu said something to me, and I think he was right." "What are you talking about?" Jiang Yu reached out and tucked her scattered short hair behind her ears. A smile appeared on her unmade-up face. "You should focus on your studies." Su Mu stepped into the teaching building. Classes had not started yet and there were still many students playing and laughing in the corridor. Some were arm in arm, chatting about where to go after school, some were showing off their newly bought photo albums, and some were secretly pulling girls' hair and then being chased around the corridor by the girls. The girl whose hair was pulled was so angry that her face turned red. She kept chasing the boy while threatening him, but judging from the smile in her eyes, she was probably not really angry at the boy. Ran all the way, looking back from time to time to provoke, with a look of pride on his face that showed that the prank was successful. Soon, the boy rushed in front of Su Mu. Seeing someone blocking his way, he was so scared that he quickly turned sideways and slowed down, passing by Su Mu. "Chief, Yang Dongqing is in the toilet." A short and low voice sounded at the moment of passing by, and the speed of speech was so fast that it seemed like an auditory hallucination. The girls followed closely behind, their faces filled with youthful energy. However, this youthful aura instantly condensed when it passed by Su Mu. His expression suddenly became expressionless, as if he were a puppet being manipulated. "Chief, Cui Hao and his men are blackmailing Yang Dongqing in the restroom." After she finished speaking, the girl returned to her normal state as if nothing had happened. "Don't run. If you dare, don't go back to the classroom. I'll stab you and you're done for." Su Mu looked normal, still leaning on his cane and walking forward like an elegant aristocrat. However, he did not return to the classroom, but went to the toilet. Chapter 6 The Extraordinary Yang Dongqing. There were faint wisps of smoke drifting out from the toilet door, mixed with a few muffled groans and screams. He used his cane to lift the yellow-stained door curtain and walked in. Coincidentally, a boy was walking out. The boy had an ordinary face that would be hard to find in a crowd, but there was a hint of arrogance and hostility between his brows, and there were a few dark red bloodstains on his fists. When the boy saw Su Mu, he didn't say anything, but just frowned slightly, with a hint of warning in his eyes, and then strode out of the bathroom with his head held high. Su Mu also ignored the boy, even though he was the target of his hunt. Yang Dongqing. He walked straight to the toilet cubicle and pushed open the door with his cane, and saw three boys with dyed yellow hair lying in a mess beside the toilet, wailing constantly. "What the hell are you looking at?" He had just said half of the dirty words when bang, the cane tapped the ground lightly, making a dull sound. Strange mental fluctuations spread out, and the originally fierce eyes of the three yellow-haired men suddenly became confused, and then became serious. Leader. Well, what's going on? Under Sumu's gaze, Chui Hao, the leader of the three yellow-haired men, began to answer. We extorted money from Yang Dongqing as usual, but this time he refused to pay and beat us up. Sumu nodded. What are you going to do next? I told him to stay after school if he dared, and he agreed. I've found a good brother outside of school who has dozens of people under him. I plan to contact him and block him after school. Hearing this, Sumu smiled silently, turned around and left the bathroom without saying a word. Shortly after he left, the wailing sound in the toilet was heard again. In the classroom, Sumu sat in the last row by the window, staring at the scenery outside the window in a trance. The middle-aged, overweight, bald teacher wearing glasses was reading the textbook verbatim. Some students were sleeping, some were whispering, and only a few people in the front row were listening attentively. The teacher doesn't care about class discipline. He will only make a few bad apples stand outside as punishment if they make too much noise. The rest of the time he teaches as if he is completing a task. An ordinary classroom, an ordinary teacher, everything seems so ordinary, but who would have thought that in this small classroom, there exists a legendary extraordinary person and a person who wants to hunt extraordinary people. Yang Dongqing is Sumu's classmate. Unlike Sumu, who is the center of attention and no one dares to mess with him, Yang Dongqing is the most inconspicuous student in the class. He is often bullied and even blackmailed, but now it's different. The once timid Yang Dongqing now has a hint of arrogance between his brows. It's the kind of arrogance that stands out from the crowd, as if everyone looks like a punk to him. This time, Yang Dongqing was holding a pen in a daze, and from time to time he would lower his head to write a few words on the notebook. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed by minute, and when almost half of the class had passed, Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed. He subconsciously covered his chest, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Teacher Wang, I want to go to the bathroom. He suddenly raised his hand. Teacher Wang, who was giving a lecture, glanced at him calmly and waved his hand. Go ahead. After Yang Dongqing quickly erased the words on the notebook with a pen, he immediately stood up and left the classroom. The management of the elite middle school is so loose. Even so, this school is still the best school in District 13. Of course, there are only a few middle schools in the entire District 13. Data, as the footsteps outside the classroom gradually moved away until they disappeared completely, a strange scene appeared. Teacher Wang's lecture came to an abrupt end, and the students who had been whispering to each other also stopped talking at the same time as if they had agreed. The entire classroom seemed to have been paused and fell into silence in an instant. All the students sat straight and stiff as puppets. Whoosh! Everyone turned their heads at the same time, their eyes fixed on Sumu and the last row leader. A uniform and low voice sounded. Sumu withdrew his gaze from the window and looked at the crowd. What did he write? Yang Dongqing's deskmate and the desk behind him answered at the same time. Dream. Nightmare. Sumu's eyes moved slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Dream? Nightmare. Why did Yang Dongqing write these two words? It is not surprising that adolescent boys and girls write down anything. They always have some weird fantasies, but Yang Dongqing, as an extraordinary person, is definitely different. He had been bullied for a long time, but suddenly he rose to prominence in the past half month. It was obvious that he suddenly became an extraordinary person in this half month. Once you become an extraordinary person, your thinking will definitely not be the same as that of an ordinary person. Just like a person with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan and a person with a monthly salary of 3 million yuan will definitely think differently. Therefore, when Yang Dongqing wrote these two words, it was definitely not some kind of youth pain literature. It must be related to his sudden change of expression and the extraordinary people. Could it be? Sumu had a vague guess in his mind. Could it be that Yang Dongqing, like himself, gained his abilities through dreams? My mental power is growing infinitely, while his physical body is growing infinitely. In other words, I am also a transcendent? No, something is wrong. That means Yang Dongqing didn't sleep in class. He clearly remembered that when he was able to control his dreams, no matter when or where he was, what he wanted to do most was to sleep. Compared to being omnipotent in dreams, reality seemed extremely boring. If Yang Dongqing felt the same way, he didn't believe that with his personality, he could resist not sleeping. Interesting. A smile appeared on Sumu's lips. He liked the unknown. The unknown meant surprises. He had long been tired of the omniscience in his dreams. Boom, the cane tapped the ground lightly, and the classroom suddenly became noisy again. Students, please turn to page 138. The drowsy sound of the lecture began again. Sumu's thoughts also became vague. In fact, he had already hypnotized everyone in the school, including the watchdog raised by the security guard. In order to consume his ever-increasing mental strength, how could he possibly let go of the classmates around him? This is also the reason why he was able to discover that Yang Dongqing was a superhuman. One day half a month ago, he discovered that Yang Dongqing had actually escaped from hypnosis. In other words, everyone in the school was like his puppets, and then the strings on Yang Dongqing broke. It was also at that time that Sumu realized that Yang Dongqing had become a transcendent person. Half a month ago, Yang Dongqing didn't come to class for about a week. After he returned to school, Sumu wanted to strengthen the hypnosis, so he accidentally waved the Ouroboros pattern on the cane in front of Yang Dongqing, but the other party did not react at all. Later, for testing purposes, Sumu conducted a series of hypnotic suggestions and came to two conclusions. 1. Something has changed in Yang Dongqing, and ordinary hypnosis is ineffective on him. 2. This change is mainly physical rather than mental, otherwise hypnosis would have been discovered long ago. It is based on this premise that subsequent developments took place. Chapter 7, Gambling Dad, Sick Mom. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling, the school bell rang amid the students' anticipation. School is finally over. Let's go play games. There's a new arcade opened over on Shishan Road. I'm so hungry, let's go home and eat. Amidst the noise, Yang Dongqing left the classroom without saying a word. He seemed to be worried about something. Ever since he raised his hand to go to the bathroom during the first class, his face had not looked good. When Yang Dongqing arrived at the school gate, Cui Hao, who was beaten black and blue, had already gathered dozens of people and waited for a long time. Then he was pulled away by Cui Hao and others. Sumu was indifferent to this and got into his luxury car and left. Soon, the luxury car stopped in front of a residential building. Led by Zhao Zhayao, the second in command of the Viper Gang, he went to the room on the top floor. The room was empty except for a chair and a telescope by the window. In addition, there were two strong men in black and a girl wearing a cheap dress, with an innocent face and looking timid. 2 Gangsters and a pitiful girl. This combination always makes people think of some bad scenes. Sumu ignored everyone and sat down on the chair. Zhao Chaoyao quickly raised the telescope and carefully placed it next to his eyes. Lower. Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao quickly adjusted the position of the telescope. Sumu's gaze fell through the telescope onto a narrow alley. The alley was crowded with people at this time, including Cui Hao, Yang Dongqing, and others. Cui Hao pointed at Yang Dongqing's nose and cursed at him arrogantly. Dozens of people behind him also followed suit, some holding baseball bats in their hands. Yang Dongqing, weren't you very arrogant before? Now that my big brother is here, why don't you try being more arrogant? Yang Dongqing, who was surrounded by dozens of people, did not show any fear on his face. He just frowned and his eyes revealed a hint of anxiety, as if he was worried about something. Hey, Haozi, don't scare your classmates. A man wearing ripped jeans, a denim jacket and holding a cigarette patted Cui Hao on the shoulder. Brother, this guy was the one who beat me. Cui Hao looked a little excited. The man called brother smiled slightly and nodded in a very stylish manner, indicating that he could rest assured. Afterwards, the eldest brother walked up to Yang Dongqing with a slouch, without looking at him directly. Instead, he took a puff of his cigarette casually and patted Yang Dongqing's shoulder in a deep tone. Your name is Yang Dongqing, right? Take your hands away. Yang Dongqing said coldly. The eldest brother paused slightly, his cigarette in hand, the smile on his lips turning a bit colder. He said approvingly, young people nowadays are just full of energy, a bit like me back then. But, Yang Dongqing, you have to understand one thing, it's not a good thing for young people to be too full of energy, especially. Ah. It hurts. Let go of me right now. Yang Dongqing just grabbed the big brother's hand and twisted it behind his back. Then there was a snap and it was broken directly. A shrill scream echoed throughout the alley. The big brother's face turned pale with pain and he fell to his knees. Fuck. What the hell are you still standing there for? Kill him. The gang of thugs were stunned at first, but then they reacted and rushed towards Yang Dongqing, cursing. Facing the siege, Yang Dongqing smiled coldly. You are very unlucky, because I am in a bad mood today. He rushed into the crowd, charging like a human tank, and with a casual punch he could knock people to the ground, causing them to bleed profusely. The sticks that fell on him not only did not hurt him, but instead made a sound of metal clashing. Sumu withdrew his gaze, with some vague guesses in his mind. He no longer looked at Yang Dongqing, but turned his gaze to the girl in the room. The girl's delicate body trembled, and a flattering and charming smile appeared on her innocent face. "Is this the person you found?" Sumu looked at the girl. "Chief, her name is Jasmine, but she is the top star of Fengyue Club." "Jasmine, why don't you call someone quickly?" Zhao Chaodiao urged. Jasmine's smile grew even more charming as she said in a coquettish voice, "Hello, boss." Sumu frowned. "Put away the worldly air on you. What I want is purity, not worldly affairs, similar to the purity of Bai Yueguan, understand? It's not as simple as changing clothes." "Hey Hu, how did you explain it?" Zhao Chaodiao's body trembled suddenly, and he quickly explained, "Chief, I just followed your instructions." "Oh?" Sumu glanced at him calmly and said meaningfully, "So you mean it's my problem?" Zhao Chaodiao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly knelt on the ground. "I dare not." "Jasmine, what did I tell you before? Just act like a student." Feeling the solemn atmosphere, Jasmine also panicked. I'm only good at acting like a student, but I really didn't go to school much. It's the club that advertises me as a student, you." Zhao Chaoyao suddenly became anxious, as if he had been deceived. "Oh, forget it." Sumu sighed. "I should have thought that your brain, which is all muscle, would not be able to fully understand my instructions." "Jasmine, right? Do you know your mission?" Jasmine nodded like a chick chewing rice. I know. My main mission this time is to gain Yang Dongqing's trust, and ideally, make him fall in love with me." "Boss, you have to believe me. I did my homework before coming here. I even wrote the character design, story background, and script." Sumu was slightly interested. "Tell me about it." "I'm a good girl who dropped out of school to work. I've dreamed of singing since I was a child, but my father was addicted to gambling and lost all his money. My mother is also sick, and I have a younger brother who is still in school. In order to pay off the debt, treat my illness, and support my younger brother's education, I had no choice but to drop out of school and work, singing in bars and serving drinks. Later, a guest forced me to drink and took me away by force. On the way, I met Yang Dongqing. I asked him for help, and he saved me, and then, stop." Sumu put his hand on his forehead and interrupted helplessly, "It's a vulgar plot. The gambling father, the sick mother, the school-age brother and the broken girl. There is nothing new at all." Faced with such an evaluation, Zhao Chaoyao began to look at Jasmine with an unfriendly look, and Jasmine's face began to turn pale. She knew very well what kind of behemoth she was facing. It was the local snake of the entire District 13, the Viper Gang, especially the young man in front of him, who could actually make the second in command of the Viper Gang so respectful. His identity was self-evident. If the other party is not satisfied, then killing you by the Viper Gang will be as easy as crushing an ant. But Sumu's sudden change of subject made Jasmine's heart rise to her throat. As the saying goes, classics are timeless. Since you all use the same template, it means it's quite useful. It's enough to fool a naive student. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she had passed. Even though the script is acceptable, your temperament needs to change. You need to immerse yourself in the role. A girl who has experienced so many hardships but refuses to give up her dreams and dares to face the hardships in life needs to have a stubbornness, resistance, and a sense of brokenness. Do you understand? I understand. I'm fine. Jasmine took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she seemed like a completely different person. The worldly air had completely faded away, and she bit her lips stubbornly. Although tears flickered in her pair of black and white eyes, she no longer dodged and dared to look directly at Sumu, like a blade of grass facing a storm, small but always fighting, with tenacious vitality. Gradually, there was light in her eyes. It was a struggle against fate and a longing for a better tomorrow, like the brightest star in the dark night sky. Not bad. Sumo exclaimed. Jasmine's brows immediately lit up with joy, a flattering and charming smile appearing on her face. Sumo frowned. Keep the state you were in just now, that person, take her down and make arrangements. Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao felt as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly took Jasmine to rehearsal. Chapter 8, Honey Trap Night. Yang Dongqing went out wearing black clothes, a baseball cap and a mask. The reason he dressed like this was because he never waits overnight for revenge. During the day, Trui Hao came to cause trouble twice. which had touched his sore spot, he couldn't allow the other party to breathe the same air with him. If there weren't so many people around during the day, he would definitely kill him on the spot. He is so vindictive. Since the last incident, his mentality has completely changed. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, and the collision of his 5 fingers and palms made a steel-like sound. A hint of heat flashed in his eyes. Power. This is what it feels like to have power, but it's not enough. I need more power so that I can survive in hell and dominate my life. His eyes were burning with mad ambition. He pulled his hood up, hiding his face in the shadows, and stepped out. He was very fast, like a ghost in the night, rushing through the shadows. When Yang Dongqing walked to a remote alley, he suddenly stopped and frowned. Help! Help! Please let me go. No, no. You bitch, weren't you acting so cool in the bar just now? Now you're begging for mercy? It's too late. The young woman's call and the man's lewd laughter reached Yang Dongqing's ears from the depths of the alley. Yang Dongqing looked indifferent. In the outer city, public security has always been a major problem. He shook his head indifferently. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. In his opinion, she was definitely not a good girl because she knew that the security in the outer city was poor, but she didn't go home in the middle of the night and instead stayed in the bar. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the voice say again, "Brother, this little girl is really pretty. Could she still be a student? Hee, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. I'm so lucky today." Yang Dongqing paused, turned around and rushed deep into the alley. In the dark alley, there were no street lights around, only the bright moonlight shining on the earth, illuminating the sinful scene before one's eyes. A woman in a cheap dress was being pinned against the wall by 2 slovenly dressed men. The woman resisted fiercely, but how could she compare to the men in strength? A feeling of despair spread in those bright eyes, as if someone had sprinkled a layer of dust on the night pearl, making her eyes dim. But just when she was in despair, a figure suddenly appeared on the scene. The girl's eyes suddenly shone with hope. "Save me." The person who came was Yang Dongqing. "Stop. Let go of that girl." He rushed forward like a locomotive, without even waiting for the 2 men to react. Bang! After 2 punches were thrown, the 2 men flew backwards like kites with broken strings, slamming heavily into the walls on both sides. When they got up again, they felt like all the bones in their bodies were almost broken. "Ah, it hurts so much. Who the hell dares to ruin my good deeds?" In response, they were kicked twice, and the 2 men were kicked out again, spitting blood. "Get out!" Yang Dongqing snorted coldly. The 2 men knew they had met a tough opponent, so they didn't even dare to say anything harsh and just ran away crawling. The girl who was finally rescued seemed to be too frightened. She collapsed to the ground without saying a word. She just buried her head between her legs and sobbed softly. "Are you okay?" Yang Dongqing walked up and asked. The woman's body trembled slightly, and she trembled for a long time before she raised her head. The moment she raised her head, the cold moonlight hit her face and Yang Dongqing was stunned. As a student, even though he possesses extraordinary powers, his mentality and vision have not changed completely. Just like in his student days, everyone liked the same face. There was a reason for this, because everyone's circle was basically concentrated in the school. An outstanding boy or girl will always be loved by many people at the same time. Once you get out into the world, you'll find that 698 is still more cost-effective. In the moonlight, Yang Dongqing saw a tearful face, a delicate body, red eyes, messy hair, and a look of despair yet a hint of stubbornness. The whole picture is filled with Su Mu's sense of brokenness. Yang Dongqing had never seen such a scene before, and a strong desire to protect arose uncontrollably. Feeling Yang Dongqing's gaze, the girl curled up in fear and hurriedly reached out to pick up the fallen shoulder strap. "Thank you for saving me." The girl struggled to get up, but she seemed to be injured and it was difficult for her to get up. Yang Dongqing subconsciously reached out to help her, but the girl dodged like a frightened deer. Don't misunderstand." He began to stutter for no reason. "I'm different from them. I won't hurt you." Maybe this sentence worked, and the girl's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed a little. She raised her head and looked at Yang Dongqing with a stubborn and serious look, and the bright moon in the sky was reflected in her eyes. "Thank you. What's your name? I will definitely repay you in the future." Yang Dongqing. The name came out without any hesitation. "Holly?" The girl blinked, her nervousness and fear having eased considerably. "If I remember correctly, holly is a flower and also a medicinal herb." Its flower language is life, symbolizing perseverance, integrity, and vitality. Yang Dongqing was stunned. It was the first time he realized that the name given to him by his deceased parents had such a profound meaning. The girl smiled and said, "It's a nice name, and it suits you very well." I'm going back now. I'll take you there. Yang Dongqing blurted out the words almost without thinking, and even forgot to seek revenge on Cui Hao. The girl's eyes revealed a hint of caution. "No need, I can go back by myself." Yang Dongqing suddenly felt a little lost. Seeing the girl was about to leave, he was not good at speaking and didn't know how to keep her. Perhaps God heard his thoughts and an accident happened. The girl had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly screamed in pain and was about to fall to the cold ground. As a superhuman, Yang Dongqing had some reaction. He immediately took a step forward and hugged the girl's soft body. At that moment, he finally understood what it felt like to have a warm and soft beauty in his arms. My heart was moved. It was so small. Are all girls so small and fragile? Just as he was stunned, a soft voice like the buzzing of a mosquito came from his arms. "Can you let me go?" Yang Dongqing came back to his senses, his face flushed, and he quickly let go of the girl. "Thank you." The girl thanked him again, then limped away. Only then did he notice that the girl's slender ankles were already red and swollen. "Your foot is injured. Walking back like this may make your condition worse. I'd better take you back." The girl said without even turning her head. "No, I've already troubled you enough, I can do it myself." The girl's body center of gravity shifted uncontrollably again and she fell to the ground, but what greeted her was not the cold ground, but a chest as hard as steel. Then she felt herself being picked up. "Don't be so stubborn, I'll take you there." Yang Dongqing's firm voice came to the girl's ears. The girl seemed a little afraid to look at him. She curled up her body and hummed softly. The boy held the girl and walked in the moonlight. The atmosphere was quiet and charming. "Nan Mo." The girl suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Chapter 9. The unique feature is hardness. What? Yang Dongqing didn't understand what it meant at first. "My name." Yang Dongqing was slightly distracted. Nan Mo. He thought carefully that the girl's name was very beautiful and seemed poetic, but he was illiterate and could not explain the meaning like Nan Mo. "It's a nice name. What's the story behind it? Is it nice?" The girl was a little surprised. "It's the first time someone said my name is nice. My friends all think my name is weird, so they usually call me Jasmine. No, I think it sounds good." Nanemo smiled. This time there was less vigilance and more happiness in her smile. "The banana trees in the small garden hang down with 2 fruits, while the jasmine in the southern province surpasses all the flowers." "What?" Yang Dongqing was stunned again. "Oh, weren't you the one who asked about the story behind my name?" Nanemo said with some anger. "Really? Ha ha ha." Yang Dongqing laughed dryly and glanced at the girl's profile in his arms out of the corner of his eye. "It really beats all the flowers. What did you just say?" "Ha? Nothing, you heard wrong." "But I clearly heard you say something about flowers." In a residential building in the distance, Sumu slowly put down the night vision binoculars, a mysterious smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "What a Nanemo, what a jasmine! Reality is indeed more interesting than dreams. Even small figures have their own shining points. To be precise, it's not reality that's interesting, but the people in reality." He hid behind the scenes and witnessed a great show starring Jasmine with his own eyes, and even heard the lines clearly. He can read lips, so that's not a problem. Chapter 9. The unique feature is hardness. What? Yang Dongqing didn't understand what it meant at first. "My name." Yang Dongqing was slightly distracted. Nan Mo. He thought carefully that the girl's name was very beautiful and seemed poetic, but he was illiterate and could not explain the meaning like Nan Mo. "It's a nice name. What's the story behind it? Is it nice?" The girl was a little surprised. "It's the first time someone said my name is nice. My friends all think my name is weird, so they usually call me Jasmine. No, I think it sounds good." Nanemo smiled. This time there was less vigilance and more happiness in her smile. "The banana trees in the small garden hang down with 2 fruits, while the jasmine in the southern province surpasses all the flowers." "What?" Yang Dongqing was stunned again. Oh, weren't you the one who asked about the story behind my name? Nan Mo said with some anger. Really? Ha ha ha. Yang Dongqing laughed dryly and glanced at the girl's profile in his arms out of the corner of his eye. It really is the best. What did you just say? Ha? Nothing, you heard wrong. But I clearly heard you say something about flowers. In a residential building in the distance, Sumu slowly put down the night vision binoculars, a mysterious smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. What a Nanimo, what a Jasmine! Reality is indeed more interesting than dreams. Even small figures have their own shining points. To be precise, it's not reality that's interesting, but the people in reality. He hid behind the scenes and witnessed a great show starring Jasmine with his own eyes, and even heard the lines clearly. He can read lips, so that's not a problem, because studying in dreams can consume mental energy. He basically kept studying in the later period, and then mastered many interesting life tricks, such as making bombs, killing people with bare hands, preparing poisons, etc. Sumu casually threw the night vision binoculars to Zhao Xiaoyao, and then lightly ordered, "Go check Nan Mo, this woman is not as simple as she seems." Zhao Chaoyao's heart trembled. Yes, chief. The next day, the Viper Gang headquarters. In front of the tall and heavy Uroboros wall, Sumu, who had just finished hypnosis, sat in a wheelchair with an empty look on his face. The condition is getting worse. His face was pale, almost bloodless, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. Chief, Jasmine is here. The ferocious Zhao Chaoyao brought in the petite Nan Mo acted very nervous, and from time to time she glanced at the Viper Gang members standing around like statues. How are things going? Sumu's slightly hoarse voice came from the high platform, echoing in the empty hall. Nan Mo looked nervously at Sumu under the dark gold patterned wall. For some reason, she felt like she was meeting the emperor. Resisting the urge to kneel, she quickly said, "It went very smoothly." Yang Dongqing didn't get suspicious. Yeah. Sumu nodded, looked at Nan Mo carefully, and asked slowly, "Are you asleep?" Nan Mo shook her head stiffly. No. No, he was very concerned about me. He knew I was frightened and injured, so he didn't touch me. As if she was afraid that Sumu would think she wasn't working hard enough, she added, "But I said I was very scared, so I told him not to leave. He slept on the floor, and in the middle of the night, I was afraid he would catch a cold, so I let him sleep in the bed." Sumu's gaze moved down and fell on the other person's slender ankle. The fair skin was still a little red and swollen. It was obvious that the injury was not fake, but a real injury. You did a great job. Men won't cherish things that come too easily. Nanmo's face lit up slightly. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Actually, I didn't do anything. It's mainly because Yang Dongqing is too naive. Sumu shook his head, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at her with interest. Don't be modest, your acting is very real, so real that it doesn't seem like you are acting. Nanmo's face froze. People like us have to deal with all kinds of customers every day, so we all know a little bit of acting skills. There's no need to lie. Your acting skills have nothing to do with your profession, but rather your experiences. After all, only those who have truly experienced it can portray that kind of stubbornness in the face of despair. Boss, I don't quite understand what you mean. Nanmo's smile became more and more stiff. It's nothing special, I just sent someone to investigate your life and found that your life is very similar to the script you prepared. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother who goes to school, and you were once a student who liked poetry and music. The only difference is that reality is often more cruel than the script, and you are stronger than the script. Nan Mo was silent. Her face was pale. The worldly air she had pretended to have worn away long ago, and her appearance was somewhat sad and beautiful. Luckily, the characters in the script still have parents, but my father was beaten to death by debt collectors a long time ago, my mother died of illness, and my only brother cut off all ties with me because of my work. At first I really wanted to sing in a bar, but I had no fame, so I had to agree to the bar owner's unspoken rules before I could sing there. Later, stop. Sumu interrupted, I know more about your life than you do yourself. Nan Mo was stunned, and the smile on her lips became more and more miserable. She realized that the man in front of her was the leader of the Viper Gang. There was no sympathy for such a person, and she had gotten used to it over the years. No one would sympathize with her, and if there was anyone, they would only do something improper under the guise of sympathy. Is your brother currently working at the Chengshin machinery factory? Nanemo was instantly like a frightened deer after hearing these words. Her mind was in turmoil. No, don't touch my brother. I will listen to you and everything. Stop. Sumu frowned slightly. Have you watched too many TV dramas? Or is your stereotype of me too serious? Why would I touch your brother? Do you have anything worth my personal attention? Nanemo was stunned, her rising emotions instantly shattered. She felt a little bewildered. Is this what was going on? I pay you, and you do the work for me. It's that simple, understand? I understand. Then I mentioned the Chengshin machinery factory just to try to find a different payment method. The Chengshin machinery factory is a small workshop that owes the Viper gang some money due to poor management. The factory director plans to mortgage the factory to the Viper gang. It just so happens that your brother works at the Chengshin machinery factory, so I plan to exchange the compensation I promised you for the Chengshin machinery factory and let your brother be the factory director. The Viper gang doesn't have to spend money or send people to run this small workshop. If your brother becomes the factory director, isn't it a win-win situation? What do you think? Nanemo was shocked and confused. She knew that the other party was definitely not so kind-hearted. He took the initiative to mention the Chengshin machinery factory, perhaps to criticize her. If he does a good job, my brother will be promoted to the director of Chengshin machinery factory. If he does not do a good job, the machinery factory will probably become his grave, but she still chose to agree. After all, she had no room for refusal. I do. Very good. Next, I will give you a second task. But before that, can you tell me if there is anything special about Yang Dongqing? Nanemo thought about it and finally uttered a word. Hard? Yeah, he's hard. How dare you? Zhao Xiaoyao, standing beside him, couldn't help but curse out loud. Didn't you say you didn't sleep? How do you know it's hard if you haven't slept? Besides, our leader asked if there was anything special about it. Who the hell asked if you were hard or not? Chapter 10. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Nanemo was startled, but continued. I'm not talking about that kind of hardness, but his whole body is hard, his skin is like steel. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. His skin was like steel. Was this the ability of a transcendent? Or was it Yang Dongqing's own ability? He didn't think too much about it because the answer would come soon afterwards. He informed Nanemo of his subsequent plans. After hearing this, Nanemo looked worried. You want to kill him? Sumu smiled and said, No, I just want to ask him a few questions. But, if it's just asking questions, is it necessary to do this? Nanemo was still worried. You talk too much. Nanmo's heart trembled instantly. When she looked up, she saw the pair of eyes hidden behind the brown glasses. They were vague and seemed to contain no human emotions. The owner of those eyes was still smiling, but his smile made people feel cold. She didn't dare to say anything more and could only respectfully take her leave. At night, in a dilapidated bungalow, Yang Dongqing stared at the busy figures in the kitchen. She was a little cook in an apron, dancing like a butterfly in the small space. After facing the pressure of life and death for a long time, he finally relaxed for the first time. In a long time. It's time to eat. The young cook Nanemo brought 2 plates of dishes with a smile. Her white arms waved in front of Yang Dongqing's eyes, and the aroma of the dishes mixed with her body fragrance penetrated his nostrils. Hey, what are you looking at? Come and try my cooking. To repay you, I have used all my best skills. Nanemo stretched out her white little hand and waved it in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing finally came to his senses, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. It was his first time to have a meal with a girl at close range, and a beautiful one at that, which made him a little nervous. He didn't even know what to say to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, Nanemo was as active as a little lark, chattering nonstop. Yang Dongqing ate a lot during this meal and felt very satisfied. Are you full? I'm full. Nanmo smiled happily, her big eyes curved into crescents. As long as you're full, I'll go to work. As soon as these words came out, Yang Dongqing's face changed slightly. He knew that Nanemo was going to sing in a bar, but for a girl, this was too dangerous. Can you please not go? Nanmo was still smiling. If I don't work, will you support me? Yang Dongqing felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his chest, and the words almost came out of his mouth. Oh, okay, I was just kidding. How are you going to support me? For people like us, it's good enough if we can barely support ourselves. I'm leaving, Yang Dongqing. Bang, the dilapidated door was closed, the petite figure had disappeared, and the laughter in the room seemed like an illusion, leaving only silence. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists and said firmly, Jasmine, I will support you. He couldn't say such things before, because he really had a hard time supporting himself, but now, after becoming a transcendent, money? It's just something that can be easily obtained. Afterwards, he also went out, ready to make money. As for how to make money, it was very simple: rob the rich to help the poor, rob others' wealth to help his own poverty. There are too many rich scumbags in District 13. After a long time, Yang Dongqing, who had returned with a full load, happily went to the Moonlight Bar, where Jasmine worked. I made about 50,000 this time. This money is enough to live a good life for a while. Yang Dongqing thought of the cheap dress Nan Mo was wearing. After the dress was torn by the two beasts, Nan Mo did not throw it away, but sewed it and continued to wear it. It's time to buy Jasmine a new dress. When he walked to the Moonlight Bar, he was shocked because he found that the door of the Moonlight Bar had been smashed down at some point. Whoosh, he rushed into the Moonlight Bar and saw it was in a mess, with broken glass everywhere and drinks spilled all over the floor. The waiters were all injured, and a man who looked like the boss was sighing constantly. He looked around but couldn't find Nan Mo. He panicked. Where's Jasmine? Where is she? Yang Dongqing roared uncontrollably, veins bulging on his face. Everyone was startled and no one answered. Yang Dongqing grabbed a waiter by the collar and lifted him into the air. Where's Jasmine? She was kidnapped, said the waiter tremblingly. Yang Dongqing instantly flew into a rage. Who took him away? It was two guests wrapped in bandages. They rushed in with a group of people, smashing everything they saw. They were saying things like, someone saved you last time, let's see who can save you this time. Yang Dongqing immediately realized that they were the two beasts who were about to attack Nan Mo last time. He now regrets very much that he did not kill those two people directly. Where did they go? I don't know either. The waiter was so scared that he almost cried. At this moment, the boss suddenly said, the Viper Gang. I saw those people had black snake tattoos on their bodies. They are from the Viper Gang. Bang, Yang Dongqing let go of his hand, the waiter collapsed to the ground, and he rushed out without looking back. The notoriety of the Viper Gang is known to everyone in District 13. Its headquarters is located on the edge of the northwest corner of District 13, close to the abandoned city area, and is very chaotic. He was extremely anxious and could not imagine what kind of treatment a weak and beautiful girl like Nan Mo would suffer if she fell into the hands of these poisonous snakes. After Yang Dongqing left, the bar, which was originally filled with wailing, fell into silence in an instant. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at his departing back. The boss, who had been sighing before, became expressionless. He took out his cell phone, put it to his ear, and said respectfully, Chief, the prey has been hooked. Okay, got it. A low, magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it delicious? In a monitoring room, Sumu, dressed in a black suit, asked while holding a glass of red wine. He was sitting at a large mahogany table, and across from him was Nan Mo. Nan Mo carefully tasted the precious red wine in her hand, inevitably leaving delicate lip marks on the edge of the transparent wine glass. It's delicious. I've never tasted such expensive wine. Sumu smiled slightly. I don't like lies. Nan Mo's body stiffened. It's not that delicious actually, it's a bit bitter. That's right. I find it unpalatable too. Try the steak. The best M9 steak. Nan Mo nodded when she heard that, then cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth. The moment the steak entered her mouth, she knew what tender and juicy meant. This bite was better than any food she had eaten before, except snacks, but after taking a bite, she didn't dare to eat anymore because Sumu didn't start eating. It's okay, eat. It's still some time before Yang Dongqing comes to save the girl. When talking about Yang Dongqing, Nan Mo seemed a little silent. She ate the delicious steak in silence, but for some reason she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. You really won't kill him? The eyes behind the brown glasses narrowed slightly. You developed feelings so casually? Nan Mo shook her head. No, he is a good man. I am not worthy of him. I just feel guilty. If he really died because of me, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Nan Mo, she looked at the two burly men standing behind Sumu, with bulging waists obviously carrying pistols. She then looked at the surveillance screen, where a large number of armed men in black were lurking in every corner. This made it impossible for her to associate Sumu with the word good person. Chapter 11. What an honor it is to die for the leader. When the steak was about half eaten, a scream was suddenly heard on the surveillance screen. Nan Mo quickly put down the knife and fork in her hand and turned her head to look. She saw Yang Dongqing with red eyes breaking into the Viper Gang headquarters, which was a narrow corridor. At one end of the corridor was the beast-like Yang Dongqing, while at the other end, a tide of men in black kept pouring out, all holding steel knives and exuding murderous aura. When the first man in black swung the machete towards Yang Dongqing's head, Nan Mo screamed, not daring to look, and subconsciously covered her eyes. However, the surveillance video only heard the sound of steel clashing. Clang. Nan Mo subconsciously opened her eyes, her mouth shaped into an O in shock. She saw that the shiny steel knife stopped on Yang Dongqing's head as if it was hitting steel. Apart from losing a few hairs, the other party was not hurt at all. How is this possible? A gleam of light flashed in Sumu's eyes, and the smile on his mouth widened unconsciously. This is exactly the power I need. As long as I can obtain this power, I won't have to worry about my ever-expanding mental strength. In the surveillance footage, Yang Dongqing's face was as cold as ice, and he chopped down with his right hand. Suddenly, snap, the steel knife was smashed into 2 pieces. However, such a horrifying scene did not scare the members of the Viper Gang at all, because Sumu had already hypnotized and brainwashed them, and now these people were like fearless machines. The next moment, countless steel knives slashed towards Yang Dongqing, and the sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. At the same time, Sumu's voice rang out from the headphones of the black-clad men, try different angles to see if there are any flaws. After receiving the order, the strong men in black attacked various parts of Yang Dongqing's body. They were not afraid at all, even if it disrupted the attack pattern and even left Yang Dongqing with an opening. Bang bang bang. Yang Dongqing was like an armored tank, rampaging in the corridor, leaving people and horses falling and blood flowing wherever he passed. He was extremely strong, and with his fists of steel, he could truly be said to be able to crush skulls with his bare hands. Although the battle was a one-sided crushing victory, Yang Dongqing was not happy at all. Instead, he felt a deep chill in his heart. A man in black, whose chest had just been shattered by him, got up from the ground again and rushed forward with a machete in hand. Not only was there no fear on his face, but he was extremely enthusiastic and shouted loudly, for the leader. Yang Dongqing's pupils shrank slightly. He couldn't imagine why he could still stand up when he was clearly in a fatal condition. One is like this, everyone is like this. It's not that he hasn't killed gang members before. Those people are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as he shows absolute strength, they will be scared out of their wits and kneel down to beg for mercy. But now, there is only fanaticism on the faces of all the Viper Gang members. Looking at the fearless members of the Viper Gang, Yang Dongqing's face became even colder. He attacked continuously, and in just a moment, he cleared the entire passage. He casually grabbed a man in black who was covered in blood and asked fiercely, "Where is Jasmine?" The man in black smiled coldly, his mouth full of blood foam, for the leader. He used his only remaining left hand to punch Yang Dongqing hard. Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold, and he was the first to arrive. He grabbed the other person's left hand and twisted it hard. With a click, the man's left hand instantly twisted like a pretzel, and even white bone spurs pierced through the skin. "Ah!" the man in black screamed. "I'll ask you one last time, where's Jasmine?" His answer was, "Long live the leader." The man in black used up his last bit of strength and pounced on Yang Dongqing. At this moment, the only thing he could use was his teeth, and he bit down hard with his teeth covered in blood foam. Bang! In front of the iron-like fist, the black-clothed man's head exploded, and his broken body completely lost its support and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Without the obstruction of the man in black, Yang Dongqing's expressionless face was revealed in the surveillance footage. However, his slightly trembling fists revealed his inner unrest. In the monitoring room, Nan Mo was vomiting violently. Her face was very pale and her body was shaking uncontrollably. It was obvious that these images were very shocking to her. Sumu shook his head slightly. "What a pity for my M9 steak." He raised his glass and drank the red wine in it. "Why?" Nan Mo, who was holding the trash can, suddenly asked in a deep voice. Sumu didn't answer. "Why do you do this?" "Just to ask a few questions. You play tricks on Yang Dongqing and let so many people die. Why?" Nan Mo suddenly raised her head, staring at Sumu tremblingly but stubbornly. "So many of your men died, yet you're wasting your time on a piece of steak. What is human life worth to you?" Silence, dead silence, ha 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 ha. Sumu's uncontrollable laughter broke the silence. What are you laughing at? Nan-mo looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. At this moment, he was as happy as a child. Interesting, so interesting. You're stuck in the mud, but you can't bear to see others getting equally muddy. It's because of people like you that the world is so colorful. What is human life? What do you say it is? Human life is human life, and only human life. The pair of eyes hidden behind the brown glasses were looking at Nan-mo with great interest, shining brightly in the dim monitoring room. Nan-mo was shocked. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, and the fear and discomfort in her heart surged like a tide. You've probably heard of the Viper Gang before, and you probably know what kind of people are gathered here. To be precise, they can't really be called human beings, they're just scum. Suddenly, Sumu poured himself another glass of red wine. He shook the glass gently, and the scarlet wine swirled in the glass, and the same scarlet was reflected in his pupils. He took a sip, feeling the numbness of the alcohol. A hint of joy appeared on his face. For people like this, it's a waste of air to live. It's their honor to die for me. Are you glorious? Sumu suddenly asked a man in black behind him. The man in black suddenly became enthusiastic and knelt on one knee. Glory! It is such an honor to die for the leader, scum like us, the scum of society. It is you, the leader, who gave us the meaning of life and allowed us to be reborn. We will carry out the leader's will with our lives. Those fanatical words made Nan-mo even more frightened. She felt a deep arrogance from Sumu, an arrogance that disregarded life, disregarded everything, and was above the world, as if he was the only real person in the world, and everyone else was just a tool for his entertainment, an NPC. At this time, Yang Dongqing had already arrived at the second floor of the Viper Gang headquarters. There were 5 floors in total, and each floor was filled with ambushes and traps. Chapter 12 must be interesting. Arriving at the second floor, the first thing you see is the dark golden Ouroboros engraved on the wall. The pattern is lifelike, like a living creature. There are rows of white candles placed in the corners, emitting the scent of jasmine. Yang Dongqing didn't care about these things. His attention was all focused on the black muzzle of the gun not far away. There were only a few members of the Viper Gang who showed up this time, only 2 of them, but both of them were holding dual guns, like 2 door gods, blocking the way forward. Where's Jasmine? Yang Dongqing's answer was a gunshot. Bang! A fleeting flash of fire emerged from the pitch-black muzzle, and a brass bullet whizzed out. Yang Dongqing did not dodge. His speed was not faster than the bullet. Clang! The bullet flew a spark on his body and a hole was made in his clothes, revealing his skin with a cold metallic gleam. Yang Dongqing stared at the 2 of them expressionlessly. This kind of toy. Bang bang bang. The dense gunfire interrupted his pretentious words. Ding ding ding. The series of bullets were like hitting a solid wall. Apart from making holes in Yang Dongqing's clothes, they did not cause any other injuries. In the monitoring room, Sumu looked at the power displayed by the other party and became more and more satisfied. At the same time, he also noticed Yang Dongqing's weakness, which was his eyes. When the bullets attacked, Yang Dongqing covered his eyes with his hands. In that case, let's use grenades. Sumu said lightly through the intercom. As the order was given, the 2 men in black holding guns took out grenades from their pockets. Seeing this scene, Yang Dongqing was obviously no longer calm. His face changed slightly and he suddenly rushed towards the 2 men in black. His speed was so fast that the 2 men had no time to throw out the grenades. However, if you can't throw it away, then don't throw it away. For the chief. 2 men in black held grenades high and rushed towards Yang Dongqing recklessly. Boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the surrounding walls were blown apart. When the smoke cleared, only 2 broken bodies and the unharmed Yang Dongqing were left. Sumu's eyes became more and more fiery. Is Chaofan so strong? It's been less than a month since Yang Dongqing became a superhuman, but he can already ignore bullets and withstand grenades. The next moment, a violent cough interrupted his thoughts. In the picture, Yang Dongqing couldn't stop coughing, and blood gushed out of his mouth. However, he did not stop, but just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to move forward. Is his weakness in his gut? It seems his gut isn't made of steel. The third layer. The same Ouroboros pattern, the same white candles. The difference was that the enemies were 2 people wearing heavy fire suits and holding huge flamethrowers. As soon as they saw Yang Dongqing, they started attacking without saying a word. The raging flames were like a tide, instantly filling the entire corridor and engulfing Yang Dongqing's figure. But the next moment, a charred figure suddenly rushed out from the sea of fire and rushed towards the 2 men in protective suits like a swift cheetah. The 2 men seemed to have anticipated their fate. They threw away the flamethrower, took out the grenades they had prepared in advance, and rushed towards Yang Dongqing. For the leader. Boom, the two men were blown to pieces, and Yang Dongqing was obviously not in a good condition either. His internal organs were damaged again, causing him to spit out blood. His hair and eyebrows were all burned off, and his clothes turned into charcoal, sticking tightly to his body. They were obviously made of plastic, but judging from the speed of his actions, it's not a big problem. In the monitoring room, Nan Mo had already opened her mouth in shock. It was not until now that she understood what kind of person the man was who had slept with her in his arms all night, invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. He is simply a Superman. Is this the legendary extraordinary person? She had only just heard of the term superhuman from Sumu. No wonder Sumu had gone to such great lengths to capture Yang Dongqing. If it was Yang Dongqing, maybe. Nan Mo glanced at Sumu out of the corner of her eye, but she didn't see any fear in him, only amusement, like a hunter finding an interesting prey. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was far more terrifying than Yang Dongqing, who was a transcendent. Aren't you worried at all? Nan Mo suddenly asked. Worried? Worried about what? You're targeting a transcendent like this. What do you think he'll do when he finds out you're the mastermind? It's obvious your men can't stop him. Sumu tilted his head slightly, his eyes that could see through people's hearts staring at her intently. Are you testing me? Nan Mo's face froze. I'm just curious. Sumu smiled gently, rather than worrying. It's more like looking forward to it. Expect? Just imagine, when Yang Dongqing really came in front of me, he found that the woman he loved was unharmed and even had a piece of M9 steak. What would his reaction be? Nan Mo's face turned pale. She understood what Sumu meant. What would happen if Yang Dongqing knew that she was actually in cahoots with the Viper gang? She didn't want to think about it, nor did she dare to think about it. It must be fun. A gentle voice sounded in the monitoring room, but it made Nan Mo shudder. Relax, it won't be that easy for him to find me. The fourth layer is poison gas. Previous tests have confirmed that only his skin is invulnerable, but his internal organs are relatively fragile. This means he's not immune to the poison gas. This is a special poison gas I bought at a high price on the black market. I think even a transcendent would find it difficult to withstand it. What if he holds on? What if he finally succeeds and reaches you? Hearing this question, Sumu laughed even more happily. That would be even more interesting. I think I would probably be torn into pieces. Haha. He seemed to have anticipated this scene and was looking forward to it. Nan Mo no longer knew what her mood was, and even some irrelevant thoughts popped up in her mind. She recalled her childhood, before her father started gambling, and her family was very happy. She scored 100 points on the test, and her father rewarded her by saying they would go to the amusement park on the weekend. She was happy for a whole week because of this. That kind of happy anticipation makes me laugh out loud just thinking about it. She discovered that Sumu was in this state now. Chapter 13. Nan Mo is the real fourth level. Do you want to play a game? Sumu suddenly looked at Nan Mo and said. Nan Mo felt panic instinctively. She knew that Sumu could not say anything good. What game? Nan Mo took a deep breath and tried to appear calm. In this game of choosing one from two, who do you think will win? Do I capture Yang Dongqing, or does Yang Dongqing tear me apart? Nan Mo fell silent. She didn't understand why the man in front of her could treat her life as a game. I don't know, and I don't want to choose. No, you want to. Sumu tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and his knuckles made a dull and regular sound against the mahogany table. I allow you to leave now. You can go tell Yang Dongqing that there is poisonous gas on the fourth floor. Nan Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. She had really thought about this just now. She pretended to go to the bathroom to see if she could find a chance to tell Yang Dongqing, because Sumu gave her a feeling of being too dangerous. She didn't believe what Sumu would do after catching Yang Dongqing. How can a person who doesn't care about his own life care about the lives of others? She didn't want Yang Dongqing to die because of her temptation. He is testing me. Nan Mo reacted and pretended to be calm, saying, it's no use for me to tell him. When he sees me unharmed and able to move freely in and out of the Viper gang, he'll definitely notice and kill me in a rage. Sumu smiled slightly. That's not necessarily true. You can make up a lie, for example, your brother was coerced by the Viper gang, and you repented and escaped at the risk of your life, and warned him that there was a poison gas trap ahead and he must not go in. At the end, you can drop some small pearls, make a sincere apology, and kiss him passionately after this set of operations. What do you think Yang Dongqing's reaction would be? Nan Mo didn't say anything, she just felt a biting chill. This man, he was playing with me. He treated me and Yang Dongqing as dolls and manipulated them at will. At this time, Sumu continued, of course Yang Dongqing chooses to forgive you. Okay, he'll be going to the 4th floor soon. Make a choice quickly. Will you stay with me or go find Yang Dongqing? Now that things have come to this, Nan Mo is no longer silent. Although there is always fear in her eyes, a hint of stubbornness cannot be wiped away. She looked straight into Sumu's eyes, even though her vision was blocked by the brown glasses. What do you want to do? Sumu was a little surprised. Is it hard to understand? I'm giving you a chance to live. If I lose, then when he comes to my house and sees us having a good chat, steak, red wine, and a candlelight dinner, it will be too late for you to apologize then. You will definitely die. Of course, if I win, you can go home safely and your brother can become the director of Qingxin Machinery Factory. If you go to find Yang Dongqing and I lose, you and Yang Dongqing will live together forever. If I win, then everyone will be happy. After all, I am not a bad person. I just want to ask Yang Dongqing a few questions. You can also go home safely and your brother will be the factory director. Now the choice is before you. What will you choose? Sumu crossed his hands, supported his chin, and looked at Nan Mo with interest. With these conditions laid out, even a fool would know what to choose, but Nan Mo just felt uneasy and felt very uneasy. What on earth is your conspiracy? Sumu shrugged helplessly. Ms. Jasmine, you really misunderstood me deeply. From the beginning of our cooperation until now, have I ever hurt you or your family? Are you not satisfied with the compensation I offered? Indeed not, but, okay, time is running out. In the picture, Yang Dongqing has already started heading towards the 4th floor. Nan Mo was panicked for a moment. She stood up, gave Sumu a complicated look, and was about to walk out just as the hand opened the door. Wait a minute. Sumu called Nan Mo. Nan Mo turned around with anger burning in her eyes. She knew that there was no way the man in front of her would let her go. Those members of the Viper gang couldn't do anything to Yang Dongqing, so they could only rely on poison gas. How could they possibly ask me to remind them? You're playing, meeting is fate, and this glass of wine is my farewell to you. Sumu picked up the wineglass with a smile and handed Nan Mo's glass to him very gentlemanly. Nan Mo took the wineglass, looked at Sumu deeply, and then drank it all. Inevitably, delicate lip marks were left on the transparent rim of the cup. I wish you success. Bang! The door was tightly closed, and Nan Mo had already left. Sumu's smile deepened, and he raised his glass and drank the red wine in his hand. Chief, are we really going to let her go and report the news? Isn't that too risky? What if? In the corner, Zhao Xiaoyao, who had been standing like a statue, suddenly took a step forward with a worried look on his face. Sumu frowned slightly, as if his interest was suddenly interrupted. Are you teaching me how to do things? Zhao Qiaoyao's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he quickly knelt on one knee. I dare not. Sumu shook his head helplessly. Foolish man, let me ask you, do you really think the poison gas of the 4th level can stop a transcendent? Should it be possible? Zhao Qiaoyao pondered. After all, extraordinary people are also human beings and need to breathe. Once that special poison gas is inhaled, even an elephant can be brought down. Hey, you know you need to breathe, right? How long can you hold your breath? Zhao Qiaoyao scratched his head. 1 minute? Then how long do you think Yang Dongqing can hold his breath? It should be longer than mine. He's a transcendent after all. It should take at least 2 minutes. Do you understand? Zhao Qiaoyao became increasingly bewildered. Understand what? Sumu was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have left behind a high-ranking member of the Viper gang. At least there were some smart people among them, unlike Zhao Qiaoyao, who was all about brawn. How big is the entire 4th floor? Yang Dongqing is a transcendent. If he runs at full speed, he can rush through the 4th floor in just 20 seconds. Even if I set up an iron gate to block it, with his iron body, he can break it down within 1 minute and 40 seconds. Do you understand now? Zhao Chaoyao finally understood, his face suddenly changed, and he quickly stood up and reached out to help Su Mu. What are you doing? Chief, since we can't stop him at the 4th level, let's leave quickly. My death is a small matter, but you absolutely cannot afford to lose. Bang! Su Mu couldn't help but hit Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his snake-grained wooden cane. Get away from me, why do you think I let Nan Mo go over there? Zhao Chaoyao was stunned. Why? Of course it's because. Never mind. Su Mu sighed. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. All you need to know is that Nan Mo is the real 4th level. Chapter 14. Somo is the one who should escape. Yang Dongqing, whose body was charred and without hair or eyebrows, came to the 4th floor without stopping. This extraordinary person, who had previously faced the siege of dozens of people, the slashing of knives, the shooting, and the burning without changing his expression, finally changed his face at this moment. It was because he saw a beautiful figure at the end of the 4th floor. Jasmine! Yang Dongqing shouted in surprise. At this moment, he was at the entrance of the 4th floor. After entering, there was a spacious and empty hall. Nan Mo was standing at the exit of the 4th floor across the hall from him. Jasmine, that's great, you're not hurt, are you? Yang Dongqing was about to rush towards Nan Mo excitedly, but Nan Mo's face changed drastically. Don't come over here. Yang Dongqing was stunned. What's wrong, Jasmine? Don't worry, I'm here, don't come over here. Go back quickly, there is poisonous gas here. Nan Mo's pretty face turned red with anxiety, and she shouted at the top of her lungs across the hall. Poison gas. Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly and he stopped. The joy he had just felt at seeing Jasmine slowly faded away. After the excitement passed, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Why is Jasmine here alone? Wasn't she captured? Her body is intact. Jasmine, what's going on? Yang Dongqing. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Don't come over here. This is a trap. When she said this, Nan Mo's voice was a little choked, and her pretty face was full of apology. You lied to me? Yang Dongqing's face suddenly turned ugly. He was not a fool and vaguely realized something. I'm sorry, Su Mu also forced me to do this. Su Mu? Yang Dongqing was stunned. Are you talking about my classmate Su Mu? It was him, the leader of the Viper gang. He threatened me with my brother and asked me to put on a show to trick you here. His goal was to get the extraordinary power in you. I had no choice but to agree to them, but after getting to know you, I found that you are a good person. I don't want you to die, I'm sorry, woo-woo. The crystal tears scattered like a broken bead curtain. Yang Dongqing remained silent, his head lowered, his face covered by shadows, and his expression could not be seen. In the next moment, boom, his footsteps rang out as he landed heavily on the 4th floor. Nan Mo panicked instantly. No! Don't come over here, please don't come over here. Yang Dongqing pretended not to hear anything and walked into the hall on the 4th floor step by step, his steps more firm than ever before. Bang! When he entered, the iron gate at the entrance behind him automatically closed and was completely locked, along with the iron gate at the exit where Nan Mo was. The cold and ruthless iron gate separates the passionate men and women. Nan Mo was extremely anxious. She banged on the iron door desperately. Yang Dongqing! Yang Dongqing! Sizzle! A lavender poisonous gas began to flow into the closed hall, gradually engulfing Yang Dongqing's figure. Yang Dongqing, who was surrounded by poisonous gas, did not panic at all. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He even looked up and sneered at the camera in the corner of the hall. You know nothing about the extraordinary, he said silently, then held his breath, and suddenly accelerated, turning into a shadow and rushing towards the iron gate at the exit of the 4th floor. Jasmine, stay away. Bang! 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 He kept hitting the iron door with his body, and the collision of his iron-like body and the iron door made a loud roar. The seemingly indestructible iron door, under his impact, deformed and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, until, bang, the entire iron door was knocked off. A ferocious figure leaped out from the purple mist. Jasmine, who was hiding not far away, stared at the scene in amazement. Yang Dongqing, you. Before she could finish her words, she crashed into a hard chest, and then her feet left the ground and her body moved with Yang Dongqing. Behind them was a purple mist that was spreading and raging. Yang Dongqing ran all the way with Nan Mo in his arms, and ran directly to the 5th floor. Seeing that the poison gas could not reach him, he stopped at. He still didn't let go of Nan Mo, but instead looked carefully at the tearful person in his arms. Two pairs of equally fiery eyes met at this moment. You scared me. Why did you do this? Do you know it's dangerous? Nan Mo said in a crying voice. Yang Dongqing's stern expression was like an iceberg melting, revealing a hint of tenderness. He whispered to the tearful person in his arms, silly, because you are here. Nan Mo's eyes widened slightly, and the softest part of her heart seemed to be hit by something, and her body trembled slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again. But, I lied to you, it's all my fault. A glint of pity flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes, and he gently interrupted, I don't blame you. I'm even very grateful to Su Mu. It's because of this that I was able to meet you. Nan Mo stared blankly at the man in front of her. At this moment, she could no longer control her surging emotions. She followed her most instinctive impulse, wrapped her white arms around Yang Dongqing's neck, leaned forward, and kissed him heavily. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Even in the deepest and most dangerous place, it still cannot stop the most sincere and passionate emotions. Of course, the Viper Gang, who were the villains, were very tactful and did not cause trouble at this time. This is love. In the monitoring room, Su Mu sighed with a smile on his face. He saw the whole process through the monitoring screen. It felt like watching a TV series. Chief, you're truly amazing. The plot is exactly as you described. Repentance, risking one's life to escape, warning of the trap, a sincere apology, a passionate kiss, and even the finishing touch, the little pearl. Zhao Chaoyao on the side flattered him, but the next second he became worried. But Chief, considering the time, shouldn't we run away? He has already passed the 4th level. Su Mu smiled mysteriously. You are wrong, he did not get through, but failed. Zhao Chaoyao was a little stunned. He looked at the man and woman who were still kissing in the surveillance video. Why did it feel like a happy ending with the hero and heroine being together? What went wrong? Get ready and go meet the leading actor of our show. The two kissed for a minute before separating. It's a bit salty. Yang Dongqing recalled his first kiss. You're disgusting. Those are tears. Nan Mo shyly punched his chest a few times. I haven't even said anything about you yet, you smell like a burnt stench. At this point, she seemed to remember something and quickly grabbed Yang Dongqing to look at him carefully. You are not hurt, are you? Skin injury. Then let's run away quickly. Yang Dongqing smiled with some disdain. It's Su Mu who should escape. Nan Mo's expression changed slightly. Do you still want to move forward? Of course. Su Mu actually dared to use you. I will let them know the price of angering a transcendent. But, Jasmine, don't worry, I'm here to take care of everything. I will protect you. Yang Dongqing said in a firm voice, but Nan Mo was still very worried. The man's face kept appearing in her mind. That kind of calm madness and the look of always being confident of victory made her very uneasy. Chapter 15. Since we can't reach an agreement, there's no need to talk anymore. By the way, Jasmine, how did you escape? Nan Mo's eyes were a little evasive. The people from the Viper Gang went to deal with you. Only one person was watching me. I pretended to go to the bathroom, and then came to tell you the news. Thanks a lot. Yang Dongqing held Nan Mo's hand and walked step by step towards the depths of the 5th floor. Soon, a huge wall with dark gold patterns came into view. On both sides of the wall were 2 rows of men in black, dressed in neat suits and armed with guns. Each of them had a black poisonous snake tattooed on his neck and a black gas mask on his face. Yang Dongqing protected Nan Mo behind him and stared at the group of people with murderous intent. Suddenly, the 2 rows of men in black changed their movements and took a step back to make way for the center of the road. They lowered their heads slightly and stared at the wall with fanatical expressions, as if they were welcoming the arrival of some important person. Yang Dongqing narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the mastermind must have come under his gaze. A bald strong man in a black suit pushed a wheelchair and slowly walked out from behind the wall. The man in the wheelchair was wearing a neat suit and holding a snake-grained wooden cane. He had a handsome face that even his brown glasses couldn't hide, but his face was unhealthily pale. Leader. A dozen men in black shouted enthusiastically and bowed in unison to welcome the other party's arrival. Su Mu. Yang Dongqing's expression became even more severe. It's you. Su Mu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, smiled and said, Nice to meet you here, Yang Dongqing, classmate. Humph. You won't be happy soon. Yang Dongqing snorted coldly, and his eyes looking at Su Mu were full of murderous intent. Oh? But didn't you just say that you were very grateful to me for arranging the meeting between you and Jasmine? Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold. Stop talking nonsense. First you threatened Jasmine, and then you dared to send someone to attack me. Tell me, how do you plan to die? Sumu was not afraid at all in the face of the threat from the extraordinary people, and even had the mood to play with the snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. Yang Dongqing's eyes moved subconsciously and glanced at the dark gold pattern on the top of the serpentine wood cane. Before you take action, why don't you listen to my conditions? Your strength is indeed strong, but have you considered Jasmine behind you? Bullets have no eyes. If they accidentally make a hole in this beautiful body, it would not be beautiful at all. As soon as these words came out, Yang Dongqing's face suddenly turned ugly. Are you threatening me? Nan Mo's face turned pale. At this moment, she finally realized why Sumu let her go. Sumu must have known from the beginning that the poison gas on the fourth floor was useless, so he let himself go and became Yang Dongqing's weak spot, so that Yang Dongqing could not move freely. But on second thought, she felt that something was wrong. If she wanted to tie Yang Dongqing's hands, she could just use herself as a hostage, right? Sumu shook his head. Don't say it so harshly, it's just a kind reminder. After all, you don't want anything to happen to Miss Jasmine, right? Nanemo trembled when she heard that, and subconsciously shrank behind Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing felt the beauty sphere and was a little hesitant for a moment. This time, Sumu continued, it seems that I can now state the conditions. In fact, there is no hatred between you and me. I asked you to come here this time just to ask a few questions. What's the problem? Sumu smiled slightly and said lightly, for example, how to obtain extraordinary power. Yang Dongqing immediately sneered, do you think you are worthy of coveting Chao Fan? Sumu was not annoyed, with a faint smile on his face, don't be so absolute, even you can do it, why can't I? Anger flashed across Yang Dongqing's face. Humph. Just give up on this idea. Let me hear the terms first. 1 million for clues to supernatural powers. In the 13th arrondissement, this figure is already astronomical. After all, most of the wealth is concentrated in the upper town. Not enough. Sumu seemed to have anticipated this and raised the price directly, 10 million. Yang Dongqing smiled coldly. Sumu, I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so confused. If I kill you, the money will also be mine. Sumu shrugged indifferently, since we can't reach an agreement, there's no need to talk. Click, click, the sound of more than a dozen pistols being loaded was heard, and the members of the Viper gang standing on both sides of Sumu raised their guns one after another. Yang Dongqing's face was solemn, and murderous intent continued to spread from his body. For a moment, the two sides were on the verge of a fight. Molly, don't worry. As long as you stand behind me, I will block all the bullets for you. Their bullets are not unlimited. Once the magazine is empty, Sumu will die. He whispered to comfort Nanemo. Sumu looked at the two of them with interest, then waved his hand. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, bang bang bang, intensive gunfire rang out as bullets were fired, weaving a network of firepower in the dim hall. At the same time, tiny sparks burst out from Yang Dongqing's body, which were caused by the bullets exploding on his body after hitting him. His strong body kept moving back slightly. His body could withstand the bullets, but it was also inevitably affected by the impact of the bullets. The shooting lasted for half a minute. With the sound of empty chambers, Yang Dongqing, who had been lowering his head to defend himself, finally raised his head. He gasped, looked at the people without bullets, and smiled coldly. Next, it's my turn. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Sumu calmly put his hand into his arms. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly tightened and he stopped quickly. He almost forgot that Sumu had not fired a shot. The next second, Yang Dongqing was stunned, because what Sumu took out from his arms was not a pistol, but a dark gold hollow pattern pocket watch with a retro-style bite. The pocket watch was flicked open, making a crisp sound. Yang Dongqing also saw the complex patterns on it. The dark golden hollow patterns were densely packed and eventually intertwined into an Ouroboros. It's almost time. Sumu said lightly. Then, he stood up from the wheelchair, leaning on a snake-grained wooden cane with one hand, and walked towards Yang Dongqing step by step. Such a strange scene made Yang Dongqing feel fearful. What on earth do you want to do? Want to die? Sumu smiled slightly. Student Yang Dongqing, haven't you noticed it yet? What did you notice? Are you feeling a little dizzy? Dizziness, Yang Dongqing's face changed slightly. He had actually been feeling a little dizzy since arriving at the 5th floor, but he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was just from his previous injury. Could it be? Do you feel tired in your limbs? Are your eyes blurry? After Sumu said this, he did feel a little tired and dizzy. He shook his head violently, trying to get rid of this feeling. Yang Dongqing. Nan Mo looked anxious. Are you okay? What on earth is going on? Yang Dongqing was a little panicked. At this time, Sumu, like the elegant villain in the movie, began to declare his victory while walking. Chapter 16. Are you sure it's me you're holding hostage? You're poisoned. Poison? Yang Dongqing stared at Sumu intently. This is impossible. I didn't even inhale the poison gas from the 4th layer. How could I be poisoned? Sumu smiled casually. Who said you were poisoned by the 4th level? Yang Dongqing was confused because he had no idea when he was poisoned, but Nan Mo behind him trembled suddenly, her pupils contracted violently, and she obviously realized something. Yang Dongqing noticed something strange about Nan Mo and reacted. Is that the meal Jasmine made? At this moment, his expression was extremely rich, with disbelief, anger, heartbreak and other emotions all integrated into his face. Jasmine, you. No. No. Nan Mo explained with a pale face, it wasn't me, I didn't poison it, and I ate it too. Miss Jasmine, you seem to have forgotten that you vomited once before. Sumu kindly reminded her from the side. Then I didn't poison you, Yang Dongqing. You have to believe me, I really didn't do it. It must have been Sumu who secretly poisoned me while I was cooking. Yang Dongqing's mind was in a mess at this time. He felt weaker and weaker, his breathing became more and more rapid, and he felt dizzy. Plop, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Yang Dongqing. Nan Mo was frightened and hurried to support him, but as a weak woman, how could she support a man with a body of steel? Okay, actually the meal wasn't poisonous. Sumu's words made Nan Mo's mood improve a little, but in an instant she was brought back to the bottom again. But it was indeed Miss Jasmine who poisoned me. You're talking nonsense. I didn't do that. Nan Mo yelled in a somewhat out-of-control manner. No, you do. The poison remains on your lips. Oh, I almost forgot. It should have all been eaten by Yang Dongqing now, right? It might taste a bit salty. Nan Mo was stunned for a moment, and it took her 2 full seconds to come back to her senses. She looked at Sumu in horror. It's that glass of red wine. No, you drank it too. It was a glass of red wine. You put the poison on the rim of the wine glass, and it got on my lips. I understand. No wonder you insisted on giving me a glass of red wine before I left. It was because I vomited earlier and wiped the poison off my lips, so you made me drink it again. It was you, Holly. Holly. Did you hear that? It wasn't me who poisoned him. It was Sumu, he did it. Yang Dongqing seemed to have not heard anything. He was a little distraught at this moment. He looked at Nan Mo with dim eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Didn't you say before that you ran away secretly? Why did you drink red wine with him again? The fact that you were able to accurately find my location just now means that you were also watching the surveillance, right? So, you were sitting with him in front of the surveillance camera, admiring my miserable appearance while chatting and laughing and drinking red wine. Jasmine, which of your words are true and which are false? Nan Mo was stunned, and her hands that were supporting Yang Dongqing fell down weakly. Her beautiful face had lost all color and looked dull, like a puppet that had lost its soul. By the way, she didn't just drink red wine. Miss Jasmine had a good appetite and even ate a piece of excellent M9 steak. Sumu kindly reminded her from the side. Double kill. One sentence broke down the psychological defenses of 2 people at the same time. Looking at the 2 people who seemed to have lost their souls, Sumu felt a little emotional. Love is so wonderful. 2 people who were kissing passionately one moment may become strangers the next. Well, can I ask questions now? Yang Dongqing, classmate. Sumu stood 3 meters away from Yang Dongqing with a gentle smile on his face, but in the eyes of Yang Dongqing and Nan Mo, that smile looked like a devil's smile. You ask. Yang Dongqing lowered his head and said in a humming voice. Okay, Thank you for your cooperation. First question, go to hell. A sudden change happened. Yang Dongqing, who was originally powerless, suddenly jumped up. He squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body and pounced on Sumu like a hungry tiger. At this moment, the 3-meter distance between the two was the distance between life and death. With Yang Dongqing's iron body, even if his strength was weakened, as long as he touched Sumu, he would basically be declared dead. However, Sumu seemed to be prepared. He jumped back lightly and easily avoided Yang Dongqing's desperate counterattack. Bang! Yang Dongqing fell flat on his face, leaving several holes on the hard ground. He used up his last bit of strength and was no longer able to get up. Reluctance, anger, hatred. All sorts of negative emotions filled his eyes. He stared at Sumu intently, wanting to tear him into pieces. I expected that you wouldn't cooperate honestly. After all, isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? Sumu gently brushed off the dust on his body, which was shaken up when Yang Dongqing fell to the ground just now. Now, I ask questions and you answer them. You're dreaming. I will never tell you, you despicable villain, even if I die. Yang Dongqing roared unwillingly. Sumu didn't care, he just shrugged helplessly. It seems that I have to use some special means. No. Nan Mo, who had been in a daze, rushed over. She grabbed the corner of Sumu's clothes, and her delicate face was full of tears. Please, please don't hurt him. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing's eyes were red, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. You don't ask him. Dongqing, I'm sorry for you. I can't let him hurt you again. A man and a woman looked at each other affectionately, their eyes red. Ah. Sumu was sandwiched between the two of them and sighed deeply. You guys are making me look like a bad guy by doing this. I just want to ask a few questions. Why are you forcing me? In that case, I have no choice but to. Swish, a flash of silver light passed by. Immediately afterwards, Sumu felt a chill on his neck, and something sharp pricked his skin, causing pain. It was a dagger shining with cold light, and the owner of this dagger was Nan Mo, leader. Protect the leader. Zhao Chaoyao and others' faces changed drastically and they were about to rush over. If you dare to come over, I will kill him. Nan Mo roared like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Zhao Chaoyao and others immediately became cautious and did not dare to make any rash moves. Sumu, let Yang Dongqing go immediately, or I will kill you. Although Nan Mo's hands were shaking, her eyes were extremely firm, because she knew that she was protecting the one she loved. Jasmine. Don't worry about me, go first. Yang Dongqing was very anxious. He cared more about Nan Mo than his own safety. TSK, you two are really good at changing your faces. You're back together already? Just a minute? Sumu, who was being held hostage, sighed. Sumu, quickly give the order to release Yang Dongqing. Unlike Sumu's ease, Nan Mo was very anxious and nervous. However, Sumu seemed to have not heard anything and continued to talk to himself. Although the process was full of the sour smell of love, it was still quite exciting, especially at the end. I like this unexpected reversal. I had been guarding against Yang Dongqing's dying counterattack, but I ignored you, Miss Jasmine. You are very brave, but not everyone has the courage to hide a dagger in the Viper gang and take the opportunity to hold me hostage. Only, Sumu suddenly changed the subject and his voice became deeper. Miss Jasmine, are you really sure that it is me you are holding hostage? Chapter 17, Substitute. As soon as these words came out, Nan Mo felt a chill inexplicably rising in her heart, but she still pretended to be calm and said, What nonsense are you talking about? How could it not be, for the chief? A frantic whisper suddenly broke out from Sumu's throat. Immediately, he took the initiative to grab Nan Mo's hand and slashed the dagger across her neck. Sizzle, that was the sound of a knife entering flesh, followed by the sound of blood gushing out. Nan Mo's face was sprayed with hot blood. She stared blankly at Sumu, who fell to the ground, with a lingering fanaticism on his face. I killed someone. Why? She looked at her blood-soaked hands, and the dagger in her hand slipped weakly and hit the ground with a crisp sound. At this moment, sudden applause rang out in the empty hall. Wonderful! It was truly wonderful. Thank you both for presenting such a wonderful performance for me. Among the dozen or so men in black from the Viper gang, there was a thin man who even looked a little frail and was clapping his hands. He slowly walked out of the crowd, then took off the gas mask on his face, revealing a pale and handsome face. Sumu. How is this possible? Nanmo's voice was a little distorted, and she looked at Sumu in front of her in disbelief. If you are Sumu, then, who is he? Nanemo trembled as she turned over the body of Sumi lying in a pool of blood, but when she saw the face clearly, she was stunned for a moment, and a chilling fear ran through her whole body from the top of her head. Because that face was not Sumu, but a strange man who looked a bit like Sumu, and seemed to be wearing makeup, making his skin look even paler. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Dongqing shouted in a panic. Although he was completely powerless, his eyes were not blind. It was obviously Sumu who was kidnapped, so how come it became another person now? Even if this person looks a bit like Sumu, they are definitely not similar enough to be mistaken for each other, and he is not face-blind. Etc. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized that something was wrong. In his impression, Sumu had always been a sickly person. He suddenly had a nosebleed during class and needed to use crutches and sit in a wheelchair. It seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him down. With such a physique, how could he possibly avoid his dying counterattack just now? That light and agile backward leap didn't seem like something a sickly person could do. You are also a superhuman. Yang Dongqing raised his head in disbelief, staring at the newly appeared Sumu. Sumu smiled without saying anything, turned around and ordered, "Come, take these two frightened men and women away to rest." "Yes, Chief." The two younger brothers hurried forward and dragged away Yang Dongqing, who was like a dead dog, and Nanmo, who was like a puppet. He is not like a villain who talks endlessly and gives the other party a chance to turn the tables. The previous stand-in was so arrogant mainly to test whether Yang Dongqing had any other cards. He didn't want the other party to suddenly attack and kill him during the interrogation, but what I didn't expect was that instead of testing Yang Dongqing, Nanmo appeared. "Chief, you scared me to death. I thought you..." Zhao Chaoyao looked at the body of the substitute on the ground in shock and walked quickly to Sumu. "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I still understand this principle." Sumu's voice suddenly sounded from behind Zhao Chaoyao. Zhao Chaoyao was instantly horrified. The leader was clearly right in front of him, so why did the voice come from behind him? He turned around suddenly and saw that among the group of men in black, a burly man took off the gas mask on his face, revealing a pale and handsome face. At Sumu. At this moment, Zhao Chaoyao's scalp was numb. What is this? He quickly looked at Sumu in front of him, but found that the face was becoming more and more unfamiliar, and he was completely another person. Behind him, Sumu was slowly unbuttoning his black suit, revealing the bulging bulletproof armor underneath, which he was removing piece by piece. This is also the reason why he has a strong physique. Zhao Chaoyao stood there in a daze, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Sumu said calmly, "What's the big deal? Didn't I say that a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall?" Zhao Chaoyao, in shock, subconsciously replied, "But you're deceiving, attacking, poisoning, and even exploiting people's feelings. This doesn't seem like a gentleman, Sumu glanced at Zhao Chaoyao indifferently, scaring the other party so much that he quickly changed the subject abruptly. "Chief, you have chosen the right two substitutes. They are 3/4 like you, which is rare in the world." Having said that, he suddenly paused and looked at Sumu cautiously. "By the way, Chief, this person of yours, isn't that another substitute?" Sumu ignored him and took out his brown glasses from his pocket and put them on again. His unusually deep eyes slowly disappeared. "It doesn't matter whether it looks like the real thing or not, what matters is the hypnosis. There are calming candles on every floor of the Viper Gang headquarters. He fought his way here and absorbed them along the way. Add to that the countless Uroboros hints, and Nanmo's advanced disclosure of my information, and he had a preconceived notion. All of this was paving the way for this hypnosis session. The reason I specifically found a stand-in who looked like him was mainly because I'd never hypnotized a transcendent before, so I just wanted to be on the safe side." "Great. Chief, you are really great." Zhao Chaoyao's expression became more and more enthusiastic, but then a hint of doubt appeared on his face. "By the way, Chief, what about the poisoning? When I heard your stand-in say it just now, I was shocked, but now that I think about it carefully, it seems that there is something wrong. Nanmo's lips are poisonous, but what if she licked her lips in the middle? Also, what if she didn't kiss Yang Dongqing? Wouldn't that be, my plan will not fail?" Sumu smiled mysteriously, "Because there is no poison at all." "What?" Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, and the CPU became a little hot for a moment. Have you heard of the water dripping sound experiment? Someone once conducted such an experiment. They blindfolded a bound death row inmate and told him to drain all his blood. Then they pricked his wrist slightly and let the faucet run, dripping water continuously. After a while, the death row prisoner really died. However, the fact is that he was not bleeding, but was dripping from head to toe. This is the effect of psychological suggestion. At this point, a look of intoxication appeared on Sumu's face. He seemed to like this power that played with people's hearts. Chapter 18 Jasmine, very moist. The power of psychological suggestion is very strong. It's so strong that when you think you're dead, you're actually dead. Similarly, when Yang Dongqing thought he was poisoned, he developed symptoms of poisoning under the influence of mental hypnosis. Zhao Chaoyao opened his mouth wide. He didn't understand but was deeply shocked. Sumu frowned slightly. Is it difficult to understand? But, Chief, the premise for Yang Dongqing to be poisoned is that he believed he was poisoned. But what about his dizziness and fatigue at the beginning? Isn't this a psychological suggestion? Sumu was even more speechless. If you were extremely anxious and rushed all the way here, and experienced a bloody battle, and were hit by several grenades and burned, and during the fire, the calming candles were all melted, releasing a large amount of calming fragrance, which was inhaled into your body. If finally, they held their breath in the gas chamber for 1 minute and kissed for 1 minute. Do you think you would feel dizzy after going through this whole process? Zhao Chaoyao was silent for a moment, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He thought about it seriously and finally came up with an answer. I will die. You fucking. Bang! Sumu hit Zhao Zhaoyao's bald head with his snakewood cane. It's really unnecessary for me to explain to you. Zhao Chaoyao clutched his head, grimacing in pain, but he maintained a flattering expression as he spoke. Chief, I'm too clueless, but I'm really trying hard to understand your profound words. You act like you're in control, like you're a god descending from heaven. Please explain it to me again. He racked his brains to come up with 2 idioms and slapped them all out in one breath. Looking at Zhao Chaoyao's flattering appearance, Sumu suddenly felt a headache again. The headache had been relieved after drinking some red wine before, but now the disease has relapsed. Oh, if only hypnosis could make people smarter, but he knew that this was impossible. A poor student would not be able to solve the math problems he once couldn't solve even after being hypnotized. Mathematics is fair like this: if you don't know how to do it, you don't know how to do it. If you don't understand the extraordinary version, then I'll tell you the ordinary version. I actually poisoned it. Zhao Chaoyao was a little confused. Why did he poison someone one moment and not the next? Chief, is it poisonous? Sumu said to himself, the meal that Jasmine prepared for Yang Dongqing is actually poisonous, but the poison of that kind will not take effect without a chemical reaction. I also poisoned the red wine glass that Jasmine drank from. This poison itself is harmless, but it can serve as a catalyst for the previous poison. So when the two of them kissed, the poison in Yang Dongqing's body met the poison on Jasmine's lips, and a strange reaction occurred, and then she was actually poisoned. Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, but he soon discovered his blind spot. That's not right, Chief. Jasmine also ate. Oh yes, she vomited once. So, could it be that her vomiting after watching the surveillance video was also caused by your hypnosis? At this moment, he just felt his scalp tingling. At this time, Sumu smiled and said, do you want to listen to the third version? What? There's a third version. Well, the third version is a mixture of the extraordinary version and the ordinary version. I poisoned it and used psychological suggestion. The reason why Yang Dongqing was poisoned was due to the dual effects. Otherwise, how could a transcendent be poisoned so easily? Hearing this, Zhao Chaoyao was completely confused. He felt his head itchy, as if he was going to grow a brain. Chief, which version is true? Sumu smiled without saying a word, and walked away with his cane, leaving Zhao Chaoyao scratching his head. He couldn't just let himself have the headache. Chief! Wait for me, which version is true? Just tell me. Chief! Then can I change my question? Why don't you just hypnotize Jasmine and have her carry out your orders? Why do you have to let her choose instead? And then there's the death of a substitute in the end? Sumu slowly stopped and did not look back in the dim corridor. A calm voice sounded, and the echo reached Zhao Chaoyao's ears. Because I like surprises. Zhao Chaotiao was stunned, staring blankly at the back shrouded in darkness, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. Don't you think the struggle of human nature is interesting? Life where everything is controlled is too boring. Sumu's faint voice gradually faded away. In the dungeon of the Viper Gang, Yang Dongqing was wrapped in an iron chain as thick as a baby's arm and fixed to a steel seat that was welded to the ground and could not be shaken. Next to him stood a middle-aged man in a white coat. After Sumu entered the dungeon, the man in the white coat saluted enthusiastically. "Chief, what's the situation?" he asked, ignoring Yang Dongqing's eyes that were about to spit fire. The man in the white coat quickly replied, "I've followed your instructions and made him inhale the paralyzing gas every hour. I assure you, he doesn't even have the strength to move a finger right now." "Yeah." Sumu nodded, then turned his gaze to the imprisoned Yang Dongqing. "Sumu, you despicable villain. Even if I die, I will never answer any of your questions." "Oh?" Sumu pushed his brown glasses with his hand, a playful smile on his lips. "You are not afraid of death. What about Miss Jasmine?" Yang Dongqing's whole body stiffened, and then he became furious like thunder. His eyes were red and his muscles bulged. The next moment, the iron chain wrapped around his body was pulled by the huge force and made a crackling sound. "If you dare to touch Jasmine, I will tear you into pieces." Sumu looked at the man in the white coat expressionlessly. The man in the white coat broke out in a cold sweat. This is impossible. He just inhaled the paralyzing gas. Even an elephant can't move in such a short time. Chief, I will increase the dosage immediately. Please put on your gas mask." A moment later, the two put on gas masks, and as the man in the white coat pressed the button, a large amount of white smoke was released from the pipes in the room. After a few minutes, Yang Dongqing, who had been struggling violently, was completely exhausted. Sumu looked at Yang Dongqing carefully through the gas mask, as if thinking about something. His powers seemed to be related to emotions, or willpower? Just after mentioning Nan Mo, his mood turned angry, and his originally paralyzed body actually began to surge with some strength again. To further test the waters, Sumu slowly walked to Yang Dongqing's side. Looking at Yang Dongqing, whose pupils were slightly dilated, he leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Jasmine is very moist." Chapter 19 Cruel Punishment. Yang Dongqing, who had originally had a dazed look in his eyes, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying force surged from his body. "Ah! I'll fucking kill you!" Click, click, he struggled violently, the chains on his body trembling wildly. Even the entire dungeon was shaking from the faint drag. "Chief! Let's go! He is about to escape." The man in the white coat was so scared that his face turned pale. In his eyes, Yang Dongqing at this moment was like a man-eating beast about to be released from the cage. However, Sumu did not move at all and looked at Yang Dongqing calmly. In an instant, a huge mental force surged out, trying to hypnotize him, but when the mental force flowed into Yang Dongqing's mind, it encountered great resistance. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. As expected, Yang Dongqing's power seemed to be related to intangible things such as emotions and willpower. As Yang Dongqing became more angry, his strength grew, and even his mental resistance increased significantly. "Go and bring Miss Jasmine here," Sumu ordered. The man in the white coat hurriedly did as he was told. Not long after, Nan Mo, fully clothed, appeared in the dungeon. The moment Nan Mo appeared, the furious Yang Dongqing finally calmed down a little. Jasmine, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Yang Dongqing said hurriedly. "No, they didn't hurt me, they just locked me up." "Dongqing, are you okay?" Nan Mo saw her lover locked up with heavy iron chains, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Seeing that Nan Mo was fine, the power in Yang Dongqing's body seemed to subside. "Jasmine, don't worry, I will definitely get you out." He looked at Sumu suddenly. "Don't you want to ask me a question?" "Okay, I'll tell you, as long as you let Jasmine go, I'll tell you everything." Unexpectedly, Sumu shook his head and said, "I don't like things that are too easy to get." "You'd better not talk about it for now." Yang Dongqing was stunned. He looked at Sumu as if he was looking at a madman. "Too easy to get? You've been planning this for so long, and so many of your minions have died, and now you're saying it's too easy. You are crazy." Sumu ignored him and ordered his men, "Send Miss Jasmine back to her room. No one is allowed to approach her without my order." "Oh, and send her a bottle of red wine and a piece of good M9 steak. Nan-mo, in the end, Nan-mo was taken away, and Sumu also left the dungeon. That he was not the psychopath that Yang Dongqing claimed he was. He just simply didn't believe Yang Dongqing. Can you believe what someone says who hates you to the core? If the other party fabricates information about the extraordinary powers, or even does not need to fabricate information, just concealing a few key words, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, he prefers to ask questions in his own way. When everyone left, Yang Dongqing was the only one left in the dungeon, and there was deathly silence all around. But before long, laughter and joyful chatter could be heard in the dungeon, accompanied by bursts of fragrant breeze. Sumu! What the hell do you want to do? Yang Dongqing roared with bloodshot eyes. Beside him was a row of young ladies with plump figures, charming faces, and cool clothes. Handsome boy, your expression is so scary. Come on, smile for me. Don't smile? Then I'll give you a smile. Baby, I don't know why, but my heart starts beating faster when I see you. If you don't believe me, just listen. Wow, sisters, this handsome boy has a great body, all hard muscles. He. Is it really hard? I don't believe it. Let me touch it. Under the siege of a group of young ladies, Yang Dongqing could no longer maintain his angry expression, and even blushed a little. In the monitoring room, Sumu was observing all this silently. Zhao Chaoyao, who was standing next to him, stared with his eyes wide open. Chief, this is what you call torture? What? You want to try it too? Sumu said lightly. Zhao Chaoyao swallowed his saliva. It's not impossible, No, I'm just joking. I can't stand this kind of temptation. I can only look but not touch. That would be so uncomfortable. This torture is different from what I imagined. Yang Dongqing has a body of steel. Ordinary punishments can't hurt him at all. His strength seems to be related to anger, so we need to punish him without letting him get angry. Zhao Chaoyao looked at the surveillance camera with envy. But Chief, what's the point of doing this? It can't hurt him at all. Will he surrender? I don't want him to surrender, but to make him lose his mind and reduce his willpower. A few hours later, Yang Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot, he was gasping for breath, and his throat was so dry that it was almost smoking. In order to prevent him from aesthetic fatigue, Sumu specially changed several groups of people in the middle. Let them all leave. Yang Dongqing has basically adapted to it. Execute the next punishment. Sumu ordered through the intercom. Soon, all the young ladies left, leaving behind Yang Dongqing, whose clothes were disheveled and covered with lipstick marks. Sumu! You bastard! Don't think you can make me surrender by using this method. Come again if you have the guts. Yang Dongqing cursed while panting. Snap! The dungeon door opened again, and this time a man with a stern face, wearing a black suit and holding a box of powder came in. Yang Dongqing's face turned green instantly. How come it turned into a man? Before he could react, the man poured the powder directly on Yang Dongqing's body. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing felt extremely itchy all over his body. Is this itching powder? Ha 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 ha. Sumu, you fucking ha. For a moment, the cold dungeon was filled with Yang Dongqing's laughter. After several more hours, Yang Dongqing was exhausted to the extreme and his voice was hoarse from laughing. As we all know, constant and enthusiastic laughter is very exhausting. This time, Yang Dongqing was completely unable to scold anymore. He admitted that he was still young and did not expect that the real punishment was completely different from the punishment in TV dramas. It was not something that could be resisted by willpower at all. However, what he could not have imagined was that even more cruel punishment was yet to come. Snap! The dungeon door opened again. Yang Dongqing's face showed fear and he stared at the door. Sumu walked in slowly from outside, holding a thick stack of books in his hands. Seeing the real owner coming, Yang Dongqing's face was filled with anger again. Sumu! You. Chapter 20. Just a trigonometric function. Student Yang Dongqing, do you know what is the greatest responsibility of a student? Sumu interrupted calmly. What are you trying to do again? The most important responsibility of a student is to study. And you, Yang Dongqing, as the last student in the class, have seriously dragged the class down. As the class monitor, I have the obligation to provide you with after-school tutoring. Sumu pushed his glasses, holding a thick book in his hands, and the words excellent in both character and learning were almost written on his face. Sumu! You're a psychopath. I can't learn anything from you. Sumu shook his head in disdain. Your study attitude is very bad. It seems I must motivate you. As he spoke, he took out a math exercise book and placed it in front of Yang Dongqing. Come, solve this trigonometric problem. The formulas you need are all in the book. I'll untie you. Yang Dongqing was about to curse, but Sumu's next sentence made his face change suddenly. If you can't do it within 15 minutes, I will cut off one of Miss Jasmine's fingers. Sumu said with a smile. Yang Dongqing raised his head suddenly, his face filled with anger. You dare? If you dare to touch Jasmine, hush. Calm down. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll cut off one finger, I'll never cut off two. Now you have the chance to save her. If you truly love her and don't want her to get hurt, then solve this trigonometric function. It's just a trigonometric function. You learned it in class, and the textbook is right in front of you. If you still can't do it, don't blame me now, start the clock. Sumu smiled and took out a pocket watch from his arms. The dark gold pattern on it shone exceptionally brightly under the light. He placed the pocket watch on a table not far away and then left. Yang Dongqing kept cursing, but after a while, he shifted his attention to trigonometric functions, because he knew that Sumu, this madman, could do anything. Ha! It's just a trigonometric function, very simple. He took a deep breath and examined the question carefully. Given that in delta alpha beta c, angle A equals 60 degree, A equals 3, and B equals square root of 3, find the magnitude of angle B. Time passed slowly, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Fuck. How big is this pussy? There's a saying that goes, when pushed to the limit, people can do anything. But that's obviously wrong, because math problems can't be solved. If you can't do it, you can't. 15 minutes later, Sumu walked into the dungeon gracefully with a cane, holding a crystal goblet filled with bright red wine. Student Yang Dongqing, do you have an answer? Yang Dongqing, who was obsessed with mathematics, suddenly raised his head. His mental state was very bad at this time. Bloodshot eyes were like spider webs, and he kept muttering, sin B equals B times sin A divided by A, which is equal to square root of 3 times sin 60 degree. 15 minutes is almost up. Don't make a fuss. I'm almost done with it. Sin B equals 1/2. Because A greater than B, so angle A angle B, and because sin B equals 1/2, so Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed, and he blurted out an answer, angle B equals 30 degree. Ha! I figured it out. Pa. Sumu clapped his hands with a look of satisfaction on his face. Congratulations, classmate Yang Dongqing, you saved one of Miss Jasmine's fingers. However, before Yang Dongqing could be happy for too long, Sumu took out another math problem. It's still 15 minutes. If you can't solve it, I will chop off one of Miss Jasmine's toes. Sumu! You bastard! What the hell do you want to do? Sumu smiled slightly. He found that Yang Dongqing's mental state was still too good and he needed to do a few more math problems. The time limit is 15 minutes. After saying this, he walked away with his crutches. Yang Dongqing, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, had to turn his attention to a new math problem after venting his anger. After taking a quick glance, he felt his eyes go dark. 1, 3, 8, 20, 48, 112, 256. 1. Please find the general formula of the sequence. 2. Find the 20th term of the sequence. 3. From which term does the number in this sequence begin to be greater than 10,000? Sumu. The next day, Yang Dongqing couldn't sleep all night because he worked on math problems all night. His math skills have greatly improved. He has now mastered trigonometric function formulas, arithmetic progressions, geometric progressions, linear equations in 2 variables, and so on. Advanced math secrets. This time, his mental state was almost collapsed, his eye sockets were sunken, his face was numb, and his eyes were dull. The group of young ladies from yesterday came again, but no matter how they danced, they couldn't make Yang Dongqing's eyes move at all. In the monitoring room, Sumu saw that the time was finally right. And he could start hypnosis. Everything he had done before was destroying Yang Dongqing's spirit, especially the last math problem. Only a poor student could understand the pain of racking one's brains and still not being able to come up with an answer. It just so happened that Yang Dongqing was a poor student. The mental resistance of extraordinary people is very high, and their spirit must be weakened to the extreme to ensure the success rate of hypnosis. This time he was going to do deep hypnosis, not the previous psychological suggestion. Psychological suggestion is only a shallow level of hypnosis. The hypnotized subject still maintains his or her own thoughts, but will make corresponding choices or reactions under the psychological suggestion. Deep hypnosis is like hypnotizing the members of the Viper gang, which completely distorts the mind of the hypnotized person. However, this deep hypnosis is not long-lasting and needs to be deepened every once in a while. Perhaps only when his mental strength becomes stronger can he achieve permanent hypnosis like a mental stamp. Boom, the dungeon door opened again. Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were already blurry, shuddered all over when he heard the door open, as if by reflex, and an expression of extreme fear appeared on his face. No. No. I don't want to do math anymore. Ugh, as he spoke, Yang Dongqing actually began to retch. Sumu was very satisfied with this. Student Yang Dongqing, it seems that you have fully absorbed and digested the mathematical knowledge, and now you are a little full. The IT looks like we can proceed to the final stage. Yang Dongqing seemed not to hear, and kept muttering involuntarily, sine, cosine, tan, cot. Chapter 21 Bronze Law, Heart of Iron, Bite. An exquisite dark gold hollow pattern pocket watch popped out from Sumu's fingertips and fell in front of Yang Dongqing's eyes. The pocket watch was connected by a thin chain, the end of which was held in Sumu's hand. As he exerted a little force, the dark gold pocket watch began to swing. Now it swings slowly but regularly, and each move is very precise, like the second hand on a watch. Look at it carefully. Sumu's low voice sounded, and at the same time, he took off his brown glasses, revealing a pair of eyes as deep and magnificent as obsidian. I don't know if it was an illusion, but those eyes were like night pearls in a dim dungeon, emitting a faint light. A huge spiritual force began to spread in the dungeon. Yang Dongqing subconsciously looked at the dark gold pocket watch in front of him. His eyes unconsciously followed the pocket watch's swing from side to side, and his mind was gradually attracted. Slowly, the only thing left in his eyes was the pocket watch. Silent darkness was spreading, gradually engulfing everything. Even Sumu, who was right in front of him, seemed to disappear in the darkness. Gradually, the dark golden Ouroboros on the pocket watch came to life. It wriggles and twists in the darkness, interweaving and intertwining, mysterious and extraordinary. Now, Sumu's eyes flashed, and a huge amount of mental power poured into Yang Dongqing's mind like a tide, silently leaving an Ouroboros symbol in his mind. The dark golden Ouroboros seemed to be reflected in Yang Dongqing's pupils, and finally slowly disappeared. Who? Sumu let out a long breath, only to feel his feet were weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. As expected of a transcendent, even after such inhuman torture, he still has a strong mental resistance. Fortunately, he succeeded. He turned his gaze to Yang Dongqing. At this moment, Yang Dongqing's eyes were dull and dazed, like a puppet without a soul. Yang Dongqing. Sumu spoke slowly. His words seemed to activate the puppet's instructions. The moment he input them, Yang Dongqing's lifeless eyes gradually showed a color, a hint of fanaticism. Leader. Sumu smiled silently, but he did not indulge in joy too much, because he needed to obtain extraordinary power as soon as possible. After all, he only had a few days left to live. How did you become a transcendent? I became a transcendent in the nightmare world. Nightmare world, Sumu frowned slightly. Was it really related to dreams? He remembered his own dreams. Every time he fell asleep, he would enter a dream, and every time he dreamed, his mental strength would increase. What is the nightmare world? He asked the second question. The nightmare world is the world after falling asleep. It is a world made up of countless nightmares, filled with all kinds of grotesque, terrifying, and incredible nightmare monsters. When he said this, a trace of fear appeared on the face of this arrogant, extraordinary person. This surprised Sumu a little. The fact that he could still feel fear even in a hypnotic state showed that the fear brought to Yang Dongqing by the nightmare world had penetrated deep into his bones. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and continued, I don't know when the boundary between reality and dreams was broken. This has led to things in dreams being able to invade reality, and people in reality being able to mistakenly enter dreams. You mean, there are nightmare monsters hidden in the real world? Sumu recalled the various rumors he had heard. Those absurd and incredible horror events were often talked about by students, but at that time he was obsessed with dreams and didn't care about reality at all. That's right. If humans can enter the nightmare world, then the monsters in the nightmare world can naturally invade reality. Can you imagine that kind of fear? The nightmare deep in your heart, the thing you fear most, suddenly crawls out of your dream one day, or you fall into a real nightmare and face the nightmare in your heart. That feeling, it's just, the fear on Yang Dongqing's face became more and more intense. It's absolutely wonderful. Sumu's suppressed excitement dispelled Yang Dongqing's fear. He suddenly began to look forward to the nightmare world. He had long forgotten what fear was. In the dream world for more than 100 years, he experienced everything in the world. In the later period, in order to consume his mental energy, he constantly created terrifying monsters or pictures to stimulate himself. The consequence of this is that his emotional thresholds become infinitely high, and no matter how intense the fear is, it is difficult to have an impact on him. To be honest, this feeling is very boring. When all external things in the world cannot cause any fluctuations in your heart, it is like a eunuch who has left home to become a monk. This is not a detached state of mind where one is not happy with things or sad with oneself, but rather the boredom and fatigue that comes after being tired of everything. How to enter the nightmare world? Sumu asked expectantly. Sleep. Only in dreams can one enter the nightmare world. It's like a nightmare from which one will never wake up. A month ago, I woke up from a deep sleep and found myself in the nightmare world. There were other people like me there, who also entered it through dreams. We encountered a group of horrible monsters inside. They eat people, die, all dead. Yang Dongqing's expression became more and more frightened, and he even seemed to be breaking free from hypnosis. Sumu narrowed his eyes and quickly changed the subject. How to become a transcendent in a nightmare world. Bronze Law. Yang Dongqing uttered a term that was unfamiliar to Sumu. What is the Bronze Law? I don't know. A trace of confusion flashed across Yang Dongqing's eyes. It's like a huge net hidden in the endless dimension in the nightmare world. It encompasses everything and is everywhere. As long as you connect to the Bronze Law, you can become a transcendent. Sumu's frown deepened. He could understand every word Yang Dongqing said, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together. Bronze Law? A big net? How do I connect to the Bronze Law? There's no fixed method. It all depends on individual talent. People with high talent will sense the Bronze Law and connect with it after their first entry into the nightmare world. What about those with low talent? Those with low talent may need to enter the nightmare world multiple times before they can connect to the Bronze Law. There is also a type of people who have no talent and will never be able to connect. How many times have you been to the nightmare world? Once. Sumu, so Ning is a genius? Do all extraordinary people have bodies of steel like you? Yang Dongqing shook his head. My supernatural power is called Heart of Iron, which is a relatively common supernatural power. After obtaining Heart of Iron, my physical fitness has been enhanced in all aspects, and my body is comparable to steel. This physical strength can also be temporarily enhanced with willpower, emotional fluctuations, etc. Chapter 22. Yang Dongqing, you don't want Miss Jasmine to get into trouble, do you? Sumu was thoughtful. It seemed that the reason why Yang Dongqing was able to burst out with strength after being paralyzed and hearing that Jasmine was very moist was related to this. A heart of steel? Steel refers to the body of steel, while ambition is the strengthening of that body of steel by willpower and emotion. Simply put, the more excited the emotions, the stronger the body of steel, or the more resolute the will, the stronger the body of steel. The Bronze Law is all-encompassing, and the corresponding supernatural powers are also numerous. However, I don't know exactly what they are. I only got this information thanks to a person from the upper city among the Nightmare Apostles who entered with me last time. He told me. Nightmare Apostle? Is that a nickname for people like you? Yang Dongqing nodded. Anyone who has entered the nightmare world, whether extraordinary or ordinary, is collectively called a nightmare apostle. This is an ominous title, because all nightmare apostles will eventually die in nightmares. Why? The man from uptown said that every day in this world, some unlucky people dream of becoming nightmare apostles and enter the nightmare world in their dreams. There's no pattern to this, and anyone could become one. And once you enter it, it's like you're infected with a curse, and you'll re-enter it every once in a while, experiencing one nightmare after another until you die. If I want to enter the nightmare world, is there any way? Yang Dongqing shook his head again. There is no way, no one knows how to enter the nightmare world, just like no one knows how to escape from the nightmare world. Being chosen to become a nightmare apostle seemed completely random, with no pattern. Hearing this, Sumu's face darkened. Can you become a transcendent without entering the nightmare world? Yes, I heard from that person in the upper city that there are some extraordinary people hidden in this world, and they are not nightmare apostles. Then how did they become extraordinary people? I only know part of it. The man was killed by the nightmare monster before he could finish his words. His original words were that these extraordinary people in the real world are a bunch of cowards who get something for nothing. They all grew up by sucking the blood of the nightmare apostles. Yang Dongqing pondered for a moment. His tone at the time was very angry. He seemed to be very resistant to the identity of the nightmare apostle. That resistance was not just about facing the nightmare monsters, it was as if people in the real world would also do something bad to the nightmare apostle. Sumu's eyes flickered. Sucking the blood of the nightmare apostle? Was it literal, or, give me some of your blood? Yes, chief. Yang Dongqing didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out a finger and scratched his wrist with his nails as sharp as a knife. In a room full of medical equipment and experimental devices, a man in a white coat is holding a test tube filled with blood and doing various experiments with a dropper. How is it? Sumu asked while leaning against the wall. Chief, this blood is no different from that of an ordinary person. It's just healthier at best. Drink it. Yes, Chief. The man in the white coat drank the blood in his hand. Sumu waited for him for an hour, but there was no change. It seems that the previous sentence, in which bloodsucking is not meant literally, there are now two paths before him. One is to go to the upper city, investigate information about the extraordinary people, learn their methods to obtain extraordinary powers, and the other is to find a way to enter the nightmare world and become an extraordinary person. He chose the second path without much thought. There is a natural barrier between the upper town and the lower town. You can't get in just because you have money. You need to have money, connections, and ways to obtain a residence permit in the upper town. Of course, this is not a difficult task for him, it only takes a little time, but after entering, investigating the intelligence of the extraordinary people will take a certain amount of time, and what he lacks most now is time. In order to capture Yang Dongqing, he has spent 3 days, and now he only has 4 days left to live. For Sumu, the above reasons are actually not the root causes. The real reason why he chose the second path was: who could resist a nightmare world where death is a possibility, mystery, terror, and thrills? When he heard Yang Dongqing's description of the nightmare world, his long silent heart finally began to beat. But how can we enter the nightmare world? Or rather, I had already entered it a long time ago. For a moment, Sumu thought of the dream he had every day. It was so real that it didn't seem like a dream, but it was completely different from the nightmare world described by Yang Dongqing. In my dream, there is everything except danger. I can get whatever I want. According to Yang Dongqing, if you want to enter the nightmare world, you can only rely on your own luck. If your luck is bad enough, you can dream of the nightmare world and then enter. But the problem is, as soon as I fall asleep, I will enter that omnipotent dream, which is equivalent to directly blocking the nightmare world. He thought for a moment, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. Sumu came to the dungeon again. When he saw Yang Dongqing, he was surprised to find that Yang Dongqing had actually gotten rid of hypnosis. Remember, only an hour has passed. Bastard! What did you just do to me? Yang Dongqing yelled in shock and anger. Obviously he was still frightened by the hypnosis he had just experienced. The feeling of becoming a completely different person is even more terrifying than losing your life. Sumu stared at him. Such high mental resistance. Are all extraordinary people like this? Or does Yang Dongqing's heart of iron have a certain resistance? Never mind, it doesn't matter. He also never intended to keep Yang Dongqing as a puppet. To him, there were few interesting people in this world, but it was this group of people who made the world colorful. He was tired of the feeling of controlling everything. It was the same as before when he failed to completely control Nanimo. Naturally, he would not completely control Yang Dongqing's thoughts now. However, although he was unwilling to control it, it did not mean that he would let Yang Dongqing go. The two people have become enemies, and letting the enemy go is a very stupid act. Sumu began to adopt another method: psychological suggestion. Compared to the coerciveness of hypnosis, psychological suggestion is undoubtedly covert and difficult to detect, and this method can ignore mental resistance. Simply put, Hypnosis is the forcible control of other people's minds, which will cause mental resistance. Psychological suggestion is a subtle brainwashing that distorts your thinking and makes you accept it naturally. It's like in the workplace, your boss assigns you a task outside of your job, and you resist. At this time, your boss has two ways to deal with you. One is to use his own power to pressure you, telling you to get out if you don't do it, and then make things difficult for you. The other way is to PUA you. There is no harm in learning more things. I am training you. Only after training can you play a greater role in a higher position. It is obvious which of the two methods causes a stronger rebellious psychology. So, Sumu now plans to PUA, no, psychologically hint to Yang Dongqing. He sat on a chair nearby, his hands folded as he leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane. He stared at Yang Dongqing calmly and said slowly, Yang Dongqing, you don't want anything to happen to Miss Jasmine, do you? Chapter 23 Happy Cooperation. Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. What do you want to do now? Bang bang bang, the chains wrapped around him trembled wildly. Nothing, just a small amount of compensation. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently. He suppressed the urge to curse and said through gritted teeth, what compensation? You arrested me and you're asking me for compensation? Sumu's face was filled with surprise. I invited Miss Jasmine to my house and treated her to red wine and steak, but you indiscriminately broke into her house and started a murderous spree. Tell me, should you compensate me? That's an invitation. You're clearly robbing me. I just made a phone call to invite Miss Jasmine over. So you also use threats, okay, don't worry about such boring details. Just tell me whether you want to compensate me or not. Pay. Yang Dongqing's face turned pale. Although he was a poor student, he also understood the principle of being at the mercy of others. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Since you are a poor guy, the only thing you can sell is your body, so, you work for me for 3 years, which will be considered as compensation. For Sumu, 3 years is enough. Now he can control Yang Dongqing, not to mention how much his mental power will increase in 3 years, provided that he can survive. Work for you? Yang Dongqing's expression eased slightly, which meant that he would not die for the time being and Jasmine would be fine too. He just wanted to pretend to agree and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Sumu seemed to see through his thoughts and said lightly, you should also be aware of my abilities. It is easy to deal with ordinary people like Jasmine. To be honest, I have planted an idea in her mind, a suicidal idea. As long as you harbor evil intentions, Jasmine will commit suicide for me. Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed, asshole. Don't hurt Jasmine, come at me if you dare. What a touching love. Sumu admired, in this case, you should consider Jasmine even more. She loves you so much that she even dared to betray me for you. Such a good girl, her life and death depends on your thoughts. As long as you agree to work for me for 3 years, after 3 years, I will set you free. Yang Dongqing's face was gloomy and uncertain. He was silent for a long time before finally saying, I promise you, but if you don't keep your promise or hurt Jasmine, I swear, even if it means my body being torn to pieces, I will make you pay the price. Sumu smiled slightly, it's a pleasure to work with you. At the same time, the pair of eyes hidden behind the brown glasses flashed with a subtle luster. The invisible spiritual power began to emit fluctuations. He was giving Yang Dongqing psychological hints to strengthen his thoughts. This time, Yang Dongqing had two choices. One was to believe that he would be free after 3 years and then cooperate sincerely. The other was to not believe it, pretend to cooperate, and wait for an opportunity to betray. The role of psychological suggestion is to strengthen the idea of sincere cooperation, making Yang Dongqing more inclined to the first option. Who do you want me to kill? Your rival? Don't be so violent. Who says gang leaders have to kill people? I'm still a peace-loving person, and killing isn't part of your job description. That doesn't sound like something coming from you. Your first task is to cooperate with me in entering the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing was shocked and remained speechless for a long time. Let's not talk about whether I can do it or not. Do you know what it means to enter the nightmare world? No need to waste time on nonsense. I have my own plans. If I'm not mistaken, your sudden palpitations during class earlier were a sign that you were sensing you were about to enter the nightmare world again? Yang Dongqing nodded silently, and after a long moment, he said, when the nightmare apostles are about to enter the nightmare world, they will sense it. Generally, they will enter the nightmare world 2 to 3 days after the sense is generated. Before, you said that entering the nightmare world is through sleeping and dreaming. What if you don't sleep? Staying awake can delay the passage of time, but who can stay awake forever? If you stay awake forever, you will die. Sumu did not comment on this. There are even extraordinary people in this world, so it is not surprising that some people do not sleep all the time. It's just that Yang Dongqing has just come into contact with the extraordinary, so the information he knows is naturally one-sided. When you enter the nightmare world, does your spirit enter while your body remains in reality? Or does both your spirit and body enter together? Yang Dongqing shook his head. I don't know either. I've only been to the nightmare world once. Besides, who can observe whether their body is lying in bed after falling asleep? The eyes behind the brown glasses moved slightly, and Sumu suddenly had an idea in his mind. He wondered, when he entered that dream where his mental power grew infinitely every day, was his body still lying in bed sleeping? It is also very simple to verify, just install a camera in the bedroom. However, now is not the time to verify, Yang Dongqing continued. I feel like the spirit and body must have entered together, because the nightmare world is completely a real world. It's like traveling through time. The injuries sustained there will be carried out after returning to reality. Just now you said that you would enter the nightmare world in 2 to 3 days. Today should be the 3rd day, right? Well, because I didn't sleep last night, otherwise, I might have entered last night. Why didn't you sleep last night? You. Yang Dongqing glared at him instantly. Why the hell am I not sleeping? Didn't you make me study math all night? A mysterious arc appeared at the corner of Sumu's mouth. Okay, don't worry about such boring details, just be ready to cooperate with me to enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. This is impossible. The nightmare world is entered randomly. As far as I know, no one can choose to enter it on their own. Sumu smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about this, I have my own plans. Night. In a luxurious room, more than a dozen men in black stood in a row under the leadership of Zhao Chaoyao. Chief, as you instructed, I have gathered all the elites of the Viper Gang. Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. Sumu looked carefully and found that these people were all strong and sturdy, with a hint of murderous aura on their faces. Their waists were bulging and they carried pistols with them. This time, a bald man with no eyebrows and lipstick marks on his face showed disdain and curled his lips. The nightmare world does not rely on numbers to survive. If you bring these rubbish in, it will only be a burden in the end. Oh, yes, the premise is that you really have a way to bring so many people in. Chapter 24 Nightmare World. The bald man who spoke was Yang Dongqing. Since the two reached an agreement, Sumu released him. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, Yang Dongqing did not make trouble, but worked honestly, waiting for 3 years to live together with Jasmine. As for the lip prints on his face, they were naturally Jasmine's. The boy wanted to see Jasmine as soon as he came out. The two of them were intimate for a while. He also learned from Jasmine that his younger brother had become a factory director, and Jasmine herself had been signed by a record company. This ending is a happy one for everyone. The younger brother becomes the factory director, Jasmine can pursue her dream, and Sumu also gains a superhuman bodyguard. The only one who suffers is Yang Dongqing, who has to work like a slave for 3 years. Sumu ignored him and said calmly, get ready for bed. Yang Dongqing walked straight towards the only bed in the room. Unexpectedly, Sumu stretched out his snakewood cane to stop him. Sleep on the ground. Yang Dongqing's face turned red with anger. Isn't there a bed here? Why do you insist on making me sleep on the floor? The bed is mine. Sumu retracted his serpentine wooden cane and glanced at him indifferently. In the end, Yang Dongqing could only lie on the floor cursing. This time, Sumu ordered Zhao Chaoyao and others, you go to sleep too. Bang bang bang, more than a dozen men in black plopped down on the ground and fell asleep, some even snoring. Yang Dongqing's eyebrows jumped when he saw this. Do these people have such good sleep quality? Sumu shook his head. It's just hypnosis, do you want to try it? Yang Dongqing suddenly remembered the bad memories from before, refused with a grim face, and then closed his eyes. About 10 minutes later, he slowly fell asleep. After doing math problems all night, he was already extremely tired. Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Sumu also started his own plan. He took out a dark gold pocket watch from his pocket, and the watch head slipped from his fingertips and began to move like a pendulum in the air. 1 2 3, the thump, Sumu fell on the soft bed. in the vast and misty heavenly palace, an immortal emperor stands proudly, surrounded by immortal energy, as if a 1,000-foot-long ray of light is bursting out from his body. His figure is tall and majestic, as tall as a peak, as if he can hold up the entire sky, and this immortal emperor is Sumu. That's right, he entered his own dream. Transforming into an immortal emperor is just basic exercise for him, a habit he has developed subconsciously. Sumu stood in the void, his gorgeous immortal robe fluttering in the wind. The robe was embroidered with stars in the sky, as if it contained the ultimate truth of the universe. He raised his hand slightly, and the immortal power flowing from his sleeves turned into a gorgeous light, illuminating the entire dream. Dreams have no walls, which means they have no boundaries. What he had to do now was to expand. Expand the dream infinitely until it connected to Yang Dongqing's dream in his imagination. Since he is the master of dreams, why can't he control his own dreams to connect with the dreams of others? With a flip of the hand, I can control the birth and death of the universe. It's just a matter of connecting to the dream world. It shouldn't be difficult to do. As time passed, Sumu slowly closed his eyes, pushing his perception to the extreme, and his dream expanded wildly like the Big Bang. Finally, he felt something different. It was a very strange feeling, as if the immortal emperor standing at the top of the world suddenly sensed the barrier of the world. After his perception penetrated the barrier, he saw the other world in the wilderness of the dream. There is only endless darkness, but at some point a dozen twinkling stars appear, mysterious and magnificent. Sumu could clearly sense that the dozen or so stars were not in his dream. Because he could perfectly control his own dreams, he was particularly sensitive to extra things. Is this their dream? Sumu opened his eyes. The immortal emperor's eyes were like the deep and boundless black hole of the universe, carrying the brilliance and dimness of thousands of stars, and the flow and change of years. When his eyes swept over, it was like a lightning bolt that split the darkness at the edge of the dream, and the dozen or so stars also completely appeared. Even the picture above is clearly visible. The images that appeared on the 12 stars were basically the same, all of them showing Sumu sitting on the throne, with a large group of people surrendering to him and shouting "Long live the leader." Obviously, this was the dream of Zhao Chaoyao and others. They were brainwashed every day, and even their dreams were about Suemu. In addition to these 12 stars, there is another star that looks like it is cast in steel and emits a metallic luster. The picture displayed on it is somewhat different. The picture is somewhat colorful. The male protagonist is Yang Dongqing and the female protagonist is Jasmine. They are in love with each other, and then Sumu appears and steals their love. Is this Yang Dongqing's dream? Sumu frowned slightly. It's really bloody. In Yang Dongqing's dream, Jasmine has been successfully taken away by Sumu, and the plot is getting more and more bloody. Jasmine, sorry, Holly, the love between three people is still too crowded. Yang Dongqing, no. Jasmine. Jasmine. How can I live without you? Sumu, he was speechless. Just when he was about to complain, his brows slightly frowned, his eyes like cold lightning, fixed on Yang Dongqing's dream. Suddenly, a strange blood color appeared in Yang Dongqing's dream. The bloody color was like old rust or dried blood, spreading silently in the dream, emitting a creepy atmosphere. It was like the devil's blood seeping out from the depths of hell, flowing thickly and slowly, each drop filled with endless pain and resentment. Yang Dongqing's dream was gradually covered with blood. At the same time, the dream star representing him began to shake violently, as if it was about to be pulled out of the world at any time. Is this the call of the nightmare world? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He no longer hesitated and immediately controlled his own dream to connect with Yang Dongqing's dream. The moment the two sides came into contact, his body shook violently, because the fairyland palace that was originally filled with fairy air was suddenly stained with a strange blood color. The blood color began to spread wildly like a virus. He tried to control the blood color, but found that he could not control it at all. Even though he was the supreme immortal emperor in his dream, facing the blood color, everything seemed like a mirage. All were illusory, and only the blood color was real. It feels like the supreme being in a novel, who can destroy the world with a wave of his hand, but is unable to crawl out of the novel and harm any plant or tree in reality. Chapter 25 Enter. Just as I expected, the nightmare world pulls people in through dreams. As long as I am connected with the nightmare apostle's dream, I will be pulled into it together. Sumu's eyes flickered, and he didn't know when. His eyes were covered with a strange blood color. In that case, I can use the same principle to bring that guy and the others in as well. Sumu controlled his own dream and connected it with the dreams of Zhao Chaoyao and others. When all the dreams were connected together, it seemed to provide a channel for the spread of blood. It spread infinitely and eventually dyed everyone's dreams bloody. The blood-red color was like a huge net, enveloping everyone's dreams and leaving them with nowhere to escape. It seemed that once they were trapped in it, they would be swallowed by endless fear and despair, and this is exactly what Sumu wants. He sat upright on the supreme throne, his dark golden star robe had been dyed blood-red. The blood raged wildly, gradually gathering into a sea of blood, drowning him bit by bit, abdomen, chest, neck. At this time, Sumu was surrounded by a sea of blood, with only a head left. A suppressed smile appeared on his pale face. It's really exciting. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea of blood completely swallowed him up. The pitch-black night enveloped Jiaojia village. The entire village was extremely desolate, with no lights in any houses. Only in a two-story house was there flickering candlelight, which was particularly eye-catching in the darkness. Under the cover of night, this two-story house seemed to be covered by a thick layer of darkness. The mottled walls were covered with strange vines, and the rusty iron door made a creepy creaking sound in the breeze, like a painful groan. In a private house, 4 men and 1 woman were sitting around a candle anxiously. From time to time, they turned back to look at the darkness that the candlelight could not cover, as if some terrible monster would appear in it at any time. It's getting dark. Let's go out and look for food and candles as planned. A man with a crew cut, about 20 years old, said in a deep voice. Although his face looked solemn, he did not have the panic and fear of the others. Brother Yi, do you really want to go out? What if there is a nightmare monster outside? A slightly trembling voice came from the mouth of a middle-aged man. He was wearing a faded worksuit and a pair of badly worn rubber shoes. His skin was dark and his figure was slightly hunched, which were the marks left by long-term heavy physical labor. The crew-haired man surnamed Ji gave him a cold look. What are we going to do if we don't leave? Are we just going to die? We've already been here for 3 days and haven't eaten a single bite. If this continues, we'll starve to death without those nightmare monsters even having to do anything. Besides, we're almost out of candles. Don't you need to tell me what the consequences will be once we run out of candles? The middle-aged man shrank his neck in fear and didn't dare to say anything else. The others were even more silent. At this time, the man surnamed Ji stood up and said, "Everyone, split up and go to the village to look for food. It's night time now, so those humanoid monsters won't appear. Just be careful of the shadows. Also, bring back all the food you find. I'll distribute it all. If anyone dares to hide it, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he took the lead and prepared to leave, and the only woman among them hurriedly grabbed the hand of the man named Yi, with a pitiful look of pleading on her pretty face. Brother Yi, I'm scared. Can I go with you? The woman was wearing a thin silk pajamas, which vaguely outlined her graceful curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a touch of fair skin and sexy collarbone. The slender shoulder straps were lightly hung on her round shoulders, as if they would slip off at any time. The other people swallowed their saliva secretly when seeing her pitiful look, and their desire to protect her was overflowing. However, the man surnamed Yi remained expressionless and coldly refused. I told you, split up. The more people we have, the easier it is to attract the shadow's attention. The woman still refused to give in, biting her delicate lips tightly and begging, "Please, Brother Yi, you are the only extraordinary person in the team, only you can protect me, just take me with you, I can do anything." The man surnamed Ji sneered, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, and he mercilessly shook off the woman's hand. "Since you know that I am a transcendent, you should also understand that there are a lot of people like you around me. If it were in the real world, it would be nothing, but this is a nightmare world. I can't even protect myself, how can I protect you? You can do anything, right? Then go and kill the shadow hiding in the darkness. As long as you do that, I'll protect you 24 hours a day." The woman's face turned pale instantly, as if all her strength had been drained away. The man named Ji gave her a cold look, then picked up the lantern, turned around and left, his figure disappearing into the darkness. The desperate woman could only cast helpless eyes on other people. However, no one responded. The others weren't fools either. No one wanted to carry a burden with them. They all left one after another, lanterns in hand. Only the middle-aged man hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "You, come with me. I'll be able to look after you." A hint of joy appeared on the woman's face, and she nodded in agreement quickly. her white and slender arms tightly wrapped around the middle-aged man's arms. The two of them picked up the lanterns and left the house. The two of them walked cautiously in the dark, the white paper lanterns in their hands emitting faint candlelight. The man and woman's bodies were pressed so tightly together that they could even clearly hear each other's heartbeats. After an unknown amount of time, a woman's voice was heard in the darkness. "Uncle Li, do you think we can get back alive?" Li Chang's body was a little stiff, but he still managed to comfort her. "Miss Wang, just call me Lily, Uncle Li. You're a good person. You're different from them. Lily, we will definitely be able to go back alive." Li Chang felt warm in his heart, and at the same time, the arm wrapped around his arm tightened a little. The soft touch slightly dispelled the fear in my heart, but, at this moment, snap, in the village, in an alley beside the two of them, the sound of branches breaking suddenly rang out. It was as if someone had stepped on a dry branch on the ground and broken it. The two men's expressions changed instantly. They turned around abruptly and raised the lanterns in their hands to shine towards the alley. It was pitch black inside, like a huge mouth of the abyss, silently swallowing everything. Who's there?" Li Chang asked in horror. "Is it Brother Yi? Or Wang Tao?" In the dim candlelight, there seemed to be a figure standing quietly in the dark alley, without any movement. The figure was tall and thin. Li Chang bravely raised the lantern, trying to see the man's face clearly. At this moment, the figure moved. It seemed as if he took a step forward and stepped into the candlelight range. Countless darkness retreated from the man's face like tiny woodlice, revealing a pale face. He had delicate and handsome features, wore high-end brown glasses, and had a polite yet elegant smile on his face. His pale skin even shone in the candlelight. Chapter 26. Do I look like a monster? Ah! Lily was the first to burst into a loud scream, because this face was not anyone in their team. But Li Chang was instantly overwhelmed by fear, his mind a mess. Why? Didn't Brother Yi say that humanoid monsters only appear during the day? Before he could react, he suddenly felt a pair of soft hands pushing him hard. Caught off guard, Li Chang fell to the ground. The owner of those hands ran away like a madman. Lily knew very well that with her physical strength she could not outrun the humanoid monster, nor could she outrun Li Chang beside her. If she wanted to survive and not be eaten, she could only let Li Chang delay time. Snap! The white paper lantern in Li Chang's hand also fell to the ground, and this fall scared him so much that he almost fainted, because the white paper lantern rolled to the feet of the pale white face under the action of inertia, illuminating the scenery behind him. People. So many people, behind the pale white face, there were rows of people in black. They stood motionless like zombies, filling the dark alley. Ah! Ah! Monster! Don't eat me! Li Chang's fragile heart suffered a strong shock. He collapsed and got up from the ground, then fell down, got up again, and ran away in a rolling and crawling manner. Sumu pushed his brown glasses helplessly. He didn't expect that he had just arrived in the nightmare world and hadn't seen the nightmare monster yet, but was mistaken for a monster by others. After he was completely swallowed by the sea of blood in his dream, he came to this village. There was not even a light in this broken village. The most important thing was that all the lighting tools on his body had malfunctioned. To be precise, they were not malfunctioning, they could still work, but the light they emitted could not dispel the darkness of this world. Sumu turned around and asked his younger brothers, "Do I look like a monster?" Zhao Chaoyao stared at Li Chang's back with murderous eyes. How dare he insult the leader? "I'm going to kill him." Yang Dongqing said thoughtfully, "It seems that this person should also be a nightmare apostle. He should have entered before us. Maybe he knows some information about this nightmare." Sumu waved his hand. "Catch him." "Yes, chief." Two strong men in black rushed out like cheetahs and rushed straight towards Li Chang. A few seconds later, the panicked Li Chang was dragged back by two strong men in black like a dead dog. "No! Don't eat me! Please don't eat me!" Li Chang didn't dare to open his eyes at all, and struggled and shouted there. After struggling for a while, he found that no one was attacking him. He was stunned. He opened his eyes carefully and saw the pale and handsome face from before it. The owner of that face was smiling, a very gentle smile without any aggression. "Sir, are you also a nightmare apostle?" Sumu asked politely. Li Chang nodded subconsciously, and suddenly realized something. "You too?" "Yes, we are just like you. We are people who have strayed into the nightmare world. We are not monsters." "Really?" Li Chang looked at the crowd of black-clad men in front of him with some doubt. But why are there so many of you? And you're wearing the same clothes. Could it be that you can come as a group? A vein suddenly popped up on Zhao Chaoyao's face. He grabbed Li Chang by the collar and said fiercely, "You're still forming a tour group? You think you're here for a trip? Just answer our leader's questions honestly. Do you understand? Hey, I've told you so many times, don't be so violent, be polite." "Yes, Chief." Zhao Chaoyao loosened Li Chang's collar and stepped back behind Su Imyu. Sumu looked at the frightened Li Chang with a smile on his face, and even helped him straighten his wrinkled collar. "Don't be nervous, after all, we are not bad people. By the way, do you know your name?" Li Chang. Li Chang said tremblingly. For some reason, he became even more scared. "Alright, Mr. Li Chang, we're both nightmare apostles, trapped in this terrifying dream. Shouldn't we help each other? After all, individual strength is limited. Only by uniting as one can we overcome this difficult time together. Isn't that right?" The eyes behind the brown glasses emitted an imperceptible light. Under the gaze of these eyes, Li Chang's frightened heart gradually calmed down. "You're right, we should help each other," Li Chang said seriously. "Mr. Li Chang is such a nice person. Please tell me the information you already know." When the two were interacting in a friendly manner, Yang Dongqing, who was standing by, saw this scene and felt a chill in his heart. No matter how many times he saw this method of controlling people's hearts, he would feel deep fear and dread. As Li Chang told Sumu everything he knew, he finally understood the current nightmare. Li Chang's group consisted of 10 people, 5 of whom had died, leaving 4 men and 1 woman. They all entered the nightmare world 3 days ago. Unlike himself and others who entered together, these people entered individually. Among the remaining people, only a young man named Yi Fanyu is a transcendent. This is his 3rd time entering the nightmare world. The rest are ordinary people entering for the first time. As soon as they came in, they came to a village called Jiajia Village. At night, the village was empty, but there was a monster called Black Shadow hiding in the darkness. It stretched out its hands to people and pulled them into the darkness. It was said that anyone who was pulled in would surely die. It is even more dangerous during the day. The disappeared villagers will appear during the day. To be precise, they are not villagers at all, but monsters in human skin. They are extremely powerful and difficult to kill. They will actively attack humans. Once caught, they will brutally kill and eat humans. There are over 100 of these monsters, and it is impossible to deal with them head-on. They can only hide in houses. Villagers seem to have a natural fear of houses. As long as the doors and windows are closed, they cannot break in. However, these monsters can charm people and will try their best to trick people out of the room. After listening to Li Chang's description, Sumu's smile widened. "I'm a little bit looking forward to it." Chapter 27 Misunderstanding. It seems that entering the nightmare world late is beneficial. At least some good people have used their lives to help you obtain a lot of crucial information. For example, villagers cannot break into houses by force, and dark shadows like to appear in crowded places. This kind of information may seem like just one sentence, but if you want to know it, you can only risk human lives. Although the lives of the Viper Gang's minions are not at stake, recruiting and hypnotizing a new group of minions is also very time-consuming. "Mr. Li Chang, please take us to reunite with everyone next," Sumu said with a smile. Li Chang nodded numbly. "Okay." In a 2-story house. Yi Fanyu and others came back one after another. The 3 of them looked at each other with ugly expressions. "Zhao Gang, Wang Tao, you 2 didn't find any food either?" Yi Fanyu asked. The 2 shook their heads and said, "I went to look in the fields, but there are no crops at all. I searched the village's trash cans and there was no food." Yi Fanyu's expression became increasingly ugly, but he did not easily believe what the 2 said. He first looked at them carefully, and then reached out and touched their shriveled stomachs. "You 2, open your mouths." The 2 were very afraid of Yi Fanyu, and obeyed his words. Yi Fanyu checked and found no food residue. He even smelled it and found no aroma of food, only the stench of not brushing teeth for 3 days. "It seems we can only place our hopes on Li Chang and Wang Li." The 3 of them each held a lantern and sat in a corner of the room, a long distance apart from each other. Not long after, hurried footsteps were heard outside the house. Open the door quickly. The loud banging on the door and Wang Li's frightened cry for help were particularly harsh in the silent night. The three people's faces changed, and they all stood up. Yi Fanyu rushed to the door first, but he did not open the door immediately. Instead, he asked, "What happened?" Li Chang. Li Chang encountered a humanoid monster. Please open the door quickly. Wang Li's once sweet voice had already been distorted at this moment, and the fear that had been squeezed for 3 days burst out at this moment. Yi Fanyu's expression suddenly changed. Impossible. Humanoid monsters only appear during the day. It's night now, how could they come out? In order to confirm the time, he even walked to the window and looked out. It was pitch black outside, with only the cold moonlight hanging down from the sky, shining on the surrounding branches, casting strange and twisted shadows on the ground, exuding a suffocating and gloomy atmosphere. I don't know either, but they just appeared. There were not just one, but many monsters, and they filled the alley. Wang Li screamed in horror, crying. Yi Fanyu didn't reply, but instead pressed against the window, carefully observing the door. After confirming that Wang Li was the only one at the door, he replied, "Since there are so many nightmare monsters, how did you come back alive? Where is Li Chang?" Wang Li paused in her sobs. Li Chang, he stayed behind alone to save me. Woo. Bang, the door of the house was opened, and the faint candlelight from inside shone on Wang Li's delicate body, casting a halo on her outline. Her white silk nightgown was covered in mud, and her long legs exposed had several scratches. One of the plush slippers on her feet was lost, and her smooth little feet were stained with mud, and even the spaces between her toes were filled with black substance. She rushed into the room until her whole body was enveloped by candlelight, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Bang, without even a second of hesitation, Yi Fanyu closed the door. Afterwards, Yi Fanyu didn't give Wang Li a chance to breathe. He grabbed her hand and said in a hurried tone, "Tell me, what's going on?" He was indeed very anxious now, because Wang Li's words meant that the activity pattern of the nightmare monsters observed in the past 3 days was wrong, or had changed, which concerned everyone's life. I don't know. I'm very scared. Li Chang and I were looking for food. We passed by an alley and suddenly heard a sound. Li Chang thought it was you, so he took a lantern to look for it. The result. Wang Li's breathing became more rapid, and her pupils contracted unconsciously, as if she thought of something terrible. What happened in the end? Just tell me. Veins popped up on Yi Fanyu's face and he wanted to slap her. People. Full of people. The alley was filled with rows and rows of men in black. They weren't moving, like zombies. The one leading the group was incredibly pale, devoid of any color, and he seemed to be wearing brown glasses. Brown glasses? Yes, it was the man with the brown glasses, and he was smiling the whole time. He just looked at us quietly and kept smiling. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill running down their spines. They unconsciously recalled the scene in their minds, a pitch-black night, holding a white lantern and shining it into the alley. Under the candlelight, rows of zombie-like men in black came into view, their pale faces staring straight at them, smiling. Bang bang bang, a series of crisp knocks on the door woke everyone up. Open the door quickly, I'm Li Chang. Li Chang's voice came from outside the door. Swish. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant, and Wang Li was so scared that she hugged Yi Fanyu, as if seeking comfort. Fuck you, get out. Don't get close to me. Yi Fanyu pushed Wang Li away, his face gloomy. Open the door, I see light inside. Li Chang kept urging. Zhao Gang swallowed nervously. Didn't Wang Li say Li Chang was dead? Then who's that outside the door? There was a dead silence in the room, and no one answered the question. It's possible that the villagers have changed. Don't forget that they have the ability to change their appearance and charm people. Wang Tao said cautiously. Shut up. Don't make any sound, I'll go take a look. Yi Fanyu growled, and quietly approached the window. When he took a look, he was immediately frightened. It was because the scene outside was exactly the same as what Wang Li described. At the door, Li Chang was knocking, and behind him stood rows of men in black. Those people had expressionless faces and stood like sculptures, while the man in the lead was wearing brown glasses and holding a snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. Suddenly, the man with brown glasses seemed to notice something and turned his head slightly to look over. When their eyes met, the man with brown glasses smiled politely. Tong. Yi Fanyu felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly moved away from the window, sticking close to the wall to avoid that gaze. Damn it! How come so many nightmare monsters suddenly appeared? Chapter 28. Who do you think you are? Everyone, immediately disperse and hide in the corners. Cover your ears. No matter what the people outside say, do not open the door. Without Yi Fanyu's instructions, the others had already found their own positions, squatting in the corner with their hands on their heads, shivering. During these 3 days, they have experienced many such incidents. Basically, as long as it is daytime, they will be besieged by a swarm of villagers. Those villagers change in various ways and can even turn into your relatives to lure you to open the door. So the best solution is to not look, not listen, and not respond. Outside the door. Li Chang knocked on the door for a long time, but no one responded. Strange, what's wrong with them? Why don't they open the door? There's clearly someone inside. It must be a misunderstanding. Sumu roughly guessed what the people inside were thinking. He looked back at the rows of zombies behind him. Indeed, in the nightmare world, after being chased by humanoid monsters for 3 days, it was understandable that he was afraid when he suddenly saw a group of men in black like this. Especially these men in black were all hypnotized, with only one thought in their minds, that is, for their leader. These people did not know what fear was at all, so the style of the painting seemed a bit out of place. Chief, let me break the door open. Zhao Chaoyao volunteered. Go. Sumu nodded. At this time, Yang Dongqing stood up. No, I'm here to communicate with them. Banging on the door rashly will easily cause misunderstandings. As he spoke, Yang Dongqing walked to the door and said loudly, Don't misunderstand me. We are not nightmare monsters, but nightmare apostles like you. We just entered 3 days later. I am a transcendent. Please open the door and discuss how to cooperate to overcome this nightmare. Silence, dead silence, no one responded in the room. Yang Dongqing, bang, he kicked the door open, and the dilapidated iron door slammed heavily to the ground, making a harsh metallic sound. The moment the door opened, Yang Dongqing was greeted by a flame like a bullet. The flaming bullet streaked across the sky, burning and distorting the air wherever it passed, leaving a long, blazing trail in the dark night sky. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed. He had no time to dodge and could only reach out to take it. A hint of steel appeared on his palm. Boom, a violent flame exploded, and in the flames, Yang Dongqing seemed to be hit head-on by a cannonball, flying backwards violently, and his palm became charred black. Yi Fanyu's surprised voice came from the room, Ironheart. Are you really a transcendent? At this moment, he was making a gun shape with one hand, with his index finger and thumb raised and the other 3 fingers tucked in, much like a child imitating a gun with his hand, making a beeping sound, but the tip of his index finger was burning with a blazing flame, appearing unusually bright in the dim room. Fuck! Yang Dongqing got up from the ground in a panic and said angrily, Didn't I just say that we are not nightmare monsters? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. A look of surprise appeared on Yi Fanyu's face, but his right hand still maintained the posture of a pistol, and the flame at his fingertips did not dissipate. You don't know, there are many monsters in human skin in this nightmare. They will try every means to trick us into opening the door, so I dare not believe it. However, the ability you just displayed was indeed heart of iron, and those monsters couldn't break through the doors and windows. My reaction before was completely knee-jerk, but now I can confirm that you are a transcendent, not a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing brushed off the dust on his body and his expression eased slightly. Then, Yi Fanyu's eyes swept over Sumu and the others, his expression alert. Although I am sure you are not a nightmare monster, what's going on with them? Why are they wearing the same clothes? Sumu leaned on his snakewood cane, took a step forward, and said with a smile, Why? Does the nightmare apostle have any requirements for clothing? It's not that there are dress requirements, but all nightmare apostles enter individually, and the nightmares they go to are random each time. You can obviously be members of an organization. When did nightmare apostles become able to form a team? Don't tell me that you formed a temporary organization after entering and even prepared costumes in advance. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. otherwise I can only suspect that you are not human beings at all, but nightmare monsters. Yi Fanyu held his right hand with his left hand and aimed at Sumu and others. If it weren't for the flame between his index finger, the scene would have been very funny. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and had a guess in his mind. It seemed that when the nightmare apostle entered the nightmare world, it was just like the matching in the game. Every time he met different teammates, and he could only play alone and could not enter in a team. It is precisely because of this that Yi Fanyu became alert. How should I deceive him? Sumu certainly couldn't say that he had brought everyone into the same nightmare through dreams. Of course, even if he said it, the other party probably wouldn't believe it. Then, Sumu pushed his brown glasses and a faint smile appeared on his lips. It's a very reasonable question, but I can't help but ask, Mr. Yi, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me explaining it to you? Snap. Snap, the sound of countless pistols being loaded rang out. More than a dozen black pistols were pointed at Yi Fanyu. Swish! Cold sweat broke out on Yi Fanyu's face, and the flame on his index finger almost went out. The stiff feeling of being pointed at by a gun surged throughout his body. It is true that he is a superhuman, but he does not have a body of steel. Being pointed at by more than a dozen guns at such a close distance, he will surely die, especially after he saw the eyes of those gunmen. He felt even more frightened. The rows of men in black stood straight like sculptures, all with expressionless faces and cold eyes. Their muscles were tense, ready to pull the trigger at any time. The faint moonlight cast shadows on their faces, making their expressions look even colder and more terrifying. Chapter 29 Bronze Law, Five-Finger Flame Bomb. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with my explanation? Sumu's gentle voice sounded. Yi Fanyu's whole body was stiff, not daring to move. Sumu smiled. The reason why he acted this way was that he was sure that Yi Fanyu could not withstand the bullets. He had already learned from Li Chang about the strength of those humanoid monsters and Yi Fanyu's performance when hunting humanoid monsters. The strength of those humanoid monsters is several times that of ordinary people, and their recovery ability is extremely strong. It is difficult for them to die even if their heads are blown off. They can naturally crush ordinary people with this level of strength, but if they face Yang Dongqing in a one-on-one duel, Yang Dongqing will definitely win. It's a pity that humanoid monsters rarely act alone, and they often go out in hundreds. During these 3 days, Yi Fanyu also fought with the humanoid monsters several times. He often only dared to fire from a distance, shooting out flaming bullets with his fingertips. He did not dare to let the humanoid monsters get close to him. Once they got close, he would turn around and run away. It can be said that they spent most of the time hiding in the house during these 3 days. From this, it can be seen that Yi Fanyu's extraordinary power should be related to fire, and he does not have Yang Dongqing's defense that ignores bullets. The tense stalemate lasted for a moment, and Yi Fanyu suddenly put away the flames on his fingertips and said with a forced smile, I am a bit abrupt. Those humanoid monsters don't have pistols, sir, please don't mind me. I don't mean anything else. I'm just too straightforward and not good at speaking. The main reason is that I have been too depressed in the nightmare world these days and my spirit is a little tense. Now think about it carefully. If you were a nightmare monster, you would have killed us all the moment you opened the door. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably a transcendent, and your transcendental powers are probably related to puppets. These people are probably puppets you control, so they were able to enter the nightmare world together. Sumu smiled slightly, without making any movement. He just gracefully tapped the ground with the cane in his hand. A dozen men in black put away their pistols in unison and continued to stand there like statues. This is the importance of strength. When you have strength, all unreasonable things will be reasonably explained, and extraordinary people will argue for you. This is the case now. You don't even need to make up a reason because they have already been found for you. Sumu walked over and gently patted Yi Fanyu's stiff shoulder, smiling gently. I didn't expect you to see this. It seems that Mr. Yi has an extraordinary eye. Yi Fanyu laughed dryly a few times, and glanced at Sumu's hand on his shoulder from the corner of his eye from time to time, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack him. What's your name? My humble name is Sumu. It's an honor to share this nightmare with Mr. Yi. Yi Fanyu said anxiously, you are too polite. It is my honor. With the participation of 2 extraordinary people, the chances of successfully surviving this nightmare have increased dramatically. Wang Li and others on the side looked at the scene with strange expressions. They had been with Yi Fanyu for 3 days and knew very well what kind of person he was, arrogant, selfish, and ruthless. However, these distinctive characteristics all turned into docility, humility, and politeness when they met someone stronger than him. Afterwards, everyone started to exchange pleasantries and introduce each other. Both the host and the guests were having a great time and the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, there are two people who do not get along well, namely Li Chang and Wang Li. This honest middle-aged man looked at Wang Li repeatedly, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Wang Li's heart tightened when she saw this. She had already made up her mind that if Li Chang dared to report what she had just done, she would immediately turn the tables on him. However, Li Chang said nothing in the end, as if nothing had happened. After a brief greeting, Yifan said, "Mr. Su and Mr. Yang entered 3 days late, so they probably don't understand much about this nightmare. Why don't I explain it to them?" Sumu shook his head. "No need, I have already heard some information from Mr. Li Chang. I wonder what Mr. Ye's next plan is." Yifan Yu quickly replied, "I had originally planned to find a house to guard and wait for the nightmare to naturally wake up and return to reality. After all, most nightmare apostles do this. But now that you two extraordinary people have joined us, we can change our previous strategy. We can try to explore and maybe we can break this nightmare." Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He had already learned some common sense about the nightmare world from Yang Dongqing. The nightmare world is called a nightmare, so naturally one can wake up normally. Most nightmare apostles would choose this way, finding a safe place and then staying there. They would usually wake up from the nightmare in about 7 days and return to reality, provided they did not die within 7 days, but this method cannot be used all the time. It is said that as the number of times you enter the nightmare world increases, the time it takes to wake up will also become longer. It may be 7 days, 10 days, a month, or even half a year. Maybe in the end, you will never wake up again. Unless you break the nightmare, you will stay in the nightmare world forever. Therefore, if you encounter a simple nightmare, it is best to break it if possible. At this time, Yifan Yu said again, "If you are lucky, you may be able to find 1 or 2 treasures." The eyes behind the brown glasses glanced at Yang Dongqing vaguely and found that the other party was also slightly confused, obviously not knowing what the treasure was, so Sumu followed up and said, "Yes, the treasure is a good thing. I was lucky enough to own one, but unfortunately I lost it for some reason." As he spoke, a look of regret appeared on Sumu's face. "That's such a pity." Yifan Yu said with regret, "Even the lowest level bronze first grade treasure can be sold for at least 5 million on the black market of extraordinary people, but generally no one will sell it. The treasure has extraordinary power and can significantly improve the combat power of extraordinary people. If they are not really short of money, who would be willing to sell it? If I had a defensive noble phantasm, even if it was only bronze rank 1, with my bronze law, 5-finger flame bullet, I wouldn't be trapped in the house by nightmare monsters all day long." He spoke of his ability without hiding anything, mainly because he felt there was no need to hide it. Although 5-finger flame bomb was not as common as Heart of Iron, it was not a rare ability either, and it had been used once before. Any extraordinary person with a little knowledge could basically guess it. "By the way, Mr. Su, what level of treasure did you lose?" "Oh, these are all sad things, let's not talk about them." Sumu looked a little sad, as if he didn't want to mention them anymore. Why Yifan Yu couldn't possibly have such a low EQ that he had to ask, "That's right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's think about how to overcome the difficulties we are facing. Mr. Su, in my opinion, we can't stay in this 2-story house because the door is damaged. The houses in the village are ordinary civilian buildings and can be easily destroyed, but they can withstand the extremely powerful humanoid monsters. It is strange. The most urgent thing is to find a house big enough to accommodate everyone, as well as food and candles before dawn and before the humanoid monsters appear." Chapter 30, One person's footsteps are missing. Sumu frowned slightly. A house to accommodate everyone? Wouldn't a crowd attract shadows? Indeed, a crowd will increase the probability of attracting the shadow, but it's not impossible for a person to be found by the shadow if they are alone. The shadow is impossible to kill. There are only 2 ways to stop it. The first is a candle. As long as you place yourself in the light, the shadow will be unable to attack. As for the second method, Yifan Yu suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "Sacrifice others." The shadow has a characteristic. Once it sets its sights on someone, it will follow them forever. This will cause the candles to burn even more intensely, as the shadow consumes the light. At this point, the only way to stop following someone is to let the shadow capture them. Sumu immediately understood why Yi Fanyu had been bringing these ordinary people with him. It turned out that they were acting as shields. If he was alone, once he was targeted by the Black Shadow, he would have no choice but to wait for death. The candle will eventually run out. He also knew the reason why Yi Fanyu told him this news, because he also brought many ordinary people with him, and because Yi Fanyu regarded him as a superhuman. They planned to join forces to fight against the nightmare monster. The role of ordinary people here is to act as consumables. I see. Then let's do as you say. Sumu nodded in agreement. The two of them decided on the next arrangements in a few words. No one asked for other people's opinions. Ordinary people have no say in front of extraordinary people. The group quickly set out and walked into the darkness outside one after another. The darkness surged like a tide, covering everyone's figures. Only the white paper lanterns in their hands emitted a faint candlelight. Everyone walked slowly and carefully. In the darkness, there were only the sounds of dense footsteps and some nervous breathing. Before they had gone far, Sumu and the team suddenly stopped. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing noticed Sumu's abnormality and stopped immediately. Mr. Su? What's wrong? Yi Fanyu asked in a low voice. No. Sumu replied calmly. His mental strength, which was far beyond that of ordinary people, made him feel something strange. Yi Fanyu felt inexplicably uneasy. What's wrong? The footsteps sound wrong. Footsteps? Yes, there is one person's footsteps missing. An interested smile appeared on Sumu's pale face, which seemed a bit weird against the backdrop of darkness. What? Everyone was shocked. He turned around, narrowed his eyes, and carefully counted the number of people. The men in black stood like sculptures. Hey, how many people did you bring this time? Zhao Chao's expression tightened, and he quickly said, Chief, we brought 13 people in total. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone obviously realized something and looked towards the group of men in black at the end of the team. Yi Fanyu even began to count them in a serious tone. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. There are only 12 people left. Dark shadow. It's a dark shadow. His face suddenly changed. Damn it! Quickly disperse. The more people gather, the more attention will attract to the dark shadow. Li Chang and the others who had followed Yi Fanyu before quickly dispersed as if it was a conditioned reflex. Everyone kept a distance of more than 2 meters and looked terrified. In contrast to their panic, Sumu and his group did not move at all and remained standing where they were. Only Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and distanced himself from the crowd. Mr. Su, please disperse quickly. The black shadow will be silent for a short time after killing someone. Don't gather together at this time. The black shadow will retreat after a while. Once gathered, it may appear again. Hold on to the lantern and don't leave the range covered by the candlelight. Yi Fanyu said anxiously. Due to the limited number of lanterns, there were not enough to share among everyone. Except for Yi Fanyu and his friends who each got one. When it came to Sumu, only Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and Sumu himself each got one. Mr. Yi, the black shadow will only pull one person at a time? Sumu asked calmly, his eyes covered by the pair of brown glasses, making it impossible to see his expression. That's right, the black shadow pulls in one person at a time. Mr. Su, the black shadow is hiding in the darkness around us, quickly disperse. Although Yi Fanyu didn't like Sumu, at least he didn't want the other party to die at this time. Sumu smiled, it's okay, I just happen to have a lot of people. As he spoke, he instructed a man in black at the end of the team, leave the range of the candlelight and stand in the dark. Yes, Chief. The man did not hesitate at all, and walked straight out of the candlelight range and into the bottomless darkness. He stood quietly in the darkness, his entire figure becoming blurred, leaving only the outline of a human figure. Yi Fanyu and the others were horrified. None of them had expected that Sumu would be so cruel and directly let his younger brother go to die. The most important thing was that his younger brother did not hesitate. Wang Li, who had originally failed to cling to Yi Fanyu, was planning to throw herself into Sumu's arms. But now, seeing this scene, she felt disappointed and gave up the idea. This man is even more ruthless than Yi Fanyu. Even though he looks polite and gentle, he is extremely cold-blooded at heart. Under Sumu's gaze, a shadow suddenly surged behind the younger brother standing in the dark. It was a shadow darker than the night. It kept twisting and stretching, gradually bulging, and actually grew into a human shape. The figure was extremely thin but very tall, like a 2-meter-tall giant with only bones left. However, his arms were so long that they almost reached the ground the moment the black shadow took shape. A pair of scarlet eyes opened in its head, cold and indifferent, without any human emotion. Ye Fanyu and the others all showed fear on their faces, subconsciously stepped back, and held their breath. Sumu looked at the black shadow with interest, wanting to see the other party's next move. Soon, the black shadow moved, and a black hand slowly stretched out from the shadow. It was slender and dry, like a deformed branch, with 5 long nails at the tip of the fingertips. The terrifying black hand slowly reached out to the younger brother. For some reason, Sumu saw a hint of strange elegance in it, like a gentleman at a grand party extending his hand to a beautiful lady and inviting her to dance a waltz. Attack! Sumu gave the order, without any hesitation. The younger brother pulled out a pistol from his waist and shot wildly at the twisted figure in the darkness. Bang bang bang, fires flew everywhere. The black shadow that was hit trembled like water waves, but quickly calmed down in the next second and was unharmed. Sumu's eyes flashed, and he took off his brown glasses without knowing when. His deep eyes emitted a faint light in the darkness, and his invisible mental power surged out, covering the black shadow. He planned to try and see if he could hypnotize the shadow, but the result disappointed him. The mental power surged into the black shadow's body, like entering a quagmire, without causing any ripples at all. Chapter 31 Nightmare Monster. Is it really not possible? At this moment, the slender, dry black hand moved. It grabbed the younger brother's hand, then pulled it hard and pulled the younger brother into the darkness. The younger brother struggled violently, but it was all in vain. The darkness around him drowned him like a tide, and the dark shadow dragged him, with slow but firm steps, moving step by step towards deeper darkness. As the distance increased, the younger brother's figure gradually became blurred, and the faint sound of his struggle was ruthlessly swallowed by the darkness, until finally, he and the shadow disappeared into the boundless and hopeless darkness, as if they had never existed, leaving only deathly silence and fear. Such a horrifying scene had a great impact on everyone's mind. Even Yi Fanyu and others who had seen the black shadow could not suppress the fear in their hearts. To them, the black shadow is an almost unsolvable existence, seemingly immune to any attack and even more terrifying than the extremely powerful humanoid monsters. At least they can fight against the humanoid monsters and hide in the house, but once caught by the black shadow, no matter who they are, they will be dragged into the darkness. Its appearance means death, and no one can escape. Let's go. Sumu's calm voice broke the fear in the scene. He walked towards the darkness ahead with elegant steps, leaning on his serpentine wooden cane, as if nothing had happened. Behind him, 11 expressionless men in black followed closely. He had a general understanding of the black shadow, and next he was waiting to meet the villagers of Zhaojia village. In the endless darkness, a group of people held their breath and moved forward. The sound of their heartbeats and heavy breathing intertwined into a terrifying melody. Every step was filled with fear of the unknown, and every breath seemed to be swallowed by silence. Their figures were looming in the darkness, and the weak candlelight could only illuminate a very small area under their feet. Everyone kept a certain distance and did not dare to get close to each other, because they knew very well that the figures in the darkness were staring at them hungrily. The darkness is like a thick curtain, hiding everything tightly, and the fear of death follows like a shadow. On both sides were houses shrouded in darkness, but most of them were one-story and were directly abandoned by Yi Fanyu. Now that there were so many more people, one-story houses were not enough to live in, and it was impossible for everyone to keep a distance. It would be best to find a 2-story or 3-story house. As they continued to move forward, the darkness around them began to thin out, and a white edge of light appeared on the distant horizon. The sky was about to brighten. Yi Fanyu and others were suddenly shocked. "Oh no, it's almost dawn, Mr. Su, we have to speed up. Once it's completely light, the villagers will show up." Sumu looked at the distant horizon and frowned slightly. The time is wrong. He took out a dark gold pocket watch from his pocket. With a crisp sound, the pocket watch was opened, and the time displayed on it was 3 o'clock. The dark golden pocket watch sparkled in the candlelight. Yi Fanyu and others subconsciously looked at it and saw a mysterious Ouroboros engraved on it. Time is like this in dreams, it's unpredictable. There's no point looking at a watch. Let's run quickly. Yi Fanyu's tone became more and more anxious. It was obvious that the villagers had left a deep impression on him. Sumu calmly put away his pocket watch and signaled to Zhao Chaoya with his eyes. Zhao Chaotiao immediately understood and quickly untied the backpack behind him and took out a small and light folding stretcher from it. After the stretcher was opened, Sumu sat on it under the gaze of everyone and was lifted up by two men in black.
Excuse me everyone, I don't like running. Let's go.
Yi Fanyu and the others were so shocked that their eyebrows twitched.
Who was this person?
Still putting on airs at this time, in fact, Sumu was not showing off, but he really couldn't run. If he really ran, he would die first without the villagers chasing him. Everyone started running wildly, while Sumu sat quietly on the stretcher and admired the scenery. It was too dark before and he couldn't see the village scenery clearly, but now he could see it more clearly. Uzhaojia village is very desolate, like a corner forgotten by time. There are many adobe houses that are crooked, as if they will collapse at any time. The narrow village roads are covered with deep and shallow ruts, which are not from cars, but more like horse-drawn carriages. Weeds stubbornly grew out of the cracks, and on both sides of the road, dilapidated fences leaned here and there, enclosing small patches of barren farmland. The sky was getting brighter, and Sumu could even see the black fog outside Zhaojia village. The thick fog enveloped the entire Zhaojia village like a cage. He had heard Yang Dongqing say before that the black fog was the boundary of nightmares, and Zhaojia village wrapped in the black fog was a complete nightmare.
Once you enter the black fog, you will fall into the crack of the dream.
If you are lucky, you may reach the next nightmare, but if you are unlucky, you may be lost in the crack forever. It is said that no one can emerge alive from the black fog. Sumu stared at the black fog with interest, and felt eager to try it out, but he was not in a hurry. To him, the nightmare world was like a peerless beauty. Under her gorgeous robes, every inch of her skin was full of unspeakable temptation. He wanted to explore it bit by bit and go deeper, so that he could taste the deliciousness to the greatest extent. As for the possibility of death from entering the black fog? Wouldn't that be even more interesting? Without the pressure of death, how could one witness the sparks of life that ignited between life and death? How could one witness the excitement, roar? An inhuman roar interrupted Sumu's thoughts. He turned around and saw a man who had appeared in the corner of the village without him noticing. He appeared suddenly like a ghost, with a hunched body and an indescribable weirdness in his eyes. Soon after, more and more roars were heard from all directions of the village. These roars were mixed with endless pain and anger, as if cursed souls were suffering endless torture. Every syllable was filled with resentment and was creepy. 1, 2, 3, hundreds. Chapter 32. Jasmine is dead, I said. Dense crowds of people walked out of the dark corners and stepped into the area covered by sunlight. These people included men and women, old and young, and were dressed simply. However, everyone had no expression on their faces, but their eyes revealed endless evil thoughts. They gathered more and more, like a tightening net, rushing towards Sumu and others. Heavy footsteps rang out in the village, like the drumbeats of death, beating in everyone's hearts. They appear. Run! Yi Fanyu shouted anxiously and rushed out like a cheetah. His target was a 3-story house in the northwest corner of the village, which was basically the tallest building in Zhaojia village. It had been shrouded in darkness before, but now with the increasingly bright sunlight, the 3-story house came into everyone's sight. Everyone was running for their lives, while Sumu watched leisurely, and even took the time to look at the appearance of these villagers. He was not panicked at all, because there was no point in panicking. He could not run, and he could not fight. It was better to sit on the stretcher and enjoy the scenery. He also understood why Yi Fanyu suspected that he and others were nightmare monsters. It must be said that the expressions of the Viper Gang's brothers were really not much different from those of the villagers. They all looked like they had been hypnotized and brainwashed, with no expression on their faces. Wait? Hypnosis. Sumu was thoughtful. Could it be that these villagers also had a leader who was controlling them? He glanced around but couldn't see anyone who looked like the leader. Yes, not all leaders are as stylish as himself, and his outstanding temperament that stands out from the crowd cannot be concealed at all. Get out of the way! Yi Fanyu, who was at the front of the team, roared angrily. He formed his right hand into a gun shape and fired at a villager who was blocking the road. Boom, highly compressed flame bullets whizzed out from the fingertips, hitting the villagers directly and bursting into intense flames. However, although the villager fell in the flames, he quickly stood up. Even though most of his body was burnt, he was not affected at all and continued to rush towards Yi Fanyu. Bang! 2 more 5-finger flame bombs were fired, and the villager was completely turned into a broken charcoal, and then he fell silent. Sumu observed silently. 3 inflammable bombs were needed to take out a villager? No wonder Yi Fanyu hadn't dared go out for the past 3 days. There were hundreds of villagers, but only one transcendent. Unless he had a 5-finger Gatling gun, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. About AT this time, more and more villagers appeared in front of the crowd, blocking their way, and Yang Dongqing was forced to join the battle. Compared to Yi Fanyu's gorgeous fire attack, Yang Dongqing seemed much more simple. Relying on his heart of iron, he rushed towards the villagers like a heavy tank. With one punch, a villager was knocked several meters away, and a large dent was left on his chest. However, his lethality was obviously not as good as Yi Fanyu's, and the villager quickly stood up as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, it is difficult for the villagers to break Yang Dongqing's defense, but once Yang Dongqing is besieged, he will definitely not live long because his physical strength is limited. There were two extraordinary people leading the way in front. Although the crowd could not move forward quickly, they were not surrounded. Zhao Chaoyao and others were not idle either. Under the control of hypnosis, this group of elite members of the Viper Gang were completely cold-blooded fighting machines. Facing the inhuman monsters, they not only did not have the slightest fear, but became more and more fanatical, as if being able to protect their leader was an extremely honorable thing. Bang bang bang, the dense net of bullets kept repelling the villagers chasing behind him, but unfortunately the killing power was very limited. Unless one concentrated the fire on a villager and shot him into a sieve, it would be difficult to kill him. After a short exchange of fire, Yi Fanyu, using the firebomb to clear the way, was the first to rush into the yard of the 3-story house. He did not stop and ran straight to the gate. It was a heavy solid wooden door with a pair of bronze door knockers inlaid on it, showing solemnity and simplicity. He pushed open the door and shouted to the people behind him, "Quick! Come in!" Li Chang and others all showed joy on their faces. A bit of strength emerged again in their bodies after 3 days of hunger, and they ran towards the gate desperately. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the Viper Gang members. After all, these dozen or so Viper Gang members were all elites, and even while carrying a stretcher, their speed was still astonishingly fast. Of course, no matter how fast the Viper Gang was, they could not be faster than the extraordinary Yang Dongqing. He took the lead and won the second place. Just as the Viper Gang members were carrying Sumu and trying to enter the gate, something unexpected happened. No one noticed that two villagers suddenly rushed out from behind a big locust tree in the courtyard of this 3-story house. They suddenly pounced on the crowd, catching them off guard, and even the elite Viper Gang members were knocked to the ground. Ah! Wang Li screamed in fear, and Li Chang and others panicked and did not know what to do. The scene instantly became a mess. Protect the leader! Zhao Chaoyao shouted wildly, pulled out the machete from his waist and chopped at the two villagers. However, how could ordinary people deal with the villagers who were difficult to kill even by extraordinary people? In close combat, the Viper Gang's younger brothers were no match for them at all. The most important thing is that the villagers behind them also caught up. Ah! Don't eat me! The man named Wang Tao was the first to suffer. He was knocked to the ground by a villager, and then several villagers rushed up, surrounded him, and bit him madly. Only one arm struggled through the gap in the crowd, and he grabbed towards the sky weakly, and finally fell heavily, without a sound. In such a chaotic scene, Sumu, who was sitting on the stretcher, felt a little unstable. The stretcher kept shaking, and the younger brothers formed a human wall to protect him. He could even see up close a ferocious face biting a younger brother's neck fiercely. Even though the younger brother was fatally injured, he did not retreat. Instead, he hugged the attacking villagers tightly and, with the cooperation of others, blocked the villagers' steps. The stretcher shook more and more, and the violent bumps made Sumu's head start to hurt again. Sumu couldn't help but frown and looked at Yang Dongqing, who was standing at the gate. Yi Fanyu did not take action at this time, because his 5-finger flame bomb had great lethality. Now everyone was in chaos. Once he used it in the yard, he might not kill many villagers but all his teammates instead. Yang Dongqing's expression was uncertain, as if hesitating. He looked at Sumu, and their eyes met through the chaotic crowd. Sumu understood Yang Dongqing's inner struggle. Yang Dongqing was thinking, if Sumu died like this, wouldn't he and Jasmine be able to escape the clutches of the devil? But he was also afraid that Sumu had other means. As the two came into contact, he became more and more afraid of Sumu. This man was simply a devil in human skin. He could watch his men die with a smile, and he only found it amusing to face the terrifying nightmare monster, and the other party actually has the means to drag so many people into the same nightmare. Suddenly, Sumu laughed silently. It was true that the extraordinary people were difficult to control. They would break out of hypnosis at the slightest chance, But this was more interesting, wasn't it? His smile was so dazzling among the frightened faces that young Dongqing was a little afraid to look at it. Then, he stretched out his slender white hand and lightly stroked his neck. The cold and temperatureless corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his white teeth, and his thin yet sexy lips opened and closed silently.
Jasmine is dead, I said.
Chapter 33. I like the scent of jasmine. Boom. Young Dongqing rushed into the crowd like a tiger descending from the mountain, his expression furious and ferocious. His fists were filled with anger and he swung them fiercely at the villagers. Heart of Iron erupts with terrifying power at this moment. This is his extraordinary strength. The man of steel will be strengthened by the inner driving forces such as emotions, will, and beliefs. As he exploded, the two villagers in the yard were quickly knocked down, but he did not stop. Instead, he blocked the gate alone and faced the siege of several villagers. This time, Sumu also entered the gate under the escort of his younger brother. Looking at young Dongqing's angry back, Sumu's smile deepened. Can't I defeat you with this? In fact, he was trying to scare Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis was not that magical. Even if a person was in the nightmare world, he could still control Nan Mo. To deal with the scum of the Viper Gang, he had to brainwash them with his mental power every day for several months before he had the current deep-rooted loyalty. What's more, he had only met Nan Mo a few times. In other words, if he really died, Nan Mo, who had not been hypnotized for a long time, would be out of control and would be fine. But young Dongqing didn't dare to gamble. Mugan, if he loses the bet, it only means there are so many heroes in this world. After all the living people entered the gate, Yifanyu suddenly stretched out his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and grasped his right wrist with his left hand. Get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, flames lit up on the fingertips of his 5 fingers on his right hand one by one. Swish, swish, swish. As 5 flames burned at his fingertips, young Dongqing felt the air behind him suddenly become extremely hot. He suddenly broke free from the villagers in front of him and rushed towards the mud on the side. 5-finger flame bomb. 5 highly compressed flame bullets were ejected, dragging long flame tails that rotated and intertwined in the air, eventually merging into a fist-sized flame cannonball. It was as bright as a meteor, streaking across the sky, burning and distorting the air in the entire yard, and a long path of fire illuminated everyone's horrified faces. Boom, a roar like a small artillery shell exploding was heard, and an intense flame shot up into the sky, illuminating everything around. The shockwave generated by the explosion and flames was like an invisible giant hand, sweeping the villagers away. Countless sparks flew, turning into a gorgeous and surging small sea of fire. Young Dongqing, who had just climbed up, had a flash of horror in his eyes. This attack was so powerful. If Yifanyu had used this attack against him before, even a body of steel would have been injured. As expected of a transcendent who had experienced 3 nightmare worlds, if a real fight broke out, this new transcendent would still be one step behind, unless he could get close. The thought flashed through his mind and he rushed into the house quickly. Bang, the heavy wooden door was tightly closed. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief as if they had survived a disaster. Yifanyu panted and said, as long as you stay indoors during the day, you'll be fine. The shadow has never appeared during the day, and there's basically no danger in residential buildings. It took him a long time to calm down after panting. It was obvious that the previous attack had exhausted him. In the room, young Dongqing stared at Sumu, with anger in his eyes. Sumu stood up from the stretcher and walked to young Dongqing with his cane. He smiled, patted her shoulder, and whispered in her ear, "Congratulations, you saved Miss Jasmine again." Young Dongqing clenched his fists, veins bulged on his face, and he found a corner to stay in without saying a word. Yifanyu noticed this unusual scene, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The room fell silent again. Having just experienced such a dangerous scene, everyone was obviously not in the mood to chat. Everyone was trying to calm down, especially after witnessing many people die before their eyes. Wang Li, who was a little more fragile, curled up in the corner, buried her head between her legs and sobbed silently. After this battle, Yifanyu's team lost 2 people, Wang Tao and Zhao Gang both died, and Sumu's side also lost 3 people. However, Sumu was not sad. He was looking at the villagers outside the window with interest. The flames emitted by Yifanyu seemed unable to exist for too long, or perhaps they were offset by the mysterious power in the nightmare. They did not cause a fire in the village, but quickly dissipated. The villagers who had tried to rush in earlier must have been driven back by the flames. Under Sumu's gaze, about a few seconds later, the villagers outside gathered again and began to pour into the yard. They gathered more and more, each with a blank expression, like zombies, and eventually filled the entire yard. The magical thing is that after these villagers entered the yard, they just stared at the gate, but no one rushed up to destroy the seemingly solid wooden door. as if there was some magical power that made them afraid. They stood there stiffly, silently, and the courtyard was dead still, with only a sea of dark figures. Sumu looked at these people through the window. He lowered his head slightly, and his glasses slid down slightly, revealing a pair of eyes sparkling with a faint light. Invisible mental power surged out and locked onto a male villager who was about 17 or 18 years old. He tried to hypnotize the villagers, but no matter how much mental power he poured in, it was of no use, as if what was pouring in was a corpse instead of a living person. The villagers stood in the yard for about 5 minutes, and then began to retreat. They turned around and left slowly with heavy steps, disappearing from Sumu's sight. These villagers are like this. They won't attack again once you enter the house. Yi Fanyu had approached the window at some point. But you must not open the door at this time. They may seem to have left, but they are actually hiding around the house. As long as you open the door, they will rush in. Oh, and draw the curtains. No matter what's going on outside, don't look. Someone in the team was fooled before, saying that he sought his relatives and insisted on opening the window to let them in. Because of that incident, many of us died. Sumu turned around and pushed his brown glasses to cover his eyes again. He rummaged through his pockets and, in front of Yi Fanyu's surprised gaze, pulled out a pack of cigarettes with jasmine flowers printed on them. He then skillfully took out a cigarette and put it between his lips. Want one? Yi Fanyu was stunned. Looking at the cigarette in the other person's mouth, he felt itchy for a moment. He was also a smoker, but after coming to the nightmare world, he had already finished smoking the cigarettes he brought with him. Okay. So Sumu took out another one and handed it to Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu took the cigarette, but didn't take a sip. Instead, he looked at it carefully. What brand of cigarette is this? This is the first time I've seen it. Sumu smiled and said, I like the scent of jasmine, so I specially customized a pair of jasmine-flavored cigarettes. In the corner, Yang Dongqing's body trembled slightly and his fists clenched. Chapter 34, Seller Sumu said, and took out a lighter to help Yi Fanyu light it. Yi Fanyu immediately looked panicked. Mr. Su, you are too polite. I will do it. He took the lighter without saying a word and handed it to Sumu. A snap, a faint flame burned between them. After you. Sumu smiled. He naturally knew what Yi Fanyu meant. He was just afraid that there was something wrong with the cigarette, so he didn't dare to smoke first. He didn't expose it and let Yi Fanyu light the cigarette. After Sumu took a deep breath, Yi Fanyu lit one for himself and pretended to puff out smoke, but if you looked closely you would find that he didn't actually inhale it. Can I have one too? Li Chang asked with a hint of desire. His voice trembled a little, as if he was a little afraid of the two people. Of course. Sumu smiled, and his smile was more polite and gentle, without any arrogance towards ordinary people. That he handed Li Chang a cigarette, and for a moment the air was filled with the scent of jasmine. Li Chang took a big puff, but the more he smoked, the more he felt something was wrong, because there was no trace of tobacco flavor at all, but instead his mouth was full of the scent of jasmine. But he didn't dare to say much. He just thought that big shots might like to smoke this kind of cigarettes. Surrounded by the scent of jasmine, everyone's emotions were inexplicably relieved a little, and Wang Li, who had been crying silently before, fell asleep without knowing when. Mr. Su, I suggest you take a break as well. Yi Fanyu said while smoking a cigarette, because we can't leave the house during the day, we can only go out to look for food and candles at night. So these days we have basically reversed our day and night, sleeping during the day and moving at night. No rush, I just got here and it's a good time to walk around. Maybe I can find some clues about the nightmare. Sumu smiled and refused. His eyes slightly shifted to the hall. The spacious living room is furnished with simple and practical wooden furniture. There is a pair of blue and white porcelain vases on the counter. The floor is covered with flat pattern tiles. In the corner on the north side of the hall is a row of wooden stairs leading directly to the second floor. Although the decoration here is relatively simple, it is clearly a step above the previous houses. Furthermore, it seems to be the only three-story building in the entire village. According to common sense, the owner of this house is most likely the village chief of Zhaojia village. Yi Fanyu's eyes lit up slightly. The village chief's house may have food. To be honest, we haven't eaten for 3 days. We also searched several houses at night, but we didn't find anything to eat.
This place is relatively wealthy, maybe there is food there. Then let's go shopping together, good. Sumu took a step forward, but stopped after taking 2 steps and said to Yang Dongqing in the corner, "You come too." Yang Dongqing stood up silently and followed Sumu without saying a word. The three of them quickly toured the 3-story house, but found nothing. It was just an ordinary house. If there was anything strange about it, it would probably be its old age. It looked like a village from the last century and there was no sense of modernity at all. "Oh, I didn't find any food again." Yi Fanyu's face looked very ugly. Although he was a superhuman, he also needed to eat. It was very uncomfortable not to eat for 3 days. He could only pin his hopes on Sumu. "Mr. Su, do you have any food with you?" Sumu shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't have it either." Yi Fanyu's expression darkened, and he forced a smile. "Looks like we can only wait until tonight." "Maybe not." Sumu suddenly smiled mysteriously, then leaned over slightly and touched the hard patterned tiles with his hand. When he stood up, his pale fingertips were already covered with dust. He rubbed the dust off with his fingers, his eyes fixed on the corner of the hall. At this time, Zhao Chaoyao hurriedly took out a white handkerchief from his arms and wiped Sumu's fingertips respectfully and carefully. Seeing this, Yi Fanyu's mouth twitched a little. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Su is a noble?" "Oh? Why do you think so?" "I just think that Mr. Su, your actions, manners, and temperament are really like those of an aristocrat." Sumu just smiled politely and didn't answer. Living in the lower city, he had never seen an aristocrat before, and it was hard for him to imagine that there was someone like him in the world. Is this kind of person called aristocrat? Seeing that Sumu didn't answer, Yi Fanyu immediately changed the subject. "By the way, Mr. Su, you just said that maybe it's not necessary." "What do you mean? Have you discovered something?" He has always been very polite. When there is no conflict of interest in the nightmare world, it is a very stupid thing to make enemies with other extraordinary people, especially since Sumu is obviously not easy to mess with. Sumu nodded, raised his snakewood cane slightly, and pointed to the ground where the stairs led to the second floor. "There is very little dust there." Yi Fanyu looked in the direction of his cane, and his expression suddenly brightened. The village may have the habit of building cellars to store food. There may be a cellar there. He hurried over, and the shadow cast by the slanting stairs just blocked the tiles below. He reached out and touched it, and sure enough, there was only a thin layer of dust, much less than other places. This time, he had his back to Sumu, and no one noticed that his expression showed a hint of solemnity and fear. What a keen observation. Being able to control so many people and possessing such keen observation skills, how many secrets does the Sumu have hidden? Just now, he went upstairs with Sumu, but he didn't notice that there was a problem with the tiles in the shadow under the stairs, or rather, it was not visible to the naked eye. Tiles covered by shadows, who can see the dust on them? This person must have some means of detection. In fact, Yi Fanyu's guess was correct. Sumu did not see with his eyes, but perceived with his mental power. His mental power, which surpassed that of ordinary people, not only gave him the ability to hypnotize, but also gave him powerful perception. Knock knock, Yi Fanyu knocked on the tile with his knuckles, and suddenly there was a crisp, hollow sound. He turned around, his face full of joy. "It's empty." He ran his hand along the cracks in the tiles, then felt a bulge. He pushed hard, and the tile suddenly opened, revealing a cellar large enough for one person to enter. "Mr. Su, there really is a cellar." Yi Fanyu walked over happily, but did not go down directly. He was not a fool. Although he knew that there was no danger in the house, who could guarantee that there was nothing dangerous in the cellar? Which kind person built a cellar at home and hid it so secretly? Chapter 35. Tingting Sumu did not expose his little thoughts. In the nightmare world full of dangers, Yi Fanyu still had value. "Hey, someone, please arrange for someone to go down and take a look." "Yes, Chief." Zhao Chaoyao immediately assigned one of the team members. The man was naturally fearless. He lit the lantern and went down to the cellar. Everyone watched from above, watching the faint candlelight gradually go deeper and then be swallowed up by the darkness bit by bit. A moment later, the younger brother's voice came from below. "Chief, there is no danger inside." Sumu's expression remained unchanged. He did not go down, but ordered, "You come up first." "Yes, Chief." Afterwards, the little brother climbed up unharmed.
After Sumu looked at him carefully, he was completely sure that there should be no danger in the cellar. Ye Fanyu had said before that villagers could change their appearance and imitate people close to them. If a villager in the cellar killed a member of the Viper gang and turned into his appearance, it would be dangerous if he went down rashly.
What's down there?
Head, it's very dark down there. There are some dried bloodstains on the walls, as well as torture instruments. However, those instruments are quite special, mostly whips, chili oil, ropes, cross locks, etc. Yi Fanyu laughed sarcastically. It seems that this village chief is quite playful.
Sumu frowned slightly. Let's go down and take a look. Yang Dongqing will lead the way.
As a meat shield, Yang Dongqing naturally has to be at the front. The silent Yang Dongqing took the lead and went into the cellar, followed by Yi Fanyu, and then Sumu. Soon, everyone went into the cellar, leaving only a few younger brothers to guard outside. The cellar was about 50 square meters and was pitch black. Only the lantern in his hand could barely illuminate the way forward, and the air was filled with the smell of decay.
Let me do it. Yi Fanyu was probably really hungry and couldn't wait any longer.
He stretched out a finger and whoosh, a blazing flame appeared at the fingertips, and the light it emitted was several times brighter than a candle, instantly illuminating the entire cellar. At this time, everyone had a clear view of the entire cellar. The surrounding walls were all made of cement, with many mottled bloodstains on them. Those bloodstains had long been imprinted on the walls under the influence of time, appearing a dark black color. There was a huge crosslock in the middle of the cellar, with bloodstains on the handcuffs and shackles on it. It looked like someone was fixed on it in the shape of a big character. Next to the crosslock was a wooden table on which were displayed whips, short sticks, candles, and some women's clothing. Seeing this, it was not difficult for everyone to imagine what this cellar was used for.
Fuck!
Yi Fanyu cursed inwardly. Why don't you use this good cellar to store food instead of stuffing it with these things? He stepped forward and picked up the unused red candle on the table. Fortunately, there are still 3 candles left, which are at least useful.
Mr. Su, there are many of you, so I'll keep 1 candle and you can divide the rest among you.
Yi Fanyu was responded by dead silence. He tilted his head slightly, looked at Sumu and others, and asked doubtfully, Su. Just after saying one word, he realized something was wrong, because Sumu and others were all staring at the crosslock behind him. His scalp suddenly felt numb, and he retreated without thinking, away from the crosslock. As he retreated, he turned his head and looked out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It turned out that a woman appeared on the empty crosslock at some point. The woman was thin, with disheveled hair, and wore a blue dress with white flowers. She was tied in a crosslock in the shape of a cross, her messy hair obscured her face, and her floral dress was stained with blood and dirt. Everyone looked at the woman as if they were facing a great enemy. Yi Fanyu, who was frightened, was even more shocked and angry, and he ignited the firebomb in his hand that was used for lighting, leaving a long trail of fire in the air. It fiercely blasted towards the woman. However, the flaming bullet passed straight through the woman's body as if passing through the air, and finally hit the corner of the cellar, bursting into a bright spark. The blow caused the entire cellar to tremble, and a lot of dust fell from the roof. Zhao Chaoyao, with his quick hands and eyes, suddenly pulled his suit, then swung it violently, like an umbrella, and held the suit open over Sumu's head.
This is the silhouette of time. Yi Fanyu said in surprise. What is time's silhouette?
Yang Dongqing asked it. Sumu's eye signaled. Yi Fanyu took a deep breath and said, I also heard from others that the so-called time silhouette is to cut out fragments or pictures of time like paper cutting. To put it bluntly, it is like watching a movie, and the director is time. Everything that happens is recorded by time, and then because of some mysterious power, it is revealed the nightmare world is very special, and the time here is distorted, so the time silhouette phenomenon is very easy to occur. It should be that I just took the candle, which triggered some opportunity and caused the time silhouette. Everyone can rest assured that time silhouette only displays sounds and images and does not pose any danger.
Is time so boring? You record everything? Yang Dongqing frowned as he looked at the woman in the picture.
He was very disgusted with this kind of thing. Yi Fanyu shook his head. Not everything is recorded. Only people or things with special meaning, or when the protagonist in the picture is in some extreme emotion that resonates with time, will be recorded. In this nightmare, the time silhouette was actually triggered.
Perhaps the woman in the picture is the source of the dream. In other words, this is her nightmare. Her nightmare? Yang Dongqing's eyes fell on the woman's floral dress. Her clothes are very retro.
They don't look like modern clothes, but more like those from decades ago.
Could this be a nightmare from decades ago? That should be the case. The nightmare world is made up of endless nightmares. Modern people have nightmares, and so did people in ancient times.
So sometimes it's not impossible to encounter ancient scenes in the nightmare world. The boundary between dreams and reality is broken, and even time is in chaos. While everyone was talking, suddenly another person appeared in the time silhouette.
It was a young man with dark skin and an honest face.
He appeared in the picture with a plate of steaming dumplings in his hand. A trace of thought flashed in Sumu's eyes. There was this man among the villagers before. Everyone looked over quickly and indeed felt that it looked somewhat familiar.
Ting. Ting. I'm here to see you.
The man walked quickly to the woman and said happily, Ting, look, I brought you your favorite dumplings. At this moment, the woman in the crosslock seemed to be awakened and raised her head with difficulty, and everyone finally saw her face clearly. Chapter 36, The Evil in the Cellar. It was a dirty little face, except for the area under the eyes, which was relatively clean, revealing a hint of whiteness, which was obviously caused by tears. Although it was a little dirty, one could vaguely see that the girl had a pretty face. She could not be called a beauty, but she had a bit of a delicate and pretty girl feeling. The most eye-catching thing should be those eyes. The clear pupils are like a clear spring, but at this moment they have long been covered by fear. When the woman saw the steaming dumplings in front of her, a hint of vitality appeared in her eyes.
Ting, my father abused you again, didn't he?
The man looked at Ting's haggard appearance, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes.
Don't worry, I will definitely get you out. Come, eat the dumplings first, you must hold on.
The man carefully picked up a dumpling, blew on it, and then handed it to Ting's mouth. Ting opened her mouth with difficulty and chewed it in small bites.
Is it delicious?
I made this myself. There was a glint of anticipation in the man's eyes, and his voice contained a hint of eagerness and desire, like a child waiting for candy, fully expecting to hear a positive answer.
It's delicious,
Ting said weakly, and a smile appeared on her dirty face. The smile was very pure, without a trace of impurities in disguise, and her clear eyes curved into a crescent shape. The man got a positive answer and trembled with excitement. Great!
I knew you would like it, Ting.
After all, these are dog meat dumplings I made myself.
Dog meat?
Ting shuddered slightly. The man became more and more excited. Yes, it's the big yellow dog you've raised since you were a child. Even though it's old now, it's still quite strong.
When I tried to kill it with a knife, I almost got bit by it.
As soon as these words were spoken, Sumu and others on the side saw what a frozen smile meant. The originally innocent and pure smiling face became stiff and solidified inch by inch until it shattered. The clear and bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of dust that could not be washed away no matter how many tears were shed.
Eat, Ting. Don't you like dumplings the most?
The man fed the dumplings to Ting rudely.
Just go ahead and eat it.
The expression on his face became more and more excited and even a little ferocious.
Ha. You're such a fool. You actually believe that?
Ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding the door of your shabby thatched cottage, refusing to eat or drink. He must have died a long time ago.
Where would I find dog meat? The best I can do is give you a couple of dog bones.
Click. That was the sound made by Yang Dongqing's fists because he was using too much force, a bit like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were like a volcano about to erupt, with extreme anger brewing.
This beast. He almost bit his teeth.
If the scene in front of him was not fake, he would have rushed up by now. However, something even more brutal happened next. After feeding the dumplings, the man became excited and began to commit violence. For a moment, the cellar was filled with men's laughter and women's screams.
How's it going, Ting? Has my dad been here? Ting, do you know what I like most about you? It's your cheap body, ha, bastard. Yang Dongqing was furious.
He rushed forward and punched the man violently, but the punch only hit the air.
It's useless. These things happened in the past and you can't stop them now. Yifanyu said. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, his eyes were bloodshot, and he turned his head away, unable to bear to watch any longer. Soon, the man was gone, leaving behind only the dying Tingting and the dead silence and darkness in the cellar. She seemed to have run out of tears and stared blankly at the crushed dumplings on the ground. The picture at this moment seemed to be still, without any movement, but everyone knew that the picture was not still. Tingting in the picture was suffering from extreme despair and grief at all times. Suddenly, the perceptive Sumu noticed the change in the picture and pointed to the shadow in the corner. A dark shadow appeared. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously dispersed, but they soon discovered that the so-called black shadow did not appear in reality, but in the picture. In the corner of the cellar where Tingting was, there was a shadow silently surging. It kept twisting and stretching, gradually bulging and growing into a human shape. He looked exactly like the black shadow that Sumu and others had seen before. He was extremely thin, as if only bones were left, with arms so long that they almost reached the ground. The black shadow came to Tingting with brisk steps. Tingting stared at the black shadow blankly. There was no fear of the black shadow in her desperate heart. Under Tingting's gaze, the black shadow gracefully stretched out its arm. It was a slender arm made of shadows, as if issuing some kind of invitation. "Are you the nightmare Grandma talked about?" Tingting said weakly. The black shadow did not answer, but stretched out his arm and stopped beside Tingting's hand. Tingting didn't hesitate, and her handcuffed little hand tightly grasped the black shadow's hand. The scene suddenly stopped, everyone was silent. Tingting's experience made everyone feel depressed. Sumu was thoughtful. If this is Tingting's nightmare, then what about the black shadow? Logically, it should be a monster in the nightmare, but according to the time silhouette, the black shadow has also appeared in Tingting's reality. Yifanyu suddenly said, perhaps the black shadow is a monster from another nightmare, and then it invaded reality and found Tingting. Some reaction occurred between the two, leading to the current nightmare? Or maybe this is not Tingting's nightmare at all, and the black shadow is the source of the nightmare. No matter which possibility it is, Sombra is crucial. Perhaps the key to solving the nightmare lies in Sombra. After a brief discussion, no one could come to a conclusion, and they all returned to the ground. "Mr. Su, I'm going to the room on the second floor to rest for a while. I didn't find any food this time, so I have to save my energy by sleeping. I'm sorry to trouble you during the day." Yifanyu said tiredly. Sumu nodded and let the other party rest. Even a strong man could not stand not eating or resting for 3 days. He made some simple arrangements and asked Zhao Chaoyao and others to rest. Then he took Yang Dongqing to the room on the third floor. Yang Dongqing was his personal bodyguard, so it was impossible for him to do something stupid like sleeping in his room and then arranging Yang Dongqing to sleep next door. In the room on the third floor, Yang Dongqing had a gloomy face and seemed to be still immersed in Tingting's suffering. It was true that he was a superhuman, but he was also a young man, a passionate young man, and his values could not accept such a tragic thing at all. Sumu was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling calmly. He was thinking about the relationship between Tingting and the black shadow. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt his nose getting hot. He reached out and touched it, and there was a trace of bright red blood. Chapter 37. Pick it up. Pick up the clothes. Ha! He chuckled and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood. It's getting closer to death. He has arrived in the nightmare world, but he did not sense the bronze law and become a transcendent as Yang Dongqing said. It seems that he really has no talent. He closed his eyes and tried to use his senses to find the omnipresent bronze law, but found nothing. Knock knock. There was the sound of knuckles tapping against glass. Sumu opened his eyes, and Yang Dongqing stood up instantly, looking at the only window in the room with a serious expression. The window was blocked by curtains, and the knocking sound came from outside. "It looks like a guest is coming." Sumu became interested. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, and used his cane to push aside the curtains. A woman came into his sight. A woman that Sumu and Yang Dongqing are very familiar with. Jasmine. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing was shocked. How could you? He suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his words, remembering Li Chang and Yifanyu's previous description of the villagers, that these villagers would transform into the appearance of relatives and trick you into opening the door. Damn it! Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, filled with rage. He was already in a bad mood after coming out of the cellar, and now that he saw that the nightmare monster had turned into Jasmine, he was even more furious. Outside the window, Jasmine's little face was filled with fear and anxiety. She kept banging on the window. Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing. I'm so scared. Where is this? Shut up. You monster!
Yang Dongqing growled. Jasmine's pretty face turned pale, her expression heartbroken.
What are you talking about, Yang Dongqing? I'm not a monster, I'm Jasmine. Don't you recognize me?
I went to look for you earlier and found that you were both unconscious. I wanted to wake you up, but somehow I fainted too, and when I woke up I found myself here. Yang Dongqing was startled and suddenly looked at Sumu, with murderous intent in his eyes almost overflowing. You brought Jasmine in too. Facing the murderous intent of a transcendent, Sumu smiled with interest. Interesting, not only does it have the ability to transform, but it can also read thoughts to a certain extent. The most important thing is that it also has an aura that reduces intelligence.
Answer me. Yang Dongqing came to Sumu like an angry tiger, his fists clenched tightly, as if he was going to smash Sumu's head in the next second. Sumu said calmly, "Foolish man, before you get angry, can you think about which floor you are on?" Yang Dongqing was shocked, and a hint of rationality appeared in his eyes. He quickly walked to the window and stared at Jasmine. How did you get up here? I climbed up here. Yang Dongqing, why are you so fierce? Let me in. Climb up? Jasmine is so weak, and this 3-story house is covered in moss. How could she possibly climb up? Also, how did you know exactly where I was in this room on the 3rd floor? You damn monster. Jasmine looked like she was heartbroken, her face full of shattered feelings. Little pearls kept falling, and she clutched her chest tightly. Yang Dongqing, why don't you believe me? Sumu, who was watching from the side, was interested. He found that the fake Jasmine's acting skills were even better than the real Jasmine's. Swish, Yang Dongqing pulled the curtain shut and ignored it, but the next second, Sumu pulled the curtains up again. What are you doing? I'm very curious about the behavior patterns of these monsters, and by the way, I want to see how far she can go to trick me into opening the door. Sumu said with a faint smile. Yang Dongqing glanced at him coldly, then turned away, out of sight and out of mind. Yang Dongqing. Jasmine called anxiously. Ms. Jasmine, his heart is made of iron just like his body. But I'm different. I've always been soft-hearted, and I especially can't stand seeing women cry. Why don't you try to beg me? Sumu had a smile on his face. He didn't have the ability to charm the soul that this monster possessed, and he wanted to learn it. Perhaps Sumu's words attracted Jasmine's attention. She stopped paying attention to Yang Dongqing and turned her gaze to Sumu. However, a hint of confusion appeared in those big eyes. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Didn't he read my thoughts? It seems that having a stronger mental power is still useful. Jasmine's confusion lasted only a moment, and then she wiped away her tears. A charming smile appeared on her face. She bit her lips with her pearly teeth, and started dragging as soon as they disagreed. Am I beautiful? F***ku. Yang Dongqing roared, pick it up. Pick up the clothes. Swish, the curtains were drawn again. Sumu seemed to be lost in thought. He failed to read my thoughts, so he resorted to the simplest and crudest beauty trap. As his eyes turned, he came up with an idea and said to Jasmine behind the curtain, I long to become extraordinary. If you can help me become an extraordinary person, I can let you in. The furious Yang Dongqing was stunned when he heard this. Was he treating the nightmare monster like a turtle in a wishing well? Don't be so surprised. Since she wants to come in so much, it's not too much for me to make a small request, right? Sumu shrugged. Jasmine behind the curtains was silent for a long time and did not respond. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly, used his cane to pry open the curtains, and found that the person was gone. Grass, boom boom boom, this time there was a knock on the door. Mr. Su, are you okay? I seem to hear some noise. Yi Fanyu's voice sounded outside the door. It's okay. A villager just came and has left now. That's good. By the way, Mr. Su, I have some new discoveries about this nightmare. Can we go inside and discuss it in detail? Of course. Sumu signaled to Yang Dongqing with his eyes. Yang Dongqing curled his lips in dissatisfaction, walked to the door and turned the doorknob. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Roar, an inhuman roar was heard, and the door that had just been half opened was directly knocked open with a loud noise. A ferocious figure suddenly pounced on Yang Dongqing, knocking him to the ground with great force, and biting his neck with sharp teeth. Chapter 38. Just a little bit snap, the teeth collided with Yang Dongqing's hard neck,
making a harsh friction sound. Yang Dongqing was shocked and noticed that the person who came in was not Yi Fanyu, but a villager. He struggled violently, turned over suddenly and pressed the villager under him, and his iron fists kept hitting out, soon smashing the villager's head.
What the hell is going on?
Yang Dongqing stood up panting, still a little frightened. There was a trace of blood on his neck. If he didn't have a body of steel, he would have died with that blow. He looked at Sumu, but found that Sumu was standing there with his head down, his body trembling slightly. He thought Sumu was frightened by the scene just now. Before he could speak, Sumu suddenly raised his head, and his pale face was filled with an excited grin. Yang Dongqing was startled. It's wonderful.
Ha ha ha, that's the feeling.
Sumu's expression became more and more crazy, and an abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. He looked at Yang Dongqing with a fiery gaze. This is the surprise I wanted. It was just a little bit. If it was me who opened the door just now, I would be dead now. Unfortunately, I was too weak and didn't want to take even one more step. I didn't expect that I could escape a disaster.
Wonderful. Indescribable. Ha ha ha, madman.
Absolutely madman. Yang Dongqing felt a chill for no reason. He suddenly felt that he would rather face those nightmare monsters than be in the same room with Sumu. This time, screams were heard from downstairs. There are still villagers downstairs?
Damn it! How did these villagers get in? Didn't they say they couldn't enter the house? Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed and he cursed.
Instead of cursing here, why not go down and take a look? Sumu's gentle voice sounded beside Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing subconsciously looked back, only to see Sumu standing there with a smile on his face, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand, as elegant as a nobleman. The madness just now seemed like an illusion. Damn, this lunatic, he cursed under his breath and then walked downstairs. There were gunshots and screams.
The downstairs was already in a mess.
About 5 villagers broke into the house and were fighting with the Viper gang. There were several bodies of Viper gang members lying on the ground. Boom boom boom, one after another, scorching hot fire bombs shot out, burning the air and continuously repelling the villagers. However, it was of no avail. As villagers continued to pour in. Sumu looked in the direction the villagers came in and found that they came out of the toilet on the first floor.
Mr. Su. Mr. Yang.
Be careful, someone broke the window of the toilet on the first floor.
Yi Fanyu saw Sumu and the other man coming down the stairs out of the corner of his eye and shouted anxiously. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly grim.
He rushed forward, using his iron body to repel the villagers, clearing the path, and asked, "Are you sure you didn't miss it during your previous inspection?"
"I'm sure."
Yi Fanyu shouted, "I checked all the windows in the rooms, including the toilet. All the windows are definitely closed, and those villagers can't break the doors and windows, so someone in our group must have secretly broken the windows.
This is impossible. Who is so crazy that he would invite a wolf into the house and want to kill himself?"
When saying this, Yang Dongqing subconsciously looked at Sumu. To be honest, if he hadn't been with Sumu all the time, he would definitely believe that Sumu could do such a crazy thing. Sumu's smile deepened. It seems that there is a traitor in our team. Mr. Su, now is not the time to look for traitors.
The most urgent thing is to break out first. This place is no longer safe.
Sumu nodded.
Yang Dongqing, lead the way.
Yang Dongqing's face turned dark, but he did not disobey the order. Instead, he roared, his muscles bulged, and charged towards the villagers. His iron-like steps made the entire corridor tremble slightly, and every step made a dull, loud noise. He rushed into the crowd of villagers, his iron body ignoring the attacks, and his arms swung left and right like a pair of giant hammers. Any villager he touched would end up with a collapsed chest and broken limbs. However, these villagers ignored their injuries and pain. Even though their heads were sunken and their necks were broken, they still roared and rushed towards Yang Dongqing. In just a moment, Yang Dongqing's body was covered with villagers, who were biting him madly. Yi Fanyu and the members of the Viper gang did not treat Yang Dongqing as a human being, and they shot at him crazily. With the joint efforts of everyone, all the villagers hanging on Yang Dongqing were shot down. The only price was a few more bullet marks and traces of flames on Yang Dongqing's body. He has a body of steel, but that doesn't mean he can't feel pain. After a barrage of attacks, he was already grimacing in pain.
Walk!
Seeing the villagers being repelled, Sumu immediately gave orders. Zhao Chaoyao quickly came to his side, took out a folding stretcher, and ran out with Sumu in his arms, followed closely by the others. What no one noticed was that in the chaos, the honest middle-aged manly Chang secretly picked up a pistol from the body of a Viper gang member. When everyone rushed out of the house, they felt like they were falling into an icy cave, because outside the house was a dense crowd of villagers. Pouring in like a tide, they stared at everyone with blank expressions, the evil in their eyes almost overflowing. I don't know when a drizzle started to fall from the sky, adding a bit of desolation to the world. Seeing this scene, even the two extraordinary people, Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, could not help but show despair on their faces. There were too many villagers. With such a large number, it would be difficult to defeat them even if they were exhausted to death. However, Sumu felt his heart beating for the first time in a long time at this moment. In his dream, in order to seek excitement, he experienced scenes that were much more exciting than the desperate situation in front of him, but he could not feel his heartbeat because he knew that dreams were fake and he would not die no matter how he committed suicide. But it's different now. I will really die now. He started to get a little excited. Chapter 39. Traitor, go back. Sumu's calm voice sounded back in the room. Yi Fanyu was shocked. If we retreat now, we will be besieged by the villagers inside and outside the house. Wouldn't that make us trapped? Sumu didn't have time to explain, nor was he too lazy to explain. Just because Yi Fanyu disobeyed his orders didn't mean that others wouldn't listen. Yang Dongqing and the members of the Viper gang immediately retreated back into the house according to Sumu's instructions. Yi Fanyu's face turned extremely ugly when he saw this, but he couldn't face the group of villagers outside the house alone, so he had to retreat back into the house. Just as he was about to close the door, he was stopped by Sumu. Don't close the door, lead them in, upstairs. Yi Fanyu was stunned, but saw that Sumu had already started to go upstairs under the escort of everyone. Only then did he understand Sumu's intention. The villagers could only enter through the first floor main door and the first floor toilet window. As long as they were all led to the first floor, everyone could jump out of the window upstairs and successfully break out. Yi Fanyu looked at Sumu's back deeply, without closing the door, and followed him upstairs. It is not difficult to come up with this escape plan, but the real difficulty is that when surrounded by hundreds of villagers, one can react in such a short time and calmly come up with a solution. Not everyone can do it. Most people become confused when facing danger and find it difficult to make accurate judgments in the first place. Soon, everyone rushed to the third floor, and the villagers who rushed into the house wanted to catch up, but they could only take the narrow stairs, which could only accommodate 2 people at a time. The difficulty in dealing with the villagers lies in their large numbers. In a one-on-one fight, either Yi Fanyu or Yang Dongqing could defeat them. Now, with the advantage of geographical location, the threat has been greatly reduced for a while. Yang Dongqing will be the rear guard, and the rest of you will jump out of the window. Sumu gave orders in an orderly manner. Yang Dongqing did not hesitate and blocked the stairs alone. Facing 2 villagers at a time was not a big threat to him. He was the most suitable person to cover the rear, and his iron body provided him with a strong guarantee of survival. One by one, the Viper gang's younger brothers jumped out of the third-floor window and landed on the dirt ground outside the house. The infrastructure of Zhaojia village was very backward. There was no concrete ground. Except for the main road, most of the ground was dirt. Basically, as long as a person is in good health, he will be fine if he jumps from the 3rd floor, let alone these elites of the Viper gang. If we were to ask who in the team might be in danger if they jumped from the building, it would probably be only Sumu and the only woman, Wang Li. I'm afraid of heights. The delicate Wang Li squatted by the window, holding the windowsill tightly with both hands. She glanced at the ground and felt dizzy. Get out of here! Zhao Chaoyao, who was behind her, kicked her slender waist. With a shrill scream, Wang Li fell out of the window and landed on the muddy ground. Chief, please. Zhao Chaoyao respectfully helped Sumu to the window, and then shouted to the Viper gang members downstairs, get ready to catch the leader. Yes. The remaining 8 Viper gang members quickly formed a circle, took off their shirts, stretched out their hands, held each other's hands, and formed a human flesh net. Clothes are placed on top of these crossed arms to provide cushioning. However, Sumu did not jump down immediately, but instead admired the scenery by the window. Hurry up! I can't hold it anymore. It was not until he heard Yang Dongqing's rapid roar from behind that Sumu took off his brown glasses, held the serpentine wood cane, and jumped lightly from the window, finally landing safely on the human flesh net. Wang Li, who was dizzy from falling, saw this scene and dared not say anything. Zhao Chaoyao and Yi Fanyu quickly jumped out of the window to escape, and the last one to escape was Yang Dongqing, who was covered in scars. When Yang Dongqing jumped down, several arms with bulging veins stretched out from the window, and several villagers crowded around the window and roared violently. "Let's go, this house won't hold the villagers for long," Yi Fanyu said in shock. He pointed to a two-story building not far away and said, "Let's just stay in this house for now. Go to the east end of the village." "What?" Yi Fanyu was stunned. "I said, go to the east end of the village," Sumu said lightly. "Mr. Su, why should we go so far away? There are houses not far away where we can take shelter. Why do we have to run to the east end of the village?" Yi Fanyu was very puzzled. Sumu pinched the temples of his glasses with both hands, slowly put on his brown glasses, and hid his eyes behind the lenses. "Mr. Yi, with your IQ, it's hard for me to explain to you. You just need to follow." Yi Fanyu's face was glooming and his fists were clenched, but considering Sumu's calmness in the face of danger before, he finally chose to remain silent. The group rushed all the way, dealt with a few lone villagers, and finally arrived at the east end of the village safely. The east end of the village is very remote and desolate. There is only a small, dilapidated house here, and the roof is even covered with a layer of dead grass. It can be said that it is as simple as it can be. Yi Fanyu stood in front of the thatched hut with a very ugly expression. "Mr. Su, is this the house you chose? Not to mention whether this house can accommodate so many people. Just looking at the quality of this house, I even doubt it. Mr. Yi, it's hard for me to imagine how you survived 3 nightmare worlds," Sumu interrupted lightly. At this time, he was standing under a black umbrella, and next to him was Zhao Chaoyao, who was wearing a black suit and holding an umbrella. "When it rains, you naturally need to hold an umbrella." Yi Fanyu's face became increasingly gloomy. Sumu continued to talk to himself. In the time silhouette, the village chief's son said something, "Remember?" "Forget it, I guess you probably don't remember it either," the village chief's son said. "Ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding the door of your shabby thatched hut, refusing to eat or drink. He must have died a long time ago. Where can I find dog meat? At most, I can get you 2 dog bones. Do you understand now?" Yi Fanyu was stunned. "Are you saying that this shabby thatched hut is Tingting's home?" Sumu nodded. "Before, you were reluctant to jump off the 3rd floor. Were you looking for this house?" Pa. Sumu smiled and clapped his hands. "Mr. Yi really understood it immediately. I now believe that you have really experienced the nightmare world 3 times. Ha!" Yi Fanyu grinned with a forced smile. "If I'm not mistaken, the key to solving this nightmare should be in this thatched hut." Sumu pushed his brown glasses and suddenly changed the subject, "But before that, we still have to find the person who secretly destroyed the window." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned serious and they looked at each other. For a moment, the only sound in the air was the sound of light raindrops hitting everyone. Yi Fanyu's sharp gaze swept across everyone, finally landing on the Viper gang members. "Mr. Su, I think the traitor may be among your team." Chapter 40. I hate to see women cry. Oh? Why do you think so? Sumu asked with interest. "We entered the nightmare world ahead of time and had been together for 3 days without any problems, but as soon as you came in..." Yi Fanyu didn't finish his words, but the meaning was self-evident. "This is impossible. We can't betray our leader." Zhao Chaoyao glared as if his faith had been insulted. Yi Fanyu didn't say anything, but looked at Sumu silently. Sumu smiled faintly and came to Zhao Chaoyao's side. "Chief, you must trust us. We will never betray you. Don't worry, I know." Sumu smiled and stretched out his hand, taking out a pistol from Zhao Chaoyao's waist. Snap, the sound of a bullet being loaded was heard. "Actually, I already know who the traitor is." The gun in Sumu's hand slowly passed in front of everyone, and then fell in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. "You doubt me? Ha, if it were me, move aside." Sumu shook his gun dissatisfiedly, signaling Yang Dongqing to stay away. Yang Dongqing was stunned and turned sideways, revealing Yi Fanyu behind him. Yi Fanyu's muscles tensed up immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Mr. Su, this joke is not funny." Sumu frowned slightly. "You move aside too." Yi Fanyu was also stunned. He realized something and immediately moved away. This time, the person who appeared was Wang Li, who had been hiding behind the crowd. The delicate Wang Li saw that everyone's eyes were on her, and her face turned pale with fright. She quickly looked back, hoping that there was someone behind her, and that Sumu would ask her to make way, but there was no such person, there was no one behind her. Wang Li's face turned even paler at this. She waved her hands in panic. No. It wasn't me. How could I possibly destroy the window and let those monsters in? I'd die too. Yi Fanyu looked at her with a puzzled look. Mr. Su, are you mistaken? With her courage, it is impossible for her to destroy the doors and windows. Yes. Why do you think it's me? Do you have any evidence? Wang Li cried out as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Sumu smiled and pointed the gun at Wang Li and said, of course. He paused and said, the evidence is that when I jumped from the building before, you deliberately delayed by the window to prevent me from jumping. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. What kind of evidence is this? I didn't delay on purpose. I'm just afraid of heights. Is it my fault for being afraid of heights? Wang Li argued fiercely. Just give me some judgment. He's clearly blaming me for wasting his time. He's taking revenge on me. Yi Fanyu didn't say anything, but he felt a chill in his heart. Sumu was simply a lunatic. He wanted to kill Wang Li just for this reason, but he didn't stop him. It was irrational to become an enemy of Sumu for an ordinary person. Even Yi Fanyu did not support Wang Li, so it was naturally impossible for others to stand up and speak for Wang Li. Wang Li's face turned pale as death. She looked at everyone in disbelief. You can't do this to me. Why? Why? I'm afraid of heights, so what? Only Yang Dongqing showed an expression of reluctance. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Sumu continue, Wang Li is indeed afraid of heights, but you are not afraid of heights. Wang Li's expression froze. What the hell are you talking about? I'm Wang Li. TSK. Sumu's face showed a playful expression. Are your acting skills really that good? Seeing your superb performance, I even wanted to sign you. I happen to have a film and television company under my name. Unfortunately, even if a nightmare monster like you signs a contract, it probably won't be recognized by the law, right? Nightmare monster. Yi Fanyu's face changed slightly. Mr. Su, are you saying that the real Wang Li is dead, and this person in front of me is a villager in disguise? Sumu shook his head. I am more inclined to believe that she is Wang Li, but she has become a villager. Wang Li who became a villager? Have you never thought that the villagers were once human beings, but now they have become nightmare monsters? Then why can't Wang Li, who was once a human being, also change? Wang Li waved her arms anxiously, as if trying to clear herself of suspicion. I'm not. I've been with you from the beginning to the end. How could I turn into a nightmare monster? Don't slander me. At this moment, Li Chang, who was standing by, seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. You haven't always been with us. When you met Mr. Su before, you ran back alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing both distanced themselves from Wang Li and stared at her with murderous eyes. You guys, I'm really not a monster, woo-woo. Wang Li started dropping little pearls after a disagreement. I can't stand seeing women cry. Sumu said with pity, so you'd better die. He slowly raised the pistol and pointed it at Wang Li's head. Wang Li was so scared that she didn't dare to cry anymore. She kept shielding her head with her hands, trying to block the bullets in this ridiculous way. Don't kill me. This is just your guess. You have no evidence to prove that I am a nightmare. No, I do. Sumu said calmly, as long as you take my shot, if you die, you will be Wang Li, and if you don't die, you will naturally be a villager. Words couldn't describe Wang Li's expression. Shock? Anger? Fear? Disbelief? A multitude of complex emotions merged into her face. It was hard to imagine a human face could hold so many emotions simultaneously. I'm dead? It's Wang Li? If you guessed wrong, wouldn't my death be in vain? It's wrong. Although you are dead, at least you have left your innocence in the world. Sumu shrugged. Innocent?
Bang! The loud gunshot temporarily drowned out the sound of rain, and a metal bullet pierced through the rain curtain and accurately shot into Wang Li's smooth forehead. Wang Li's voice suddenly stopped and she fell to the ground. Yi Fanyu was startled, not by the gunshot, but by Sumu. He had experienced 3 nightmare worlds and thought that he had lost his conscience and could not be called a good person, but now he suddenly felt that he was a good person. At least he would not be so indifferent to human life. Sumu, you. Yang Dongqing glared at him, but an inhuman roar interrupted his words. Roar. Chapter 41 Dumplings. A violent roar came from Wang Li's body. The next moment, the dead Wang Li stood up, without using her hands to support herself, but just stood up straight. His pale face was expressionless, except for his eyes, which were filled with burning evil, just like the villagers. What? It's really her. Yang Dongqing was shocked. He didn't expect that Sumu actually guessed it right. In fact, only Sumu himself knew that he was not relying on guesswork, but was 100% sure that Wang Li had turned into a monster because his hypnosis had failed. When he tried to hypnotize Wang Li, he encountered the same reaction as when he hypnotized the villagers. Roar. Wang Li roared and rushed towards Yi Fanyu, who was closest to her. Yi Fanyu's face darkened slightly, and he quickly clenched his right hand into a gun shape and pointed it at Wang Li. 5-finger flame bomb. Bang bang bang, 3 scorching flames whizzed out, bursting into intense flames on Wang Li's body. In just a moment, Wang Li was engulfed by the horrific flames and burned into a dried corpse. After dealing with Wang Li, Yi Fanyu walked over to Sumu and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Su, what exactly is going on? Why did Wang Li suddenly become a villager? As far as I know, the villagers don't seem to have the means to transform humans into their own kind. All those caught by the villagers end up being torn apart and eaten." Sumu smiled slightly. Where do you think those people who were dragged into the darkness by the shadows eventually went? Black Shadow. Yi Fanyu was stunned. Could it be that Black Shadow is the culprit that caused the villagers to turn into monsters? I'm just guessing at the moment. Perhaps the answer lies in this room. Sumu pointed at the thatched hut in front of him with his snakewood cane. Yang Dongqing. He called softly. Yang Dongqing took the lead and entered the thatched hut without even Sumu giving any specific instructions. It was obvious that he was well trained. Bang, the door of the thatched hut was opened. Yang Dongqing entered, looked around, and when he saw that there was no danger, he invited everyone in. After Sumu entered, he looked around with scrutiny through his brown glasses. The facilities in the house were very old. There was only a wooden lounge chair, a large square table with peeling paint, and an old-fashioned cabinet against the wall. On one side of the main room is the bedroom. The bed frame is carved with simple patterns and some children's graffiti. The bedding on it is faded but clean and tidy. Further in is the kitchen. A large earthen stove occupies a corner of the kitchen. Pots and pans are placed on the stove, and dry firewood is piled next to it. The walls are blackened by smoke. Although the whole house is shabby, it has everything it needs. This time, the roar of villagers was heard not far from the door. Yi Fanyu's face changed. Not good, those villagers are catching up. Bang, he quickly closed the door and looked through the crack at the approaching villagers, his heart in his throat. This was mainly because the house was too dilapidated. Even the door was made of pure wood and did not close tightly. He seriously doubted whether this door could keep the villagers out. Fortunately, the villagers stopped when they rushed to the door. Call. Yi Fanyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's blocked. He turned around and was stunned to see Sumu actually taking out a plate of dumplings from the old-fashioned cupboard. The dumplings seemed to have been left for a while. They were no longer crystal clear and plump, but rather dry and wrinkled. The dumplings were squeezed against each other, and some had been slightly deformed. The juice from the dumpling filling seeped into the plate, gathering into a pool of turbid liquid, emitting a faint peculiar smell. Is this dumplings? Yi Fanyu swallowed hard. If dumplings with such good looks were placed in the real world, he would definitely throw them away, but now he was really hungry. Is it edible? Li Cheng on the side also stared with wide eyes. Sumu put the dumplings on the table with a smile. If you two want to eat, please go ahead. Yi Fanyu and Li Cheng came over, staring at Jiaozi and swallowing their saliva. Sumu and others entered relatively late. Although they were a little hungry now, it was not unbearable. There are 12 dumplings in total. I still need to fight next, so I will have 8 and you will have 4. Yi Fanyu did not discuss with Li Cheng, but directly decided the distribution of the dumplings. Although Li Cheng wanted to eat a few more, he didn't dare to object. He stared at the dumplings and nodded. You eat first. Yi Fanyu said. Li Chang was obviously hesitant.
In such a strange place, a plate of dumplings of unknown origin appeared.
Who would dare to eat it directly? Hurry up! Yi Fanyu urged dissatisfiedly. Li Chang made up his mind and decided to die. This was a damn place, and even if he died, he would die with a full stomach. He grabbed the dumplings from the plate and stuffed them into his mouth, like Zhu Beiji swallowing ginseng fruit, and ate 4 dumplings in one breath. After finishing the meal, he looked at the remaining dumplings with some reluctance. Although the dumplings were a little rotten, they were the ultimate delicacy for him who had been hungry for 3 days. Yi Fanyu was very cautious. He carefully observed Li Chang's reaction and waited for a long time. Seeing that Li Chang was really normal, he felt relieved and slowly started to eat dumplings, while not forgetting to observe Li Chang. After eating 8 dumplings, Yi Fanyu finally felt alive again. Mr. Su, why are there dumplings here? Yi Fanyu asked. Sumu's performance just now made him clearly aware of the gap between his IQ and his. Because Tingting loves dumplings, and this is Tingting's home.
Sumu explained with a smile.
Then,
Yi Fanyu had just said one word when his face suddenly changed. Not only that, even Yang Dongqing and the others changed their expressions.
Swish!
Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the wooden bed in the bedroom, because the wooden bed just made a dull thud, as if someone had hit the bedboard with their head.
Who? Get out here!
Yi Fanyu's expression was tense. His right hand had already been clenched into a gun shape, and the flame between his index finger kept spewing out, causing the temperature in the room to continue to rise. Zhao Chaoyao and others also drew their machetes from their waists. They had fought with the villagers before and their bullets were almost used up. In this solemn atmosphere, a dark shadow seemed to be trembling under the bed.
Come out quickly!
Yi Fanyu shouted again, and the flaming bullet at his fingertips almost shot out. At this moment, a snake-patterned wooden cane blocked his way. Yi Fanyu glanced at Sumu in confusion. Mr. Su. Sumu shook his head at him, signaling him to put down the gun. Yi Fanyu extinguished the flame on his fingertips, while Sumu took a step forward and whispered to the bottom of the bed, Tingting, we are not bad people,
come out. Tingting, everyone was shocked.
Could it be that Tingting was under the bed? As expected, the shadow under the bed stopped trembling after hearing these words.
A moment later, a timid little girl's voice came from under the bed. Are you really not bad people? You really won't hurt Tingting? Chapter 42. Grandma is watching you. Everyone was stunned again.
This voice was wrong. Tingting was clearly a young girl, but the sound under the bed was that of a little girl. The smile on Sumu's face became more gentle, like a big brother next door. His tone was gentle but firm, and every word seemed to be carefully considered. Tingting is a good child.
Of course we will not hurt Tingting.
The dark shadow under the bed hesitated for a long time, and finally crawled out from under the bed. She is a little girl about 6 years old, with black hair casually tied into 2 small braids, a little frizzy but still natural. She is very thin but looks a bit smart, like a deer in the mountains. She has a round face with a slight blush, which is the mark left by frequent exposure to the sun. Her eyes are big and bright, like a clear mountain stream, pure and flawless. Her long eyelashes are like 2 small fans, gently fluttering in the blink of an eye. The little girl was wearing tattered clothes and looked timidly at the people in the room. Her dirty little hands were nervously holding the photo frame. Everyone did not let down their guard. After all, they had just experienced the incident with Wang Li, and no one could guarantee whether this little girl would suddenly turn into a monster like the villagers. I just feel that the little girl in front of me is indeed somewhat similar to Tingting before.
Mr. Su, this little girl is quite a bit older than Tingting.
Could they be sisters?
Yi Fanyu asked in a deep voice.
No, she is Tingting.
Yi Fanyu was even more surprised. How did you know?
Sumu gave him a strange look. This is Tingting's house, and the person living here is naturally Tingting.
Is this strange?
Yi Fanyu was unable to refute for a moment.
Tingting, why are you hiding under the bed?
Sumu smiled gently. The little girl Tingting said nervously, I just heard some noise outside, so I hid out of fear.
There are bad people outside, they will bully Tingting.
As Tingting was speaking, she caught a glimpse of the empty plate of dumplings on the wooden table. Her lips pursed, and her big eyes were filled with tears. Those are the dumplings my grandma left for me. Li Chang, who had just eaten dumplings, scratched his head in embarrassment. Why Yifan Yu didn't take it seriously, but instead looked alert. Grandma? Where is your grandma? Tingting felt aggrieved but also a little surprised. She stretched out her dirty little hand and pointed behind everyone. Grandma is right there. Yifan Yu was startled instantly and turned around suddenly, but he only saw a wooden rocking chair with no one on it. But the strange thing was that the rocking chair was rocking without wind, making a creaking sound. He only felt his scalp tingling, and a chill rose along his spine, making every hair stand on end. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Tingting, good children can't lie. Tingting pouted in dissatisfaction, and her innocent childish voice rang out. Tingting is not lying, Grandma is clearly lying in the rocking chair, she is looking at you now and greeting you. Everyone looked at the empty yet rocking chair in horror, and an unspeakable fear suddenly rose in their hearts. Why Yifan Yu and Yang Dongqing, the two extraordinary people, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads and their eyes kept scanning Tingting and the rocking chair. They had no idea which side to rush to meet the enemy. They are capable of fighting against the villagers, but they are also afraid of this invisible monster. This is like a man holding a hunting rifle and asked to choose between facing a bear and a ghost. Without any hesitation, he will definitely choose the bear. In such a tense and strange atmosphere, Sumu smiled politely at the rocking chair. Hello, mother-in-law. This abrupt greeting made everyone feel an uncontrollable sense of weirdness. Yang Dongqing asked nervously in a low voice, can you see it? Sumu smiled slightly, I can't see it, but when an elder greets me, as a junior, I must respond so as not to appear rude. Madman. Yang Dongqing once again gave Sumu a new label, a gentleman with a degree of madness. This time, a silver bell-like laughter rang out. Grandma praised you for being a very polite young man. Tingting seemed to have forgotten about the dumplings and had an innocent smile on her face. Sumu smiled politely and nodded towards the rocking chair in a gentlemanly manner. Thank you for the compliment. You are also a very kind elder. The atmosphere became increasingly weird. In the eyes of everyone, Sumu was talking to the air, and there was clearly no one on the rocking chair. Grandma said it's getting dark and there will be dark shadows outside. You can stay here. Is it getting dark? Everyone hurriedly looked out the window and found that the sky was covered with a layer of haze, just as gloomy as their mood. Clang, a crisp metallic clang caught everyone's attention. It was the sound of Sumu opening his dark gold pocket watch. He checked the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It really gets dark quickly. He put away his pocket watch, and the dark golden Ouroboros pattern flashed before everyone's eyes. Then, he expressed his gratitude to the rattan chair. Grandma, we are sorry to bother you then. After a while, everyone huddled in a corner, far away from the rocking chair, their eyes fixed on it all the time. Tingting was playing obediently in the bedroom with a doll made of rags, combing the doll's hair with a small wooden comb. The sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The only sound in the whole room was the creaking of the rocking chair. Mr. Su, it's getting dark. Let's leave quickly. This place is too weird. Yifan Yu whispered. Is it weird? Lovely Tingting, kind mother-in-law, it's obviously safe here. Sumu enjoyed the comfortable atmosphere. Mr. Su. Now is not the time to joke. That Tingting and the time silhouette must have some strange connection, and that mother-in-law, you can't even see her, how do you know she is kind? Yifan Yu growled. Grandma is willing to take in homeless people like us. Isn't that kind? You. Yifan Yu looked angry, but he didn't dare to leave here alone. At this moment, crunch, crunch, the rocking chair stopped creaking. Everyone instantly tensed up, because they all knew clearly that the rocking chair stopping meant the mother-in-law was coming down, an invisible person, who knows where she will go. Maybe she has already come to your face, looking at you motionlessly, with a kind smile on her wrinkled face. Sizzle. The candles on the table burned out of thin air, emitting a faint candlelight. It's getting dark now. Those bad guys are gone. The little girl Tingting skipped out of the room and said to the air beside everyone, Grandma, I'm going out to look for my sister. Chapter 43. Sumu was taken away by the shadow. Everyone suddenly felt creepy and stared nervously at the air beside them. Although there was no one there, they knew that a kind mother-in-law was standing there quietly. Soon, Tingting skipped out the door. This time, Sumu also stood up and said to the air beside him, Grandma, it's dark now, and my eyesight is not very good. Please forgive me if I bumped into you. After saying that, he went to the bedroom where the little girl had been before under everyone's gaze. When he came out again, he had a photo frame in his hand. It was the photo frame that the little girl had been holding in her hand. He turned the photo frame over and saw a yellowed black and white photo, a family portrait. There are 4 people in the photo. One is an old woman with silver hair, an old face and a hunched body. The other is Tingting, who looks a little younger. As for the other 2, they had no heads at all and their necks were completely broken. One could only judge from their clothes and other parts of their bodies that they were a man and a woman, who looked relatively young. They were holding Tingting's hands on the left and right. Tingting's face was filled with a happy smile. Yifanyu came over and looked at the strange photo in front of him. This man and woman should be Tingting's parents, but why are there no heads? Sumu looked puzzled. The fact that my parents don't have heads isn't the main point. The main point is that there's one person missing from the photo. Who? Yifanyu's expression changed. Sister. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses and said calmly, Tingting just said she was going out to look for her sister, but there's no sister in this family photo. So the question is, who is her sister? Yifanyu's face became uglier and uglier, and the weird feeling in his heart became even stronger. This time, the sky had completely darkened, and the empty rocking chair began to rock again. Crunch, crunch, everyone stared at the rocking chair nervously, and suddenly, an old voice sounded. Sleeping peacefully in the drowsy night fog, the whispers of demons linger around me, moonlight peeking through the window, dark shadows chasing me around the corners with bared fangs and claws. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously tightened their weapons. Is this singing? Yifanyu frowned. Lullaby. Sumu narrowed his eyes and stared at the rocking chair, and the singing continued. The wind blows, the candlelight sways, the embrace of darkness is quiet, close your eyes and don't run around, fear slowly burns in your heart. Go to sleep, baby, don't wake up. There is a dark shadow in the corner, so quiet and silent. Go to sleep, don't open your eyes. There are hands in the darkness, inviting you to cross the bridge. Go to sleep, close your eyes and don't hide, your soul is lost and can't find relief. Sleep soundly in this night, do not ask whether it is true or false, until the dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn around. The simple melody of the song coupled with the old voice revealed a bit of weirdness in the dim night. Listening to the strange singing, everyone had a feeling as if a pair of invisible hands were stroking their scalps in the darkness. What no one noticed was that as the singing began, a shadow quietly rose in a corner of the house where the candlelight could not reach. It rose higher and higher, and finally slowly turned into a human figure. What do these lyrics mean? Yifanyu was inexplicably upset. This strange environment made him very uncomfortable, and he subconsciously asked Sumu, but the moment he turned his head to look at Sumu, his scalp exploded instantly, his face changed drastically, and his body retreated rapidly, putting distance between him and Sumu. Black shadow. He retreated violently to the corner of the room, his right hand clenched into a gun shape, pointing at Sumu's back. Everyone was shocked and looked towards Sumu, only to see a human-like black shadow with long arms and a skinny body standing strangely behind him. Chief. Zhao Chaoya was very anxious and raised the machete in his hand. Sumu, behind you. Yang Dongqing stared at the dark shadow behind Sumu, not daring to act rashly. Sumu didn't look back, but smiled faintly. Behind me? Mr. Su, the black shadow has set its sights on you. Let someone else take your place. Yifanyu shouted hurriedly. However, Sumu did not arrange for his younger brother to die in his place. Instead, he turned around calmly, and a tall, thin black figure was reflected in his brown glasses. This time, the black shadow had already stretched out its slender and dry arms towards Sumu. Are you inviting me? Sumu asked. The black shadow did not answer, but stretched his hand further forward, and the sharp fingertips made of shadows almost touched the brown glasses on his face. Sumu smiled slightly and stretched out his hand towards the shadow. I accept your invitation. The next moment, a white and slender hand tightly grasped the black shadow's hand. Everyone was shocked. Leader. Sumu turned around and smiled at everyone. The faint candlelight hit his face, and the candlelight reflected on his brown glasses, flickering slightly. Don't worry, the answer is hidden in that lullaby. After saying that, he closed his eyes and walked into the darkness hand in hand with the shadow. Everyone stared blankly at Sumu disappearing into the darkness. Lost in thought for a long time, the house fell into a deathly silence. After a long moment, young Dongqing said, although he is a lunatic, I don't think he would seek death on his own initiative. He just said that the answer is hidden in the lullaby. Perhaps he has discovered something. A thoughtful look flashed across Euphonia's eyes. The lyrics of the lullaby say, "Don't open your eyes wide, there are hands in the darkness, trying to invite you to cross the bridge, and then close your eyes and don't hide, the soul is lost and can't find relief." Hands in the darkness probably refers to shadows, so closing your eyes and not hiding is the way to deal with shadows, right? It's possible. Sumu did close his eyes just now. Hey, Mr. Su actually risked his life for a line of lyrics. This is simply. Yi Fanyu hesitated and did not say the second half of the sentence. Yang Dongqing said it for him. He's just a madman, right? Yes, he is a madman. It's not surprising that he can do anything. Asshole. How dare you insult the leader? The leader has his own plans for what to do. How can you talk about him behind his back? Zhao Chaotiao glared at him. Yang Dongqing glanced at him coldly and ignored this person who had already been brainwashed. Now is not the time to quarrel. For now, let's split up and go out to look for candles and food. The appearance of the black shadow means that this place is no longer safe. Yi Fanyu suggested. Everyone looked at each other and finally agreed to Yi Fanyu's proposal. Chapter 44 Illusion in the Dark. Sumu closed his eyes tightly, holding the big hand made of shadows, which was slender, cold, and hard. It wasn't a human hand at all, more like the hand holding the dead body of some monster. Because his eyes were closed, Sumu had no idea what environment he was in. Although his spirit was strong, it was not strong enough to replace his eyes. He was like a blind man, being led by a dark shadow, walking slowly forward. Here, time seemed to have lost its meaning. He could not sense the passage of time at all. It seemed as if he had been walking for a long time, and also as if he had been walking for a short while. There was silence all around, and I could not hear the shadow or my own footsteps. Gradually, the sound of water began to appear under Sumu's feet, but the sound was a bit dull, not like walking in the rain, but more like stepping on some thicker liquid. Acid blood, Sumu guessed casually. He was not panicked at all, but rather had a faint expectation. When he saw Tingting holding hands with the black shadow in the time silhouette before, he guessed that the black shadow pulled people into the darkness and might not kill them directly. It's a very simple logic. If Tingting was killed by the black shadow, she would most likely turn into a monster like the villagers like Wang Li, but Tingting was not seen among the villagers. Moreover, Tingting in the time silhouette clearly knew the black shadow and even talked to it. Are you the nightmare that Grandma talked about? This sentence shows that Tingting learned about the existence of the black shadow from her grandmother a long time ago. The lullaby that Grandma just sang was probably the one she sang to her every night. Why didn't Tingting turn into a monster by the shadow? She must have listened to her grandmother, closed her eyes, and walked away hand in hand with the shadow. That's why Sumu chose to follow the black shadow. He wouldn't live for a few more days according to his idea. Even if he could not become a superhuman, perhaps becoming a nightmare monster like the villagers would not be bad. After all, the villagers were very strong and difficult to kill. As time passed, Sumu found that the sounds in his ears became clearer and clearer, and there was even the sound of wind whistling past. Boom! He stepped on hard ground and there was no sound of water. As he continued to move forward, he found that the ground was sloping upward in curved bridge. He remembered the song that said there was a hand in the darkness, trying to pull you across the bridge. He continued to follow the black shadow. After the ground rose to a certain level, it began to descend again, as if he was going down a bridge. Soon, he walked down from the bridge, and at this moment, he heard a voice in his ears, "Leader." Sumu was very familiar with this voice. He clearly remembered that it was the voice of the younger brother who was dragged away by the black shadow before. The younger brother's voice was very excited, as if he didn't expect to see the leader here. "Chief, are you here to save me?" A hurried trotting sound came from far away in the darkness. It was obviously the younger brother running over. However, Sumu ignored him and did not open his eyes. Instead, he raised his lips to smile with interest. Interesting. "Chief, why don't you speak? Open your eyes and look at me." The younger brother's voice was closer this time, almost in Sumu's ear. Sumu frowned slightly, but still closed his eyes. "Get away." The younger brother's footsteps paused, his voice trembling with resentment. "Chief, are you abandoning me? I've always been following you, hold head high." Sumu responded very confidently, but he always remembered the lyrics, "Sleep, sleep, close your eyes and don't hide, the soul is lost and can't find relief. Sleep in this night, don't ask whether it is true or false, until the dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn around." The meaning of this line of lyrics is very clear, which is to close your eyes tightly and not be deceived by illusions, otherwise your soul will be lost in the darkness. As for when you can open your eyes, it is naturally time to wait until dawn. When it comes to means of deceiving people, no one dares to claim to be first if Sumu is second to none. It is impossible for him to be deceived by a mere illusion. After being rejected, the younger brother's breathing became noticeably heavier, and his tone became colder. Chief, since you have abandoned me, then you can forget about living. Go to hell. A voice full of resentment exploded, and the younger brother rushed towards Sumu frantically. An ordinary person would have opened his eyes out of fear, but Sumu didn't. He just walked forward calmly and ignored it. Sure enough, when the sound of the younger brother charging reached Sumu's ears, everything stopped abruptly and the sound returned to silence again. He continued to move forward, and gradually felt a hint of warmth, and a beam of light pierced into his tightly closed eyes. The feeling was like closing your eyes facing the sun in the daytime. Even with your eyes closed, you could still feel the dazzling light. Chief! Zhao Chaodiao's surprised voice came from a distance. Mr. Su, you're back? Yi Fanyu's voice also contained a hint of surprise. Sumu, wake up. Why are you still closing your eyes? What happened after you left with the black shadow? The voices of the crowd rushed into Sumu's ears, but he still did not open his eyes. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. How clumsy. Can you use your brain before lying? Sumu was too lazy to complain. If a normal person saw that Wang Li came back alive, their first reaction would definitely not be welcome, but vigilance and suspicion. After all, Wang Li had become a monster like the villagers. Moreover, it is known that dark shadows only appear at night or in shadows. Now the sunlight is so dazzling, but the dark shadow's hand is still holding his hand. How is this possible? The voices around paused, and then the tone of Zhao Chaodiao and others became extremely cold. He found out. Kill him. Yes, kill him. A group of people rushed towards Sumu, roaring inhumanly. Similarly, after these sounds rushed to the front, they subsided. As Sumu walked for a while, and this time he heard some different sounds, the voices of children. Fool! Hey, here comes the big fool Ting. Hurry up, we don't play with fools. A group of children were laughing and joking. Amidst the laughter, Ting's aggrieved voice rang out, Ting is not a fool. Lul Yulu. Look, this fool is crying. Aren't you a fool? Your parents don't want you because you're stupid. You're talking nonsense. Grandma said mom and dad went out to work, they didn't abandon Ting. Chapter 45. The truth is always on my side. Sumu continued to move forward without stopping, and the innocent voices of the children became more mature, as if they had grown up. This fool is still playing in the mud. She must be playing in the mud. She's a fool after all. Hey, look at this fool's thing, it's quite big. Really? Let's go over and take a look. Ting, let's play together. Really? Ting asked in surprise, are you willing to play with me? Sumu found that even Ting's voice had changed, becoming closer and closer to the Ting in the silhouette of time. Of course, we are from the same village after all. How about this, Ting, let's play a fun game. Okay, what game? You'll understand after you play for a while, but you must not tell your grandma, otherwise we won't play with you anymore. Whoa. I don't want to play games, this game is not fun. You are all bad people, you bully Ting, catch her quickly, don't let her run away. You bunch of beasts. An old voice sounded, followed by the sound of wooden sticks hitting people and screams. Sumu recognized the voice as Ting's grandmother. Ting, remember, when grandma is working in the fields during the day, you stay home and lock the door. Don't open it for anyone who comes. Grandma made your favorite dumplings and put them in the cupboard. If you are hungry, take them out and eat them. Yes, Grandma, Ting remembers it. Grandma, why do they call Ting a fool? They are all bad people. Ting is not stupid. Ting is the smartest child in the world. A silver bell-like laughter rang out, and it was Ting cheering joyfully, Ting is the smartest child in the world. Ting is the smartest child in the world. Ting, open the door for Uncle. No, Grandma said Uncle is a bad man. How can Uncle be a bad guy? Look, Uncle even brought you your favorite lollipop. Really? Of course it's true, open the door.
Ah. You're a liar. You're a bad person. Hee hee, Ting is really getting more and more beautiful. Hey, look, this idiot is carrying dumplings to the cemetery again. She's so silly. Aunt Lee saw she had been hungry for several days and kindly gave her 2 steamed buns, but she refused them and insisted on dumplings, saying that her grandmother loved dumplings the most. The village chief was kind enough to give her dumplings every now and then, but she went so far as to bring dumplings to her grandmother's grave every day. I don't know who told her that her grandmother was sleeping underground, so she started going door to door asking people for dumplings. Hey, I heard that as long as you give her dumplings. At this point, the sound stopped abruptly. The shadow's hand in his hand also disappeared at some point. Sumu opened his eyes and saw a dim and dilapidated house. The rocking chair inside was not rocking, and there was a hazy sky outside. The little girl Ting was standing quietly in front of him, tilting her head and looking at him curiously. Big brother, were you sleeping standing up just now? Sumu smiled gently and rubbed Ting's dry and frizzy hair with his hands. Yes, Big brother just fell asleep while standing. Ting smiled happily when she heard this. Big brother, you are lying. Who would sleep standing up? Sumu made a surprised expression. Ting actually saw through it. Ting is so smart. Ting smiled even more happily, her big eyes curved into crescents, revealing a row of small white teeth. Of course, Grandma said Ting is the smartest child in the world. Yes, Ting is the smartest child in the world. Sumu smiled and nodded. At this time, Ting seemed to think of something, and hurried to the cupboard, opened it, and then took out a plate of dumplings from it. Big brother, do you want to eat dumplings? They are delicious. Ting and Grandma both love dumplings the most. Suddenly, the voices of Yifanyu and others were heard outside the house. Damn it, the daylight comes so quickly. Yang Dongqing complained. This room is too small. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely attract the shadows. Listen to me and move to another room. No. Zhao Chaoyao said firmly, what if Yiling comes back and can't find us? You guys, Yifanyu sighed, do you really think Mr. Su can come back? Even if he really comes back, will he still be him? As several people were talking, there was a crack. The door of the thatched hut opened. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked towards the gate with serious expressions. Then they saw a man in a suit and tie, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane and wearing brown glasses, slowly walking out of the house. Chief! Zhao Chaoyao and other Viper gang members were ecstatic. Don't go over there. Yifanyu stopped them, staring at Sumu with his eyes. Mr. Su, are you, still you? Sumu smiled slightly, of course. I told you that the leader would be fine. Zhao Chaoyao was excited and was about to go find Sumu, but was stopped by Yifanyu. Wait. What proof do you have? As soon as these words came out, Sumu's smile deepened. Mr. Yi seems to have forgotten again. He gently pushed his glasses, the smile on his face slowly faded, and he said lightly, have you forgotten who you are? Let me prove it to you? Do you deserve it? Yifanyu's face suddenly turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit, while Zhao Chaoyao and others walked behind Sumu without hesitation. Yang Dongqing hesitated for a moment and walked over. Mr. Yang, even you, Yang Dongqing said without even turning his head, I just think that the nightmare monster shouldn't imitate it so closely. Yifanyu's face became increasingly ugly, and beside him was only the uneasily Chang. Sumu said calmly, so, Mr. Yi, do you understand? It doesn't matter whether I am a nightmare or not. What matters is, the truth is always on my side. You call having more people the truth? Yifanyu said gloomily. Sumu smiled slightly, number of people is just a manifestation of power, and power is truth. After saying that, he led everyone into Ting's home. Li Chang hesitated for a moment and followed him in. Only Yifanyu was left with a gloomy expression. He stood there for a long time and finally went into the house with a sullen face. As soon as he entered the house, Yifanyu's attention was attracted by Ting, who was sitting at the table and eating dumplings. To be more precise, he was attracted by the dumplings. He rushed over and snatched the plate of dumplings from Ting. That was given to me by my grandma. Ting pouted and was about to cry. Chapter 46, Ways to Return to Reality. Yifanyu didn't care about these things, as long as the dumplings were in his hands, they would be his. Yang Dongqing. Sumu gave an order, and Yang Dongqing,
who had been unhappy for a long time, immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Yi Fanyu was shocked. He did not expect Yang Dongqing to suddenly attack, and hurriedly dodged backwards. At this time, it was Tingting who hurriedly waved her hands, her face flushed with anxiety. Don't fight, Tingting doesn't like fighting, you can eat dumplings if you want. Yang Dongqing showed hesitation, and Yi Fanyu said angrily, put away your unnecessary sympathy, we are human. What about her? She is a creature from nightmares, maybe even a nightmare monster. Stop arguing. Tingting doesn't want the dumplings anymore. Tingting became more and more anxious. She was kind-hearted and didn't want to see people arguing. Did you hear that? She herself said she didn't want it anymore. Yi Fanyu whispered, suppressing his anger. Yang Dongqing finally loosened his fists. He knew it was useless to snatch it back, and it would only make Tingting even more unhappy. After a small dispute was settled, Yi Fanyu picked up the dumplings and called Li Chang to come and eat. For a person who had been hungry for 3 days, the 8 dumplings from yesterday were basically the same as not eating anything. You eat first. I'll give you 2 this time. Yi Fanyu said coldly. Li Chang agreed in a muffled voice, but when he went to get the dumplings, he exclaimed, 11? 1 less than yesterday. Yi Fanyu looked carefully and found that there was indeed 1 less than yesterday. He looked at Tingting. Why is there 1 less? Did you eat it or hide it? Tingting shook her head. I didn't eat them, and I didn't hide them. Grandma just made 11 of them. Yi Fanyu looked at her deeply, said nothing more, and continued to eat dumplings with Li Chang. Yang Dongqing no longer paid attention to Yi Fanyu and the others, but asked Sumu, what happened after you left? Sumu did not intend to hide and said bluntly, just as I expected, the shadow is not unsolvable. Just close your eyes, hold his hand and keep walking, and you will be able to return from the darkness when daybreak comes. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Is it that simple? It's easy for me, but not necessarily for you. Yang Dongqing's face immediately fell. What do you mean? It's not interesting. In the darkness, there will be all kinds of sounds tempting you to open your eyes. As long as you open your eyes, you will be completely lost in the darkness and eventually turn into a monster like the villagers. Yang Dongqing curled his lips in disdain. Isn't it just closing my eyes? What's so difficult about that? Since I know those voices are fake, I definitely won't open my eyes. Well, you're right. Anger flashed across Yang Dongqing's face. He always felt that he was being despised, but he had no evidence. Although Yi Fanyu was eating, he had actually pricked up his ears to listen. This time, Sumu changed the subject. I also got some information in the dark, information about Tingting. He glanced at Tingting, but found that the little girl had run into the bedroom to comb the doll's hair. He slowly told what he saw and heard in the darkness, mainly about Tingting's voice. 5 minutes later, Yang Dongqing's face had been twisted into a hideous expression by anger. He clenched his fists tightly, with veins bulging on them. Beasts! These beasts! Fuck! At this moment, he only felt that his chest was filled with an unprecedented anger, and even his skin had a metallic color. He wanted to kill people, and he couldn't stop wanting to kill people. In contrast to his anger, Yi Fanyu beside him was full of joy. Great! What did you say? Yang Dongqing glared at him like an angry lion. No, don't get me wrong, what I want to say is that based on Mr. Su's description, Tingting is very likely the source of this nightmare. In other words, this is Tingting's nightmare. Yi Fanyu changed his gloomy expression and showed excitement on his face, because he found a way to break this nightmare. A little friction was nothing compared to staying alive. He said excitedly, this is my 3rd time entering the nightmare world. I have some experience with nightmares. Although nightmares are bizarre, they also have traces to follow. For example, if a person watches a zombie movie before going to bed, there is a high probability that he will dream about zombies that night. It's the same principle. In other words, dreams are a reflection of reality. Mr. Su's story just now made me understand why these villager monsters only appear during the day. Because in reality, Tingting was basically bullied by the villagers during the day. In Tingting's eyes, the villagers are just villagers. They appear during the day and rest at night. Think about it carefully. What did Tingting say when she went out to find her sister before? She called the villagers bad people instead of monsters, which was not normal. This is Tingting's nightmare, so the villagers' behavior will follow Tingting's logic. Tingting's grandmother asked her to hide at home, and the house is safe, so the villagers cannot enter the house. I guess this is also the case in reality. No matter how much the villagers bully Tingting, they dare not forcibly destroy the doors and windows or break into the house. The villagers would change their appearance and use various tricks to lure people out.
Isn't this just like someone using a lollipop to trick Tingting out of the house?
This kind of thing must have happened more than once, so in Tingting's eyes, the villagers were just using all kinds of sweet talk to trick her into opening the door. Yifanyu became more and more excited as he spoke, but he didn't see Yang Dongqing's face become more gloomy.
Also,
the village chief's son in the time silhouette was called Tingting the Fool. I thought it was just a casual remark at the time, but I didn't expect Tingting to be a real fool. The reason she's acting like a little girl now is because her mind is limited. After all, a fool's IQ is basically the same as a child's. Enough!
Yang Dongqing shouted angrily.
He could not tolerate Yifanyu calling Tingting a fool. A kind-hearted girl with intellectual disabilities, who had done nothing wrong, was treated like this. She loved dumplings the most, but she would rather starve than give them to her deceased grandmother. Even now, facing Yifanyu's snatching, she was not concerned about whether she would starve herself, but was worried about a fight between them. The smile on Yifanyu's face gradually cooled. Mr. Yang, I understand your feelings. You sympathize with Tingting's experience, but don't forget that this is a nightmare world. The real Tingting died a long time ago.
The current Tingting is strictly speaking also a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently.
He had no place to vent the anger in his heart. He knew that Yifanyu was right, but he was just angry and depressed. Yifanyu turned his gaze to Su Mu. Mr. Su, I know you are rational. I believe that with your wisdom you have already guessed all this, so the next thing is very simple. As long as we work together to eradicate the source of the nightmare, that is, killing Tingting, this nightmare will be broken. Chapter 47. I refuse. Yifanyu's voice suddenly dropped to a low note. He glanced obscurely at the little girl combing her doll's hair in the bedroom, and continued, killing Tingting shouldn't be difficult. The only obstacle should be her deceased grandmother. When we attack Tingting, we are very likely to have a head-on conflict with her grandmother, especially since none of us can see her. We don't even know if she is at home now. I guess she is not here. After all, in Tingting's memory, Grandma would go to the fields to work during the day and would not come back until dark, but to be on the safe side, I have a plan. We'd better not do it here, but trick Tingting out first and then do it. Among our group of people, Tingting should trust you the most, Mr. Su, so why not let you? I don't agree.
Yang Dongqing suddenly flew into a rage. He clenched his fists and blared at Yifanyu. What did Tingting do wrong? She's just a victim. There must be another way.
Yifanyu's face became even colder. Mr. Yang, I hope you can calm down.
She is not a human. She is a nightmare monster. Killing a nightmare monster can allow everyone to survive.
Isn't that good? As you said, there is indeed another way to break the nightmare besides killing the source of the nightmare, and that is to save the source of the nightmare. This nightmare was caused by Tingting. As long as all the villagers are killed, without these evil people, the nightmare will naturally not be a nightmare. But do you think it is possible? With just a few of us facing hundreds of villagers, we have no chance of winning.
Don't forget, there's no food here. Even a transcendent will starve to death if they don't eat, and they'll become weaker and weaker. In the end, you won't even be able to use your abilities.
How will you kill the villagers? Yifanyu analyzed the pros and cons clearly, but Yang Dongqing's answer was still, I disagree. This young man who had just become a superhuman showed unprecedented determination at this moment. He clenched his teeth, veins on his face were faintly visible, and his eyes were already filled with anger. I will kill all the villagers to avenge Tingting. Yifanyu was shocked and angry. You are crazy.
You will kill everyone if you do this.
How can we deal with hundreds of villagers?
Revenge?
What revenge? They are long dead. These are just dreams.
Dream.
Yang Dongqing's eyes burned with an incomparably bright and blazing flame, and the metallic color of his body became increasingly intense. These scumbags don't even deserve to live in dreams, so why should they be able to bully Tingting in dreams forever after they die? Tell me.
Why? Damn them. Crazy.
You're really crazy. Yifanyu was also angry. Mr. Su, I can't reason with him.
You are a smart person. As long as you follow my plan, we will definitely be able to return to reality.
For a moment, Yang Dongqing and Yifanyu's eyes were focused on Suemu. Yifanyu knew that Sumu was a cold-blooded and intelligent person, and he would definitely make the right choice, and Yang Dongqing, he clenched his fists. He knew that Sumu was cold-blooded and ruthless, so he was prepared to fight against both of them at the same time, but deep down in his heart he secretly hoped that Sumu would reject Yifanyu's proposal. Facing the gazes of the two, Sumu smiled slightly. I refuse. Yang Dongqing was surprised and happy, but Yifanyu was stunned with disbelief. You refuse. Yifanyu found it unbelievable. A person like you, do you really care about the life and death of a nightmare monster? Sumu pushed his brown glasses and maintained an elegant smile. Mr. Yi seems to have a deep misunderstanding of me.
Actually, I have always been a good person. Ha, ha, ha. Yifanyu laughed strangely and ferociously. You? Good guy? You are all good people, and I am the only bad guy.
He pointed at himself crazily, never expecting that he would end up in such a situation even though he was about to escape from the nightmare. The joy he had just felt had already vanished into thin air.
I just want to survive. What's wrong with me? Mr. Yi, you're obsessed. There's no right or wrong in this world. There's only strength and weakness.
I understand your desire to live, but please abide by my decision. It is impossible for Sumu to choose to kill Tingting and return to reality. Before he became extraordinary, even if he returned now, he would still die. At this moment, Yifanyu's expression turned completely cold, his eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent, the 5 fingers of his right hand were spread out, and hot flames lit up one after another.
You're right.
There's no right or wrong in this world, only strong and weak.
But, who said I'm weak?
As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the field froze instantly.
Yang Dongqing took a step forward and stood beside Sumu.
Zhao Chaoyao and others directly drew the machetes from their waists, and their fanatical faces were full of murderous aura. Sumu smiled faintly. Mr. Yi, if you are really strong enough, then the moment you saw me, you should have understood that you have no chance of winning from the beginning to the end. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Yifanyu's lips. It seems that my previous tolerance has caused you to misunderstand me. Previously, it was because there was no irreconcilable contradiction between you and me, and we were both in the nightmare world. Killing each other was irrational, so I was very tolerant, but now the key to cracking the nightmare has been found, and I have nothing to worry about anymore. Moreover, I have already figured out your strengths.
Yang Dongqing is just a new transcendent who is not proficient in controlling his own abilities.
As for you, you are nothing more than relying on your puppet ability to control a group of ordinary people, but your body is weaker than that of ordinary people. The most important thing is that in the previous battles, the bullets in your men's guns have long been exhausted.
Do you think you can still pose any threat to me? Sumu's expression remained unchanged. Who said we ran out of bullets? Yifanyu's expression changed slightly.
His 5-finger flame bullet mainly focused on attacking, and he couldn't rely solely on his body to defend against bullets like Yang Dongqing. If the opponent also had a gun, then he would indeed be in some danger.
You don't have to bluff. I saw with my own eyes that the bullets were exhausted.
You're right. My men have indeed run out of bullets, but Mr. Li Chang hasn't. As soon as these words were spoken, the focus of the crowd immediately shifted to Li Chang, who had been hiding in the corner and dared not speak. The taciturn middle-aged man slowly took out a black pistol from his waist, his hands still shaking uncontrollably. Yifanyu's heart sank. Although a gun could not pose any threat to him, as long as Yang Dongqing and others were not around, in a one-on-one situation, he was not afraid of a gun at all.
Li Chang! Don't you want to live? Now the opportunity is in front of you. As long as you kill that little girl, we can return to reality.
The middle-aged man, whose spine was broken by the burden of life, trembled more and more. Chapter 48. You lied to me.
Idiot. I want to live. Mr. Su, I have always been an honest and upright person. I want to go back alive. I still have family, relatives, and friends. I really can't die here. Mr. Su, I don't want to kill anyone. Please get out of the way.
A big man like you has the energy to uphold justice for monsters, but I have already exhausted all my strength just to survive, and my family is still waiting in reality. Stop. Sumo interrupted, no one likes to listen to your sad story. If you want, go and join Yifanyu. One more person won't make much difference anyway. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned red. He suddenly raised his gun and pointed it at Sumu, then moved closer to Yifanyu. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't make me. Either you agree to kill that monster, or you die. No one expected that Li Chang would suddenly explode at this time. Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaodiao, and others hurriedly protected Sumu behind them. Why Yifanyu sneered, Mr. Su, see, not everyone is on your side. Oh? Really? Sumu gently pushed his brown glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses emitted an invisible light. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled everyone, but what surprised everyone even more was that the bullet actually hit Yifanyu. Yifanyu was worthy of being a superhuman who has experienced 3 nightmare worlds. Facing the cold gunshot from behind, he actually gave advance warning and twisted his body, causing the bullet that was supposed to hit him to deflect. However, even so, he was shot, and a bloody hole appeared on the right side of his back, with blood gushing out. Yifanyu groaned, and suddenly retreated, putting some distance between him and the crowd. At this moment, his face was already covered with pain and anger. Li Changyu! No. It's none of my business. My hands are out of control. Li Chang was completely panicked, his body trembling violently, his dark face full of fear, as if he had encountered something unexpected. Bang bang bang, several gunshots rang out, and deadly bullets whizzed towards Yifanyu, but he was an extraordinary person after all. When he kept a distance, his amazing physical fitness was revealed. Facing the bullets shot by Li Chang, he was like a flexible snake, suddenly turning over and breaking through the window, and escaped from the house. Brother Yi, I really didn't mean it. My hands were out of control, ha ha. A burst of laughter suddenly burst out from Li Chang's mouth, and he chased out while shooting. I lied to you. You idiot. How dare you disobey the leader? You deserve to die. You guys are a bunch of lunatics. You all deserve to die. Outside the house, Yifanyu, who was hiding in a panic, was completely overwhelmed by anger. Bang! An inflamed bullet shot out from his fingertips, leaving a trail of hot flames in the air and hitting Li Chang's body hard. In just a moment, Li Chang's laughter stopped abruptly and he was burned to ashes by the flames. This time, several villagers who had been squatting outside the house roared and rushed towards Yifanyu. In a rage, he attacked one after another, and several inflamed bombs whizzed out, directly killing the villagers. Yifanyu stared at the dilapidated thatched hut. He knew he had to get rid of everyone before a large number of villagers arrived. So he suddenly opened his hands, pointed at the thatched hut, and said in an extremely cold voice, 10-finger flame bomb. The tips of his 10 fingers lit up with blazing flames one after another, and the flames quickly twisted and gathered, turning into 10 compressed flame bombs. Boom! 10 fire bombs whizzed out, and 10 flame trails appeared in the air. They rotated and intertwined, and finally merged into a fist-sized firebomb, which hit the thatched hut hard. The firebomb collided violently with the thatched hut, sparks flew in an instant, and the thatched hut was like a huge bonfire that was lit. The flames devoured every piece of wood mercilessly. The red flames shot straight into the sky, and thick smoke rose up, forming a huge black smoke column that covered the sky. Yifanyu had hidden his strength before. When facing the siege of the villagers, he always used the 5-finger flame bomb. But this time, facing Sumu and others, he used all his strength. Is he dead? Yifanyu gasped. The pain from the gunshot wound on his back continued to irritate his nerves. Just when he thought everyone was dead, he discovered that behind the blazing flames, several figures in black suits were looming. They walked out steadily from the side of the flames, converging like a small black torrent. The leader was Sumu, and beside him, Yang Dongqing was holding Tingting, who looked frightened. Yifanyu's face darkened as he realized that Sumu and the others must have escaped through the back window in advance. He knew without thinking who came up with the idea. It must have been Sumu. Only Sumu had the brains to guess in advance that he was going to burn the house. Yang Dongqing put Tingting down, and a soft look appeared on his steely face. Tingting, be good, stay away. Brother will go and deal with this bad guy first. Although Tingting's intelligence remained at the level of a child, she was not unable to distinguish between good and evil. She nodded obediently, then jumped out of Yang Dongqing's arms and ran away with her short legs. Yang Dongqing was not worried about Tingting's safety. She was the source of the nightmare and had lived here for who knows how long. It was difficult for anything in the nightmare to hurt her. Afterwards, Yang Dongqing stared at Yifanyu with his tiger eyes. Neither of them spoke, but they both saw the determination in each other's eyes. The two people have different ideas, and neither can persuade the other, so the only option is to fight. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Yang Dongqing stood there like a steel fortress, his body gleaming with metallic luster. Flames appeared on Yifanyu's fingertips, and the air around him rose and twisted, emitting a terrifying high temperature. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing moved. He rushed out like a swift cheetah. He knew very well that his only chance to defeat Yifanyu was to get close to him. Why Yifanyu naturally knew this, so the moment Yang Dongqing rushed over, he formed his hands into gun shapes, bang bang bang, his left and right hands fired continuously, and his body moved quickly as he continued firing, increasing the distance between the two. Several flaming bullets whizzed out, and the air around them seemed to be on fire. Yang Dongqing rushed towards the flames at full speed. He intended to withstand the flames head-on and not give Yifanyu any time to move. Boom boom boom. One flaming bomb after another fell on Yang Dongqing, causing him to stagger and leaving a faint black mark on his body, but he still did not stop and rush towards Yifanyu. Because of Tingting, he remained in a furious state, and his iron body was obviously stronger. 10-finger flame bombs. Yifanyu's eyes turned cold, and he shot out 10 flame bombs at once. The terrifying flame bombs intertwined and merged in the air, turning into a large flame bomb, hitting Yang Dongqing hard. Chapter 49. My ability is Stand User. Boom. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. The exploding flames exploded directly on Yang Dongqing's body, and instantly turned into a blazing sea of fire, directly engulfing his body. Ah! With a roar mixed with anger and pain, Yang Dongqing, whose body was as charred as charcoal, forcibly tore a hole in the sea of fire and rushed out. The little bit of hair that had just grown out was now gone. He suddenly jumped up and pounced on Yifanyu like a tiger descending from the mountain. Why Yifanyu was startled and dodged quickly, followed by Yang Dongqing's rain-like fists. The fists with a metallic luster made the air explode faintly with each blow, but Yifanyu was obviously faster and dodged the punch with a step back. After all, he was experienced in combat and took advantage of the gap in Yang Dongqing's attack to seize the opportunity and fired a flaming bomb at Yang Dongqing's face. Yang Dongqing was shocked and quickly used both hands to block it. Little did they know that this was exactly what Yifanyu wanted. After all, he is still too naive. Why Yifanyu's face showed a ferocious expression, and his right hand suddenly stretched out, with 5 fingers forming claws. Whoosh, flames lit up at his fingertips and transformed into 5 highly compressed fire bombs. However, this time, he did not shoot the firebombs. Instead, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly. What would happen when he held 5 highly compressed flame bullets in his hands? The next moment, Yifanyu gave the answer. His entire fist seemed to be ignited by flames, burning with raging flames. The flames were no longer bright orange-yellow, but mixed with a hint of fiery red. Flame fist, he punched out, hitting Yang Dongqing's exposed abdomen. Boom, a deafening explosion sounded, and the terrifying flames almost instantly engulfed the two of them. Screams were heard, and a charred figure was seen flying backwards like a cannonball. His body drew an arc in the air and crashed into the row of thick trees. With the sound of crackling, several large trees fell down and leaves flew all over the sky. He fell heavily to the ground, and the powerful impact plowed a deep mark on the ground, causing dust to fly and gravel to scatter. The person flying backwards was Yang Dongqing. He thought Yifanyu was not good at close combat, but he didn't know that he had a trump card and everything was just an illusion. This time, Yang Dongqing's abdomen was burnt and even emitted a pungent smell of burnt barbecue. His consciousness began to blur, his eyes turned white, and he struggled to get up, but collapsed heavily to the ground. He stared at the sky in a daze, and it was not until this moment that he realized. It turned out that he had always been a weak person, even after becoming an extraordinary person. Are you going to die? He had already fallen down, and he didn't think Sumu could defeat Yifanyu. Perhaps this was the place where he and others would die, but why am I so unwilling to accept this? Tingting's revenge hasn't been avenged yet, and Jasmine is still waiting for me to return. I can't die yet. A strong will made his body surge with strength again. With this strength, he stood up with difficulty, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He can't fall down yet. Boom, an inflammable bullet flew through the air and landed accurately on Yang Dongqing. Bang, Yang Dongqing's eyes turned completely white and he fell asleep. He finally fell down. Why Yifanyu didn't even give him a chance to stand up. This time, the flames around Yifanyu had dissipated. He was in a very bad condition, his face was pale, his chest was heaving violently, and even his body showed signs of being burned by the flames, especially his right hand, which was already burnt and hung limply. Sumu, who had been watching the battle, narrowed his eyes slightly. The five-finger flame bomb provided Yi Fanyu with a high degree of fire resistance, otherwise he would not be able to control the fire, but this kind of fire resistance was also limited. The flaming fist just now could be said to hurt others and himself. The five compressed flame bombs exploded at close range, first injuring Yi Fanyu's hand, and then Yang Dongqing, but Yi Fanyu blocked most of the damage with his fire resistance. Although Yi Fanyu was in a mess because he had lost one hand, he had a grin on his face that showed he was confident of victory. He walked towards Sumu step by step. "Mr. Su, you are the only one left." Zhao Chaoyao and others' expressions tightened, and they all stood in front of Sumu with machetes in their hands. Yi Fanyu's smile became more and more ferocious. "Do you think you can stop me with just these few ordinary people? Ha ha ha. Weren't you always so arrogant? I'm really curious about how ugly someone like you would be before dying." Facing Yi Fanyu's wild laughter, Sumu also laughed. He waved his hand, signaling Zhao Chaoyao and others to disperse. Zhao Chaoyao and others, who obeyed orders only, naturally dispersed, revealing Sumu, who had been protected before. Yi Fanyu paused, a look of vigilance on his face. "Mr. Su, in the face of absolute strength, any tricks you play are useless." Hearing this, Sumu smiled faintly, and with his slender white fingers, he gently took off the brown glasses on his face, folded the glasses slowly, and then put them in his pocket. The confidence that he could control everything made Yi Fanyu even more vigilant, and he didn't dare to let his guard down at all. At this time, Sumu smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, do you really think my ability is a puppet?" Yi Fanyu's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? How could your ability not be a puppet? If it's not a puppet, how can you bring so many subordinates into the nightmare world?" Sumu shook his head slightly. "My ability is standard user." "Stand-in? I don't care what your abilities are, go to hell." Yi Fanyu suddenly launched an attack, and a scorching flame bomb whizzed out and hit Sumu's body. Boom, Sumu died and turned into a charred corpse. "Oomph, playing tricks." Yi Fanyu sneered. "Mr. Yi, please be careful." Sumu's voice suddenly sounded from behind Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was startled and turned around to see Sumu rushing towards him. The running speed he burst out at that moment was completely unlike that of a weak person. He was even faster than an ordinary person. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Yi Fanyu was shocked and angry, and roared, "Five-finger flame bomb." Bang! A blazing fireball cut through the air and landed precisely on Sumu, causing a burst of blazing flames to burst out on him. However, the next moment, Sumu rushed out from the flames. Although most of his body was burnt, he still kept rushing towards Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was increasingly shocked. How could someone with a body of steel have taken his incendiary bomb? Furthermore, if he had just killed Sumu, then who was this person before him? An irresistible weird feeling lingered in his heart, and he fired again. Bang bang, two more inflammable bombs finally killed Sumu completely. Another charred body fell to the ground. However, Yi Fanyu did not relax at all. He looked around nervously, and sure enough, the thing that scared him the most happened. Chapter 50. Kill me and then become me, Sumu. Sumu is everywhere. At this moment, he felt extremely absurd. He was actually surrounded by a group of Sumu. No! This is impossible. What is going on? Yi Fanyu was completely panicked. He had never seen such a strange scene. He fired like a madman, and the flaming bullets sprayed out in all directions like water. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the Sumu people, whose bodies were twisted and skin was charred by the flames, still rushed towards him fearlessly. "Sumu!" Yi Fanyu roared to the sky, his eyes already bloodshot. "I don't care what weird abilities you have. I'll kill as many of you as you can." He was completely crazy, his emotions seemed to be ignited, and he rushed towards the Sumu around him madly, killing everyone he saw. Kill me, and then, become me." The Sumu people around him who looked exactly the same spoke at the same time. "Ah! Die! All of you die! 10-finger flame bullet! Flame fist!" The sounds of explosions, burning flames, and corpses falling to the ground were endless, interweaving into a melody in this flaming battlefield. 5 minutes later, there was only one figure standing on the entire battlefield. The figure was staggering, gasping for breath, and almost collapsed. It was Yi Fanyu. He bent over, supported his knees with his hands, breathed in the hot air in big gulps, and even snowflakes appeared in his eyes, but he was laughing, a hysterical laugh as if to vent, looking at Sumu's corpse around him. Ha ha. I won. I won after all. Cough, cough, cough. He was coughing violently and his waist was aching so much that he could hardly stand up straight. It took him a while to calm down. Just as he was about to support his body and stand up, he froze in place, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. His expression was extremely horrified, as if he had seen something creepy, and his pupils almost shrank into needle shapes. What he saw was a small puddle on the ground. It was a puddle left over from the previous rain. Some rainwater had accumulated in it and mixed with the soil, making it very turbid, but in that muddy puddle, there was a face reflected, a face that frightened Yi Fanyu to the extreme, Sumu's face. That pale and handsome face was still smiling, polite and elegant. The next moment, Yi Fanyu touched his face tremblingly, his expression almost crazy. Sumu in the puddle also touched his face, his movements exactly the same as Yi Fanyu's. No. No, no, no. This is not true. Yi Fanyu frantically tore at his face, as if he wanted to tear the skin off. He suddenly thought of Sumu's previous words, "Kill me, then, become me." I'm Sumu. Yi Fanyu had a mental breakdown. No. That's not right, I'm Yi Fanyu. Sumu. Get out here. I'm going to kill you. I've always been here. Sumu's gentle voice sounded in Yi Fanyu's ears. It's you. Don't you want to kill me? Do it. Yi Fanyu became increasingly frustrated. Don't try to trick me. Get out. In the puddle, Sumu's face smiled silently. I said before, my ability is standard user. From now on, I will live on in your place. Your power, your wealth, even your family, friends, wife, will all belong to me. Don't even think about it. Yi Fanyu roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. You want to live in my place? Ha 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 ha. Then let's die together. He suddenly raised his right hand, which was clenched into a gun shape, and then stuffed his index finger into his mouth. With his eyes flashing red and crazy, Yi Fanyu chose to shoot without any hesitation. 5-finger flame bomb. He fired the last 5-finger fire bullet in his life, and the target of this fire bullet was himself. Bang! Yi Fanyu fell to the ground. See? He committed suicide. It's none of my business. Deep in the woods, Sumu shrugged helplessly. Yang Dongqing beside him was already stunned. As a spectator of this battle, he has the most say. He has never seen such a strange battle. After being knocked unconscious by Yi Fanyu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body while in coma, and then woke up. After waking up, he found that it was Sumu who was hitting him with a snake-patterned wood cane. Just as he was about to curse, Sumu made a hush sound and pointed at Yi Fanyu. He looked at Yi Fanyu and found that he was slaughtering the villagers like a madman, shouting Sumu's name while slaughtering. Finally, he shot himself in the head. What's going on? Yang Dongqing didn't understand at all, but he understood the reason why Sumu woke him up. It was because the villagers appeared. They not only attacked Yi Fanyu, but also attacked Sumu and others. After waking up, Yang Dongqing cooperated with Zhao Chaoyao and others to kill a wave of villagers, but the cost was heavy casualties on their own side. Let's go. If we continue to stay here, we will be besieged by the villagers. Let's go find Tingting. Sumu said lightly. The seriously injured Yang Dongqing dragged his broken body and followed Sumu step by step. He looked at his charred body and then at Zhao Chaoyao and others who were covered in blood, and felt it was absurd. There were only 5 members of the Viper gang who had followed Sumu before. One of them was Zhao Chaoyao. The names of the other 4 were unknown and they were all seriously injured. Only Sumu was there, his luxurious suit spotless and his expression elegant, as if he was going to attend a party. This made Yang Dongqing wonder, were he and Sumu really participating in the same nightmare? In a low-rise house. Sumu and others settled down temporarily, and outside the house were densely populated villagers. I didn't expect that someone like you would choose to help Tingting. Yang Dongqing stared at Sumu, as if trying to see through what kind of person he was. Sumu smiled slightly. Who do you think I am? You are a madman, a crazy gentleman who doesn't care about human life at all and talks about wanting to witness wonderful things every day. Yang Dongqing gave his own objective evaluation. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dongqing was furious. I'm not praising you.
I just don't understand why someone like you would help Tingting. Sumu pushed his glasses up, and his dark and indistinguishable eyes stared at him. He said lightly, "Student Yang Dongqing, what do you think of the wonderful thing I mentioned?"
Yang Dongqing snorted coldly, remembering his previous experience with Jasmine. You like to play with human nature and watch the struggles of human nature to satisfy your inner evil taste.
Isn't this what you want to be exciting?
Chapter 51. The world shouldn't be like this. Sumu shook his head slowly. You are wrong. The struggle of human nature is indeed wonderful, but people's unyielding resistance to fate, their selfless pursuit of ideals, their unwavering love, and even the true feelings expressed in the simplest and most ordinary life, are not they also wonderful? These are what make up a person's wonderful life.
Yang Dongqing was a little dazed.
For some reason, he could hear the burning sincerity in Sumu's calm voice. He was silent for a long time, as if he understood Sumu for the first time.
You're right,
Yang Dongqing said seriously.
He believed it. He believed it. He actually believed it. Ha ha ha.
Sumu smiled happily at Zhao Chaoyao beside him, like a child who had successfully played a prank.
You bastard. Yang Dongqing's defense was instantly broken.
If he hadn't been seriously injured, he really wanted to jump over and blow Sumu's head off. Student Yang Dongqing, your expression right now is also very interesting. Yang Dongqing's face was as black as coal. He turned his head away in anger and ignored Sumu.
Chief, what should we do next? Should we kill all these villagers?
Zhao Chaoyao said worriedly. He was not worried about his own life, but about Sumu's safety. In his current state, it is difficult for him to protect the leader. Sumu shook his head. If my guess is correct, even if all these villagers are killed, the nightmare will not end.
What?
Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, and even Yang Dongqing, who had turned his head away, turned back.
Didn't Jifanyu say before that there are two ways to break a nightmare? One is to kill the source of the nightmare, and the other is to save the source of the nightmare? If we kill all the villagers, isn't it equivalent to saving Tingting?
Yang Dongqing didn't care about the quarrel anymore and said in a hurried tone that he knew that Jasmine had been waiting for him, and he didn't want to die here. Sumu looked at him and said slowly, Do you really think that killing the villagers can save Tingting? She is the source of the nightmare.
Everything here is because of her.
In other words, those villagers can't hurt her at all. What trapped her was never the villagers, but her own obsession.
Her own obsession? Yang Dongqing's face showed a hint of doubt. Isn't her nightmare these villagers who have been bullying her? If she kills these villagers, how can the nightmare not be broken?
Sumu recalled the innocent little girl, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A little girl who doesn't want you and Yifanyu to conflict, and would rather starve herself than give up her favorite dumplings. Is revenge really her obsession? Perhaps. There has never been hatred in her heart. She is just an innocent little girl, a little girl who longs to find her family. Do you remember that photo? Even when Tingting was hiding, she would hold the photo. So, in Tingting's heart, what was important was never hatred, but family.
Yang Dongqing was suddenly shocked, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart.
For some reason, he felt very sour in his heart, and that sour feeling climbed up from his heart to his eyes. He was silent for a long time. When he spoke again, he found that his voice was already hoarse. This world shouldn't be like this. Sumu looked at him deeply, and his calm words were icy cold. Perhaps, this is how the world is.
Then I will change the world.
Yang Dongqing suddenly clenched his fists, and veins bulged on his face. Sumu's tone remained calm. You know what? Many young people's initial dream is to change the world, but in the end, they are all changed by the world.
I'm different from them.
Yang Dongqing growled, as if taking an oath, but also as if reaffirming his own convictions. Since God has given me this power, I will use it to change this fucked up world.
Student Yang Dongqing, have you ever thought that perhaps you can't change anything? Behind every nightmare there may be a Tingting.
You can't even save Tingting now, so how can you save her in the future? You are now overwhelmed by your passion, but what about a few days later?
When you are about to die of starvation and thirst, will you agree with Yifanyu's idea? Impossible. Even if I, Yang Dongqing, die, I will never do anything to hurt Tingting.
She is already pitiful enough, she doesn't deserve to be treated like this. Yang Dongqing said with red eyes. Sumu pushed his glasses elegantly.
Really? What about Jasmine? You'd rather die here than go back to see Jasmine?
Jasmine loves you so much, she even drew her sword against me for you.
If you die, what will happen to Jasmine?
These words were like a sharp knife, piercing into Yang Dongqing's heart and making his face turn pale instantly.
Jasmine, wake up, Yang Dongqing, this is the cruel reality.
Yang Dongqing raised his head abruptly and said firmly, I will help Tingting find her family and then return to the real world.
Sumu smiled and said, classmate Yang Dongqing, you are unexpectedly greedy. You want to have your cake and eat it too. But that's not something you can do just by talking about it.
For example, until now, you don't even know who the sister Tingting has been trying to find is.
Yang Dongqing was stunned, and an indescribable feeling of frustration surged in his heart.
He hated his own incompetence, but the next second, he seemed to think of something and grinned, I really don't know anything, but I still believe I can.
Oh? Sumu was slightly curious, who gave you the confidence? Yang Dongqing looked at Sumu with a sharp gaze and said firmly, you. Sumu was stunned and pointed at himself, me?
Yang Dongqing grinned, even though the pain from the wound made him grimace, he was still smiling, that's right, it's the confidence you gave me. A dangerous guy like you, since you can kill Yifan Yu without hesitation, it means that you must have a way to help Tingting. Sumu stared at Yang Dongqing, as if he was getting to know him all over again. Yang Dongqing did not avoid it, and his determined eyes also looked directly at Sumu. Suddenly, Sumu smiled silently, Student Yang Dongqing, I really have a new respect for you. Yes, I do have a way, but I'm not sure if it will succeed, if we fail, we might all die.
I don't care. Sumu's smile widened, what a coincidence, me too. Chapter 52 The True Meaning of Illusion. Very good.
Sumu stood up from his chair, leaning on his snakewood cane.
The elegant nobleman issued his first order. First, find Tingting. Wait a minute, you haven't told me who Tingting's sister is? Yang Dongqing asked curiously.
He was indeed curious about the sister who did not exist in the photo. Sumu glanced at him and asked, are you sure you want to know?
Of course. Yang Dongqing was a little confused and didn't know why Sumu asked this. In that case, let me tell you my guess.
Sumu paused and continued, first of all, you have to understand one thing. The real Tingting is not as old as she is now. She is not a little girl, but a young woman.
Yang Dongqing nodded, I know this.
The reason why Tingting looks like a little girl is because her mind remains at the stage of a child.
So, who do you think, the little sister that a girl who's often bullied is talking about and who doesn't appear in the family photo is? How would I know about my sister?
Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment.
The next moment his face became extremely ugly.
The boiling murderous intent almost surged through his whole body, causing the seriously injured body to tremble uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they were almost broken, veins popped out on his face, and he looked as ferocious as a devil. At that moment, he understood everything. There was no sister in the family photo, nor in Tingting's life in the shadow. Even in Tingting's home, there were only traces of the two of them.
Grandma had always left behind only a plate of dumplings, it seems you figured it out.
Tingting may have never had any brothers or sisters. She calls me sister because she doesn't have any concept of enough.
Stop talking. Yang Dongqing roared angrily. Fuck. Fuck. Ah.
Yang Dongqing smashed the tables and chairs in the house as if to vent his anger, and did not stop until the house was in a mess. As a result, the wounds on his body opened again, and the bright red blood soaked his clothes. However, the next moment, a hint of metallic luster emerged from his body. Under the illumination of the metallic luster, the injuries on his body continued to recover, and even a hint of gold appeared on the surface of his skin. A gleam of light flashed in Sumu's eyes.
Is this the heart of iron? He had previously confirmed that emotional willpower could strengthen the body of steel, but he did not expect that when Yang Dongqing was in extreme emotions, this blessing could actually achieve this extent. He even suspected that if extraordinary people had levels, Yang Dongqing's level might have been 1 before, but now it has become 2. This is obvious.
Yifan Yu became a transcendent earlier and his combat power is obviously stronger than Yang Dongqing, which shows that their abilities still have potential for further development.
Have your abilities improved?
Sumu asked. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, and it took him a long time to calm down before he hummed heavily.
Very good, then I'll be more confident next. Let me first briefly explain my plan. It's actually very simple, which is to hypnotize Tingting. Yang Dongqing suddenly turned his head, obviously very sensitive to the word hypnosis. Sumu ignored his ferocious expression and continued, "It's impossible to find Tingting's family because they died a long time ago. Even Tingting herself only exists in nightmares. Moreover, even if we find her, it won't be a happy ending. After all, Tingting's parents deliberately abandoned her, therefore, the only way is hypnosis, through which Tingting can hallucinate and the family can be reunited." "What kind of method is this?" Yang Dongqing roared. "Even if I succeed, what's the point? This is all fake, an illusion." Sumu pushed his brown glasses, hid his gaze behind them, and said calmly, "You are wrong, this is the true meaning of illusion. People you can't see in reality can be seen in illusions. What you can't do in reality, you can do in illusion. Remember the last words of the lullaby, sleep soundly in this night. Do not ask whether it is true or false, until the dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn around." Yang Dongqing fell silent. His heart was so confused that his brain couldn't think. "Do you think this nightmare is real or fake?" Since the boundary between dreams and reality has been broken, it means that truth is also fake, and fake is also real. Since Tingting can manifest such a nightmare, why can't I use illusion to create the beauty in her heart, and then let her escape the nightmare and manifest a beautiful dream? "Can you really do it?" Yang Dongqing said hoarsely. Sumu nodded. "In theory, it is absolutely possible. First of all, Tingting is the source of the nightmare, which means that everything is caused by her. As long as her concept is changed, the nightmare will naturally change. However, there is one thing that is rather troublesome. I guess that during the process of hypnotizing Tingting, the rules of nightmares will change accordingly, because hypnosis is equivalent to modifying her cognition, and nightmares are based on her cognition, and the villagers will definitely stop me. After all, they live on nightmares, and changing their dreams is equivalent to killing them completely, so, leave it to me." Yang Dongqing growled. At this moment, the metallic luster on his body became even brighter. "These damned beasts! Even if they are living in a dream, I will never allow them to do so." "Very good, then let's wait until night falls." After saying that, Sumu sat back on the stool. Yang Dongqing, who was full of vigor, paused. "Aren't we going to look for Tingting?" "Let's go." Sumu shook his head. "This is Tingting's nightmare. If she doesn't want to come out, no one can find her. She won't come out during the day. After all, she has to hide from the villagers. If Tingting's house hadn't been destroyed, we could go there to find her, but now we can only wait. Then I'll go out and kill a few villagers first." Yang Dongqing couldn't bear it any longer and was about to leave immediately. "Wait a minute." A snake-patterned wooden cane blocked his way. "What you need to do now is to conserve your energy. There will be a big battle tonight. But can you guarantee that you can find Tingting at night?" Sumu smiled mysteriously. "Of course, but I still need some sleep before that." After saying that, Sumu fell asleep leaning on the chair in front of Yang Dongqing's surprised gaze. He folded his hands on his abdomen, his body still upright. Even in deep sleep, he still gave people a feeling of refinement and elegance. The reason why Sumu was sleeping was not because he was tired, but because his mental strength was exhausted. He had previously consumed a lot of mental strength in order to hypnotize Yifanyu. In fact, as soon as he met Yifanyu, he began to prepare for hypnosis, whether it was looking at the pocket watch many times or smoking jasmine-flavored cigarettes, all for hypnosis. Chapter 53. Good friend, you are finally here. When he fought with Yifanyu, he relied on the preparations of the past few days and a lot of mental power to successfully modify Yifanyu's cognition. There is a disease in this world called prosopagnosia. People with this disease are usually unable to distinguish faces. In the eyes of people with this disease, everyone looks the same. Sumu used this principle to modify Yifanyu's cognition, causing him to see everyone as Sumu. Hypnotizing a superhuman is a very mentally exhausting task. Fortunately, Yifanyu's mental resistance is obviously not as good as Yang Dongqing's. He guessed that it was due to the different abilities of the 2.1 is Five-Finger Flame Bomb, and the other is Heart of Iron. Each kind of supernatural ability will bring all-round enhancement to the supernatural person, but this enhancement has a focus. For example, although the Five-Finger Flame Bomb enhanced Yifanyu's physical fitness and mental strength, it focused more on affinity and resistance to fire. Yang Dongqing's Heart of Iron did not give him the ability to control fire,
But it greatly enhanced his physical fitness and mental resistance. Through his understanding of the extraordinary, Sumu felt more. And more that he was not an extraordinary person, because his enhancement was not all round at all, but seriously biased. Apart from the enhancement of mental strength, there was no other bonus. He fell asleep at this moment, mainly to restore his mental strength and then prepare to hypnotize Tingting. Otherwise, if there were no special circumstances, he would not choose to sleep at all, and sleeping would only accelerate his death. Night. You finally woke up. Yang Dongqing whispered. Sumu slowly opened his eyes. The severe pain in his brain made him frown slightly. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his nose and eye sockets. Sumu Yu, leader. Yang Dongqing and others quickly surrounded him and looked at Sumu in surprise. Sumu's condition was very bad, with blood flowing from his nose and eye sockets, making his already pale face even paler. He took the handkerchief handed to him by Zhao Chaoyao, took off his brown glasses, gently wiped the blood off his face, and smiled faintly. It's okay, I feel much better after a good sleep. You don't look well at all. In fact, you look like you're dying. Yang Dongqing said bluntly. Sumu put on his brown glasses again. It's the feeling of being on the verge of death that makes me feel much better. Yang Dongqing. He was silent for a moment before he said, didn't you say we could find Tingting by night? Let's go. Sumu did not get up and continued to sit on the chair. No need to leave, just wait here. Wait? Yang Dongqing frowned. Wait here for Tingting to show up on her own? Sumu slowly shook his head. No, I'm waiting for the shadow. Black Shadow. Yang Dongqing was shocked. What are you waiting for Black Shadow for? Do you want to be taken away by Black Shadow again? Haven't you realized it yet? Sumu pushed his glasses, completely hiding his dark and indistinguishable eyes. Think carefully, have the shadow and Tingting ever appeared at the same time? Yang Dongqing was stunned. He recalled the previous scene in his mind. At Tingting's house, after dark, Tingting said she was going out to look for her sister, and then left. Only then did the black shadow appear. But what does this mean? Maybe it's a coincidence? Tingting went out at night, and the shadow appeared at night. Maybe the two of them just happened to miss each other? Sumu smiled slightly. At first I thought it was a coincidence, but do you know who was the first person I saw after I walked out of the darkness? Could it be? Yang Dongqing's expression instantly turned ugly. Is it Tingting? Sumu nodded. So you guess Tingting is the shadow? Oh. Sumu held his forehead with his hand inside. What a stupid person. What a stupid person. Did I watch the time silhouette for nothing? That was the only time Tingting and the black shadow appeared in the same frame, so Tingting can't be the black shadow. Yang Dongqing blushed and asked angrily, what do you mean? My point is very simple. The black shadow must have been parasitic on Tingting since that incident. When I walked out of the darkness earlier, I vaguely felt that I had a faint connection with the black shadow, but that connection was very weak and elusive. I guess that as long as someone passes the shadow's test, they can gain its recognition and then be parasitized. It chose to parasitize Tingting, so the connection in me is very weak. Otherwise, what do you think the shadow is doing? Just to invite you to walk around? Also, why does the shadow include Tingting's experience? Where is the shadow during the day? It is known that the shadow is afraid of light, it can only hide in dark corners, or in the human shadow. Zhao Chaoyao answered quickly. Bang! Sumu clapped his hands and said to Yang Dongqing, even this guy with a brain full of muscles is smarter than you. Yang Dongqing, there is a reason why you are not good at studying. It's hard. Yang Dongqing's fist is hard. Zhao Chaoyao scratched his bald head embarrassedly, his face flushed. It was obvious that the leader's praise made him very happy. Yang Dongqing said stubbornly, what you said is just a guess. What if the shadow is not hiding in Tingting's shadow, but in a dark corner somewhere? Sumu became more helpless. Student Yang Dongqing, you know, sometimes those who raise questions are not necessarily smart people, they may also be self-righteous fools. In nature, even animals with lower IQs than humans know how to seek benefits and avoid harm, let alone nightmare creatures like Black Shadow. But if you were the shadow, where would you hide and think you would be absolutely safe? Yang Dongqing was speechless because he also figured it out. In the entire nightmare, the safest place must be in the shadow of Tingting, the source of the nightmare. It seems you already understand. This is why I walked out of the darkness and saw Tingting first. It's because I came out of Tingting's shadow. Chief! Look! Zhao Chaoyao suddenly screamed, his tiger eyes fixed on the shadow in the corner of the room. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a shadow surging in the dark corner. Gradually, it transformed into a human figure, tall and slender, as if a giant over 2 meters tall was left with only bones. His hands were long and almost hung to the ground. In the place of his head, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. Sumu smiled slightly. Good friend, you are finally here. He leaned on a snake-patterned wooden cane and walked slowly to the side of the shadow. Before the other party could extend his hand, he had already extended his hand. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the black shadow seemed to be stunned when he saw the pair of white and slender hands in front of him. Chapter 54. Help me? Are you worthy? After a moment, the black shadow slowly raised his slender and skinny hand, then passed Sumu and stretched out towards Yang Dongqing and others. The smile on Sumu's face gradually disappeared, and he pushed his brown glasses expressionlessly. That's a bit rude. After saying that, he directly grasped the shadow's hand and said firmly, You can only invite me today. To be honest, Sumu didn't want Black Shadow to invite others because it was too risky. Yang Dongqing was just a fool. After entering the dark illusion, there was no need to lie to him. As soon as Jasmine's voice came out, this fool would definitely open his eyes at Zhao Chaoyao, and others are no match for him either. He can hypnotize them and tell them not to open their eyes, but there is a disadvantage. Once his voice appears in the illusion, these people will definitely obey it. The black shadow looked at his held hand with his scarlet eyes, was silent for a moment, and finally chose to pull Sumu slowly into the darkness. You guys go wait outside. Once I find Tingting, I will set the nearest house on fire. Sumu's calm voice disappeared into the darkness, dead silence. Sumu closed his eyes and was led by his good friend, walking in the darkness, just like a guide dog leading a blind person. Gradually, various voices began to appear in his ears. Yifanyu, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Zhayao, Tingting. It was still the same stupid illusion as before. Sumu was no longer able to complain. His attention was not focused on the illusion at all, but on himself this time. In order to hypnotize Tingting, he did not use up all his mental energy, which resulted in a huge burden on his body. He could even hear the creaking sound of his bones under the heavy burden with every step he took. He began to bleed, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and all 7 of his orifices, but he still did not stop, even though he might die. Sometimes he even thought that he did not die at the hands of the nightmare monster, nor at the hands of Yifanyu, and that he would not die from walking in the end. But it doesn't matter anymore. Even if he doesn't die now, he will die when he returns to reality, because he has not become a transcendent until now. Sumu, do you want to become a transcendent? A strange voice sounded in the darkness. A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of Sumu's mouth. He knew that the illusion had sensed his wandering thoughts and started to play new tricks. Sumu, I am the only one who can help you. Deep in this darkness lies the source of the shadow's power. If you seize it, you will become a transcendent, and I will be able to escape. You may not believe me, but you know your physical condition very well. You are going to die no matter what, so why not take a chance? If you win, you still have a chance of survival. If you lose, there is no loss, because you are going to die anyway. Hearing this, Sumu smiled slightly. It's a very tempting proposal. In the darkness, a hint of joy appeared in the unfamiliar voice. You are a smart person. You will definitely make the right choice. Sumu's smile widened. It's just, with a loser like you who can't even get out of the shadow illusion, what qualifications do you have to help me? Are you worthy? The voices in the darkness fell silent. After a long while, he said, I was just careless for a moment and ended up in this place. Losers always have reasons, but winners just stand there, and that is the only truth. Go away, no matter who you are, don't show up and embarrass yourself. At this point, the sounds in the darkness were completely silent. After a long time, Sumu felt the shadow's hand disappear, and then he opened his eyes, and just as he expected, when he opened his eyes again, he saw Tingting again. He wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief and walked towards Tingting. This is a cemetery, with many tombstones standing crookedly, and Tingting's small body is squatting in front of a tombstone crying. Grandma, don't you want Tingting anymore? Tingting brought you your favorite dumplings. The tender voice of a child carries a sadness that even adults cannot bear. Tingting, who was crying, suddenly felt a big hand touching her head. She turned around and saw a gentle smiling face. Big brother. Tingting said in surprise with red eyes.
Tingting, be good. Grandma doesn't abandon you. Sumu said gently. Big brother, do you know where Grandma went?
Tingting looked at Sumu with her big eyes, which were clearly black and white, full of expectation. Sumu smiled gently. Of course I know. Big brother not only knows where Grandma is, but also your father, mother, and sister. Big brother also knows where they are.
Really? Big brother. That's great.
Tingting jumped up happily, her face filled with a happy smile. That smile was very pure and clean. This was the first time Sumu saw Tingting smile so happily.
Of course it's true. Big brother never lies. Sumu touched Tingting's little head.
Big brother, please tell Tingting where they are.
They are playing hide and seek with Tingting. They will appear when the time is up. How long will we have to wait?
Tingting asked, tilting her head. Sumu smiled slightly and took out a dark gold pocket watch from his arms. The mysterious Ouroboros symbol caught Tingting's eyes.
See this pointer? When it hits 12, they'll all appear.
Tingting clapped her hands excitedly. Great!
Great!
Tingting is going to see Mom, Dad, Grandma, and sister. Tingting, take this pocket watch.
Big brother has something to do. Okay, big brother.
Tingting smiled sweetly. Afterwards, Sumu came to a tree not far away, took out cigarettes and a lighter, lit all the cigarettes, and threw them on the dead leaves, guiding the flames little by little, and finally ignited the whole tree, with flames and black smoke rising into the sky.
Tingting, let's play a game?
When Tingting heard the word game, she was obviously a little scared and curled up unconsciously. Sumu smiled gently and took the pocket watch from Tingting. This game is called time acceleration.
Time speeds up?
Tingting is a child at heart and was unconsciously attracted by it.
Yes, actually Big Brother is a magician who can speed up time. Really, Big Brother? If time speeds up, will Tingting be able to see Mom and Dad soon?
Of course it's true.
You forgot that Big Brother never lies. Okay, now Big Brother is going to start the show.
Sumu released the pocket watch in his hand and let it hang naturally. The chain at the end was clamped between his fingers. As he exerted a little force, the dark gold pocket watch began to move like a pendulum.
Chapter 55, Die.
Tingting, take a closer look.
Are the hands on your pocket watch moving faster?
Tingting quickly opened her eyes, her pupils constantly following the movement of the pocket watch. Tick tick tick, the crisp sound of the second hand moving came into her ears.
It seems, it's really getting faster. That's great, Big Brother.
Then Tingting, you have to watch carefully and be careful not to be lazy.
Yeah. Tingting nodded vigorously. Tingting will watch carefully and not let time slack off.
Time passed minute by minute, and Sumu had taken off his brown glasses without knowing when. His deep eyes emitted a barely perceptible light. Invisible spiritual power surged out. He is trying to hypnotize Tingting, which is also the biggest difficulty of this plan. Even he himself doesn't know whether hypnosis can succeed. After all, Tingting is not a human being, but a nightmare creature. Previous attempts to hypnotize the villagers and the Black Shadow had all ended in failure, but Sumu felt there was still a chance, because the villagers were obviously controlled zombies, and hypnosis had no effect on corpses. As for the Black Shadow, this nightmare monster is not simple. It can create a dark illusion, which is beyond his ability with his current mental strength. Only Tingting is different. She is the subject of the dream and a being with independent consciousness. Even if her mental power is stronger than his, she still has a chance of success because Tingting's mind is equivalent to that of a child and she has no defense against him. The essence of hypnosis is never to crush the other person's spirit, but to guide the other person's spirit into your own rhythm. This is a gamble. If you win, you return to reality. If you lose, you die in the nightmare world. Fortunately, Sumu won the bet. He discovered that his mental power could invade Tingting's body.
Tingting's mental power was very strong, far stronger than his own. This was normal.
After all, Tingting was the main body of this dream world. However, Tingting's mental strength was very peaceful, like a sea without waves, blue, clear and very pure. What Sumu has to do is to guide Tingting's mental power little by little, and then change the dream. Just as he was working hard, Yang Dongqing and others finally arrived and saw the fire started by Sumu. Yang Dongqing and others did not disturb Sumu and Tingting.
They already knew Sumu's plan and just quietly guarded from a distance. Gradually, Yang Dongqing and others were surprised to find that some unspeakable changes seemed to be taking place in this world. The sky. Zhao Chaodiao looked at the sky in shock, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Yang Dongqing was not in a much better state either, and was also stunned. It was because the changes in the sky were truly terrifying. The originally blue sky now had spiderweb-like cracks, like a broken mirror. Not only that, the surrounding trees also began to distort, as if they were covered with a layer of mosaic, becoming extremely blurry. They looked at the houses in the distance and saw that they were being squeezed by an invisible giant hand. One after another, the houses collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The ground began to tremble, and the farmland was torn apart, revealing bottomless ravines. Sumu was about to succeed. Yang Dongqing said ecstatically, "This should be the precursor to the nightmare being shattered." Roar! Countless inhuman roars interrupted Yang Dongqing's ecstasy. Everyone's faces changed suddenly. They turned around and saw villagers coming out of the woods not far away, one after another. The appearance of these villagers was even more horrifying. The skin on their faces was melting like candles, dripping to the ground. These beasts! Yang Dongqing, who had been suppressing his anger for a long time, saw the villagers appear. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, and bloodshot appeared in his eyes. "Fuck you all must die." Yang Dongqing roared and rushed towards hundreds of villagers, while Zhao Chaoyao and others guarded near the sumu to prevent any fish from slipping through the net and disturbing the leader. With the blessing of Heart of Iron, Yang Dongqing's body burst out with an unprecedented metallic luster. Every muscle of his seemed to be cast in steel, containing terrifying power. With this roar, he stomped his feet on the ground, and the ground beneath his feet cracked instantly. With the help of the reaction force, he smashed into the crowd that was surging like a tide, like a cannonball. "Die for me." Yang Dongqing swung his iron fist like a falling meteor, with a terrifying whistling sound. Every time his punch landed, the villagers' heads exploded like watermelons, and brains and blood splattered everywhere. He swept his legs across like a dragon's tail, carrying 1,000 pounds of force. Wherever he went, the villagers' bodies were cut in half, and the broken bodies flew in the air, with their internal organs scattered all over the ground. For a moment, there was a bloody storm among the crowd. After becoming stronger, Yang Dongqing's strength has obviously risen to a higher level. Even if he is surrounded, it is difficult for the villagers to break his defense. He suddenly grabbed a villager, lifted him up above his head, and then used both hands to tear him in half. Broken limbs and internal organs fell like rain. However, although it is difficult for the villagers to break his defense, it does not mean that they cannot restrict him, and the villagers' strength is also not weak. Some villagers, with only the upper bodies left, tightly wrapped around Yang Dongqing's legs. Caught off guard, Yang Dongqing was tripped. Then, the surrounding villagers rushed forward and pressed him down. Countless bloody mouths began to bite Yang Dongqing all over his body. Yang Dongqing struggled desperately, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were too many villagers, and gradually, his iron body began to be injured. Zhao Chaodiao and others were unable to go forward to help. They were fighting with a few fish that had escaped the net. However, as ordinary people, how could they be a match for the nightmare monster? In just 3 or 2 hits, Zhao Chaoyao and others were knocked away by the villagers. The villagers ignored the people who fell to the ground, but rushed straight towards Sumu. "Protect the leader!" Zhao Chaodiao shouted wildly. At this moment, a fearless younger brother burst out with the potential of life, dragging his seriously injured body towards the villagers, shouting, "Long live the leader!" Then he threw himself on the villagers, crushed them with his own weight, and fell into the huge crack in the ground with them, and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the other brothers followed suit. Their mortal bodies were indeed no match for the nightmare monster, but they could choose to die with it, for their leader, for the faith in their hearts. These ad-like mortals roared their last, rushing towards the villagers one after another, dragging them into the cracks in the earth. Chapter 56. Dad, Mom, Grandma, and Sister Ah. You bunch of beasts. Yang Dongqing, who was overwhelmed, had bloodshot eyes. He looked at the villagers who were constantly biting his body, opened his mouth without hesitation, and his metallic teeth bit into the throat of a villager. At this critical moment of life and death, Sumu is finally about to succeed. "Big brother, the clock is pointing to 12. Where are Mom and Dad?" Tingting's eyes were empty and lifeless, and she had obviously entered a completely hypnotic state. Sumu put away his pocket watch and slowly stood up.
Behind him were countless broken limbs and debris, a broken earth, and a shattered sky. He smiled gently, and in this apocalyptic scene, he reached out his hand and rubbed Tingting's little head. Tingting, close your eyes and listen carefully.
Mom and Dad are calling you.
Tingting closed her eyes obediently. Tingting, Mom and Dad are here to pick you up. A doting male voice and a gentle female voice sounded one after another, followed by the grandmother's old voice.
Tingting, you must be hungry. Come home with us and let Grandma make dumplings for you.
Sister, come and play with me. Several voices rushed into Tingting's ears, and her small body trembled slightly. Even with her eyes closed, she still couldn't stop the crystal tears.
Tingting, open your eyes quickly, they are here to take you home.
Sumu's gentle voice sounded. Tingting opened her eyes and turned around with her little body trembling. In that void, Dad, Mom, Grandma, and Sister were all standing there quietly, with gentle and doting smiles on their faces, waving to Tingting.
Mom and Dad. Grandma. Sister.
Tingting was already sobbing. Tingting misses you so much. This little person threw himself into the arms of his family without hesitation. At this moment, Tingting was happy because she finally found her family. Sumu stood quietly in place. In his sight, he only saw Tingting crying alone. In fact, even the voice just now was imitated by him using the ventriloquism skills he learned from his dream. He didn't know whether he succeeded or failed. He did succeed in hypnotizing Tingting, but the nightmare seemed to never turn into a sweet dream.
Tingting, go home with your parents.
The strange man and woman stroked Tingting's hair lovingly. Tingting nodded vigorously, and a smile appeared on her innocent face again, like a flower blooming in spring, pure and gorgeous. She followed her family, step by step, towards nothingness. Slowly, her small body began to blur and become illusory, as if it was also about to merge into nothingness, but at this moment, Tingting suddenly stopped. Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Sister, please wait for Tingting. After saying that, the little person turned around and ran back. She ran straight to Sumu and smiled sweetly.
Thank you, big brother, thank you for helping me find them. You're welcome, Tingting. Go home quickly. Sumu smiled gently. Yeah.
Tingting nodded vigorously, then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. She moved closer to Sumu and whispered, Big brother, let me tell you a secret.
Actually, Tingting lied before. Tingting secretly hid a dumpling.
As she spoke, she stretched out her dirty little hand and took out a wrinkled, rotten dumpling from her pocket. Tingting knew that Big Brother hadn't eaten either, so she wanted to leave this dumpling for Big Brother. Tingting's voice became smaller and smaller, like a child who felt guilty for having done something wrong.
Big brother, is Tingting a bad kid who lies? Sumu took the dumplings, bent down, and gently wiped away the tears on Tingting's face.
He spoke slowly, his tone gentle and firm, as if he was reiterating some fact.
Tingting is the best child in the world. Really?
Tingting tilted her head back, her big eyes gleaming with surprise. Sumu smiled gently and patted Tingting's head. Of course it's true, because Big Brother never lies.
That's great. Tingting is the best child in the world. Go home and don't keep Mom and Dad waiting anxiously.
Well, bye, Big Brother.
Goodbye, Tingting. Tingting left.
Sumu watched her walking farther and farther away, and her figure became more and more illusory. But even so, Tingting was still waving her hands vigorously, with a happy smile on her face as she was about to disappear. In a trance, Sumu seemed to see several blurry shadows around Tingting, and they looked exactly like the ones in the family photo. Boom, the world completely collapsed, and everything was swallowed by darkness. Viper Gang headquarters. Sumu opened his eyes and looked around, and found himself still lying on the soft bed, as if everything before was a dream. But there is indeed a smell of blood in the nose.
Ah! Yang Dongqing suddenly roared and jumped up from the ground.
After he took in his surroundings, a look of confusion flashed across his eyes. You're back.
Chief. Are you okay?
Zhao Chaoyao, covered in blood, limped to the bedside. Sumu slowly stood up and looked around, and found that only Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao were left in the room. This time, a man in a white coat came running over in a panic.
Chief, you are finally back. You have been gone for 3 whole days. Bring the previous video.
Sumu ordered. The man in the white coat quickly brought the video over. Sumu looked at it carefully and saw the scene after everyone fell asleep. About 2 minutes after falling asleep, everyone seemed to be wiped out by something and disappeared out of thin air. This also shows that the nightmare apostle entered the nightmare world not with his soul, but with his body. In fact, Sumu had known this for a long time. If it was really the soul that entered, he would never be so weak. With the strength of his soul, he was definitely the strongest among everyone. Okay, let's all go down. Sumu, you. The seriously injured young Dongqing hesitated to speak. I said, everyone go away. Sumu drove everyone away, lay on the bed alone, and looked at the ceiling calmly. Yes, he is dying. Have I failed after all? He murmured to himself. There was no fear of death in his eyes, only endless emptiness and boredom. That he originally thought that entering the nightmare world would allow him to become a superhuman, but he didn't expect that fate would play such a trick on him. Even if he successfully resolved this nightmare, he still had no hope of becoming superhuman. His body had reached its limit, and he was absolutely certain that if he slept any longer, his body would burst due to the overflowing mental power. When he woke up, Chapter 57, Pure Heart, how boring. Sumu sighed. If he had never seen the wonderful world of nightmare, perhaps it would not matter if he died like this. Just like a person who has always lived in darkness and has long been accustomed to the darkness, if he has never seen the light, now the door to the new world has just opened, but he is about to die. TSK, what a boring life. Sumu turned over and took out a wrinkled dumpling from his pocket. The skin of the dumplings had long since dried up and was emitting a sour smell. It was the dumpling that Ting Ting had secretly hidden when Yi Fan Yu had snatched it from her. He put the dumpling into his mouth, chewed it gently, and then swallowed it. It's delicious. Sumu slowly closed his eyes, fell asleep, and quietly waited for death to come. But the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his dark eyes emitted a terrifying gleam that even the brown glasses could not block. Ha 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 ha! Uncontrollable laughter burst out from Sumu's mouth, and he was as happy as a child with a new toy. I love surprises like this. He raised his palm and watched the changes on it. The slender white palm was emitting a white light. He has been relying on a serpentine wood cane to walk, so his right hand would rub against the cane every day. In addition, his skin was naturally thin, so some light calluses were inevitably left on his palms. But now, those calluses are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the already fair palm became even warmer, giving people a feeling as crystal-like as jade. He suddenly stood up from the bed, his body felt indescribably light, and a gentle and pure power was bursting out from his body, like the spring rain that moistened the dry earth silently. He came to the mirror and found that even his appearance had changed quietly. His cheeks were thin, his skin was pale, and his lips were bloodless, which inevitably gave people a sense of harshness and coldness. But now, his cheeks were slightly fuller, his skin was no longer as pale as a death, but a healthy, clean white like mutton fat jade, and his lips were rosy. Sumu smiled at the mirror, like a gentle and kind gentleman, making it difficult for people to feel bad about him. The first feeling his new skin gave him was cleanliness, as clean as if he had gone to a bathhouse and couldn't scrub off the mud at the same time. His mental power also began to shrink. To be more precise, it wasn't shrinking, but rather purifying. There was a magical force that removed all the impurities from his mental power, reducing its total amount while greatly increasing its purity. Suddenly, Sumu looked up at the sky, his sight seemed to cross endless dimensions, and finally he saw a net, an invisible and intangible, yet omnipresent net. Every note on it was twinkling with a star, like the starry sky of the universe, mysterious and magnificent. The moment he saw the net, he naturally knew its name, Bronze Law. And just above the Bronze Law, there was a star as white as jade in a node. It cast white light and fell on Sumu. For a moment, an invisible connection was established between the two. Sumu finally understood the reason for his changes. He became a transcendent and gained transcendental powers, and his transcendental powers were called Pure Heart. A gift from Ting Ting? Sumu smiled silently. This pure and innocent little girl selflessly shared her strength. Perhaps only such a person can possess the purest and most innocent heart. He carefully sensed the power brought by the pure heart, as if he was born with it. The moment he obtained the pure heart, he clearly knew its function. Pure heart transforms the owner's body into a pure body, slightly enhancing physical fitness and mental strength, greatly improving the purity of the body and mind, and providing strong immunity to all filth. The filth here refers to toxins, curses, abnormal states, negative emotions, etc. Strictly speaking, pure heart is not a very powerful ability. It doesn't even have active abilities. It is all passive.
It may be loved by some women who love beauty.
It does not have the powerful killing power of Five-Finger Flame Bomb, nor the super strong defensive Heart of Iron, but this is not important. What is important is, he survived. Pure Heart enhanced Sumu's physical fitness and purified his total mental strength, which was equivalent to extending his lifespan in 2 ways. According to his estimation, he can live for at least another year.
Is this what it feels like to be alive? Not bad.
Sumu lay back on the bed, a peaceful smile on his face, and slowly fell asleep. But he hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time, because every time he slept, he was wasting his life and getting one step closer to death. This time, he could finally have a good night's sleep. Chief, welcome to the Imperial Capital.
We will be staying in the presidential suite of the Manlin Cassidy Hotel soon. We are sorry to ask you to make do with it.
Your private estate is not yet completed. It is my fault for poor supervision.
Please punish me.
A middle-aged butler in a tuxedo and with his hair combed meticulously said respectfully. Sumu nodded and walked into the most luxurious hotel in the Imperial Capital under the guidance of the butler.
Your room is on the 118th floor, currently the highest suite in the Imperial Capital. The hotel just asked me to tell you that your presence is a glorious moment in their history. Okay, I understand. Back off.
Sumu entered the room, lay alone on the luxurious big bed, and closed his eyes to prepare for sleep. It's a magical experience, falling asleep in a dream. The main reason is that there is nothing he can do about it. As long as he falls asleep, he will appear in dreams, but he is tired of dreams and just wants to have a good rest, so he can only sleep in dreams. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Sumu woke up from his dream, stretched comfortably, and was about to get up when his expression changed slightly.
Full again?
He was surprised to find that his originally concentrated mental power was refilled and strengthened by 1% after a good sleep. If his total mental power was 100 before, it became 50 after concentration. He thought that it would increase by 1% of 50 after sleeping, but he did not expect that the concentrated 50 would be replenished, and the replenished mental power was high purity, and finally it still increased by 1% according to 100. This means that compressing mental power is useless. Fortunately, the physical fitness improvement brought by Pure Heart took effect, preventing Sumu from being on the verge of death again. However, he had previously estimated that he could live for a year, but now he has to re-estimate and can probably live for another month. Sumu laughed dumbly. Fate is really fickle and interesting. He got out of bed without washing up, because he didn't need to wash up at all. His body was spotless and washing up would be a waste of water. He planned to meet his men and start the next plan. Just as he took a step, he suddenly felt dizzy. His mental power was surging inexplicably, and even his eyes behind the brown glasses became a deep blue, crystal clear like sapphires reflecting the sunlight. This is... Sumu was surprised to find that just now, a bronze law appeared in his body again, but the strange thing was that he was not connected to the big network of bronze law at all, as if he already had it, and it only appeared naturally because his mental power reached a certain limit. Chapter 58, Myriad Forms. Sumu, who knew very little about the extraordinary, had no idea what had happened, nor did he know where this extra bronze law came from. The only thing he knew was that this bronze law was called all things in the universe. The churning of mental power lasted for a moment before slowly subsiding. After calming down, Sumu began to sort out his thoughts. The first thing he could be sure of was that all things in the universe was something he had gained after sleeping. It seemed like an ability independent of the bronze law, because it was not on the bronze law network at all. Of this was outrageous. As far as he knew, all the superhuman abilities came from the bronze law. How could there be abilities independent of the bronze law? Could it be? Sumu had a vague suspicion about his dream. Perhaps this mysterious dream itself was a completely independent law? This law was only related to the spirit. There was too little known information, so he could only speculate. After thinking for a moment. Forget it, let's just stay alive first. This kind of unexpected surprise feels good. Sumu smiled. He would not worry about trivial things. The secret of the dream may be revealed after he becomes stronger. Now all he can do is accept it calmly, and moreover, he was also very satisfied with the ability of Sunluo Wanxiang. Jasmine, you sing so beautifully. In a coffee shop, young Dongqing looked at Jasmine beside him lovingly. This time, Jasmine had just finished her performance and had not had time to change out of her performance clothes. It was a light blue long dress with a slim cut that perfectly outlined her graceful curves. The hem of the skirt fell like a waterfall, and the upper body adopted an off-shoulder design. Her white shoulders and charming collarbones made Yang Dongqing unconsciously sneak a peek at her out of the corner of his eye. Jasmine took a sip of coffee, and her beautiful big eyes sparkled with a gleam that reflected her longing for the future. She felt like she was dreaming, as if she had escaped the quagmire of life overnight, emerged from it, and transformed into a shining pearl. She realized her dream and found love.
Really? Don't lie to me. This is my first time performing on stage.
I was so nervous that I made several mistakes in singing.
Jasmine stuck out her tongue playfully.
There was a circle of coffee foam on her pretty lips, making her look particularly playful. Yang Dongqing swallowed subconsciously, feeling an urge to lick it. Of course it's true. Even if you sing it wrong, it still sounds good.
Jasmine smiled happily.
Thank you, Yang Dongqing.
My destiny has changed since I met you. To be precise, it was after she met Sumu, but Jasmine couldn't possibly say another man's name in front of her boyfriend. Don't say that, Jasmine.
It should be, sir, your coffee. A waiter came over and placed the coffee in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned slightly and looked at the waiter. I didn't order coffee. The waiter smiled and pointed to the corner of the cafe. The lady over there ordered it for you. Yang Dongqing turned his head and was stunned to see a woman sitting quietly in the corner of the coffee shop. She was like a quietly blooming orchid, quiet and elegant yet exuding silent charm. She was wearing a simple white silk shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing her slender white neck and delicate collarbone. The cuffs of the shirt were slightly rolled up, and on her slender wrist she wore an exquisite women's watch with a simple and low-key style. She wore a pair of black straight wide-leg pants. It was difficult to judge the shape of her legs, but the only thing that was certain was that her legs were very long, longer than Jasmine's. The most eye-catching thing is her long flaxen hair, which emits a warm and soft luster under the caress of the sun. The slightly curled ends of her hair add a touch of intellectual beauty. For some reason, the first time Yang Dongqing saw the woman, he thought of Sumu in his mind. The elegant and gentle feeling was very similar. At this moment, the woman seemed to have noticed something, and she tilted her head slightly, revealing a delicate profile. With a smile on the corner of her lips, she gently raised the white coffee cup in her hand and made a simple gesture.
Don't drink it.
Jasmine pouted, like a kitten protecting its food, and said to Yang Dongqing resentfully. Yang Dongqing smiled awkwardly and looked away. I don't know her.
Please return this cup of coffee for me.
The waiter looked embarrassed and said, Sir, I only delivered the coffee.
If you want to return it, please talk to the lady yourself.
Oh, by the way, it seems that the lady also wrote something on the napkin. After saying that, the waiter walked away.
Jasmine grabbed the napkin and said angrily, I want to see what she wrote.
Yang Dongqing felt more and more embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would be so popular with girls. As a result, after Jasmine opened the napkin, she was stunned and her little face looked a little flustered.
Jasmine?
Yang Dongqing realized something was wrong, took the napkin and looked at it, and found that there were only 4 words on it, Nightmare Apostle. His expression suddenly changed, and he stared at the intellectual beauty in the corner. There was an elegant and reserved smile on her delicate face, as if she was greeting a new friend. Jasmine, wait here, I'll go over and take a look. Yang Dongqing stood up and walked towards the woman. Jasmine was a little nervous. She had been in contact with Yang Dongqing for a while and already knew what the Nightmare Apostle meant. She couldn't help but feel a little worried, but she was a sensible woman and would not cause trouble for her man, so she did not stop him. She just held the phone tightly, opened the address book, and clicked on Sumu's call. If the situation is not good, she will call Sumu first. In her opinion, only Sumu can help Yang Dongqing. Although Sumu is cold-blooded and ruthless, Yang Dongqing agreed to work for him for 3 years. It seems that Sumu does not want to lose a subordinate in vain. Who are you? Yang Dongqing sat in front of the woman and asked coldly. When he saw the woman's face, he realized that he had underestimated her beauty. Her face was even more beautiful than her side profile. Even the stars on TV were not as beautiful as her. The woman put down her coffee and gently tucked one side of her hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate white earlobe. She smiled and said, Mr. Yang, please forgive my intrusion.
This is our first meeting. This is my business card.
She held out a business card. Yang Dongqing took the business card and saw that it read, Chairman of Bronze Coffin Company, Limited, Morong Mengli. Seeing the words Morong Mengli, his pupils suddenly contracted and he said in horror, Are you a noble? Morong Mengli seemed to be accustomed to this kind of expression. Her expression did not change at all. She just smiled politely and nodded. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but take a breath. At this moment, he finally understood why he thought of Su Mu when he saw Morong Mengli. This damn aristocratic temperament is really exactly the same. This was the first time he had met a nobleman, and the reason he was sure that the other party was a nobleman was mainly because of his name. Nobles all have double surnames. He didn't know about other countries, but he had heard of the nobles of the Qian Empire. According to legend, the nobles in the beginning did not want to have the same surname as the commoners, thinking that it was an insult to their noble status, so they changed their names to double surnames to distinguish themselves from the commoners. In the Qian Empire, only the nobles have double surnames. Chapter 59 Imperial Nobility. Why would the nobles come to the lower town? Morong Mengli smiled and said, Of course it's for running the company. Yang Dongqing's eyes became more and more vigilant. He did not have a good impression of the nobles. These nobles had a very bad reputation in the entire Qian Empire. They were arrogant and extravagant, above the law, indifferent to the common people, self-important, and were parasites of the empire. Of course, these were all spread privately by the common people. They hated the nobles, but they also hated themselves even more for not being nobles. I don't remember any interactions with the nobility. What's your purpose? Mr. Yang, I can see from your eyes that you hate the nobles. I won't claim to be any different from them. The reason I came to you is to invite you to join my company, Bronze Coffin. Don't be so quick to refuse. I know you've just become a nightmare apostle and are wary of everything. But it's actually very common for nobles to form companies and invite nightmare apostles to join. Most nightmare apostles choose to join companies. Why? Yang Dongqing frowned. Mutual benefit. Morong Mengli gently stirred the coffee with a spoon, and the spoon and the porcelain cup made a crisp sound. Mr. Yang, I don't need to explain the dangers of nightmare apostles. No one is sure how long they can survive after repeatedly traveling through the nightmare world. Therefore, most nightmare apostles will accumulate enough wealth while they are still alive to leave behind for their family and friends. This is the meaning of the company's existence. Although the nightmare world is dangerous, crises always coexist with opportunities. In addition to nightmare monsters, there are also treasures, extraordinary materials, etc., which are what the company needs. Yang Dongqing sneered, You mean, we, the nightmare apostles, are selling you the things we have exchanged our lives for? Morong Mengli didn't care about Yang Dongqing's hostility. She always behaved politely, like a female president discussing business normally. You'll have to sell it eventually, won't you? Do you think anyone in this world, besides the nobles, can afford a high enough price? Mr. Yang, I understand your concerns. Please rest assured that I never do business by forced buying or selling. After all, these things are what the nightmare apostles paid for with their lives. I only want things that you don't need. For example, if your bronze law is heart of iron, the applicable noble phantasm and extraordinary materials can only be of the power type. If you obtain a spiritual noble phantasm or material that you don't need, you can sell it to the company. Of course, joining the company is not just about these benefits. There are also corresponding employee benefits. In addition to a decent monthly basic salary, there are also benefits such as intelligence sharing, employee mutual assistance, and rental of treasures. Morong Mengli's conditions were very good, but Yang Dongqing heard one thing. You're investigating me. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, and a faint metallic color appeared between the fists. Boy, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't show your fangs in front of a strong person. A faint male voice sounded behind Yang Dongqing. He was instantly shocked because he didn't notice when there was an extra person behind him. Just as he was about to react, pop, a large hand with distinct joints rested on his shoulder. At that moment, Yang Dongqing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't shake it at all. He turned his head in disbelief and saw a man in a black windbreaker and sunglasses standing there with an indifferent expression. The so-called steel body is like a toy in this big hand, and it will break with a slight squeeze. Han Yu. Morong Mangli frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. The man in sunglasses named Hanya shrugged and released his hand. Boss, I was just warning him.
Don't act without my order from now on.
Morong Mangli's voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable calmness. Hanya nodded casually. You are the boss, you have the final say. He casually walked aside, sat down and said no more. Yang Dongqing looked at Hanya with some fear, and a huge wave of shock had already risen in his heart. He could not imagine that his strength after becoming stronger would be so vulnerable. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I didn't discipline my subordinates well. Please forgive me.
Morong Mangli showed a hint of apology.
She continued, actually, I didn't specifically investigate you. Instead, for the sake of the company's growth, I have been sending people to continuously search for traces of the nightmare apostles among the people. The main thing is that you once committed a robbery and stole 50,000 yuan. The victim reported the case and said that he fired a gun while fighting with the gangster, but the gangster was unharmed. I happen to have some connections with the chief of the 13th District Public Security Bureau, and I learned about this matter, which led to the subsequent investigation. By the way, I also helped suppress your robbery. Although you have obtained extraordinary powers, your methods are still too crude, Yang Dongqing. He felt a little embarrassed when his deeds of robbing the rich to help the poor were exposed. He never expected that Morong Mangli had actually helped him in secret. Morong Mangli continued, Mr. Yang, I actually have another reason for looking for you.
What's the reason?
Yang Dongqing let go of his hostility a little. After all, he was receiving a favor from someone.
Because you are kind.
Morong Mangli said with a smile. Many ordinary people often commit brutal crimes after becoming extraordinary beings, but you're different. The target of your robbery was a black-hearted boss who frequently withheld workers' wages, and you didn't kill anyone. Although I don't advocate doing this, by comparison, your moral standards are relatively high. Yang Dongqing smiled awkwardly, seeming a little embarrassed.
I don't want the company's employees to be evil and perpetrate all sorts of crimes, even if they're very capable. Having said all that, Mr. Yang, what are your thoughts? Joining the bronze coffin will only benefit you. Our understanding of the nightmare world and transcendence is certainly better than your own.
What you need to do is prioritize selling any unused noble phantasms or transcendent materials to the company. Of course, the company won't let you suffer a loss in terms of price.
Morong Mangli invited sincerely.
In her opinion, Yang Dongqing had no reason to refuse. However, Yang Dongqing was silent for a moment and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Miss Morong, although your conditions are very tempting, I refuse. Morong Mangli's eyes flashed with surprise. She was neither angry nor disappointed at being rejected.
She just asked with interest, can I know the reason? Yang Dongqing was a little hesitant.
The scene of Sumu rejecting Yifan Yu and waving goodbye to Tingting kept appearing in his mind. It was this seemingly selfish, cold-blooded and ruthless gang leader who stood up to help himself at the critical moment and even saved his life.
Mr. Su, I can't communicate with him. You are a smart person. As long as you follow my plan, we will definitely be able to return to reality.
At that time, Sumu smiled as usual. I refuse. It was also at this time that Yang Dongqing changed his opinion of Sumu. Yang Dongqing cleared the image from his mind, took a deep breath, and said, because I promised someone that I would work for him for 3 years.
Morong Mangli was a little surprised. Is that person also a noble?
Yang Dongqing shook his head. No, he is a gentleman with a degree of madness. Morong Mangli smiled slightly. I really appreciate a man with good manners.
I wonder if Mr. Yang could introduce one to me. A strange look appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. I think you may have misunderstood. The madness I'm talking about is the madness of a madman. Morong Mangli was stunned. Chapter 60, The Jade Prince Viper Gang Headquarters. Sumu hung up the call with Jasmine. An unidentified woman came to Yang Dongqing, and her temperament was not like that of an ordinary person? Interesting.
The corners of his mouth curled up. Apart from his identity as a superhuman, Yang Dongqing is just a poor student with almost no social connections. The fact that such a woman came to him means her intentions are obvious. He never forgot what Yang Dongqing said. It was said by a person from the upper city when Yang Dongqing first experienced the nightmare world. The extraordinary people in the real world are all a group of cowards who get something for nothing. They all grow up by sucking the blood of the nightmare apostles, and now, it seems like a vampire has come?
Hey, please get ready. We have guests coming soon. Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaodiao said respectfully. About an hour later, a low-key and luxurious black car stopped in front of the Viper Gang headquarters. The one driving was Han Yu. He glanced around the Viper Gang headquarters, his face filled with disdain. A gang? A transcendent is actually employed by a gang? Yang Dongqing's face looked a little ugly. He could hear the disdain in the other party's tone, but he didn't say anything. It was obvious that he was shocked by the man's strength just now. At this time, Morong Mengli's calm voice sounded. Han Yu, I know you were sent by my father to help me, but that doesn't mean you can belittle my guests at will. Han Yu looked at the other person's beautiful face and said perfunctorily, okay, boss. Soon, everyone got off the car. Two Viper Gang members stepped forward and said, welcome guests, the leader is waiting for you. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He didn't expect that Sumu knew it in advance. He didn't know that it was Jasmine who reported the news, and he had already asked Jasmine to go back early. Led by a Viper Gang member, the three came to a hall deep inside the headquarters. The hall was brightly lit. Above the dome, which was more than 10 meters high, hung a dazzling giant crystal chandelier, with tens of thousands of crystals reflecting brilliant light. The floor is paved with precious marble, which is warm and smooth. The texture of each stone is unique. The walls are also decorated with exquisite murals with delicate brushstrokes and bright colors. In the center of the hall, a group of luxurious sofas are arranged in an orderly manner, and in the middle is a wooden coffee table with intricate patterns carved on the surface. As soon as Morong Mengli entered the hall, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of admiration. What she appreciated was not the luxury, as she had seen many luxurious places. What she appreciated was the other person's taste. The entire hall exudes an exquisite artistic atmosphere, both in terms of spatial layout and decorative details, as if it were a solidified art palace, with all the combinations being just right except for the abrupt Uroboros wall behind the sofa. Han Yu curled his lips with disdain, another poor imitation of the nobility. Please sit down first, the leader will be here soon. Zhao Chaodiao led the few people to the sofa, made some tea and left. After taking their seats, Morong Mengli asked, Mr. Yang, is the Mr. Su you mentioned also a transcendent? Yang Dongqing thought about Su Mu's miraculous performance and felt that he was not an ordinary person. Although he didn't know what his bronze law was, he still said affirmatively, yes. Morong Mengli's eyes flickered slightly, and it was obvious that she had feelings for Su Mu as well. Not long after, the door on the side of the hall was opened. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in a black suit, brown glasses, and holding a snake-patterned wooden cane slowly walking in. His appearance seemed to fill the air around him with a layer of elegance. He had a slender and upright figure, and every step he took was steady and calm. His high nose bridge and slightly upturned mouth corners outlined a confident and charming smile that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. A strange look flashed in Morong Mengli's beautiful eyes. She was rarely moved by other people's appearance, but today she made an exception. Looking at the gentleman walking towards her, only 4 words came to her mind: a gentleman as beautiful as jade. It's not that the other person's appearance is flawless, but the other person's temperament, that temperament is clean and gentle as jade, is really hard to ignore. In addition to her temperament, what attracts the most attention is her skin. It was hard for her to imagine that a man's skin could be so good, without a single blemish. A hint of jealousy flashed in Han Yu's eyes. He thought he was good-looking, but compared with the visitor, he seemed not on the same level. A man's handsomeness does not lie in his appearance, but in the confident temperament that emanates from his bones. The person who came was naturally Su Mu. He had a smile as warm as spring breeze on his face and nodded politely to the guests. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He couldn't understand why Su Mu had become more handsome after not seeing him for just one day. He looked at him carefully and found that his appearance had not changed, but he felt that he was more handsome. He couldn't put his finger on why. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Mu. Nice to meet you all. Morong Mengli retracted her gaze and calmly returned the greeting. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Morong Mengli. Su Mu smiled and nodded, his expression not changing because of the other party's noble identity. This gave Morong Mengli the illusion that she was back in the upper city and was having a meeting with a real noble. After a few people exchanged greetings and introductions, Morong Mengli stated her purpose. Originally, I just wanted to invite Mr. Yang to join my company, but now after meeting Mr. Su, I have changed my mind. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. Su Mu took a sip of tea and looked at Morong Mengli with gentle eyes.
This was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in reality. Even in a dream, such a woman was qualified to enter his harem. I would like to invite you and Mr. Yang to join the bronze coffin, Morong Mangli said sincerely. She did not have the arrogance of an aristocrat, but only a sincere invitation. Sumu smiled and did not directly reject Morong Mangli. Instead, he asked, Miss Morong, can you give me a reason to join? Excuse me for being blunt, Mr. Su is not short of money, and he is also a transcendent, so he has the basic conditions to set up a company. However, as far as the system of the Red Flame Empire is concerned, it is difficult to complete the relevant procedures without the connections of the nobles, and the official management of private transcendent companies is very strict. As far as I know, all the extraordinary companies, big and small, on the market have more or less aristocratic backgrounds. Although I don't think the status of a noble is worth showing off, it does bring a certain degree of preferential treatment and convenience. In the Red Flame Empire, moreover, the bronze coffin was established not long ago, so you two are considered veterans if you join now, so you don't have to worry about your welfare and benefits. Ms. Morong, I can feel your sincere invitation, but... Sumu changed the subject. I have a better suggestion. Chapter 61, Downtown Redneck. What's the proposal? Invest. Invest? A look of surprise appeared on Morong Mengli's face. She didn't expect that Sumu actually wanted to invest. Good. But I'm not short of money. Sumu shook his head. I'm not talking about investing with money, but investing with intelligence. Miss Morong, your company is just a start-up, so your intelligence should be relatively weak, otherwise you wouldn't have found Yang Dongqing just now. I am not a very talented person, but I am very good at intelligence work. To be frank, if I want to, there will be no secrets in the entire District 13. Ha ha ha. Hanyu suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter. Morong Mengli glanced at him, but he seemed not to see it and continued laughing to himself. Sorry, I just can't help it. Mainly because I see those country bumpkins from downtown bragging so seriously, I just can't help it. As soon as these words were spoken, Morong Mengli's expression changed. Sumu showed an interested smile on his face, and his eyes behind the brown glasses were looming. This master and servant don't seem to get along. Boy, you're just in control of a small, low-ranking gang, yet you're so brazen? You claim there are no secrets in District 13? And you're even investing in it? Do you think you can acquire shares in an Imperial Nobles company with the intelligence network of a small gang? Han Yu. Apologize to Mr. Su quickly. Morong Mengli's tone became unusually stern. Apologize? Boss, you're an ordinary person. You don't understand the supernatural. I've seen many young men who have just gained supernatural powers. The sudden power makes them lose their minds. They think they are so powerful, but they don't know that they are just at the bottom of the supernatural. Patriarch Morong sent me to assist you, so it is my natural obligation to ensure that you are not deceived. Morong Mengli's expression became increasingly ugly. She took a deep breath and said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Sumu waved his hand casually and said with a smile, Miss Morong, you are too kind. I am not so petty as to get angry when a dog on the street barks at me. Han Yu's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked straight at Sumu, with murderous intent in his eyes without a trace of concealment. Boy, if you have the guts, say it again. Facing Han Yu's threat, Sumu didn't even look at him. Instead, he said to Morong Mengli, Miss Morong, do you need me to teach your subordinates a lesson for you? For some reason, the calm smile of the man in front of her made her inexplicably convinced. Looking for death. Han Yu was furious. As a retainer of an imperial noble, he was also a powerful transcendent who came from the upper city. He naturally looked down on the people in the lower city. However, he did not expect that today he would be despised by the country bumpkin he looked down upon. Swish, he suddenly jumped up with an astonishing speed, and his fists arrived almost instantly, aiming at Sumu's head. Stop! Sumu! Morong Mengli and Yang Dongqing shouted at the same time, but it was too late. Han Yu's fist hit Sumu's head hard, but Sumu seemed to have no reaction at all and still sat on the sofa motionless. Just when Han Yu thought he had succeeded, something unexpected happened to everyone. The expected sound of the head exploding did not sound. Instead, Han Yu's fist passed through Sumu's body as if it were passing through the air. The next moment, Sumu's figure shattered like a dream bubble. What? Han Yu was shocked. At this time, men in black like a tide poured out from the doors on all four sides of the hall, and in just a moment they surrounded everyone. Everyone had a blank expression on their face, like a cold machine faced with the encirclement. Han Yu did not panic, but his face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes kept scanning, trying to find Sumu's trace. To him, the encirclement of these ordinary people posed no threat at all. What really made him feel weird was Sumu's method. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a serpentine wooden cane hitting the ground was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Sumu walking out from the group of men in black with a smile on his face. Ms. Morone, I'm afraid today's incident cannot be resolved peacefully, but for your sake, as long as Mr. Han Yu is willing to apologize, I can consider forgiving his offense. Sumu said with a smile. Before Morong Mengli could speak, Han Yu sneered, how naive. Do you think you can do anything to me with just these ordinary people? Sumu's smile widened, and he spoke word by word. Who said they are ordinary people? Boom, the serpentine wooden cane tapped the ground lightly, like some kind of signal, and a strange scene appeared. Roar. Hundreds of men in black roared violently at the same time. The sound seemed to come from the abyss of hell, filled with endless pain and violence. Along with the horrifying roars, their bodies began to undergo strange changes. Pieces of ink-black scales grew out from under their skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly spreading throughout their bodies, and arranged closely together to form indestructible scale armor. The joints, sharp bone spurs broke through the skin and stretched out ferociously, like the claws of the devil. Their bodies became taller and more twisted, with bulging muscles and ferocious lines. The contours of their faces were also covered with black scales, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyeballs emitting a murderous aura. A chilling atmosphere of terror filled the entire venue. They were like Shiras crawling out of hell, ready to launch a bloody massacre at any time. This sudden and terrifying change made Morong Mengli and Yang Dongqing's faces change slightly, not to mention Han Yu, who was targeted. At this moment, Han Yu was being stared at by countless pairs of scarlet eyes, and he felt creepy. What the hell is this monster? Even the noble retainer who thought he was knowledgeable was frightened. He had never encountered such a strange thing and even suspected that he had fallen into a nightmare world. Mr. Han, I wonder, can they make you apologize? Sumu, who was surrounded by monsters, asked politely with an unchanging smile on his face. Han Yu's face suddenly turned very ugly. He looked around nervously, silently estimating whether he could defeat so many monsters. The key point was that he had no idea how strong these monsters were, but judging from their aura and the terrifying black scales, these monsters seemed to be terrifyingly powerful. Seeing that Han Yu did not answer, Sumu continued, it seems that my preparations are not enough. In this case, Papa, he clapped his hands, and saw countless secret compartments appear on the walls of the hall. As the compartments opened, machine guns slowly extended from the walls. The black muzzles of the guns emitted a terrifying glow under the light. Not only that, the marble floor at the edge of the hall was also turned over, revealing the secret compartments inside, in which were placed time bombs. Chapter 62. Mr. Su, I was wrong. The shell of the bomb is made of cold metal, emitting a heart-pounding cold light. The main body of the bomb is cylindrical, with a small electronic display screen embedded on the top. The red numbers on it are jumping, like a devil's countdown. Densely packed wires and interfaces are distributed around the display screen. Seeing this scene, Han Yu broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly felt extremely regretful for offending this country bumpkin from the downtown area. This man looked gentle and humble, but in fact he was clearly an extremely dangerous person. What kind of good person would plant so many bombs in his own home? Originally, he was thinking about whether he could break through the siege, capture the leader first, and directly catch Sumu, but the moment he saw the bomb, his heart was completely chilled. He did not dare to act rashly, for fear that he would accidentally touch the bomb in the process of taking action. Once these hundreds of bombs exploded, the entire Viper Gang headquarters would be razed to the ground. Even though he thought he was strong, he was not confident enough to withstand so many bombs. When Yang Dongqing saw this scene, he broke out in a cold sweat. He had never thought that Sumu actually had so many hidden tricks. It was not unfair that he lost at the time. Even if he had won at that time, he probably would not have been able to walk out of the Viper Gang alive. Morong Mengli was the only one present who could remain calm. Although the pupils of this noble lady contracted, she still maintained the most basic decency. She finally understood why Yang Dongqing had such an evaluation of Sumu, a gentleman with a degree of madness. This is indeed crazy enough.
What do you think, Mr. Han? Sumu asked politely, as if a gentleman was showing his collection to a guest. A drop of cold sweat slid down Han Yu's face.
His muscles were tense and his eyes flickered.
Stop bluffing. I don't believe you dare to detonate the bomb. There is an imperial noble sitting here.
If the crime of killing an imperial noble is proven, the entire Qian Empire will not tolerate you. Sumu smiled slightly. You are wrong, Miss Morong will not die, she is carrying some kind of defensive treasure.
I will not die either, because this is just my clone.
My men will not die either, because the scales on their bodies provide sufficient defense.
Only you will die.
Morong Mangli's face changed slightly. She didn't expect that Sumu could see that she had a defensive treasure on her. Hearing this, Han Yu's face froze.
He pointed at Yang Dongqing and asked, what about him? He's also your subordinate.
It's okay, he's dead.
Yang Dongqing.
Although he had long been accustomed to Sumu Sanshiki's mouth often saying such cold words, he still felt very angry every time he heard it.
Mr. Han, now it's your choice.
Apologize, or die.
Han Yu's face became increasingly ugly.
His pride did not allow him to apologize to the people in the lower city, but he did not want to die.at this time. Morong Mangli spoke. Han Yu, apologize. Her tone was cold and contained an unquestionable meaning.
I was wrong.
Han Yu finally lowered his noble head, and kept comforting himself in his heart that he had obeyed Morong Mangli's orders, and there was no need for him to fight to the death with the country bumpkins in the lower city. Sumu shook his head. Not enough.
Han Yu's face was furious. What else do you want? Do you want me to kneel down? Good suggestion. You.
Han Yu's chest heaved violently, his eyes almost smoldering with fire, this extreme humiliation brewing in his chest. Bite. Sumu took out the remote control from his pocket and pressed the button. The next moment, the bright red numbers on the time bomb display screens began to flash wildly. At the same time, the scaly monster quietly blocked all exits.
What the hell? Yang Dongqing panicked and stood up and ran out.
I told you he was a lunatic, but you still didn't believe me.
Get out of the way and let me out first. I'm one of them.
The scaly monster did not make things difficult for Yang Dongqing, but left a gap for him to leave. Han Yu's heart was pounding.
No. I can't die here.
I still have a bright future ahead of me. I don't need to fight to the death with some country bumpkin from downtown. He kept trying to comfort himself, not realizing that his arrogance had already been shattered by the fear of death. Plop, he fell heavily to his knees. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Bite. Sumu pressed the remote control again and the time bomb stopped flashing. Afterwards, all the secret compartments in the hall were closed, and the scaly monsters retreated like the tide. Sumu returned to the sofa and drank tea with Morong Mangli, as if nothing had happened.
Miss Morong, try this Anshan black tea. I wonder if it suits your taste.
Morong Mangli gently tucked one side of her hair behind her ear, elegantly picked up the teacup, took a sip, and savored it carefully, smooth and mellow, with a long aftertaste.
Good tea.
Having said that, she paused and added, I like it very much.
Sumu smiled slightly, understanding Morong Mangli's subtext. Miss Morong is indeed very tasteful.
From this point of view, it would be a blessing to be able to reach a cooperation with Miss Morong. The elegant couple was chatting and laughing, and no one paid any attention to Han Yu, who was kneeling on the ground like a stray dog. Han Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with spiderweb-like bloodshot, but he did not dare to stand up, because Sumu didn't let him stand up. He didn't dare to gamble with this kind of enemy who always had a smile on his face. Perhaps once he stood up, he would be targeted again and suffer more humiliation. The strange clone method, the subordinates who were like nightmare monsters, and the bombs spread throughout the hall, no matter which one, made Han Yu extremely wary.
Mr. Su, I admire your approach. I can't seem to find a reason to refuse your investment.
Morong Mangli smiled, but this time the smile seemed less polite and more like a smile between friends. It's a pleasure to work with you. Sumu smiled and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to work with you.
Morong Mengli smiled and also extended her hand. Those hands were like carefully crafted works of art, long and slender. Each finger was as straight and even as a green onion. The joints of the fingers were small and delicate, and the skin was as white and delicate as mutton fat. Jade. A polite handshake between the two hands was enough. Afterwards, Morong Mengli left the address and passed to the upper city and left with Han Yu. Sumu sat alone on the sofa, sipping tea, holding the business card between his fingers. Bronze coffin, interesting. With his keen eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see that Han Yu and Morong Mengli were completely at odds with each other. It seemed that Han Yu was intentionally or unintentionally opposing Morong Mengli and did not want the bronze coffin to become stronger. However, because he was afraid of his noble status, he did not dare to show it too obviously. It seems that the imperial nobility is not as supreme as imagined. Chapter 63. Uptown in the Qian Empire, the privileges of the nobles are almost above the law. It is even harmless for the nobles to execute a few civilians at will. However, Han Yu repeatedly disobeyed Morong Mengli's orders, which is somewhat intriguing. Just as Sumu was thinking, dong dong dong, Yang Dongqing came back jogging again. Why didn't it explode? He came to the sofa, picked up the teacup and drank it all. I always thought that with your level of madness, you would definitely explode. Student Yang Dongqing, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated resolving disputes through peaceful means. Okay. I don't misunderstand you at all. Yang Dongqing curled his lips and said, what kind of peace-loving person would fill his own house with bombs? By the way, why did the Viper gang members suddenly turn into monsters? How many abilities do you have? Sumu smiled without saying anything and did not explain, only he himself knows the real reason. In fact, there are no monsters, no machine guns, and no bombs. Everything is, all things in the universe. Sanluo means numerous or listed, while Wanxiang refers to the various things and scenes in the universe. Taken together, they represent the colorful array of phenomena and forms in the universe. It means encompassing everything and possessing everything. This is the ability of Sanluo Wanxiang. In human terms, it means an illusion that controls vision, all things in the world. You can control vision and consume mental power to create all kinds of scenes in the world. So, the Viper gang's little brother turning into a monster, and the bombs and stuff, were all fake. All illusions. As for why he knew that Morong Mengli had a defensive treasure, it was very simple, because he had tried hypnosis before, but his mental power was blocked by some invisible barrier. The next night, Uptown. Sumu and Yang Dongqing finally arrived at the outskirts of the Upper City District. District 13 was far away from the Upper City District, and it took them several hours to get there. The two stood under the huge city wall, looking at the endless stream of people at the city gate. The tall and majestic city wall, like a sleeping dragon, winds around the edge of the city, as clear as the boundary between Chu and Han, isolating the upper and lower urban areas from the outside world. At the huge city gate, a team of armed soldiers were checking passers-by. Here, people from the lower city could not enter without a pass. Sumu and Yang Dongqing followed the crowd. When they came in front of the soldier, he calmly took out the pass left by Morong Mengli. When the soldier saw the seal representing the nobility on the pass, he was shocked and quickly stood at attention and saluted. Sumu smiled and nodded at him, then entered the upper city. The moment he entered the upper town, he felt as if he had entered another world. What meets the eye are towering skyscrapers standing like a steel jungle, with colorful yet cold light reflected on the glass curtain walls. Countless neon signs flash wildly, cutting the dark night sky into countless broken blocks of color. Extravagant advertisements were scrolling on the huge display screen, and the pedestrians passing by were dressed in bright and fashionable clothes. The light from the neon street lights on both sides of the road was like an ocean, flooding every street. The red, blue, and purple lights intertwined to form a dreamy color vortex, luxurious and extravagant. This was Sumu's first impression of the upper city, but he was already accustomed to this kind of scene in his dreams. He even created a fairyland in his dreams, which was far beyond the reach of the upper city. In contrast to his calmness, Yang Dongqing was like a country bumpkin coming to the city. He was in a state of stunned amazement, staring at every sight without blinking. He had heard that the upper town was prosperous, but he had not expected it to be so prosperous. This reminded him of District 13, where the sky was always gray, factories were everywhere, gangs were rampant, and even the streets were dilapidated. Suddenly, he couldn't help but clench his fists, because he knew that the reason why the upper city was so prosperous was because it sucked the blood of the lower city. As a person from the downtown area, he can feel the injustice most directly of the two. of them were strolling on the streets of Shanqing district, and soon Yang Dongqing noticed something wrong. Most of the pedestrians on the roadside focused their eyes on him, and passers-by looked at Sumu with amazement and awe, as if they were looking at an aristocrat, but when it came to Sumu, they were surprised and even looked down upon him. Yang Dongqing turned his head to look at Sumu and found that he was wearing a well-tailored expensive black suit, holding a golden-laid snakewood cane, walking leisurely and calmly, and every move revealed the elegance of aristocracy. Looking at myself again, I was wearing a yellowed white t-shirt, ripped jeans, a pair of bulky sneakers, and walking with my feet turned outward, which made me look out of place in the upper town. Damn, Yang Dongqing made up his mind to buy a new set of clothes in Shanqing district before going back. The looks from passers-by made him unhappy, but he had no way to vent his anger and could only walk with his head down. Suddenly, he found a disheveled, very slovenly beggar begging at the corner of a street. This upper town isn't that great, isn't there beggars there too? Yang Dongqing curled his lips in disdain. Sumu glanced at him with a half-smile, obviously seeing through his thoughts, and did not say anything. Yang Dongqing was a little annoyed by Sumu's eyes, but he was not good at speaking, so he turned around and walked towards the beggar, taking out $1 in change from his pocket. The people in the upper city are so rich, yet they are still so indifferent, he muttered, pointing the finger at the quality of the people in the upper city and planning to give alms to the beggar. When he walked up to the beggar, he threw $1 into the other's bowl and turned to leave. The beggar was stunned and suddenly said, "Wait a moment." Yang Dongqing turned around and said coldly, "You're welcome." The beggar looked him up and down, a trace of contempt in his eyes. "From the downtown area?" Yang Dongqing frowned. "What's wrong?" The beggar took out $1 from his bowl and threw it over with a look of disgust. "Go away. People from the lower city have no right to give me charity. No matter how poor my life is, even if I beg in the upper city, I don't need charity from you people from the lower city. Who are you looking down on?" Yang Dongqing was furious. Being looked down upon by a beggar was something he had never experienced before. Damn, the beggars in the upper city were nobler than those in the lower city. Just as he was about to argue with the beggar, a snake-patterned wooden cane blocked his way out. Sumu walked over slowly and said to the beggar, "I asked him to give alms." Beggars are the best at judging people. When he saw Sumu for the first time, his face suddenly changed, his expression became extremely flattering, and he kept kowtowing to express his gratitude. "Thank you for the reward, sir." "Thank you for the reward, sir." Chapter 64. The origin of the extraordinary Yang Dongqing was almost furious when he saw how he acted arrogantly at first but then respectfully. "Let's go, don't cause any more trouble," Sumu said lightly, and then left with Yang Dongqing. The two hailed a taxi and arrived at an office building according to the address given by Morong Mengli. This office building is relatively small and located in a remote area. There is a sign of Bronze Coffin Company, Limited hanging on the door. The two entered the company and were quickly received by a hostess. "Excuse me, who are you two looking for?" "Looking for your chairman," Sumu said with a smile. When the etiquette lady heard this, her attitude became even more respectful. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su and Mr. Yang?" "Exactly. The chairman is on the top floor. Please follow me." As the elevator started, the two soon met Morong Mengli in the chairman's office on the top floor, but this time Han Yu was not with her. "Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Morong Mengli stood up from her office chair and greeted them. "Nice to meet you again, Miss Morong." Sumu greeted politely. Yang Dongqing also whispered, "Hello, hello." He seemed a little uncomfortable. He had just arrived in Shanqing district and was meeting the chairman of the board in a large company. This was his first time experiencing such a scene, especially this chairman is extremely beautiful. Today, Morong Mengli was wearing a white women's suit with an exquisite silk scarf tied around her collar. She looked elegant in simplicity. Her delicate face was lightly made up, with a faint blush on her fair complexion. Her long flaxen hair was casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of charm and maturity to her look. Yang Dongqing only saw the beauty, but Sumu saw other differences. Morong Mengli was not very old, in her early 20s, and she was obviously trying to make herself more mature and stable through dressing up to enhance her prestige. As a noble, she didn't need to do so, because her aristocratic status was enough to support everything. Combined with Han Yu's previous attitude, he guessed that the noble Morong Mengli probably did not have a high status in the family. After a few greetings, Morong Mengli got straight to the point. She took out a document and handed it to Sumu. Mr. Su, this is the shareholding agreement, please review it.
Sumu flipped through the book and found that since he had taught himself imperial law in his dreams, he didn't need a lawyer to read the contract. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, he signed it readily.
Mr. Su, you are a smart man.
I believe you have guessed from Han Yu's attitude yesterday that my status in the family is not high. Morong Mengli said calmly. Facing her partners, she did not use the title of nobility to seek benefits for herself, but chose to speak directly to the point. Sumu nodded. I admire Miss Morong's honesty. I believe that sincerity is the foundation of cooperation.
Morong Mengli's eyes were firm and confident.
Besides, I don't think success can only rely on family.
Indeed.
Sumu had to admit that this woman was very smart, because Han Yu's incident had exposed her low status. This woman did not choose to cover it up, but took the initiative to be honest. This would certainly lose some of the aristocratic authority, but at least it could make people feel her sincerity.
Thank you for your understanding.
Now, let me briefly explain the Bronze Coffin Company's current priority, finding the Golden Eye.
Golden Eye?
Yang Dongqing was a little unfamiliar with this term.
The Golden Eye is the main ingredient for making gold-grade extraordinary potions.
To be honest, the original intention of creating the bronze coffin was to obtain the golden eye. In fact, this is no longer a secret within the Star City supernatural community. You two from Lower City may not know much about it, but my father, the head of the Morong family, has been searching for the golden eye for years. Not only has he offered a bounty, he has also encouraged his children to create a company and recruit nightmare apostles to search for it. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Could it be that the golden eye only exists in the nightmare world?
Morong Mengli nodded.
That's right. In fact, not only the golden eye, but many extraordinary materials exist in the nightmare world. This is also the original intention of the establishment of the Extraordinary Company, to collect extraordinary materials through the nightmare apostles.
What's the point of collecting extraordinary materials? Make a transcendental potion. Morong Mengli said quietly, Mr. Yang, do you know where those transcendents who are not nightmare apostles come from? Yang Dongqing was no fool. He immediately realized the obvious clue and asked, could it be that they are using extraordinary potions?
Yes, actually, in the beginning, there were no extraordinary people in the real world, only nightmare apostles. Those with extraordinary talents among these nightmare apostles were able to connect to the bronze law and awaken extraordinary powers.
These people are called the Chosen Ones.
Yang Dongqing raised his eyebrows slightly, perhaps the words Chosen One touched his G-spot. Later, the Chosen Ones continued to explore the nightmare world and discovered extraordinary materials. These materials were specially formulated and refined to create extraordinary potions.
Ordinary people in the real world could become extraordinary beings after drinking these potions. This is the origin of extraordinary beings in the real world. It turns out that it was the nightmare apostle who created the extraordinary people in reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized. That's right. Morong Mengli nodded.
People in the real world cannot connect to the bronze law on their own. According to some high-level transcendence, there must be some barrier in the real world that blocks humans. If they want to connect, they can only rely on external forces such as transcendent potions to break the barrier. To obtain the materials needed for the extraordinary potion, one can only rely on the nightmare apostles. Of course, sometimes nightmare monsters will invade reality, and one can take the opportunity to collect extraordinary materials from the nightmare monsters, but the efficiency is definitely not as good as that of the nightmare apostles. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the nobles, nightmare apostles are precious resources that can help them obtain extraordinary materials. Yang Dongqing's face looked a little ugly. No wonder the nightmare apostle from the upper city said that. People like nightmare apostles are prone to danger in any world. He could almost imagine that some unscrupulous nobles would kidnap the families of the nightmare apostles for profit, and then threaten the nightmare apostles to help them obtain extraordinary materials until they died in the nightmare world. Although the first extraordinary beings were nightmare apostles, due to the special nature of nightmare apostles, it is difficult for them to live long. As far as I know, no nightmare apostle can completely escape the nightmare world. The extraordinary people in the real world did not pose this kind of threat, so in the end, the extraordinary people in the real world became more and more powerful, while the Nightmare Apostles kept rising and falling. Chapter 65 Level Division. Morong Mengli paused and continued, I can understand the concerns of the two Nightmare Apostles, but please rest assured that the things you worry about will not happen in the bronze coffin. In fact, after years of development, the cooperation between the extraordinary people in the real world and the Nightmare Apostles has formed a stable model. In the beginning, it was indeed more chaotic, and it was common for extraordinary people in the real world to threaten the Nightmare Apostles, but people have underestimated the danger of the Nightmare Apostle. A person who could die in the Nightmare world at any time, when faced with a threat, could unleash ruthlessness far beyond that of ordinary people. There was even a terrorist attack where a Nightmare Apostle used a suicide attack to kill an imperial noble. Gradually, the two sides developed a cooperative relationship, which eventually led to the formation of the Transcendent Company. Sumu smiled noncommittally. He understood human nature very well. In the eyes of the nobles, the Nightmare Apostles were employees who could die at any time but were extremely valuable. Perhaps after paying the Nightmare Apostle's salary today, he would die in the Nightmare world tomorrow. The nobles would inevitably think, if I only made a verbal promise and then waited for the Nightmare Apostle to die, wouldn't this save a lot of money? A more ruthless noble could directly use the Nightmare Apostle's family as a threat, without spending a penny. So what if your Nightmare Apostle is crazy? In the end, this world is ruled by strength. For example, would a superhuman like Han Yu be afraid of Yang Dongqing's threat? Ms. Morong, I have just become a transcendent not long ago. I want to know where my strength ranks among transcendents, or the level division among transcendents. Yang Dongqing asked the question that concerned him most. The last time he faced Han Yu without any resistance, he felt a shadow in his heart. If all the extraordinary people in the real world were like this, he would have to consider keeping a low profile in the future. Morong Mengli nodded and said, Mr. Yang, you currently only possess the bronze law of Heart of Steel, right? Yang Dongqing was stunned. I only have Heart of Iron. Miss Morong, from what you're saying, could I also possess multiple bronze laws? Yes, the abilities possessed by transcendents are not limited to a single one. Mr. Yang, have you ever wondered why the bronze law is called bronze? Yang Dongqing seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened unconsciously. Could it be that there is also a silver law? A golden law? Morong Mengli tucked a few scattered strands of hair behind her ears and smiled faintly. Mr. Yang really understood it immediately. There are three kinds of laws in this world, namely bronze, silver, and gold. Possessing one bronze law means officially entering the ranks of transcendence, and the rank is bronze level 1. Those who possess two bronze laws are at bronze level 2. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but open his mouth wide. If there are 10 kinds of bronze laws, wouldn't that be bronze 10th level? Phew, Morong Mengli smiled, as gorgeous and charming as a flower blooming in spring. Only at this time, she seemed to have lost some of the disguise of a strong woman and gained a bit of the innocence of a young girl. Not that many. The highest is only bronze level 3. After level 3, it's silver. And when you reach silver level 3, you naturally become a gold expert. My father is a silver level 3 transcendent. He's been stuck at this level for a long time and has collected a lot of transcendent materials. Now, all he needs is the golden eye to advance to gold. Call. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that he was a million miles away from the extraordinary people in the real world. It turned out that each level only had 3 stages. Then Han Yu is level 2. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. Silver? Morong Mengli shook her head. Bronze rank 2. What? Yang Dongqing's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Han Yu was only 1 level higher than him. When they met that day, the other party suppressed him and made him unable to move with just one hand. Han Yu's 2 abilities are Giant Power Punch and Endless Recovery. The former provides him with unimaginable strength, while the latter gives him a recovery ability hundreds or thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary person. It can be said that as long as he is not completely shattered, he is difficult to kill. A sense of frustration welled up in Yang Dongqing's heart. He realized that the other party's 2 abilities were no weaker than his own, Heart of Iron, and were even better in some aspects. Before becoming a superhuman, he had always been self-deprecating and withdrawn. Later, the superhuman power gave him unparalleled confidence.
But now, after coming into contact with the superhuman world, he suddenly found that he was still at the bottom, and his self-confidence was severely frustrated for a while. Morong Mengli seemed to notice that Yang Dongqing was in a low mood and comforted him. "Mr. Yang, don't be discouraged. You are the chosen one, and you possess innate advantages that ordinary transcendents cannot match."
"What advantages?"
Yang Dongqing looked expectant. "The chosen one's talent is unparalleled.
Under normal circumstances, after swallowing a transcendental potion and becoming a bronze-level transcendent, an ordinary person can develop their abilities to their peak through continuous training in combat in about a year. At this point, they can swallow a second bottle of transcendental potion and advance to bronze level 2. The chosen ones do not need to swallow extraordinary potions, and it only takes 3 months to advance from bronze 1 to bronze 2.
Some chosen ones with extraordinary talents even take less time."
This isn't the chosen one's greatest advantage. The biggest advantage is that advancement doesn't require supernatural potions. Simply connecting to the bronze laws within the nightmare world allows advancement.
Of course, taking supernatural potions would definitely save time. Yang Dongqing raised his eyebrows and regained his confidence a little. What are the manifestations of developing one's own abilities to the peak? This is something only the transcendents themselves can experience. It's like breaking through some kind of boundary. Suddenly, they can use their abilities more easily, and their strength skyrocketed.
As soon as these words came out, the corners of Yang Dongqing's mouth suddenly became harder than AKs. He was now extremely sure that he was a genius among millions, because in the last nightmare world, his heart of iron was strengthened and obviously developed to its peak, and he would be able to advance to bronze too soon. Sumu saw all the psychological changes in Yang Dongqing and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was still too young and everything was written on his face. Morong Mengli suddenly turned her head to look at Sumu and asked, "Mr. Su, could you tell me your level?"
"If it's inconvenient, it's inconvenient." Sumu smiled politely. The main thing was that he didn't know what bronze level he was, 1 or 2?
Immaculate Heart, plus, all things in the universe, seemed to be 2, but he hadn't developed either of these abilities to the peak, which was completely inconsistent with the logic of advancement. Morong Mengli. She was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal. Mr. Su is indeed a quick-witted person.
I was abrupt.
I don't know how much Mr. Su knows about the extraordinary, but I still have a piece of advice.
Chapter 66, The Strongest Sequence, Predicting the Future. I'm all ears.
Morong Mengli said seriously, only after you have mastered 3 different bronze laws can you advance to silver. However, if these 3 bronze laws are not systematic or even conflict with each other, you will never be able to advance to silver. Take Mr. Yang as an example. Heart of Iron is a relatively common bronze law, and the subsequent advancement path has long been clear, that is, Giant Fist, plus endless recovery.
There is no order of priority for the 3.
As long as they are gathered together, there is a chance to be promoted to the Silver Law, Servant of Power. But if Mr. Yang swallows other extraordinary potions, such as the 5-finger flame bullet, he will never be able to advance to silver because he is taking the wrong approach. Yang Dongqing suddenly had a strange look on his face. Being young and full of passion, his thoughts were always inclined to that direction. Heart of Iron, plus, Giant Punch, plus, endless recovery, equals, Servant of Power. Isn't this the 3 essentials of a true man?
Hard, huge, and long-lasting. Then how do I advance to gold?
Yang Dongqing asked impatiently. Unexpectedly, Morong Mengli shook her head and said, every path to transcendence is a secret, and the Golden Law is even more of a secret. Although I am a noble, I am still an ordinary person, and I don't know much about the subsequent advancement. Most of the extraordinary paths are in the hands of the top nobles. Currently, the only one publicly available is the Silver Law, Servant of Power, path, because the nobles believe this path is the most common, and they need some extraordinary people to emerge among ordinary people to help them deal with the endless nightmare invasion incidents. Yang Dongqing's confidence, which had finally risen, waned again.
What did he mean by most ordinary? To put it bluntly, wasn't it just the weakest?
Shit. At this time, Morong Mengli stood up and took out 2 paper documents from the safe and handed them to Su Mu and Yang Dongqing respectively. There's a lot of information about the extraordinary, so I won't go into detail.
Most of it is here. You two can look it up for yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It's getting late now.
I've arranged a guest room for you two at the company, and a staff member will take you there later. In the guest room of Bronze Coffin Company, Limited, Sumu sat alone on the edge of the bed, looking through the extraordinary information. It includes the origin of the extraordinary people, the origin of the nightmare world, the classification of extraordinary levels, the introduction of extraordinary potions, and the ranking of bronze laws and silver laws. He had already learned about the origin and level division of the extraordinary people from Morome Mangli, so he simply flipped through a few pages and skipped it. What he was really concerned about was the origin of the nightmare world. How could he not pay attention to such a thrilling amusement park? But when I opened it, I found that there was only one page, which recorded many time nodes, some historical events, and many speculations about the origin of the nightmare world. There were many different opinions and no accurate statement. The only thing we know is that the nightmare world has existed since ancient times, and the exact time is unknown. It once threatened human life and safety until the emergence of golden masters among humans, which reversed the decline. The descendants of these golden masters are also called nobles. The origin of the nobility is the golden strongmen? That means the nobles of the current empire are all descendants of the golden strongmen? Sumu muttered to himself, not feeling strange about it. The golden masters standing at the top of the extraordinary people are also human beings. Since they have saved the world and control power and authority, they will definitely favor their descendants, so the nobles appeared. Sumu flipped through a few more pages, and finally his eyes stopped at the ranking of laws. It records the ranking of the laws currently known to mankind, which only include the bronze law and the silver law. The golden rule is clearly hidden. He guessed that these rankings must be incomplete. The nobles were only willing to release one extraordinary path. It was conceivable how strictly they kept the extraordinary knowledge confidential. If all the law rankings were released, it was inevitable that some smart people would find the extraordinary path from them, which would be detrimental to maintaining the rule of the nobles. The fact was just as he expected. There were many gaps in the ranking on the information. He first browsed through it as a whole, but not only did he not find all things in the universe, he didn't even find pure heart. Instead, I saw Yang Dongqing's Heart of Iron, Sequence 9, Endless Recovery, Sequence 8, Giant Power Punch, Sequence 10. It seems to be very high, even in the top 10, but it is actually the last one, because the ranking is arranged in reverse order, and the larger the sequence number, the higher the ranking. This is also normal. After all, humans discover more laws little by little. If a strong law is discovered, it will be ranked first. If a stronger law appears tomorrow, the ranking will continue to change, so the ranking is reversed. The information indicates that the ranking is not only based on the strength of the ability, but also on the rarity, ability value, influence range, and other comprehensive rankings. Sumu lowered his gaze and looked directly at the strongest known bronze sequence, Bronze Law Sequence 241, Future Prediction, ability to predict future events that are strongly related to oneself to a certain extent. Theoretically, this ability can kill gold-level warriors. Seeing the remarks in the brackets, Sumu smiled slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of this sentence. Predicting the future may seem to have no combat power, but in fact, if handled properly, it can play a role far beyond any bronze law. For example, a prophet with the ability to predict the future predicts that he will be killed by a golden master 10 years later, but now this golden master is still an ordinary person. Then he only needs to kill this ordinary person to resolve the crisis, which is equivalent to killing a golden master. His gaze continued to move downwards, and he found that everything was blank until sequence 233, when there was no text. Bronze Law Sequence 233, Death Rebirth, time flows backwards within one's own range, reversing the timeline of one's own death and returning to the time before death. Sumu's eyes moved slightly. It was the time system again. Although it still had no obvious combat power, its rarity and value were definitely far beyond ordinary combat capabilities. I just didn't know if it could be activated continuously. If it could, it would definitely be immortal in the true sense. Bronze Law Sequence 211, Infinite Flash, enables continuous spatial displacement. He looked through it carefully and found that the top-ranked abilities were basically time and space related, which were indeed powerful. Then, he opened the Silver Law ranking. Chapter 67. The Black Shadow is not white. Silver Law Sequence 121, Flower blooms instantly. At the cost of one's lifespan, one changes one's own timeline, putting oneself in a state of accelerated time. Another time-based ability? However, this one was different from the previous ones, clearly possessing terrifying combat power. Although the introduction was simple, a closer look revealed the terrifying nature of Flower blooming instant. If you accelerate your own time 100-fold, wouldn't that be equivalent to speeding up 100-fold? This is no longer just a matter of speed, but all actions will become faster. For example, eating, drinking, going to the toilet, and taking a bath used to take an hour, but after time is accelerated, it may only take 1 second. If the user is very fast, it will be invincible, and even the effect of relative stillness of time can be achieved. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but wonder, how could such a powerful ability be only silver? How terrifying is the gold powerhouse? There was a rustling sound of papers flipping, and his gaze fell on the last page, Extraordinary Taboo. Point 1. It is forbidden to disclose any information about the nightmare world to ordinary people. Violators will be hunted down by the Empire. Note: nightmares have the ability to spread through cognition, that is, the more people know about nightmare information, the more likely it is for nightmares to invade reality. Similarly, ordinary people who know about the existence of the nightmare world are more likely to enter the nightmare world than those who are unaware of it. This one is easy to understand. After all, you dream at night about what you think about during the day. It is difficult for people to dream about something they have never come into contact with. Once there is relevant information about the nightmare world in their minds, the possibility of dreaming about it increases. Point 2. The law is contained in the spirit, and the upper limit is 3. Exceeding the upper limit will trigger extraordinary conflicts and cause mental breakdown. Point 3. The wrong path to transcendence will lead to an inability to advance, and forced advancement will cause mental breakdown. Mental breakdown? For some reason, Sumu always had an urge to try it out when he saw this word. He even wondered if he could use this method to curb the infinite growth of mental power. This world is becoming more and more interesting. He closed the document, a deep smile hidden behind his brown glasses. It's worth it that I tried so hard to survive. Then he took off his brown glasses and placed them on the bedside table, and took off his coat to prepare for sleep. There was a slight sound of a door opening from the next room, and the heavy footsteps were obviously Yang Dongqing's. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Yang Dongqing went downstairs quietly, probably to experience the bright lights and glamour of the upper town. Sumu ignored him and fell asleep peacefully. Drop, drop, drop. Time passed by minute, and the only sound in the quiet room was the turning of the clock hands hanging on the wall. The moonlight shines through the curtains, casting a hazy glow on Sumu. He lies on the bed, and his shadow is reflected on the cold ground. Suddenly, his shadow moved. The shadow's arms slowly stretched out, continuously lengthening, and turned into 2 large hands like dead branches. Gradually, the shadow kept surging, and finally stood up from the ground, turning into a tall human-shaped black shadow, its head almost touching the ceiling. Swish! In the shadow's head, a pair of scarlet eyes opened, staring coldly at Sumu, who was sleeping on the bed. The scene was so horrifying that no one could accept that after falling asleep, the shadow suddenly stood up and turned into a tall monster, looking at them by the bed. Good friends, we meet again. Sumu opened his eyes at some point, his deep eyes emitting a deep blue light, as if reflecting the sky in them, looking magnificent under the moonlight. He looked at the black shadow with a smile on his face and greeted it in a familiar manner. The black shadow remained indifferent and continued to stare at him. Sumu had been thinking about a question before. The black shadow was obviously not the monster in Tingting's nightmare. It was just a parasite on Tingting. However, when the nightmare was destroyed, the black shadow did not stop it like the villagers did, and let the nightmare be shattered. This doesn't fit Sombra's pattern of behavior, and now the case has finally been solved. It turned out that the black shadow had already hidden in his own shadow and followed him into the real world. This is normal. After all, he is one of the only 2 people who survived the black shadow. Now that Tingting has disappeared, the black shadow will naturally choose him. Are you hungry? Sumu suddenly asked. He just felt the mental fluctuations coming from the black shadow, like a pet asking for food from its owner. He smiled slightly. No wonder you can't help but come out now. It turns out you are hungry, but I am curious what you eat? Human? The black shadow sent out spiritual fluctuations again, and Sumu suddenly realized, you feed on human spirits? Ha ha ha. Then you made the right decision to follow me. The black shadow dragged all the villagers of Zhaojia village into the darkness, turning them into zombie-like monsters. It was obvious that he did not eat people, but only their spirits. And it just so happened that what Sumu lacked the least was spirits. Then, an extremely pure mental power surged into the black shadow's body, and the black shadow began to chew silently, feeling his mental power being consumed continuously. Sumu's eyes became brighter and brighter. After he became a superhuman, he was worrying about how to consume his overflowing mental power every day. Unexpectedly, A pillow was immediately brought to him after he fell asleep. Hypnotizing ordinary people like Zhao Chaodiao does not consume too much mental energy. As the Black Shadow is a nightmare monster that can devour an entire village, its strength is naturally needless to say. Sumu continued to infuse mental power, wanting to see the Black Shadow's limit, but the Black Shadow refused to take it just halfway through.
Are you full already? My friend, you don't have much appetite either.
He sighed and shook his head, blaming her for not fighting back. Now that I think about it, the Black Shadow probably didn't consume all the mental power of hundreds of people in Zhaojia village at once, but rather nibbled away at it bit by bit.
Never mind, it's better than nothing. At least it consumes more mental energy than hypnotizing the Viper Gang.
After eating and drinking, the Black Shadow melted like water and turned into a shadow again and disappeared. Everything seemed like an illusion. However, Sumu found that the connection between himself and the Black Shadow had become closer, probably because it had consumed his mental power.
Not only that, he always felt that the Black Shadow seemed to have grown a little taller. Since you chose to follow me, I'll give you a name. Let me think about it.
He touched his chin and carefully thought about the characteristics of the Black Shadow. The biggest feature is black. In that case, let's give it a name that does not contain the word black, but makes people know it is black as soon as they hear it.
You are the only one who is not white.
Chapter 68. You guys disappoint Meth. Next day, Sumu took office as the director of the intelligence department of the Bronze Coffin Company, in charge of the intelligence department. He also met the official employees of the Bronze Coffin, a total of 10 people excluding himself and Yang Dongqing. It is worth mentioning that although these 10 people are all nightmare apostles, they are also ordinary people. The third floor underground of the Bronze Coffin is a spacious underground base.
Above it is the Bronze Coffin's office building, which is used to accommodate ordinary employees who handle daily affairs.
The underground is the core, where the nightmare apostles gather.
Minister Su, these 10 are all the nightmare apostles currently in the Bronze Coffin.
There were some before, but they were killed in the nightmare world.
Morong Mengli introduced.
Everyone, Mr. Sumu is the newly appointed director of the intelligence department of the Bronze Coffin. He is also a powerful transcendent.
Mr. Yang Dongqing next to him is also a transcendent.
Sumu leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane and calmly looked at the 10 nightmare apostles in front of him. There were 7 men and 3 women, all dressed differently, some brightly colored, some ordinary. The only thing they had in common was probably the uneasiness and panic between their brows. This is how a normal person would react when experiencing a nightmare world. The 10 people introduced their names one by one. When they introduced themselves, their eyes involuntarily looked at Sumu. Obviously they were a little curious about this airborne extraordinary minister. Then, Morong Mengli stated the purpose of gathering everyone. I've called everyone here not only to introduce Minister Su and Mr. Yang, but also for an important matter. I've decided to form a team to explore the abandoned city in 2 days.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became a little agitated, some frowned, and some looked frightened. Abandoned city area?
Sumu's eyes moved slightly, and information about the abandoned city area flashed through his mind. He controlled the Viper Gang, so his information network naturally far exceeded that of ordinary people, including information about the abandoned city area. Star City is divided into 20 districts in total. 1 to 10 are the upper city districts, and 11 to 20th are the lower city districts. In fact, a long time ago, Star City did not have 20 districts, but 21. Rumor has it that more than 10 years ago, a plague broke out, causing almost all the people in District 21 to die. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, the Empire ordered the blockade of District 21. Over time, District 21 disappeared from people's sight and became a deserted area.
The abandoned city is full of plague. Wouldn't it be like asking for death to explore such a hellish place?
A woman with heavy makeup on her face said with a slightly excited look.
Yeah, what's there to explore in that damn place?
We joined the Bronze Coffin to find a way to deal with the nightmare world, not to die in vain.
Everyone echoed this, obviously not optimistic about Morong Mengli's decision. Sumu also noticed that Morong Mengli did not seem to have much authority among these people. That he soon thought of Hanyu.
When he invited himself and Yang Dongqing before, Hanyu had obviously deliberately interfered. These people might have been secretly instigated by Hanyu. Facing the crowd's doubts, the noble lady showed no anger on her face and continued calmly, the plague is the Empire's external explanation. The real situation is that the nightmare invasion caused the 21st district to be reduced to ruins. The nightmare who caused the rebellion was killed by the Empire's high-ranking officials. However, because the area was contaminated by the nightmare and became unsuitable for human habitation, it gradually became deserted. In fact, there are people there, such as scavengers, fugitives, or people hiding from their enemies.
That's also very dangerous.
Who knows if there are any remaining nightmare monsters in there, shouted a burly man with tattoos on his arms. When the nightmare monster was mentioned, everyone's faces turned pale involuntarily, obviously recalling the horrific memories in the past.
1 million. Morong Mangli raised a slender white finger. This word seemed to have some magical power, instantly plunging the scene into silence.
Everyone who participates in this exploration mission will receive 1 million.
If any casualties occur, the company will provide double compensation to your families.
Everyone had different expressions, some had a fiery flash in their eyes, some looked hesitant. Money has always been a motivating factor for people, and the day they became nightmare apostles, they knew they would not live long, so they might as well make more money, either to spend on wine and women or to leave it to their families. This was also one of the purposes of their joining the company. Sumu sighed slightly.
The nobles are rich.
1 million per person, these 10 people are 10 million, not to mention the appearance fees of himself and Yang Dongqing, the two extraordinary people. Even though he controls the Viper gang, the actual available funds are only around 10 million, and the amount of money he can get from issuing a single mission can exceed 10 million. Even Yang Dongqing was attracted by this number. Today, Yang Dongqing had already changed into a fashionable new outfit, a loose graffiti-printed t-shirt with a black leather jacket on the outside, white ripped leggings with exposed knees, and a pair of white high-top sneakers on his feet. The laces were fluorescent green, which made him look particularly eye-catching. He bought this outfit last night, spending 1/10 of his savings.
He then used the remaining 9/10 to buy Jasmine a backpack-revealing hip skirt.
He was so short of money at the moment that when he heard the price of 1 million, his heart started pounding. How many clothes can this buy for Jasmine? However, coming from the downtown area, he obviously underestimated the greed of human nature. The man with the tattooed arm suddenly spoke up. I know the abandoned city area. The people there are all ruthless killers, and there are still many remaining nightmare monsters. The danger is no less than that of the nightmare world. If they want us to explore it, we're sending ourselves to our deaths.
Morong Mangli frowned slightly. I'm not forcing you. This mission is entirely voluntary. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go.
The man with tattoos shook his head. It's not that I'm not going, I mean, it costs extra money.
Yes. Pay more.
I can already feel the call of the next nightmare world. I may enter the nightmare world at any time.
I need enough money to buy a treasure. I have to pay more.
The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and a bald head. He was the most emotional among the people present, and the fear between his brows lingered.
How much do you want? Morong Mangli asked coldly. 2 million.
Pay first, work later. I want 3 million, the tattooed man said with a loud mouth.
I've been to the abandoned city before.
I'm more experienced than them, so the price is higher.
Some people were unwilling to accept the offer. We are all nightmare apostles. Why is your price so high?
We should all be paying 3 million. Seeing the situation getting more and more out of control, Morong Mangli couldn't help but feel a headache.
The status of a noble could not suppress these dying people at all.
They were going to die anyway, and they no longer cared about anything. Boom. The sound of a wooden stick hitting the floor was not loud, but it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples. The chaotic scene became eerily quiet, and the 10 nightmare apostles couldn't help but look at Sumu. Sumu was seen with his hands folded on the serpentine wood cane. His brown glasses slowly swept over the crowd, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes.
My colleagues, you disappoint me.
There was a hint of disappointment in his calm tone, like a respected teacher lecturing a naughty student. Chapter 69 Su. A sense of guilt inevitably emerged in everyone's hearts, and they suddenly felt that they had let Minister Su down. The company doesn't mind you being a dying bunch, and even provides you with jobs.
Now,
to increase your chances of survival the next time you enter the nightmare world, we've even thoughtfully sent you to the abandoned city for training. Such a great opportunity is priceless, but what about you? Instead of cherishing what you have,
you want more money and property. Do you think this is right? Morong Mangli's beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably when these words came out. She had thought Sumu was going to use his status as a transcendent to oppress everyone, but she hadn't expected him to say something like this. Wouldn't this arouse public outrage? But what shocked her even more was what happened next. The nightmare apostles who had been shouting out prices before now all lowered their heads in shame. A younger girl even sobbed, "Minister Su, I was wrong, Morong Mengli, Minister Su, you were right. I am a complete loser. The company gives me a job and an opportunity to gain experience. How can I let the company spend money? I am personally willing to pay 50,000. No. 100,000. To subsidize the company." The man with tattoos said ashamedly, facing the guilty gazes of the crowd. Sumu shook his head with a heavy expression. "The company doesn't want your money, as long as you can appreciate the company's good intentions." When everyone heard that the company didn't even want money, they felt even more ashamed. Morong Mangli's expression management also failed. Her rosy little mouth was slightly open and her eyes widened unconsciously. Although she was less aloof than a female president at this moment, she became more real and moving. She looked at the people who were so ashamed that they were about to crawl into the ground, and even thought absurdly, wouldn't these people suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and slap themselves in the face? And then say, "I really deserve to die." Okay, go down and reflect on yourselves. Sumu gave an order, and everyone who was filled with shame left. Then, he walked towards Morong Mangli. Morong Mangli's eyes revealed a complicated emotion. Just as she was about to thank him, she heard a low and magnetic voice ringing in her ears. "Remember to transfer all their money to me." Morong Mangli. She froze in place, the word thank you stuck on her lips, unable to utter it for a moment. Sumu ignored the dazed Morong Mangli and wandered around this extraordinary base. After all, it was his future workplace, so he had to familiarize himself with it in advance. Soon, his attention was drawn to an enclosed square. The walls inside were all silver white and looked very hard. There were also some steel dummies and fitness equipment placed inside. There were many marks on the wall and the mannequin, including fist marks and sword marks. This is the training room, a training place for extraordinary people. Morong Mangli's voice sounded behind Sumu. Sumu turned around and saw that the noble lady had returned to her previous calm and composed self. He pointed to the marks on the dummy and asked, "Who left these marks?" "Hanyu sometimes comes here to exercise." Sumu raised his eyebrows. "Hanyu uses a sword?" Morong Mangli looked at the sword marks on the dummy. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes. "Maybe." Sumu nodded thoughtfully and did not ask any further questions. "By the way, Minister Su, do you have time to have a quick meal at noon? And Mr. Yang, since you two are new to Shanqing district, I'd like to show my hospitality." Morong Mangli invited politely. Yang Dongqing looked hesitant. He missed Jasmine. The relationship was passionate for the young couple, and he would have to leave for the abandoned city in 2 days, and would have to be separated from Jasmine again. The most important thing is that he still wants to see Jasmine wearing that backpack revealing hip skirt. If Mr. Yang has important matters to attend to, you can go and deal with them first. There will be many opportunities in the future. Morong Mangli saw Yang Dongqing's hesitation. Yang Dongqing nodded. "I do have something very important to deal with, you guys go eat." In the end, only Sumu and Morong Mangli went to eat in a private room of a high-end restaurant. "Miss Morong seems to have something to say to me?" Sumu asked while cutting the fine M9 steak elegantly. "What does Mr. Su like on a daily basis?" Morong Mangli smiled, but this time her smile was less distant. "Smoking and drinking." Morong Mangli paused slightly and smiled. "I thought a gentleman like Mr. Su might have some unique hobbies." Sumu smiled slightly, pushed the cut steak in front of Morong Mangli, and then took the other party's untouched steak. "Then let me put it another way. I like the clouds in the cigarette box and the sea in the wine glass." Morong Mangli, who was eating steak, couldn't help but smile, but she still chewed the steak politely, wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue and said, "Mr. Su is indeed different." She raised her wine glass and gestured, "But that's not what I'm asking." Bite. The two of them clinked their glasses gently and drank the bright red wine in them. "What I'm asking is whether Mr. Su prefers money or a noble phantasm? What does Miss Morong mean?" Sumu's eyes moved slightly, and he vaguely guessed what the other party was thinking. "Mr. Su, we are already partners." Calling me Miss Morong is too unfamiliar. Moreover, in some occasions, this surname will directly expose my noble identity. You can just call me Mengli.
Morong Mangli's red lips curled up slightly. Although there was no charm or seduction in her, it was enough to make any man's heart beat faster.
Okay, Miss Mengli, you can also just call me by my name.
Morong Mengli pursed her lips slightly. The wine she had drunk before was continuing to take effect, causing a blush to appear on her fair and charming face. She looked at Su Mu with an inexplicable look in her eyes.
Okay, Su. Su. Su Mu raised his eyebrows.
He didn't like women who had no sense of boundaries, but Morong Mengli seemed not to notice. Susu, you haven't answered my question yet. Do you like money or treasures?
I don't like any of them. Then Susu, what do you like?
Morong Mengli clinked glasses again. The two drank the wine in their glasses.
Su Mu frowned slightly and looked at the rosy-faced woman in front of him.
He found that there seemed to be a layer of mist in her eyes, giving her a hazy feeling of the sticky, stringy look in his eyes reminded him of the word innate tied rhythm holy body. He had a reinforced form of this physique in his dream. Chapter 70. Your beauty trap is a little clumsy. Can you drink so little? Otherwise, why would the noble lady, who was always dignified and steady, call herself Susu? Morong Mengli saw Sumu staring at her, and her face seemed to be even redder, not knowing if it was an illusion. You don't like? Yes, I like extraordinary potions, preferably ones like Heart of Iron, that can enhance physical fitness.
Morong Mengli, supernormal potions are very popular and difficult to buy.
I originally planned to use my noble phantasm to pay for this operation. If you insist, Susu, I can send someone to inquire about the news of the supernormal potion.
Thank you.
Although Sumu was also interested in the treasure, he knew that the most suitable thing for him was the extraordinary potion, because he only had 1 month to live. By obtaining the extraordinary potion that strengthened the body and gained abilities similar to Yang Dongqing, he could better extend his life.
Susu, I think your bronze law should be related to the spirit. I'm afraid that the extraordinary physical potion is not suitable for you.
She tilted her head slightly and looked at Su Mu. Her slender fingers gently brushed over a few strands of hair on her forehead and tucked them behind her ears. The corners of her mouth raised a subtle arc, and the simple action was full of endless charm.
Excuse my bluntness, Miss Mengli, but your honey trap is rather clumsy.
Morong Mengli's hand that was lifting her hair froze, and she didn't know whether to put it down or continue. The eyes hidden behind the brown glasses seemed to have some kind of insight into people's hearts. Looking at the stiff Morong Mengli, he said lightly, "It seems that the difficulties Miss Mengli encountered are greater than I imagined.
Otherwise, I really can't find a reason to explain your behavior."
Morong Mengli had already withdrawn her hand, and the smile on her face slowly faded.
Perhaps out of reluctance and stubbornness, she asked, "Am I really not feminine?"
No, Miss Mengli is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in real life.
I'm not your type?
I like young women who have a girlish look, and young women who have a young woman's look. You happen to be the latter, and you, however, I prefer extraordinary potions to women. Sumu said bluntly, and Morong Mengli was stunned for a long time.
She looked at Su Mu with a serious face and couldn't help but burst out laughing.
This time her smile seemed to have let down all her defenses, with a kind of innocence unique to young girls.
Susu, you are really interesting. Thanks for the compliment. Morong Mengli put away her smile and said seriously, "You are a smart person. I can't control people like you, but I do need an ally like you. Now all I can give you is sincerity and promises, if you are still willing to listen." "I'm all ears."
Sumu smiled faintly. "I believe you can see that apart from a noble title and a little money, I have nothing else. Even the bronze coffin is a nascent product. Under Han Yu's instigation, the employees do not respect me, a nobleman."
Su Mu nodded without interrupting. "I am an illegitimate daughter."
The expression on Morong Mengli's face became less and less serious, and she told her story like an outsider.
"My mother was once a slave, bought by my father, and later gave birth to me.
In fact, I should not have been born, because my identity would bring shame to the entire Morong family. But the day I was born happened to be my father's birthday, and my mother begged me so hard that I gave birth to me. After I grew up, I did not receive the support of my family like my brothers and sisters, nor did I have my own property. Instead, I was imprisoned in the manor and was not allowed to go out. The reason why I received support to establish the bronze coffin this time is because my father is dying. He is a silver level, third level extraordinary person. In order to advance in his youth, he took too many extraordinary potions and used many forbidden methods, which overdrew his lifespan. Now his only way to survive is to find the golden eye, refine it into a gold level awakening potion, and then advance to gold. This has always been his dream, to become a golden warrior to restore the glory of his ancestors, and then return to the imperial capital and return to the center of power. In order to survive and realize his dream, he had lost his mind and refused to let go of any hope, so he asked all his children to search for the golden eye. It was at this time that I got the opportunity. Sumu frowned slightly, not because of the other party's tragic life experience, but because he sensed something was wrong. Where's Hanyu? He was sent by your father to help you, but why is he opposing you at every turn? This seems to go against your father's purpose. Hanyu? Morong Mangli's smile was filled with a hint of coldness. Although he belongs to the Morong family, he has actually been bribed by my fiancé a long time ago. Fiancé? Yes, you might have heard of his name, Shin Ziheo, the richest man in Star City, a wealthy, fat man. Although he is wealthy, he is not a noble, but he has always longed for aristocratic status and often wanders around aristocratic circles, hoping to marry a noble lady. But the nobles simply look down on upstarts like him, and there's no way any noble would marry him, except me. Morong Mangli's eyes revealed a hint of extreme disgust, as if she hated Xian Ziheo very much. Xian Ziheo, who had been repeatedly frustrated, realized his status and knew that in the eyes of the nobles, he was just a fool with a lot of money. So, he settled for the next best thing and approached my father. He spent a large sum of money to get him to agree to the marriage. Sumu nodded to show his understanding. An unloved illegitimate daughter could be sold for a high price, and the head of the family would definitely be willing to do so. I roughly understand, Miss Mangli, but why did Xian Ziheo bribe Hanyu to go against you? The hatred in Morong Mangli's eyes grew stronger. Because my father promised that the child who finds the golden eye will be made the heir of the family. If I become the family heir, it is naturally impossible for me to marry Xian Ziheo. The family will not allow the future heir to marry a commoner, no matter how rich the other party is. In fact, among all the children, my strength is undoubtedly the weakest. I have neither awakened the talent in the golden bloodline nor have too many assets and manpower. Relatively speaking, I am the one with the least hope of finding the golden eye, but Xian Ziheo is a very cautious person. He is unwilling to take any risks. Even if there is a slight chance, he will nip it in the bud. Sumu glanced at Morong Mangli, whose eyes were full of hatred. At this moment, he completely understood why the other party easily allowed him to invest and even directly revealed his cards, because she had no choice. After 20 years of suppressed life, she finally saw hope and set up her own company, but was secretly blocked by her fiancé. She was forced into a desperate situation. If she wanted to survive under the two huge mountains of family and fiancé, she could only seek external forces to break the deadlock, and I am the external force she found. Thinking of this, a strange feeling emerged in his heart. Perhaps the scene that frightened Hanyu to his knees had caused some misunderstanding to Morong Mangli, making her think that she was very powerful and capable of dealing with the imperial nobles and the richest man in Star City. This made Sumu sigh. You are so good at judging people. Chapter 71. You smell so good, Susu. I have told you the truth, and I promise here that as long as you are willing to help me, I can give you everything I have. If you can really find the golden eye, the Morong family will be your greatest help in the future. Morong Mangli looked straight into Sumu's eyes, her eyes filled with determination and sincerity. I don't know if Morong Mangli has some kind of bad taste, but she hasn't changed the name until now. What if we can't find it? Morong Mangli smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. Even if you can't find it, I won't let you pay in vain. All my assets, the bronze coffin, and even my own body will be given to you. Maybe you think it's despicable for me to say such things, but I have never had a man. The reason I do this is more for revenge. If I can't find the golden eye, I will have no choice but to marry Xian Ziheo as arranged by my family, but before that, I must find a man, and that man is you. She picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all again. For a moment, her face became even redder. Sumu raised his eyebrows. He found that this woman was extremely persistent and had to get himself away. He understood that she didn't want to get Xian Ziheo something for free, but why did she set her sights on him? he considered his tone and said, Ms. Mangley, I always thought we were friends. Morong Mangley suddenly blinked her eyes, as if she was drunk. She held her cheek with her hand and looked straight at Sumu. His handsome and flawless face was reflected in her pupils. She opened her red lips slightly. Is friendship such an inconvenient thing? What's wrong with good friends sleeping in the same bed? You're right. You know what? Because of my childhood experiences, I actually really hate men, but now after seeing you, I realized that it was stinky men that I hated. You are different from them. Morong Mangley's eyes became more and more blurred, and her delicate little nose wrinkled. You smell so good, you give me the feeling that I can eat your saliva. Sumu silently pushed his brown glasses. Ms. Mangley, you are drunk. Afterwards, Sumu sent Morong Mangley back to the company, helped her take off her high heels, and covered her with a blanket like a gentleman. Although the other party said some dirty talk, she was unusually quiet in her drunken state and had already fallen into a deep sleep. However, her brows were furrowed from time to time, and there was a hint of helpless hatred between her brows, making her look a bit pitiful. After Sumu left, Morong Mangley on the bed quietly opened her eyes. She looked at the ceiling angrily and murmured, Damn Su. This can't take you down. The scene of the meal and Sumu's reaction kept appearing in her mind. She felt ashamed and angry for no reason. Her silver teeth were itching with anger. Finally, she bit the quilt and started to tear it apart by shaking her head like a spoiled puppy. Her life experience made it difficult for her to trust others. Although Sumu agreed to help her, she instinctively wanted to put another strong chain between the two of them. What else can a woman rely on to tie a man down? But obviously, she failed. Sumu left and returned to District 13. In fact, he always knew that Morong Mangley was pretending to be asleep, but he did not point it out and even agreed to her request. He had his own plans. He had previously thought that he could use his hypnosis ability to open a passage in the upper city and then look for extraordinary potions, but now he has changed his mind. Even an illegitimate daughter of a noble like Morong Mangley possesses a defensive treasure that can resist hypnosis, let alone other nobles. This means that he cannot control a noble at all in a short period of time. However, extraordinary potions, treasures, etc. are basically controlled by nobles, so therefore, cooperation is the best option, and a nobleman with no power is relatively easier to control. 3 days later, at the appointed time, Sumu called Yang Dongqing and set off together. This time he did not bring the Viper Gang's brothers with him, because he was already a transcendent, and ordinary people could provide him with less and less help. In addition, there were still many nightmare apostles who could be used to explore the abandoned city area, so he was not short of people. When he saw Yang Dongqing again, he found that this passionate young man was hanging his head, his face was full of despair, and his eyes were full of despair. He felt as if he had been dumped. Break up? Yang Dongqing had a blank expression on his face and said nothing. Sumu didn't say anything else and took Yang Dongqing to Shanqing district. On the way, the silence lasted for a long time before Yang Dongqing asked, Is there love in this world? Sumu frowned slightly. He was not interested in being an emotional mediator, so he did not respond. He just felt a little sad about the impermanence of love. The man and woman who were trying to commit suicide before broke up after only a few days of being together. Although such examples are rare, they are not uncommon. Men and women fall in love recklessly on impulse, but when the passion cools down and they spend their days together, they find that they are not suitable for each other. At this moment, he was even thinking about whether he should help Yang Dongqing find another woman, otherwise it would be difficult to control her. Yang Dongqing didn't know what Sumu was thinking, so he said to himself, Molly cheated. Cheating? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. This was different from what he had thought before. Why would Jasmine cheat? He knew Jasmine, a woman who was stubborn, kind, and realistic. After catching Yang Dongqing, it was impossible for such a woman to choose to cheat. Otherwise, how could she find another extraordinary boyfriend? He felt that there might be something else going on. Why did Jasmine cheat on her husband? And who did she cheat on her husband with? Yang Dongqing raised his head and looked at Sumu, his eyes full of grief. This look made Sumu look a little strange, as if he was afraid that the other party would say you next. I don't know. She won't tell. Then how do you know she's cheating? Yang Dongqing became emotional. Yesterday I saw a red mark on Jasmine's neck. And she was wearing expensive new clothes. She must have been singing and performing all over the place these days and met some rich people. I asked her where the red mark came from, but she hesitated for a long time and couldn't explain it clearly. This bitch. I misjudged her. I loved her so much, but he buried his head in his hands, and judging from his twitching shoulders, he must have been crying out. Sumu felt vaguely that something was wrong. This was not something Jasmine would do. There was no reason for her to cheat. Was she forced by someone? However, he did not express his guess. The most urgent task now was to explore the abandoned city area instead of wasting time on Jasmine. Chapter 72 The Disappearing Person. Susu, Mr. Yang, you are here. In the bronze coffin, Morong Mengli regained her usual cold appearance, and her every move perfectly matched the elegant and steady personality of an aristocrat, except for this unchanging title. Yang Dongqing, who was originally feeling uncomfortable, felt even more uncomfortable when he heard the word Susu. He glanced at the two of them. This feeling is just like when you were heartbroken and plan to talk to a friend, but you find out that your friend just found a beautiful girlfriend. It's a double blow. It's certainly sad to have a bad life yourself, but what's even sadder is to find out that your friends are doing quite well. What's wrong with Mr. Yang? Morong Mengli noticed that something was wrong with Yang Dongqing and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, just a broken heart. Morong Mengli looked odd, but she didn't say much. She got straight to the point. I haven't mentioned the purpose of exploring the abandoned city before, mainly because I was afraid it would leak out. Now that we're about to act, I'll be frank. Please read on. She took out a gold cast leaf from her women's bag. The leaf had distinct textures and looked lifelike. It didn't look like it was handmade, but rather a naturally grown gold leaf. I bought this golden leaf from a scavenger in the abandoned city. I carefully compared it with the family's ancient books. It must be a leaf that fell from the golden tree, and the golden eye is the fruit of the golden tree. So I suspect there is a high probability that there are clues to the golden eye in the abandoned city. Sumu nodded. He had already guessed Morong Mengli's purpose. If it wasn't for the golden eye, why would she have to explore the abandoned city area? He took the golden leaf from Morong Mengli and found that it felt very strange. It looked like gold, but it felt like a leaf. Where are those nightmare apostles? Have they arrived? All 7 people are here, and no one backs down. Susu, your words must have hit their souls. They did reflect on themselves after they went back. Morong Mengli rarely made a joke. It was not surprising for Sumu that everyone was present. His mental strength was increasing day by day, especially after he obtained the Immaculate Heart, and, all things in the universe, it skyrocketed. Hypnotizing 7 nightmare apostles who were still ordinary people was naturally a piece of cake. I'm curious why you had to bring these 7 ordinary people along. Even if they are nightmare apostles, their actual combat effectiveness is probably not as good as that of professionally trained mercenaries. Indeed, their combat power is very weak, but our goal this time isn't to fight, but to search for clues. The biggest difference between nightmare apostles and ordinary people is that they have a special sense of monsters and objects in the nightmare world, a bit like a woman's intuition. This will make your search much easier. Soon, under the leadership of Morong Mengli, they went to the underground base and met the 7 nightmare apostles. While Morong Mengli was assigning the task, Sumu pulled down his glasses, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and invisible mental power surged into the bodies of the 7 people, intensifying the hypnosis. Susu, this is the route map dictated by the scavenger. The area circled in red is where the golden leaf was found, and it's also the primary target of your exploration this time. Sumu put away the route map and without wasting any time, he led everyone out at daybreak. 2 commercial vehicles headed straight for the abandoned city area. When they arrived at the abandoned city area, they felt like they had arrived in another world. What meets the eye is a gray haze, and beneath the haze are countless broken walls and ruins. One human-built building after another has become extremely dilapidated, and the reinforced concrete skeletons are crumbling. Broken glass and abandoned vehicles were everywhere on the dimly visible streets. The trees on both sides of the road grew wildly, as if they had undergone some kind of mutation, growing crooked and covered with tumor-like bumps. The vehicle continued to move forward, covered by fog, until the ruins on the street blocked the way and the vehicle slowly stopped. Everyone get off the bus. Sumu gave an order, and all 5 nightmare apostles got off the bus. What a heavy smog. It wasn't like this when I came here last year. The man with tattoos among the nightmare apostles flapped his arms vigorously, trying to blow away the polluted air. Sumu glanced at the crowd and found that one person was missing. He frowned and called out, Yang Dongqing. After a while, Yang Dongqing got out of the car with a reluctant look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't want to do anything at this moment because of his broken heart. Let's go, Yang Dongqing, lead the way. Sumu took out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. Although the pungent smog would not cause any harm to his pure body, the smell was indeed unpleasant. The crowd began to move forward in the fog. Out of fear of the abandoned city, the 5 nightmare apostles were very nervous and couldn't help but clench their guns. Sumu observed his surroundings carefully. As a superhuman, his visibility was better than that of ordinary people even in the smog. He saw that the signs of the roadside shops had long faded, the words were blurred, there were signs of being pried open on the doors, and the windows were covered with thick dust and cobwebs. The walls of some abandoned factories are also covered with moss and vines. This is a forgotten urban area, so quiet that it is almost dead. There's something here. Yang Dongqing, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a baby's body lying not far in front of Yang Dongqing. The baby was white and chubby and looked very cute, but there was a bloody hole on its little head, which was caused by a bullet. A female nightmare apostle's face suddenly turned pale. How inhumane! Why shoot a baby? This is not a baby. Sumu pushed his brown glasses and led everyone towards the baby. Everyone finally understood why Sumu said it was not a baby. The lower half of the white baby's body was actually 8 pitch black, furry spider legs. Sumu wiped the monster baby's wound with a handkerchief, which was immediately stained with yellow-green blood. He looked at the dried blood and said, the monster baby died not long ago, probably within the past 1 or 2 days. It's possible that someone got here first. Then, he was about to throw the handkerchief away, but at this moment, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and stared at a corner of the handkerchief. There was a word written on that corner. It was written in pen. Remember, Sumu frowned and stared at the words on the handkerchief. He had no idea why there was an extra word on his handkerchief. You know, he always carried this handkerchief with him, because he used to have frequent nosebleeds. He would carry a handkerchief with him every day, but now, the handkerchief he was carrying with him had been written on by someone without him knowing when. To be able to do such a thing and not be detected by his powerful mental power, how powerful could the person who wrote it be? Chapter 73 Words written by myself. Wait. That's not right. Sumu looked at the note carefully. Although it looked a little crooked, as if it was written in a hurry, why was the handwriting so similar to his own? Or is it a fountain pen? A fountain pen. He felt in his pocket and quickly took out a pen. This was the pen he always carried with him. It was specially made with a sharp and tough tip, a deadly weapon. He wrote an identical note on the handkerchief with a pen. After comparing it carefully, he was shocked to find that the previous note was written with this pen. Did I write this myself? Or did someone take my pen and imitate my handwriting? If so, what was the purpose? Sumu fell into deep thought. There are still many corpses of strange babies here. Yang Dongqing shouted from the front. Sumu withdrew his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. An interested smile appeared on his fair and handsome face. Interesting. Whoever wrote it was already getting excited. It seems this trip to the abandoned city won't be boring. The group continued to move forward. As they went deeper, they saw more and more corpses of strange babies on the road. Most of them were shot in the head by guns, and some were directly blown up by some huge force. Whoa! Suddenly, a woman's sobbing voice came from a distance. Someone is crying? Could it be a scavenger? Yang Dongqing stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a woman in white squatting on the ground crying in the deep fog. The woman had her back to the crowd, and her long black hair hung down to the ground. Everyone's heart tightened. There were no fools among them, so they naturally would not think that there would be a human woman crying in such a strange place. Sumu smiled and signaled Yang Dongqing to go and ask. Yang Dongqing nodded and approached the woman step by step. Are you okay? Whoa. My child is missing. Have you seen my child? The woman heard a voice and quickly stood up and turned around. The imagined horrific scene did not appear. The woman did have a human face. Instead of being scary, she was extremely beautiful. Her tearful appearance made her look pitiful. Is your child lost? Yang Dongqing was not fooled by the other party's beauty. because he was in the state of heartbreak and was very hostile to women, especially beautiful women. The woman stared at Yang Dongqing, her face suddenly filled with extreme hatred. It's you. You killed my child. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kill your child? It's you. It's you. And you. The woman screamed miserably, staring at everyone with a resentful look. At some point, the human's pupils began to deform, as if a force was squeezing them from both sides, turning the round pupils into vertical pupils. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. The woman stood there without moving, but her fair and slender neck kept stretching, suddenly extending 3 meters, like a white phosphorus python, with the beautiful head hanging on it, biting towards Yang Dongqing fiercely. Fuck you! Yang Dongqing, who was already angry, was now slandered by the monster. He became even more furious and smashed his metallic fists towards the beauty's head. Bang! The enormous force directly blew the beauty's head several meters away, but soon, driven by the several meter-long neck, the beauty's head stopped flying backwards and let out an inhuman roar. Data. The sound of metal hitting the ground was heard, and a dense group of strange babies walked out from the depths of the fog with spider legs. Their cute little faces were full of ferocity. They used all 8 legs to exert force and rushed towards the crowd quickly. Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that there were so many monsters. He could escape with his iron body, but Sumu and others behind him would probably die. All things in the universe. Sumu had taken off his brown glasses at some point, and his eyes turned a deep blue, as if reflecting the sky. Suddenly, thick fog appeared out of nowhere all around, wrapping up everyone's figures. The next second, several imaginary figures ran out of the fog and rushed towards the distance at a rapid speed. The woman in white and the strange babies were directly led away by the illusion and chased into the distance. When the fog dissipated, the figures of Sumu and others were revealed. Yang Dongqing looked at Sumu with lingering fear. You can even hypnotize nightmare monsters? Sumu smiled without saying anything. This was not hypnosis, but a visual illusion, an illusion constructed with mental power. The advantage of Sanluo Wanxian is that it does not require invading the enemy's mind, but directly constructs illusions in the outside world, which means that it is not limited like hypnosis. For extraordinary beings like Morong Mengli who have defensive treasures or other powerful mental beings, hypnosis has little effect on them because it is difficult for mental power to invade. But it is different for Sanluo Wanxian. As long as one has eyes, one can see it. In fact, Sanluo Wanxian is an ability that is extremely difficult to operate, hundreds of times more difficult than Heart of Iron. Heart of Iron is to strengthen the body, and anyone who is not a vegetative state can use it. However, Sanluo Wanxian requires extremely high illusion constructing ability. The whole process is like painting with mental power. It is not like you can create a good work just by giving you pen and ink. It requires a lot of practice to paint realistically and fast enough to form illusions in an instant. It sounds difficult, but for Sumu, who has been dreaming for hundreds of years, it is too easy. He has created countless things in his dreams, even the world, not to mention a mere illusion. In other words, even if other people have the ability of Sanluo Wanxian, unless they practice for hundreds of years, they will never be able to compare to Sumu. The group continued to move forward. After experiencing this monster incident, they were obviously more nervous. Fortunately, their luck was pretty good. Apart from the strange baby and the snake woman, they did not encounter any other nightmare monsters. They arrived at the area marked on the route map safely. This is a dilapidated 3-story shopping mall. It is not too big, but the walls are already dilapidated and covered with moss and vines. It is obvious that it has been abandoned for a long time. This should be where the golden leaves were found. Let's go in. Sumu walked into the mall expectantly. He first used his mental power to sense the area, but didn't notice any monsters. So he said to everyone, separate and search for clues. Yang Dongqing and I will work together to search the 3rd floor. The 4 of you will work in pairs on the 1st and 2nd floors respectively. We'll meet up on the 3rd floor afterwards. The 4 nightmare apostles nodded and then split into 2 groups to explore. Sumu and Yang Dongqing went to the 3rd floor, which seemed to be a place selling clothes. There were many white mannequins among the shops, but the clothes on these mannequins were long gone, as if they had been stripped naked. Chapter 74. Notice Yang Dongqing looked at the dummies and swallowed nervously. Do you think these dummies will suddenly come alive? Sumu smiled faintly. Isn't it interesting to come back to life? It's really unnecessary for me to ask you. Yang Dongqing rolled his eyes and continued walking. Sumu followed behind and let Yang Dongqing lead the way, but the strange feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. He always felt as if he had forgotten something. What exactly did he forget? Fuck! What the hell is this thing? Yang Dongqing's sudden scream interrupted Sumu's thoughts, and he walked towards Yang Dongqing. I found that the other party stopped in front of a store and looked into the store nervously. When he shifted his gaze into the shop, he couldn't help but frown slightly. That's a door, an old wooden door, painted with red paint. It seemed to be quite old, and a lot of the red paint had fallen off, revealing the color of the original wood inside. This door doesn't look special. What's really special is that it stands alone in the middle of the store, with nothing behind it. Moreover, the door is open, with thick fog swirling inside, like a door to another world. There is nothing behind this door, but there is thick fog inside. Could this be the way to hell? Yang Dongqing's eyes revealed fear, and he didn't dare to approach the door easily. Sumu naturally would not put himself in danger, so he directly called up the nightmare apostle downstairs. Soon, the man with tattoos on his arms and a bald middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came jogging up. Did you find anything down there? The two shook their heads, and the tattooed man said, on the floor I'm in charge of, not to mention the gold leaves, even the shops selling gold and jewelry are empty. There are also signs of fighting inside. I guess they were stolen by scavengers from before. Sumu nodded and was about to direct the man with tattoos to go into the door, but he suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Yang Dongqing and asked, how many people did we bring with us this time? Yang Dongqing was a little confused, and seemed to think that Sumu's question was very stupid. Just the two of them. Two? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were looming behind his brown glasses. He did remember bringing 2 people, but why did it feel so out of place? There are only 2 employees in the entire bronze coffin company. No. Not 2, but 7. A barely perceptible blue light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Yang Dongqing looked strange. You don't have a fever, do you? Where did these 7 people come from? Although there are no 7 people in my memory, I consumed 7 people's mental power before I left. I remember hypnotizing them before I left. Although I hypnotized 2 people in my memory, the mental power consumed cannot be faked. Sumu said with certainty. He finally realized that something was wrong. His memory had been tampered with. Yang Dongqing's expression also changed slightly. You mean, at this moment, no one noticed that the thick fog in the wooden door continued to surge, and wisps of mist began to invade? Did you find anything down there? Sumu asked. The 2 shook their heads, and the man with the tattoos said, on the floor I'm in charge of, not to mention the gold leaves, even the shops selling gold and jewelry are empty. I guess they were taken away by scavengers from the past. Sumu nodded and said to the man with tattoos, go inside and take a look at the situation. He couldn't let Yang Dongqing take the risk. No one knew what was going on inside, and he didn't want to lose a general in vain. The man with the tattooed arms looked hesitant, but under Sumu's gaze, he quickly regained his spirits and said without hesitation, thank you for giving me the opportunity, Minister. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Then, he strode towards the wooden door filled with thick fog, and his figure was gradually swallowed by the fog. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? Yang Dongqing screamed and pointed at the door of the shop in disbelief. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. A door filled with thick fog? There is nothing behind this door. Could it be the path to hell? Yang Dongqing said fearfully. Go inside and take a look at the situation. Sumu said to the bald man beside him. The bald man saw the bottomless fog and was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He stepped back repeatedly. No, I'm scared. Sumu's eyes flashed, and the bald man suddenly changed his face. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Minister. This is all for you. Then, the bald man strode into the door and his figure was swallowed by the thick fog. What the hell? What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing screamed and pointed at the door of the shop in disbelief. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. A door with no walls on all sides but thick fog coming out? There is nothing behind this door, but there is thick fog inside. Could this be the path to hell? Yang Dongqing said fearfully. Sumu instinctively wanted to send Yang Dongqing in to investigate the situation, but he was suddenly stunned because this did not conform to his behavioral logic. According to his logic, facing such a place where unknown dangers exist, the best solution should be to send ordinary people in first. Yang Dongqing is the only extraordinary person under his command. If he dies in there, it will be a great loss, but unfortunately, there are only Yang Dongqing and I here. This gave him a strange feeling. Why did you only bring Yang Dongqing with you when you went out? Memory and logic conflicted at this moment, which was completely unreasonable because he rarely went out alone. Even after becoming a superhuman, he still had the habit of bringing his younger brothers with him. Superhumans are not invincible, and there is strength in numbers after all. Were there only 2 of us on this bronze coffin exploration mission? Was the bronze coffin a shell company without a single employee? Morong Mengli is so useless that he can't even recruit people. More and more logical loopholes appeared in Su Mu's mind, but his memory told him that everything was reasonable, and this sense of incongruity became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he asked abruptly, "How did we get to the abandoned city?" Yang Dongqing was very puzzled and looked at Su Mu as if he was an idiot. "Of course I drove here." "How many cars did you drive?" "2 cars," Yang Dongqing said without hesitation. But after saying this, he was stunned. 2 cars? Why do the 2 of us need to drive 2 cars? His eyes suddenly widened, and he obviously realized something. He looked at Su Mu fiercely. "You must be too busy and don't want to ride in the same car with me, so you drove 2 cars. Su Mu. Although he had long known that Yang Dongqing's stupid brain could not be relied upon, he did not expect that the other party would be so abstract. Chapter 75. I cheated on myself. Su Mu took out the handkerchief from his pocket. The yellow-green bloodstains on it had dried up long ago, but he was not looking at the bloodstains, but the words on it. Looking at the word remember, Su Mu finally understood the meaning of this word. It was not finished. If it was finished, it should be 2 words, memory. He was almost certain that his and Yang Dongqing's memories had been tampered with. Both the 2 cars and the consumed mental energy were evidence, and at this moment he also knew who wrote this note. Have you ever thought that maybe this isn't our first time here? Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment. No, you've been talking nonsense since just now. Is it because you inhaled too much smog and it caused hallucinations? Su Mu smiled slightly. Remember the snake woman said that you killed her child? If you hadn't been here, how could you have killed her child? Yang Dongqing curled his lips and said, "He's a psychopath." Do you believe what the nightmare monster says? Want to know whose hickey is on Jasmine's neck? As soon as these words came out, Yang Dongqing's face suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with coldness. I knew it was you. Su Mu, hey, it's really unnecessary for me to explain to you, but what I can tell you is that the hickey should have been left by you. You're talking nonsense. I kissed myself and I don't know? Take out your phone and look at the date. Think back. Do you still remember what happened yesterday? Although Yang Dongqing was angry, he still obediently took out his mobile phone and looked at the date. Then his body stiffened. He finally realized that something was wrong because he really couldn't remember what he did yesterday. Su Mu, what the hell is going on? Su Mu pushed his brown glasses and analyzed. If my guess is correct, this should be our 2nd time in the abandoned city, and the first time we should have brought 10 nightmare apostles. 10? Yang Dongqing was a little incredulous. Yes. Su Mu took out his mobile phone and opened the transfer record. I asked Morong Mengli to transfer their money to me before, and she did it that night. I received a total of 10 million, 1 million per person, for exactly 10 people. Morong Mengli said that we would set off in 2 days, but today is the 3rd day. This time we should bring 7 people, because my hypnosis consumed 7 people's mental energy, which means that 3 people disappeared in the abandoned city area the first time. I guess it was at this time that I found something wrong when I came for the first time, and realized that there was something wrong with the fog, so I went back. Based on my understanding of myself, I should have gone back to get the gas mask the first time, but I found that my memory was still fading halfway, so I wrote a reminder on my handkerchief. Unfortunately, my memory disappeared too quickly and I forgot halfway through. Later on, I even forgot about the handkerchief. The corpse of the strange baby we encountered before should be the one we killed when we first came here, so the snake girl wants revenge as soon as she sees you. As for what you said about Jasmine cheating, it's easy to explain because you went back once and probably left it when you were intimate, but the influence of the fog made you forget it. Even Jasmine's memory is problematic. The new clothes were also bought by you. If you don't believe me, you can check your balance. Yang Dongqing suddenly took out his mobile phone and started checking, and found that the balance was indeed zero. He raised his head in disbelief. I cheated on myself. Sumu ignored Yang Dongqing's strange focus and was thinking about countermeasures. It was obvious that the fog here had the ability to erode memory. What now? Go back. He rejected the idea first. It was useless to go back. He had already tried it the first time. Even if he left the range of the fog, his memory would still disappear. In the end, he would even forget that he had been to the abandoned city. In fact, forgetting is not a scary thing. What is really scary is that even forgetting itself is forgotten. This is different from amnesia. A person with amnesia knows that he has lost his memory and can clearly feel a large blank in his mind. But after inhaling the mist, people will forget that they have lost their memory and will not notice anything abnormal. If there weren't serious logical loopholes, Sumu would hardly have realized that he had lost his memory. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? Yang Dongqing screamed and pointed at the door of the shop in disbelief. Sumu glanced at him. It was obvious that Yang Dongqing had lost his memory again, as if he was seeing this door for the first time. At the same time, he also felt that the memory in his mind began to blur again, but this time the blurring was very slow because he was using his mental power to resist the erosion. Mental power does have a certain effect on this kind of memory erosion, provided that he is aware of the abnormality and actively uses mental power to resist it. Let's go in and take a look. In the end, Sumu decided to go inside. It was a rare opportunity to come across such an interesting place. Wouldn't it be a shame not to go in and take a look? Fuck. Shut up and clear the way. Sumu knocked Yang Dongqing on the head with his serpentine wood cane and drove him into the door. Soon, both of them were engulfed by the fog, and just after the two of them entered, bang, the dilapidated wooden door slammed shut, in a luxurious manner in the upper city. Have the two extraordinary people newly recruited by Morong Mengli gone to the abandoned city area? Asked a man weighing more than 300 kilograms, wearing an oversized white suit and a red tie. The 300-pound man was sitting on a wide leather seat, his entire body embedded in it like a piece of rotten meat. In front of him stood the respectful Han Yu. President Qian, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. Morong Mengli still believes that the golden leaf fell from the golden tree in the abandoned city. Little did she know that the leaf is real, but it doesn't grow in the abandoned city. You bought it from the imperial capital at a high price. He. So far, she has sent several groups of people to the abandoned city. Every time a group of people died there, her memory would be tampered with, and she would forget that she had sent people into the abandoned city. If this cycle continues, her bronze coffin company will be ruined sooner or later. Hanyu smiled smugly. Bang, a fat palm with a silver ring slapped him hard in the face, and the terrifying force directly slapped Hanyu away. How dare you? Mengli is the president's fiancée, you dare to laugh at her. Shen Ziheo's small eyes, squeezed by fat, showed a hint of coldness. Hanyu, who had fallen to the ground, quickly got up from the ground and knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation, sweating profusely. I am wrong, President. I spoke without thinking. Please punish me. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Shen Ziheo, who just knocked Hanyu away, seems to have lost some weight. Looking at the frightened Hanyu, Shen Ziheo's expression calmed down a little. Before you said that the pretty boy named Sumu was quite powerful? Chapter 76 The Unmemorable. Yes, Sumu's methods are indeed strange, but please rest assured, President. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand the unmemorable who you spent a lot of money to obtain. As far as I know, this is his second time entering the abandoned city. To ensure that everything is foolproof, your subordinates took a memory potion and sneaked into the abandoned city in advance, and threw a lot of scavengers into the thick fog. Now the unmemorable is even stronger, and he will definitely not come out alive this time. Very good. Xian Ziheo nodded in satisfaction. The unmemorable is very special. This guild leader only managed to get a silver-level expert who could restrain it. Anyone below silver level will die unless there is a transcendent who can predict the future. After saying that, he grabbed the exquisite pastry beside him and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. The day when Patriarch Morong announces his engagement is getting closer. As long as I can deal with this group of extraordinary people, Mengli will definitely not be able to recruit anyone in a short period of time, let alone find the golden eye. In the end, she will have no choice but to marry me immediately. Chen Zihao had a lewd smile on his face, and he seemed to have imagined in his mind the scene of himself pressing that beautiful body under him. Originally, he just wanted to find a female noble to marry and become a noble himself, but he didn't expect that Morong Mengli, the illegitimate daughter, looked unexpectedly good. This way, he had the best of both worlds. President Qian, I heard that the second young master and fourth young lady of the Morong family also went to the abandoned city. Qian Zihao sneered. This guild leader spent a fortune to acquire an unmemorable person, so naturally, I have to find someone to reimburse me for this expense. Han Yu's expression suddenly tightened. You mean, the young master is also involved? Humph, not so stupid. This president is on good terms with the eldest son of the Morong family, so naturally I want to help him become the family heir. Since I can deceive Mengli with the golden leaf, I can naturally pass the news to her other brothers and sisters. These people will definitely send extraordinary people into the abandoned city area like moths to a flame for clues about the golden eye. The young master, who truly knew the inside story, sat back and watched them consume their own strength. By then, even if the young master couldn't find the golden eye, what would it matter? How could the others, whose strength was weakened, compete with the young master? Han Yu was more and more shocked, and felt a deep awe for the fat man in front of him. No wonder he could become the richest man in Star City as an ordinary person. His method was really brilliant. He manipulated a group of nobles without spending a penny. The only unforgettable thing he got with money was reimbursed by the eldest young master, and maybe he even made a little extra money. The president is brilliant. I admire him, but I still can't find the golden eye. And what about Patriarch Morong? That old dang should have died long ago. I paid a huge price for his daughter, and he's actually asking for half the mining rights to the mithril mine? Do you really think his children really want to find the golden eye to extend his life? They're all just pretending. If he doesn't die, what's the use of appointing an heir? He still has the final say in the Morong family. Han Yu only felt a chill on his back. The darkness among the nobles frightened even this extraordinary person. The fog dissipated? Yang Dongqing looked at the barren land in a daze. There was not a trace of fog around. Logically speaking, after entering the foggy door, there should be a foggy world behind, but the result is just the opposite. The door is gone too. The place where the two people entered before no longer had a door. Only Air.Sumu looked carefully at the barren land. The ground was bare and covered with red soil. There was not a single plant. The ground was uneven, some of which rose like sand dunes, and some sunken into the ground. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly and locked onto a half-meter deep depression, where a person was lying. Yang Dongqing, go and take a look. Faced with the abnormal situation, Sumu sent Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing curled his lips in dissatisfaction, but still walked towards there. This time there was no interference from the fog, and the memories of the two were temporarily not eroded. Yang Dongqing first kicked the man with his foot. Seeing that the man did not respond, he carefully checked the other person's breath. This is a dead man. Sumu walked over with a snakewood cane. The deceased was a man with a very unfamiliar face, but his death was very peaceful, as if he died suddenly without anyone noticing, and there were no wounds on his body. He should be the nightmare apostle of the bronze coffin. Sumu said with certainty. Yang Dongqing was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't there only two of us in the bronze coffin? Sumu did not explain again. The reason why he was so sure was that he sensed his own residual mental fluctuations from the deceased, proving that he had hypnotized him. The two continued to move forward. Along the way, they found more and more corpses, and the number had exceeded 30. All the dead had peaceful faces and no wounds. Judging from the residual mental fluctuations, 8 of the dead belonged to the bronze coffins, and the rest came from unknown sources. It seems that we are not the first group to arrive here. Someone has been here before. Sumu pushed his glasses thoughtfully. Basically, no one would come to a deserted place like the abandoned city area, and judging from the clothes of the deceased, several of them were from the upper city area. Why do people from uptown come here? Is it also for the golden eye? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard 2 footsteps behind a small hill not far away, as if someone was walking. He leaped up, and his body, strengthened by the pure heart, was as light as a bird, and he flew swiftly to the top of the hill. He looked closely and frowned immediately. This time, Yang Dongqing also came up. When he saw the two people, his face changed suddenly. There were two men, one was wearing a white shirt and was a little bald, and the other had a big tattoo on his arm. They looked like normal people, but what really made Yang Dongqing change his color was that a small monster with white skin and a pair of fleshy wings on its back was squatting on the shoulder of the tattooed man. The little monster had no face, only a big mouth on its head. It stretched its bare arms into the head of the man with tattoos, groping constantly, and then took out a ball of marshmallow-like silk and stuffed it into its mouth. The strange thing was that there was no wound on the head of the man with tattoos. The man with tattoos and the bald man didn't notice anything at all, and continued walking as if they couldn't see the little monster. Be careful of monsters. Yang Dongqing yelled. The man with tattoos and the bald man were startled and turned to look at Sumu and the other man, with surprise flashing in their eyes. Are you trapped here too? We're trying to find a way out of this place. Yang Dongqing was very anxious. He didn't understand why the two couldn't see the little monster. He waved his arms, that big flowery arm. On your shoulder. There's a monster on your shoulder. Chapter 77. I must have my reasons. The man with the tattooed arms was stunned and subconsciously looked towards his shoulder. His expression suddenly became extremely terrified. Just as he was about to shout, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He turned his head to Yang Dongqing and asked, "Where is the monster? Are you fucking blind? It's right on your shoulder." Yang Dongqing rushed over impatiently. Sumu did not stop him, but observed that he was sure that the man with tattoos and the bald man were both from the Bronze Coffin Company because his mental fluctuations were still lingering on them. Yang Dongqing waved his fist and hit the little monster, but just when he entered the 10-meter range of the little monster, a look of confusion appeared on his face and he stopped immediately. He scratched his head like a fool. Hey! What am I rushing over here for? He forgot that the little monster continued to eat the things it took out of the tattooed man's brain. Bite by bite, bang, the man with tattooed arms fell straight to the ground and died peacefully without any wounds on his body. Yang Dongqing and the bald man were startled. What's going on? Why is he lying on the ground? Could it be hypoglycemia? Help him up quickly. The two men hurriedly tried to help the man with tattoos up, but as soon as they bent down, a look of confusion flashed across their faces at the same time, and they completely forgot what they were going to do. Whoosh, the little monster jumped onto the bald man's shoulder again, and its bare arms reached towards the bald man's head. Seeing this scene, Sumu instantly understood that this little monster must be the culprit that caused him and others to lose their memory, and the fog was most likely caused by it. Yang Dongqing, come back. Sumu waved to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing started walking back, but after one step, he stopped again and asked Sumu blankly, "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Sumu took out his gun and shot at the little monster. He did not use Sanlua Wanxiang, because the monster had no eyes at all and the distance was too far to hypnotize it. Bang bang bang, the bullet hit the little monster accurately, knocking it off its shoulder. It grimaced in pain, but the bullet did not penetrate its body, leaving only a few white marks. After landing, the little monster quickly got up from the ground, flapped its fleshy wings behind it, and fled into the distance. Why did you suddenly shoot? Yang Dongqing asked puzzledly. Just now, there was a monster next to you that can devour memories. If I'm not mistaken, your memory will be affected if you get within 10 meters of it. So keep your distance from me and don't get close. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. A monster that devours memories? Why didn't I see it? Can it become invisible? Sumu shook his head. It won't become invisible, but the moment you see it you will forget the fact that you just saw it. In other words, the only way to ensure that you will not forget it is to keep a distance of 10 meters from it. Yang Dongqing opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, his face suddenly changed and he looked at Sumu's shoulder in shock. Sumu's eyes flashed coldly, and without waiting for Yang Dongqing to remind him, the gun in his hand had already been pointed at his shoulder. He glanced over and saw the little monster reaching out for his head. Without any hesitation, he pressed the trigger hard, but at this critical moment, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and Sumu stopped pressing the trigger. Wait, what am I supposed to do next? Gun. What am I going to shoot with a gun? Why should I shoot? Never mind, it doesn't matter. I never do meaningless things.
I must have my reasons. Bang! A hot bullet whizzed out and hit the monster's open mouth, knocking it away.
This time it might have hit a vital point, causing it to roll on the ground in pain, flapping its small fleshy wings desperately as it flew away. Sumu regained his consciousness instantly, his hands as steady as a precise machine, and he kept shooting in the direction where the little monster was fleeing. Although all the bullets hit the monster, they were unable to cause any fatal injuries. In the blink of an eye, the little monster flew out of everyone's sight. Walk! He gave an order and led Yang Dongqing and the other man to run in opposite directions. That monster is so fucking weird. What should we do now? Yang Dongqing asked Sumu, who was 10 meters away, while galloping. It's inherently weak, and its defenses are no match for your heart of iron. However, there's currently no solution to its unmemorable state. The only way to deal with it is with ranged attacks like five-finger flame bullet, or with inanimate objects without memories. A pistol can repel it, but it can't kill it. So, for now, we have no choice but to leave, otherwise, when we run out of bullets, we will surely die. There was a glint of excitement in Sumu's eyes, like a high-level game player who encountered a very challenging level. He almost died just now. If that shot had not been fired, he would have died for sure. It is simply unrealistic to expect Yang Dongqing to save him. Even if Yang Dongqing rushes over, he will lose his memory once he enters the 10-meter range and will forget why he rushed over. Fortunately, he still fired the gun. With his absolute confidence in himself, he still fired the gun even after losing his memory. The three of them sped along, and soon the little monster caught up with them again, flapping its pair of bare fleshy wings as it rushed towards them quickly. Sumu retreated while shooting. Relying on the power of the gun, although he could not kill the little monster, he could at least slow down its movement. When they climbed over a tall hill, they immediately saw a different scenery. The first thing that catches your eye is a sacrificial site surrounded by huge stone walls. Semicircular stone walls are staggered according to some mysterious pattern. The stone walls are made of huge stones with rough and uneven surfaces, covered with mottled marks and moss. Looking down from the hill, it looks like a giant eye made up of stone walls, with an open space in the center that resembles a human pupil. Go in and take a look, Sumu ordered. This time, before he could tell Yang Dongqing, the other party had already consciously walked in front to lead the way. The bald man followed closely behind Sumu, his expression full of fear and his face covered with cold sweat. He completely forgot about Sumu and the other man, and even forgot why he was here. He only knew that there was a monster behind him and he had to run quickly. The magical thing is that after the three people stepped into this land, the little monster stopped, as if it was afraid of something and didn't dare to get close. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that there might be some danger hidden here, but no matter what the danger was, he had to find out, because with his current means, once the bullets were exhausted, he would surely die facing the little monster. Chapter 78 Sumu, Bronze Level 3. The three of them shuttled through the huge gap left in the stone wall and headed straight for the center. Along the way, they saw many ancient bronze utensils used for sacrifices, scattered casually on the ground. Those bronze utensils were very broken and rusty, but Sumu did not let them go. Instead, he examined them carefully. Although he had never seen a treasure, the bronze utensils that appeared in such a strange place might be a treasure. However, it is not so easy to come across a treasure. These bronze artifacts are antiques at best, and have nothing to do with treasures. They do not contain the power of law and will even break if touched. There is a corpse here. Yang Dongqing, who was in the front, suddenly stopped and stared at a black human-shaped object in the corner of the wall. Sumu stepped forward and poked it with his serpentine wood cane, and found that it was indeed a human corpse. The reason why it was charred all over was because it was scorched by flames. As they continued forward, the closer they got to the center, the more corpses they found. Strangely, the corpses had two causes of death. One was burnt to a charred state, and the other was devoid of any flesh and blood, leaving only piles of bones. These bones also showed signs of decay. Is this not a place for sacrifice? Yang Dongqing's face was full of solemnity and fear. The two corpses in different miserable states gave him a bad feeling. I heard that some people who believe in evil gods like to burn themselves to prove their piety. Could it be that those bones have dedicated their own flesh and blood to the evil gods? The bald man trembled. Stop, there is someone in the center of the square. Sumu suddenly stopped in front of a stone wall. Behind the stone wall was the central square. He had just heard faint voices, and there was more than one person. Yang Dongqing and the other man looked tense as they cautiously approached the edge of the stone wall, intending to take a look at the situation in the square first. Three more unlucky guys. No need to hide, you three come out. Several voices came from behind the stone wall. Seeing that he was discovered, Sumu no longer hid and walked out from behind the stone wall with the two of them. What comes into view is an empty square, surrounded by a circle of huge stone pillars. The surface has been weathered, but traces of their once meticulous carving can still be vaguely seen. In the center, surrounded by stone pillars, there is an altar as white as jade, and on the altar is a half-human high statue. The people who spoke earlier were leaning against the stone pillar. There were 8 of them in total, 7 men and 1 woman. Each of them had a murderous look on their face. They were well equipped, some carrying cold weapons and some holding guns. The most striking thing is that all 8 people were injured. 3 of them had extensive burns, and the remaining 5 had rotten limbs. In serious cases, their bones were even exposed.
Which company are you 3 from?
A burly man wearing a tight black vest and camouflage pants stared at Sumu and the other 2 and asked. The sturdy man's left hand had almost rotted away, and the white bones were barely visible.
Bronze coffin.
Sumu said lightly. The sturdy man frowned slightly.
Another bronze coffin?
I can't believe a newly established small company can actually recruit so many extraordinary people. Again, Yang Dongqing was stunned. Have you seen other extraordinary people in bronze coffins?
Before the sturdy man could answer, a trembling young Taoist priest in the corner quickly raised his hand. Me. I also have a bronze coffin.
Yang Dongqing looked at the Taoist priest and found that he didn't know him at all. Sumu's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the young Taoist priest carefully. He had a handsome face, wore a green Taoist robe, had his hair in a Taoist bun, and carried an ancient long sword on his back. When he saw the long sword, he immediately confirmed the other party's identity.
Yes, he is the one in the bronze coffin. Sumu's sudden voice made the Taoist happy. My fellow Taoist, have we met before?
I didn't expect that you, coming from the unmemorable, could actually recognize me.
Unfortunately, I don't remember you at all now. The unmemorable? Is that the little monster's name? Sumu shook his head. I don't know you.
Ah.
The Taoist's face froze. Then how can you be sure that I belong to the bronze coffin?
Because you were the only one present carrying a long sword. I've seen sword marks on the dummy in the bronze coffin training room, but Morong Mengli has no recollection of them. So I suspect someone else from the bronze coffin must have entered the abandoned city area before her, and it's only because of the unmemorable that Morong Mengli forgot about you.
What? The Taoist was shocked. My boss actually forgot about me.
I sent her flowers every day after joining the company.
Even though she didn't accept them, she couldn't have forgotten me. So my flowers were for nothing?
For a moment, the Taoist priest felt as if he had been hit hard and became dejected, just like Yang Dongqing's expression when he was heartbroken. Shut up, the sturdy man shouted angrily. No one wants to hear about your failed love life. If we can't find a way to break the curse, we'll all die. The Taoist priest's face turned pale and he dared not say another word, as if he was very afraid of the burly man.at this time. The sturdy man said to Sumu and the other 2, My name is Typhoon, a bronze level 3 transcendent. I belong to the Lingshu company founded by the second young master of the Morong family.
I am the strongest among those present.
I will temporarily lead this makeshift team.
How strong are you? Don't try to hide it. We are all on the same page now.
The moment you entered this sacrificial ground, you were already being watched by the statue.
Now, the only way to survive is to work together.
Statue of a deity, Sumu looked calmly at the human-shaped statue on the altar. The statue was very strange, half black and half white, as if it was made of 2 completely different pieces of material. The black part is as ferocious as a demon, and the white part is as holy as a god. Both of them have 4 wings on their backs, also composed of black and white, which together make 8 wings.
The gods and demons together form a whole, very much like the angels and fallen angels in mythology. Yang Dongqing, bronze level 1.
Yang Dongqing was the first to report his name and level. When everyone heard about bronze 1, they immediately looked disappointed. It was obvious that they hoped for some powerful allies. The bald man trembled and said, My name is Zhao Yongxiang, and I'm an ordinary person.
How could an ordinary person survive at the hands of the unmemorable? Do you have a noble phantasm?
Typhoon, a sturdy man, asked, staring intently at Zhao Yongxiang.
The overwhelming pressure made Zhao Yongxiang tremble even more.
He quickly waved his hands. No, he saved me. Typhoon followed Zhao Yongxiang's gaze and looked at Sumu with a scrutinizing look on his face. Sumu smiled slightly. Sumu, bronze level 3.
Chapter 79, Statue Great, another bronze 3? Maybe he can find a way to crack it.
The only female in the team was full of surprise and kept glancing at Sumu out of the corner of her eyes.
You said you were bronze 3? Typhoon looked skeptical. Boy, now's not the time to lie. I don't think the bronze coffin can recruit bronze 3 transcendence. What is your bronze law? Sumu pushed his brown glasses and said calmly, why? You want to try it? There was an unquestionable strong confidence in that calm tone, just like a longtime superior looking down on others. Oof. Tai Feng snorted coldly, boy, I'm not afraid of you. The most urgent thing now is to lift the curse. There's no need to make things complicated. Although he said this, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. I wonder if anyone would like to explain the curse? Sumu asked politely. The woman in the crowd was about to speak, but the Taoist priest spoke first. He had been frightened by Tai Feng just now and couldn't speak, but now he seemed to have found his backbone, and his back straightened a lot. Brother Su, my name is Jun Wushan, we are one of us. Let me tell you, we all came here to avoid the unmemorable. Anyone who enters the sacrificial site will be targeted by this statue, and no one can leave. This angel and demon statue will curse people based on their good or evil. Good people will see the statue completely transformed into an angel and then burned by flames, while evil people will see the statue transform into a demon and then its body will rot. Some people have tried to attack the statue before, but it was useless. Even Mr. Tai Feng, who was at bronze 3, couldn't leave the slightest mark on it. We can only watch ourselves slowly burn to death or rot away. As Jun Wushang spoke, he lifted up his Taoist robe, revealing his mostly rotten body. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. How can the statue distinguish between good and evil? Cursing based on good and evil? He found it a bit baffling, because the standards of good and evil were difficult to judge. In the eyes of ants, all humans were bad, and they trampled their compatriots to death for no reason every day. The statue will ask questions, and then judge your good and evil based on your answers. Remember, you must not lie, or you will be killed by the statue. When does it ask questions? As long as you get close to the statue, it will come alive and ask questions. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up, and he found a way to break the deadlock. If I don't go, won't I not be cursed? Tai Feng sneered, you think you're the only one who's smart, and we're all fools? I've said before, anyone who enters the sacrificial ground is being watched by the statue. If you don't approach the statue to answer questions for a long time, you'll offend both the angels and the demons, and your body will burn and rot. Yang Dongqing's face froze and he felt a little angry, but he couldn't beat the other person or win the argument. Sumu did not go directly to find the statue, but asked a question, are you all affiliated with the company founded by the Morong family? Tai Feng pointed at the two people beside him and said, we are from Lingshu Company. The ones over there are from Lingyao Company, which was founded by the fourth daughter of the Morong family. I don't need to tell you guys about Bronze Coffin, the nominal third daughter of the Morong family. He did not mention the word illegitimate daughter. Obviously he was still a little worried about Sumu's bronze level 3 strength. So you all came here to look for the golden eye? Everyone nodded with different expressions. If it wasn't for the golden eye, who would have the time to come to a ghost place like the abandoned city? Tai Feng curled his lips. Suddenly, Sumu smiled, it seems that there is no golden eye here. Everyone was stunned, and Tai Feng asked anxiously, what do you mean? How do you know it's not here? Where did you hear about the golden eye? Why should I tell you? Tai Feng asked warily. Sumu smiled slightly, then let me guess, your company should have obtained the golden leaves from scavengers, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people from Lingshu and Lingyao companies changed at the same time. The two sides looked at each other and obviously realized that something was wrong. Tai Feng was still stubborn, so what? The golden tree must have dropped more than one leaf. Isn't it normal for many scavengers to pick it up? This further proves that there is a golden eye here. Sumu sighed, and the look behind his brown glasses was as if he was looking at an idiot. As you said, there should be more companies that know about the golden eye, not just the Morong family. Haven't you ever thought about why all the companies here are from the Morong family, and all the companies are here, except for the company of Morong's eldest son? Could it be? Several people looked at each other and saw the changes on each other's faces. They were not fools, but they were cursed and it was difficult for them to think calmly. Their minds were full of thoughts about the curse. Now, after Sumu's guidance, they immediately realized that something was wrong. You mean this is a trap set by the eldest young master of the Morong family? Tai Feng stood up suddenly. He suddenly groaned in pain and covered his rotten left arm tightly, obviously touching the wound. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. Sumu shrugged indifferently. In fact, he was more inclined to believe that Morong Mengli's fiancée was also involved, because Hanyu did not show up from beginning to end. It doesn't matter to him who is the mastermind behind the incident. He never cares about evidence when seeking revenge.
He kills all the suspects, and there will always be a real enemy among them. He also liked the surprise the other party sent him and decided to give him one in return. Everyone's faces turned very ugly. It was hard for anyone to avoid hatred after being framed and reduced to this state.
Next question: after you entered the sacrificial ground, did the unmemorable appear again?
Perhaps out of his confidence in Sumu's strength and intelligence, even Typhon didn't make any trouble this time. He said directly, "No, the unmemorable must be afraid of the statue and dare not enter its range."
Sumu nodded thoughtfully.
It seemed that this statue was even more bizarre than the unmemorable one. But why did the mastermind behind the scenes put these two mutually restraining things in the abandoned city area? The statue is so strange that it can trap all the extraordinary people here, leaving them waiting for death. Logically speaking, the mastermind behind the scenes only needs to send out the statue, and there is no need to create another person with no memory, unless the statue was not created by the mastermind behind the scenes, but was already here. Chapter 80. You are God, then what am I? After roughly sorting out the cause and effect, Sumu signaled to the bald man Zhao Yongxiang. Under the influence of hypnosis, Zhao Yongxiang resolutely stepped into the range covered by the statue. Zhao Yongxiang's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. They seemed to be extremely afraid of the statue. When they saw someone stepping into the range of the statue, they all stood up and kept backing away, enduring the pain in their bodies. When Zhao Yongxiang stepped about 10 meters from the statue, there was a crackling sound. The sound of friction between stones was heard, and the head of the half-human high statue of gods and demons slowly turned to face Zhao Yongxiang. Its eyes, one black and one white, seemed to come alive at this moment, turning slightly and staring straight at the living person in front of it. A terrifying pressure descended at this moment, and the space around was frozen. The feeling was hard to describe, as if suddenly being placed in a 10,000-meter deep sea, surrounded by creeping darkness, suffocating, cold, and desperate. Plop. Under this terrifying pressure, Zhao Yongxiang actually fell to his knees on the ground, his face pale and his body trembling constantly, almost fainting. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just hypnotized Zhao Yongxiang to make him no longer afraid, but when he faced the statue, the fear like a tide broke through the effect of hypnosis.
Mortal, tell me the most evil thing you have done.
A deep and eerie voice and a cold and majestic voice rang out at the same time. They were two completely different voices, like an angel and a devil speaking. When the statue spoke, those extraordinary people were all terrified, not even daring to breathe, and hid behind the pillars to watch.
I.
Zhao Yongxiang trembled more and more, and his words became intermittent. I embezzled money from my previous company and framed others. Buzz, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the statue slowly fell silent, and the terrifying pressure dissipated. What followed was Zhao Yongxiang's scream.
My legs!
He screamed and frantically tried to lift up his trouser leg, only to see that the flesh on his right calf had begun to rot. He was cursed by the devil. Typhon said in a low voice, with a hint of confusion in his tone.
Among our sins, embezzlement of public funds is the least of his crimes. I thought he would be cursed by an angel, but I didn't expect it to be a demon? Who knows? Maybe in the eyes of the angels, embezzlement of public funds is considered betrayal, so it's not considered kind? Ah!
Suddenly another scream was heard, this time from Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing was seen covering his left hand with a look of pain on his face. The 3 fingers on his left hand began to rot slowly, while the other 2 fingers seemed to be burned by invisible flames, and the skin continued to turn black. Hurry up and answer the statue's questions, otherwise you will be cursed by both angels and demons.
Jun Wushang, who was also from the Bronze Coffin Company, reminded hurriedly. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain and rushed towards the statue. Then, the statue came back to life and looked at Yang Dongqing. The young man with a body of steel suddenly felt a terrifying pressure like a dark mountain pressing down on him. He tried to grit his teeth and hold on, but he was defeated after just a few seconds and knelt down in front of the statue. Mortal, tell me the most evil thing you have done.
Still the same problem, but Yang Dongqing was in a dilemma because he was not sure which one was the most evil. He wanted to say killing people, and killed many people from the Viper gang, but he did not think that was evil. It was obviously Sumu who did the evil first and snatched Jasmine away, and everyone in the Viper gang was a scum, and their deaths were not unjust. After thinking for a moment, Yang Dongqing raised his head with difficulty and said, robbery, I robbed 50,000 yuan. Buzz, a strange buzzing sound was heard. The statue began to change in Yang Dongqing's eyes. The statue, which was originally half god and half demon, began to turn black rapidly and completely turned into the appearance of a hideous demon. At the same time, the burn on his palm quickly disappeared, replaced by rot all over the palm.
Another demon!
Jun Wushang exclaimed, this is ridiculous.
Robbery of 50,000 yuan makes you a demon? This woman, in revenge, wiped out her enemy's entire family, even killing the children, and yet she received an angel's curse.
The woman who was called out had a cold expression on her face and sneered, "Killing someone means paying for their life.
What's wrong with me taking revenge? Don't you even look at yourself? The worst thing you've done is not paying for a foot massage, and you're labeled a demon. How dare you criticize others?"
Jun Wushang's face suddenly turned red, and he was obviously a little embarrassed after his secrets were exposed.
"I forgot to bring money."
Tai Feng's gaze moved over the men and he said in a deep voice, "Something is indeed amiss."
Is the standard of judgment really based on good and evil? Is robbery a greater sin than murder? Could it be that it's because Jun Wushang is a Taoist priest, and his behavior is tantamount to violating the Tao he believes in, so regardless of the severity of the circumstances, it is also considered betrayal?
A short and thin man pondered.
It's possible.
Typhoon couldn't figure out the reason and could only reluctantly accept this statement. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on the last person, Sumu. Some people were surprised and wondered, he hasn't answered questions for so long, why hasn't he been cursed by gods or demons?
Everyone also discovered this problem.
Sumu and Yang Dongqing came at the same time. Logically, they would both be cursed by the double curse of gods and demons at the same time, but just now only Yang Dongqing was cursed, while Sumu looked unharmed. He must have been cursed. The wound should be hidden by his clothes.
I guess he has a strong pain tolerance, so he didn't show any abnormality. Hearing everyone's discussion, Sumu smiled slightly and did not explain.
He was really not cursed. He had vaguely felt two strange forces invading his whole body before, but they were resisted by the pure heart. The passive effect of pure heart is that it has a strong resistance to all kinds of filthy and negative things. However, he still chose to walk towards the statue, because he could feel that as time went by, the two strange forces were getting stronger and stronger, and it would not be long before they would break through the upper limit of what the pure heart could withstand. If you don't want to be cursed twice, you can only answer the statue's questions. Click, click, click. As Sumu entered, the head of the statue began to turn, and the terrifying pressure descended again. The feeling of fear and despair as if falling into the deep sea 10,000 meters deep surged into his heart. The feeling was not too obvious from a distance before, but now that he was being stared at by the statue, the feeling was particularly strong. It's like there is a real god or demon standing in front of you, their majestic bodies breaking through the sky and standing shoulder to shoulder with the planets. The intense sense of oppression is enough to suffocate you. However, just when everyone thought that Sumu would be unable to kneel down like they had done before, they found that he was smiling, and his smile was calm and even contained a hint of contempt. His figure was as straight as a pine tree, and his eyes were calm and peaceful, as if he didn't feel the pressure from the gods and demons. Sumu smiled gently, moved his lips and teeth slightly towards the statue, and asked silently, "You are a god, then what am I?" The statue fell silent, like a dead object. Chapter 81. I once destroyed a city out of boredom. How is this possible? Tai Feng's face showed horror. He, a bronze level 3 cultivator, couldn't withstand the pressure of the statue. How could Sumu, also a bronze level 3 cultivator, be able to withstand the pressure of the statue? Could it be that Sumu's strength far exceeds his own? At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Sumu's strength, and was even extremely wary of him. What he didn't know was that Sumu was not bronze 3 at all, not even bronze 2 in the strict sense.
"I've seen many gods like you. Ask quickly."
Sumu pushed his brown glasses, moved his lips and teeth, and silently urged the statue that he was not lying when he said this. In his dream, people of this level were not even qualified to enter the fairy palace to meet him. The statue, which had been silent for a long time, finally asked the question mechanically.
"Tell me the awful thing you have done." "Murder," Sumu said lightly.
"Brother Su, this answer won't work.
Many of them have killed people.
You have to tell me how many they have killed and why." Jun Wushang reminded loudly from a distance. Sumu thought for a moment and changed his words. "I once destroyed a city out of boredom. I can't count how many people there were, but there must have been millions." After he said this calmly, the entire sacrificial site fell into an eerie silence. In the distance, Typhon and others were staring at him in amazement, their faces full of disbelief.
They even doubted their own ears. Destroy a city out of boredom? Millions of people. We've never killed so many people in a game. Brother Su, don't lie. The statue will kill liars.
Jun Wushang shouted anxiously, fearing that the statue would come back to life and be killed by Sumu the next moment. However, what he worried about did not happen. A strange buzzing sound was heard, and the statue fell silent.
"God, statue of God, this.
Jun Wushang was incoherent at this moment, and even his body began to tremble slightly.
"Wait a minute, let me think it over."
"You can't lie in front of the statue, otherwise you will be killed."
"Brother Su said that he once destroyed a city, he.
Jun Wushan couldn't think any further after hearing this. He looked at Sumu, who was smiling in the middle of the field and looked as elegant as an aristocrat in a suit and tie. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable fear sweeping over his body, and his scalp went numb. Suddenly, Sumu frowned slightly. He felt a burning pain in his left arm, which was covered by his clothes. At the same time, the statue changed in his eyes. It was no longer a god and a demon, but became as white as jade, completely a statue of a holy angel. He also saw the angel's full appearance. It had 8 wings on its back, 3 eyes, and a silver vertical pupil on its forehead. Angel, just as expected. He had roughly understood the principle behind the curse cast by the statues of gods and demons, which was not about good or evil. He slowly walked out of the statue and towards the crowd, but facing his approach, everyone took a step back in unison, their expressions tense as if facing a great enemy, and it was as if they were looking at a demon king who was about to destroy the world. Typhon was extremely nervous. This Sumu must have been lying. He was a fucking bronze 3, and this was silver 3. Destroying his city, he originally thought that he had done some dirty work for the nobles and killed hundreds of people, which was already an unforgivable crime. Now, compared with Sumu, he felt that he should be cursed by an angel, not a devil. Sumu, you really destroyed a city? Yang Dongqing asked with a complicated expression. Sumu smiled slightly. Of course it's fake. Do you know how troublesome it is to destroy a city? A medium-sized city, if using explosives, would require at least 879.35 tons, assuming there are no military buildings such as air raid shelters in the city. Otherwise it would require more. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. I was wondering how it could be possible. Typhon and the others were all speechless, and even wanted to slap Yang Dongqing to make him think clearly. Didn't they hear that even the tonnage of explosives was accurate to the decimal point, and you can't lie in front of the statue? At this moment, Yang Dongqing seemed to remember something. That's not right. Isn't it forbidden to lie in front of a statue? Sumu shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's broken. After all, even a lie detector can fail, let alone a pile of rocks. That's right. Yang Dongqing nodded in sudden realization. Why the hell are you nodding your head? You believe such a lie? Typhon watched Yang Dongqing's eyelids twitch. He finally understood why Yang Dongqing was able to stay with this murderous devil. It seemed that he was an idiot, so he was not afraid. In fact, Sumu was not lying. In his dreams, he was so bored that he would often blow up the entire city. Afterwards, everyone fell silent and the atmosphere became very subtle. Everyone kept a distance from Sumu to some extent, as if they were avoiding some scary monster, except for the ignorant Yang Dongqing. What should we do next? Are we all cursed now? Yang Dongqing habitually cast his gaze towards Sumu. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, are you cursed by an angel or a demon? Demon. Sumu said without changing his expression. He lied again, because among the people present, only 3 were cursed by angels, and the rest were demons. Although he didn't know what this meant, he habitually placed himself on the side with more people. Anyway, the burn marks were covered by clothes, and no one dared to lift his clothes to verify, so he could say whatever he wanted. Everyone felt that Yang Dongqing was an idiot. He had destroyed an entire city. What else could he be but a demon? Sumu's eyes slowly swept over the people present. Feeling his gaze, everyone avoided him and no one dared to look him in the eye. Finally, his gaze fell on the woman who was cursed by the angel. The woman was in a very bad condition, with pain flashing across her face from time to time. Her exposed neck, thighs, and arms were all covered with burns, and the burns were still slowly spreading, almost reaching her face. It was obvious that this woman would be the first to die. He walked to the side, leaned his tall body against a stone pillar, and thought about countermeasures. There was too little known information, and even he couldn't find a way to break the curse right away. However, he had a vague guess in his mind that perhaps this was not a curse at all, but it would take time to verify. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere among the crowd became increasingly depressing. No one liked the feeling of their life continuing to move towards the end. I can't stand it anymore. The woman suddenly screamed in pain, stood up and said to everyone, I'm going to die soon, and you won't live much longer either. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, why not fight the statue? Chapter 82 Mr. Su takes action. Fight? Typhon sneered, I'm only half a step away from connecting to the silver law, servant of power. Even with my full strength, I can't hurt the statue at all. What can I fight with? What else can I do? Wait to die? The woman's tense nerves finally broke under the pressure of death. She screamed hysterically, her expression becoming more and more crazy. Suddenly, the woman seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Sumu with excitement, her eyes full of pleading. Mr. Su, with your strength, you can definitely smash the statue. You are a strong man who can destroy a city.
She seemed to have grasped the last straw, her eyes full of pleading. Mr. Su, please help quickly. As long as you can break the curse, I will definitely repay you in the future. As long as I have it, you can ask for anything you want, even if it means asking me to be your slave. Horrible burns had already appeared on the woman's face. This extraordinary being behaved no differently from an ordinary person when facing death. Some people say that death is the fairest thing in the world, and Sumu agrees. The woman's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this powerful man who once destroyed a city could really do it. Typhoon carefully considered his words. Mr. Su, how about you give it a try? Faced with everyone's sincere request, Sumu naturally would not refuse. He nodded calmly, like a peerless strong man who finally agreed to come out of seclusion to save the people of the world. Everyone stepped back to avoid accidental injuries. Everyone was suddenly ecstatic and retreated obediently. They retreated a full 100 meters before Sumu asked them to stop for a moment. Everyone was even more excited. What kind of powerful attack would Mr. Su use to force us to retreat 100 meters? Only Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. Could it be that this sickly boy Sumu really had some powerful means of attack hidden? This shouldn't be the case. He had just captured me and asked me about supernatural matters not long ago, and he relied on his younger brothers and my protection throughout the nightmare world. Although it was Sumu who broke the nightmare world in the end, I didn't see him show any strength from beginning to end. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Sumu slowly extended a finger, and Sanluo Wanxiang was activated instantly. Just as everyone was wondering why Mr. Su pointed to the sky with one hand, suddenly the sky turned dark. Everyone looked up in horror, only to see a huge dark cloud suddenly appear in the sky above the sacrificial site, stretching for thousands of meters and covering the entire sacrificial site. The thick dark clouds rolled like surging black waves, changing the celestial phenomena with one's own strength. You told me you are Bronze 3. Jun Wushang was stunned, and the others also looked horrified. Even the strongest Typhoon was the same. Asa Bronze 3, he follows the Servant of Power, Rod of a Civilian Transcendent, possessing 3 bronze laws, Heart of Iron, Giant Power Fist, and Endless Recovery. His might in battle is no more than that of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, crushing others with his fists and feet. Now, looking at Sumu, who is also at the Bronze 3 level, he can change the celestial phenomena with just one finger. They are on a completely different level. This makes Typhoon always feel like a warrior facing a cultivator. Suddenly, from the depths of the impenetrable dark clouds, a dazzling golden light flashed. Then, before everyone's horrified gaze, a gigantic golden sword, as huge as a mountain, slowly emerged. Like a sword of judgment from the heavens, the golden sky sword was surrounded by brilliant light, and countless stars seemed to be twinkling in the light, and mysterious runes seemed to be flowing. The moment everyone saw the golden sword, their brains instantly shut down and they were completely shocked to the point of being speechless. What kind of law is this? Why is it so terrifying? At this time, Sumu's outstretched white jade finger fell slightly, and the sword in the sky seemed to have received some signal, and suddenly fell with the force of thunder. The terrifying power frightened everyone so much that they fled in haste. Although they knew that the heavenly sword was not coming towards them, they still instinctively wanted to escape. Only the dying woman was extremely excited. Her eyes reflected the golden light of the heavenly sword and her desire for life. She clenched her fists and said, Mr. Su, with such a strong strength, will definitely be able to do it. However, things in the world always go against one's wishes. At the moment when the heavenly sword fell, a dark and devilish light suddenly burst out from the statue of gods and demons. The black light shot out and landed in midair, and instantly turned into a bottomless black hole, like the mouth of a giant beast in the abyss, swallowing the heavenly sword in one gulp. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the black hole disappeared soon after, as if nothing had happened. Sumu shook his head at everyone. My strength is still too weak to deal with the statue. The stunned crowd didn't dare to respond. You call this weak? Do you have any misunderstanding of the definition of weak? Typhoon forced a smile, which was tinged with flattery. Mr. Su, you are joking. When we attacked the statue, we couldn't even elicit a reaction from it, but you made the statue fight back as soon as you attacked. I am not exaggerating when I say that up to now, I have never seen a more powerful transcendent than you. No one thought there was anything wrong with Tai Feng's arrogance at first and then respect. This was a normal reaction when facing a strong person, especially since he had spoken rudely to him before. He did not kneel down to apologize at this time because he thought Sumu did not care too much about what happened before. Sumu smiled and nodded, with a hint of helplessness in his smile, as if he was troubled by his inability to destroy the statue. In fact, only he himself knew his true thoughts. He was just acting. The sky sword and the black hole were all illusions created by Sanluo Wanxiang. He did not attack the statue at all, and the statue never reacted.
All this was done for everyone to see. Even Typhon, who was at bronze 3, couldn't hurt the statue, let alone him. It is not surprising that people do anything under the pressure of death, let alone a group of extraordinary people, so he must establish an absolute strong status, not only to ensure his own safety, but also to better lead everyone and increase the success rate of breaking the deadlock. It is not entirely correct to say that there was no attack. He just tried to control the statue with his mental power, but failed, as if the statue was just an ordinary piece of stone. In the crowd, a short, dark-skinned man had a hint of doubt in his eyes. He looked at Sumu closely, as if he had noticed something. Ah! A shrill scream caught everyone's attention. The woman who was most seriously injured had collapsed to the ground. She was rolling around on the ground frantically, and the horrific burns had spread all over her body. The strange thing was that no one could see the flames on her body at all. A moment later, the screams faded away, and the woman turned into a charred corpse. Chapter 83 Methods to break the curse. The woman's death cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, especially after they saw that even a powerful man as terrifying as Sumu was unable to destroy the statue. The gloom in their hearts became even greater. In addition to the woman and Sumu, there were 2 other people present who were cursed by the angel and had burn marks on their skin. The 2 men looked at the woman's miserable death, and their faces became increasingly ugly, as if they had already seen what they would look like in the near future. Hey! My decay seems to have improved. Taoist Jun Wushang suddenly lifted up his Taoist robe, revealing his belly that had long been rotten. The belly, which was originally completely rotten, had recovered a lot at this time, and the rotten part had shrunk a whole circle. Everyone hurriedly checked their bodies. Mine too. The rotten area is smaller. Me too. My whole leg was rotten just now. Now my thigh is healed and only my calf is rotten. What on earth is going on? Jun Wushang asked in surprise. Did Mr. Su's attack just now work? That's not right. Why aren't my burns getting any less severe? My condition didn't get any better, it got worse. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly and watched the changes in everyone. He already understood the principle of the curse in his mind. He carefully observed the expressions of the crowd and found that several people had already reacted. The 2 men cursed by the angel looked at each other, seemed to realize something, and their faces suddenly changed. But soon they hid their expressions, communicated with each other implicitly with their eyes, and from time to time looked at the man cursed by the devil who was in ecstasy. Their reaction was quick, but someone else reacted even faster than them. Boom! A pair of metallic fists suddenly appeared behind one of them. Bang! The man had no time to react. His head exploded instantly, and he fell to the ground as a headless corpse. The remaining person's expression changed drastically. Typhon, you. Before he could finish his words, a gust of evil wind came from the right, and the one who attacked was the short, dark-skinned man. The short man's right hand had somehow turned into a tiger claw covered with red and black hair. Its sharp nails flashed with cold light, and with just one strike, it took away most of the flesh and blood on the man's neck, and blood gushed out instantly. The man's eyes were wide open, but he couldn't utter a word, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Typhon and the short man's sudden attack shocked everyone. They all distanced themselves from the 2 men, with expressions of shock and anger on their faces. Typhon! Xia Quan! What are you 2 doing? Why are you killing people? Someone shouted. Everyone stared at the 2 men, as if they would attack them if they didn't give a reasonable answer. Typhon sneered, Idiot! Look at the rot on your body before asking questions. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and some began to check for decay on their bodies. My decay has lessened again. This time it's reduced by more than half, and it's still slowly recovering. What the hell is going on? Why would their death cure our curse? Could it be? Some smart people have realized the crux of the problem and stared at the corpse on the ground. There was a burst of applause from not far away, and Sumu came over with an expression of approval. You 2 are so decisive. The moment you found the method to break the curse, you killed them without hesitation. Brilliant! When Typhon saw that it was Sumu who was speaking, the fierce look on his face disappeared completely. He was like a tiger turning into a kitten, with a face full of flattery. Mr. Su, you are too kind. I am also trying to help everyone break the curse. These 2 people are quite powerful. If we let them attack first, there might be more casualties. Sumu, what is going on? Yang Dongqing walked over with a grim expression. He couldn't accept that several people who were teammates just now suddenly started killing each other. Sumu smiled slightly and explained, angels and demons are inherently opposed, and this statue represents both gods and demons. They have achieved a delicate balance between them, making it impossible to determine the winner. This is when external forces are needed. The so-called curse is actually just a way of dividing people into different camps. Those cursed by angels are angel believers, and those cursed by demons are demon believers. I suspect that this is how angels and demons decide who wins, using the curse to force the two camps to kill each other. A hint of understanding flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes, but his expression remained grim, so that's how it is. However, these angels and demons are not good people. They are so cruel. Wait. That's not right. The short man named Xiaquan suddenly screamed and lifted up his clothes. There was still a rotten spot on his chest. Why hasn't the rot completely disappeared? We've already killed all the angel believers. Typhon was also shocked to find that the same thing happened to him, with only one last piece of decay left. This is impossible. Isn't this the way to break the curse? The faces of the people who were originally immersed in joy became gloomy again. Sumu frowned and walked in front of everyone. The method to break the curse should be correct. Since the curse has not completely disappeared, there is only one possibility. What's possible? Someone asked anxiously. There are still angel believers among us. Sumu's eyes swept across the crowd like lightning, as if looking for the last angel believer. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and looked at the people around them with suspicion. Some cautious people even quietly retreated and distanced themselves from others. How is this possible? Mr. Su, everyone present should be a devil believer. Typhon was stunned and couldn't believe it. Sumu's expression became more serious. Perhaps one of us lied. As an angel believer, he deliberately lied that he was cursed by the devil. Typhon's expression changed, and he stared at everyone except Sumu with murderous eyes. Whoever is lying, stand up quickly, and I can leave your body intact. Everyone show your wounds. Typhon, you go and check. Sumu ordered in an unquestionable tone. Under the pressure of the strong man, everyone lifted up their clothes, revealing the last small piece of decay on their bodies. Typhon checked one by one with his sharp eyes like an eagle, and found that all of them had decay, which meant that they were undoubtedly believers of the devil. That's not right, Mr. Su, they are all demons. Typhon's words suddenly stopped, his pupils suddenly contracted, he looked at Sumu in disbelief, and subconsciously stepped back. Not only did he realize it, but everyone else also realized it. They looked at Sumu in horror and kept backing away. Sumu proposed to check them, but no one checked Sumu from beginning to end. Chapter 84. Typhon, you still say you are not an angel believer? Mr. Su, you. Typhon's expression changed drastically, and he didn't even dare to say the following words. If Sumu was an angel believer, then would he, the devil believer, still be able to survive? Facing the fearful and suspicious gazes of the crowd, Sumu smiled faintly. If I were an angel believer, would I advocate checking everyone? And suggest the possibility that there are still angel believers alive? After saying that, he gently lifted the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his arm. There was a small piece of rotten flesh on his forearm. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Sumu was an angel believer, they didn't think they could kill him, but if it wasn't Sumu, who was that angel believer? Typhon, you just checked everyone, now let everyone see your wound. Sumu suddenly said. Typhon nodded and said respectfully, okay, Mr. Su. He agreed with his mouth, but in his heart he was complaining about Sumu's unnecessary action. He was the only one wearing the most revealing clothes among the crowd. It was a tight black vest, and his arms and chest muscles were basically exposed. When it was rotten before, the clothes could not cover it at all, and everyone saw it, but Sumu had spoken, and he dared not disobey. Then he boldly lifted up his tight black vest, turned around, and exposed the wound on his back. You all see, right? I'm a devil believer just like you. Typhon casually put down his black vest and said as he turned around, it seems that in order to break the curse, besides killing the angel believers, there must be other hidden conditions. What's with that look on your face? Typhon turned around and was stunned. He found that everyone was staring at him intently, with very strange expressions, ranging from shock, anger, suspicion. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Wait, Flame Sunchain, a middle-aged man in a leather jacket roared. A chain made of lava suddenly appeared in his hand and instantly wrapped around Typhon's body. Typhon was shocked. What do you want to do? I am a devil's believer. One of us. You're still trying to lie. You clearly have burns on your back. You're fucking bullshit. Mr. Su, you have to believe me, I'm really a devil believer. Everyone saw it when I was rotting before. Typhon struggled violently, his body turning metallic. He anxiously explained to Sumu, with the word wronged written all over his face. Of course Sumu knew that Typhon was wronged. After all, in this world, only those who have wronged you know how wronged you were. Typhon is not an angel believer, because he himself is one, and the burns on his back are also an illusion he created using Sun Lua Wanxiang. Mr. Tai, maybe you really were a devil believer before, but you changed sides midway. Angels represent kindness, and perhaps it was because you just stepped forward to help everyone remove the curse that you became an angel believer. You don't need to explain. No matter how much you say, it's useless. After all, the burns on your back can't deceive anyone. Sumu sighed slightly, as if feeling sorry for Typhon. Typhon was stunned by this. How could the camp be changed? But I just killed someone to save my own life. Kill him quickly. I can't hold on for much longer, the man in the leather jacket shouted anxiously. The others all took action and attacked Typhon. Jun Wushang even drew his sword, unparalleled sword dance. The bright sword light was like a streak of silk, cutting through the air and piercing Typhon's eyeballs. He knew that the other party had a body of steel, so he had to attack the eyeballs. Ah! Facing the siege of the crowd, Typhon roared with a ferocious expression. More and more metallic colors emerged from his body, and his muscles swelled like balloons. Bang! The flame sun chain was broken directly. However, Typhon, who had escaped, did not fight back. Instead, he looked at Sumu with great fear and then quickly fled. He knew clearly that with Sumu in the demon camp, he, an angel believer, could not win at all and could only run. Of course, there was no way that everyone would let him go, and they chased after him in a swarm of people. Sumu looked at Typhon, who was fleeing in panic, with an interested smile on his lips. He had to admit that Typhon was really strong, more than one level stronger than Yang Dongqing. The marks left by the burns from the yin-yang chain had been mostly recovered while he was running. This was obviously the result of the ability of endless recovery. However, no matter how strong you are, it is useless. Real combat does not rely solely on brute force. Typhon was very fast, after all, his abilities were all related to his physique, but the extraordinary people chasing him were not mediocre either. One of them suddenly stopped, stood in place, took a deep breath, and then opened his mouth and roared. Buzz. A shrill noise came out of this person's mouth, the air around him vibrated strangely, and a strong sound wave rushed towards Typhon. Ah! Typhon screamed, covered his head in pain and fell to the ground. Red blood was faintly flowing out of his ears. As he fell to the ground, several attacks came in an instant, and several lava chains bound him. The lava burned his skin and emitted a burnt smell. Jun Wushang's sword flashed with white light and slashed fiercely, leaving several sword marks on Typhon's body that were deep enough to see the bone, but that was all, and it was unable to cut through the bones. Yang Dongqing also hit him twice symbolically, and then walked away with a look of disappointment, because he found that he was simply the weakest among the crowd. Even though he had fully mastered the heart of iron, he could not break Typhon's defense at all. It was like two pieces of iron colliding. On the other hand, everyone else's methods could cause harm to Typhon. Even the Taoist Jun Wushang, who looked the most cowardly, could injure Typhon with his sword. No wonder, Heart of Iron is only sequence 9, the ranking is not without reason. At this time, the man who released the sound waves before took out a silver revolver. The pistol had a strange shape, and the gun body was very long, almost as long as a baby's arm. It was silver all over and looked extremely bright under the sunlight. Bang! A silver bullet shot towards Typhon's head. Typhon, who fell to the ground, immediately felt a creepy sense of crisis. He struggled with all his might, but in the end the bullet did not hit his head, but hit his chest. A flower of blood bloomed on his chest, and his iron body, which he was proud of, failed to block the bullet. Mithril bullets. Typhon's expression became more and more flustered, and he was obviously extremely afraid of the gun. Typhon, for the sake of everyone's lives, you can only die. The man holding the silver gun slowly walked over and raised the gun to point at Typhon's head. Typhon's eyes were bloodshot and he fought back desperately, but there were too many lava chains on his body and it was difficult for him to break free in a short time. Chapter 85. He treats us all as fools. Just as the man with the silver spear was about to pull the trigger, Xiaquan, who had not made a move until then, suddenly said, "Wait a minute, I think something is fishy." The man with the silver spear sneered, "Why? Just because you two are from the same company, you've softened your heart?" Xiaquan said with a serious expression, "Don't you find it strange? Sumu is so powerful. If he wanted to kill Typhon, he could do it with a flick of his finger, but he never made a move, and who is Mr. Su? He has to personally deal with this kind of person? Get out of the way immediately, or I'll kill you too." "Wait a minute. I need to check Typhon's wound again." Xiaquan was still trying his best to stop him. However, the man with the silver gun had already lost his patience and was about to pull the trigger. Xiaquan's eyes turned cold, and countless brown feathers instantly grew on his short body. His palms turned into sharp eagle claws. Whoosh! Ah! The silver spearman's arm was instantly cut off by the eagle's claws, and blood gushed out. "I'm going to kill you." The man with the silver spear, who was missing one hand, opened his mouth and was about to release a sonic attack, but how could Xiaquan give him the chance? The feathers on his body turned into monkey hair, and his body became thinner and thinner. He leaned down, exerting force with his hands and feet at the same time, and his whole body, like a nimble monkey, instantly came behind the man with the silver spear. Then, he stretched out two hands covered with monkey hair like lightning, grabbed the man's head and twisted it hard. Snap! The man with the silver spear had his neck broken instantly and collapsed to the ground.
Xia Quan, you.
Tai Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that his relationship with Xia Quan was so close that the other party would disregard his life.
I said, I want to check his wound again. Xia Quan's face covered with monkey hair was full of murderous intent, and everyone was in hesitation for a moment.
What else is there to check?
Seeing is believing. He's an angel believer.
The man who cast the flaming sun chains said fearfully, "It seems to me that you're just trying to save him."
Xia Quan said coldly, "If I join forces with him, do you think you guys can stop us?"
I may only be Bronze 1, but my Bronze Law, Beast Mimicry, sequence is ranked 102nd.
I don't need to explain what this means, right?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces suddenly changed.
Even the extraordinary little Yang Dongqing was frightened. He had read the information given by Morong Mengli before.
Although he did not remember all the bronze sequences, he also understood what sequence 102 meant. Sequence 99 is a hurdle. Sequences that can exceed 100 are called high sequences, which are a complete qualitative change compared to low sequences. Sometimes a single high sequence can even kill a low sequence of bronze 2. He recalled the introduction of beast mimicry. He couldn't remember the specific words, but he still remembered its general ability, which was the ability to simulate the forms of beasts. Although this bronze law did not have a very strong attack power, it was very comprehensive and could be used in three-line operations, land, sea, and air, which was enough to deal with most crises. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Xia Quan's palm turned into an eagle claw again, and the sharp nails flashed coldly in the sunlight. Whoosh! He waved his hand violently, and Tai Feng's tight vest suddenly tore open, revealing a body of strong muscles that gleamed with metallic luster.
Turn around. Tai Feng turned around without hesitation. He knew that he could not defeat everyone together.
If Xia Quan wanted to harm him, there was no need to kill the man with the silver spear. The charred wound was once again exposed to everyone's eyes.
Xia Quan, what are you trying to argue about? The evidence is irrefutable.
The man who controlled the flame sun chains roared in dissatisfaction. However, Xia Quan did not respond. Instead, he turned his nose into a dog's nose and sniffed hard. Then a sneer flashed across his face. He leaned over and grabbed the burned area with his hand, immediately grabbing off a piece of rotten flesh. Everyone was shocked.
What the hell is going on? Isn't he burned? Why is there rotting flesh?
Xia Quan smiled coldly and looked at Su Mu, who was standing against a stone pillar in the distance. Su Mu seemed to sense his gaze, smiled at him and nodded.
We have all been deceived. The guy named Su is the angel believer.
The murderous intent in Xia Quan's eyes became stronger and stronger. He could not bear being fooled like a clown.
Don't talk nonsense. If Mr. Su is an angel believer, how do you explain the decay on his body?
Don't forget that it was he who suggested that there were angel believers among us and took the initiative to ask to check everyone. Jun Wushang didn't believe what Xia Quan said at all and retorted. The man with the flame sun chain also had a look of disbelief on his face. Only Yang Dongqing, who knew Su Mu best, felt a pang in his heart. It's broken.
This is something he can do. If I'm not mistaken, Su Mu's ability should be related to illusion.
He used illusion to change the wound and pointed the spearhead at the strongest Tai Feng, wanting to use the power of everyone to kill Tai Feng first. Believe it or not, as long as Tai Feng dies, there will definitely be another angel believer among us who will switch sides. It's a pity he underestimated my nose. Although the appearance of the wound has changed, the smell of burning and rotting is completely different.
Xia Quan explained coldly. Jun Wushang still didn't believe it. Are you kidding me? With Brother Su's strength, why would he use such tricks? If he was an angel believer, we would all be dead long ago. Why would we put on an act with you?
At this time, Tai Feng also came back to his senses. His face became extremely ugly. Maybe he doesn't have such powerful strength at all, and the previous attack was also an illusion.
That's right. Xia Quan sneered. I'd been wondering before, why is there no sound from an attack that can change the celestial phenomena?
Because of beast mimicry, my five senses surpass those of an average person. I can simultaneously possess the eyes of an eagle, the nose of a dog, and the ears of a cat. So even though I was far away at the time, I could still detect the abnormality. After the dark clouds appeared, the air humidity did not change, and there was no airflow caused by the falling giant sword. It can be said that apart from what can be seen with the naked eye, nothing else that should be there was there, which completely violated common sense. This only proves one thing, that Sumu has the illusionary ability to control vision. He treats us all like fools. The chain made of lava broke with a sound, and Typhon dragged his injured body to his feet with difficulty, his eyes filled with unimaginable anger. The feeling of being fooled was even more painful than killing him, especially when he thought of his previous flattering look. He was so angry that his heart was about to explode. I should have thought of this earlier. If he is truly so powerful, why would he be forced to the sacrificial ground by the unmemorables like us? Chapter 86. If you see through my illusion, I actually know a little bit about fighting. Click, click, click. The sound of steel squeezing and rubbing continued to come out of Tai Feng's mouth, and he was almost biting his teeth off. The situation completely reversed at this moment, and the spearhead was directed at Sumu. Yang Dongqing realized that something was wrong, and he naturally stood on Sumu's side. But now the two of them were forcibly divided into the camps of angels and demons, and they were already enemies of life and death, which made him hesitate. Kill him! Typhon roared with a livid face, and then rushed towards the center of the sacrificial site like a human tank. Xiaquan transformed into a werewolf, got on all fours, and followed closely behind. The chained man did the same. The faces of the three men were flashing with murderous fury. Only Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushan looked hesitant. Brother Yang, what should we do? After all, Brother Su is from the same company as us. Sumu, run! Yang Dongqing suddenly shouted and then went to stop the crowd. Jun Wushan was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Dongqing would choose to stand on Sumu's side. You know, only one of the angels and the devil can survive. Boy, how dare you betray us? Typhon was filled with murderous intent and did not hold back at all when facing Yang Dongqing, who was rushing towards him. The muscles in his right arm instantly swelled like a balloon, becoming thicker than an adult male's thigh. The bulging muscles were hard and distinct, containing terrifying power. His eyes flashed, and he swung out his right fist suddenly. His fist cut through the air, making a sharp explosion. Don't kill him! Xiaquan suddenly spoke. Out of trust in Xiaquan, Taifeng's fist changed direction in midair, from Yang Dongqing's head to his chest. Yang Dongqing's arms glowed with metallic light, and he wanted to block the punch. However, the gap between Bronze 1 and Bronze 3 was too big. His proud iron body was like paper in front of this punch. A snap, his defensive arms were broken instantly, and the terrifying force flowed along the broken arms, causing his chest to cave in. Yang Dongqing's body flew backwards uncontrollably, with blood gushing from his mouth. This punch left him seriously injured. Why can't we kill him? Typhon said with lingering anger. Killing the demon believers will benefit the angels. Sumu's current strength is unknown, and his burns cannot be allowed to recover. Xiaquan said coldly, kill Sumu first, don't make things complicated. The two looked at each other and then rushed towards Sumu. Soon, all three of them arrived at the center of the sacrificial site, forming a triangle and tightly surrounding Sumu. Mr. Su, you cheated us so hard. Typhon, who was covered in scars, stared at Sumu, while no one paid any attention to the bald man who had been hiding in the corner, surrounded by three extraordinary people. Sumu was not panicked at all. Instead, he smiled slightly. How can the affairs of extraordinary people be called cheating? It's obviously because you are too stupid. You can't blame others. The three of them were instantly furious. They didn't expect Sumu to be so arrogant after being exposed. But precisely because of this, they were a little hesitant to act rashly. No one knew Sumu's true strength. If what he said before about Bronze 3 was true, then it means that in addition to visual illusions, he also has two hidden abilities. Sumu, there's no need to bluff. If we don't kill you, we will all die, so you can't scare us. Xiaquan's eyes flashed with cold light, and his hands turned into a pair of tiger claws. At some point, facing the threat, Sumu's smile widened. This is interesting. In fact, I was really worried that you were all idiots and would not notice until you died. I didn't expect that you would notice it just after one person died.
Come on, let's go together. Several people looked at each other. Although they were a little afraid, when it came to life and death, no one cared about martial ethics and they just fought side by side. Get started. Typhoon took the lead. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, the ground cracked instantly, and the whole person flew into the air, smashing towards Sumu like a cannonball. At the same time, a lava chain arrived in an instant. Faced with the siege of the two, Sumu did not take any action. However, when the attacks of the two came one after another, his figure disappeared inch by inch like a dream bubble. Illusion. Typhoon was shocked and realized the strangeness of Sumu's method. At this time, Xiaquan, who had not taken any action, sneered and used a pair of tiger claws to tear through the air and attack from behind the stone pillar. A figure in black jumped lightly and dodged the tiger claws. Sumu, your magic can fool them, but it can't fool me. Xiaquan's eyes flashed with pride. The sound of your footsteps when you moved has already betrayed you. You too, listen to my instructions and don't trust your eyes. I will point out his location for you. Sumu, who was surrounded again, was not at all panicked. He pushed up his brown glasses and said calmly, "You three don't think I'm only good at illusions, do you?" A hint of caution flashed across the faces of the three men, but no one was scared off by Sumu. They continued to press towards him step by step, constantly narrowing the encirclement. Sumu smiled faintly, "If you can see through my illusion, I actually know a little bit of boxing and kicking." Then, as he did before, he stretched out a finger and slowly pointed to the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed dramatically. Huge dark clouds formed out of thin air, covering the entire sacrificial site. The sky turned dark. Seeing him use the same trick again, Xiaquan became even more proud. "Huh, you've run out of tricks. The humidity hasn't changed, and the airflow hasn't moved. Don't use this fake illusion to embarrass yourself." Illusion? Sumu's lips curled slightly, a hint of sarcasm flashing across his face. "You are about to die and still don't know it? Shadow summoning. Demon coming. Shadow summoning." Everyone was slightly surprised. Is this another of Sumu's bronze laws? How come they've never heard of it before? Is it some hidden law? Xiaquan, be careful behind you. Typhoon suddenly shouted nervously. Xiaquan quickly turned his head and saw that a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster made of shadows had walked out of the darkness behind him. It was skinny like a mummy, with long hands hanging down to the ground, and a pair of scarlet blood-red eyes opened on the part of its face that belonged to a human. Xiaquan was startled, but then he sneered, "There are no footsteps, no smell, it's just an illusion." However, what he didn't know was that shadows had no footsteps and no smell. Afterwards, he ignored the shadow behind him and looked at Sumu with a sneer on his face. "It seems that you really have no other means, then prepare to die." Just as he was about to make a move, his vision suddenly went dark. It turned out that the human-shaped black shadow stretched out its withered arms, with its 5 fingers extending like branches and its body bent, like a gentleman inviting him to dance. Poof! Xiaquan ignored him completely and was about to walk straight through the shadow, but, bang! Xiaquan stood there in a daze, looking at the dark arm that was blocking him, and felt a pain on his forehead as if he had hit a tree. In an instant, his face changed drastically, and an uncontrollable fear penetrated his head. This is not an illusion. Chapter 87. Good and Evil. Before he could finish his words, the impatient black shadow grabbed Xiaquan's hand and dragged him into the darkness. "No! Typhoon, save me!" Xiaquan screamed miserably. The terrified cry made Typhoon and the other man shudder. The next second, the sound stopped abruptly, the black shadow disappeared, and Xiaquan also disappeared. Everything seemed like an illusion. Ha! A light laugh broke the dead silence in the field. Typhoon and the other two looked at Sumu in horror. The smiling face reflected in their pupils looked like the smile of a devil. Sumu elegantly pushed up his brown glasses and said, "Let me tell you in advance that I do not accept surrender." Shadow summons. Boom! The luxurious serpentine wood cane lightly tapped the ground, and darkness surged out from the tip of the cane like a tide, spreading rapidly and transforming into countless tiny mysterious runes, spreading on the ground with Sumu as the center, forming a strange and mysterious magic circle. Then, a scene that made Typhoon and the others extremely terrified appeared. They saw human-shaped black shadows over 2 meters tall emerging from the huge magic circle. 1, 2, 10, 100, a full 100 black shadow monsters walked out of the magic circle and surrounded Sumu like stars surrounding the moon. At this time,
Sumu was like the Shadow Emperor. He waved his hand gently, and the shadow monsters swarmed out instantly. Run! Tai Feng's eyes were bloodshot and he turned around and ran away in fear. He never thought that Sumu actually had such a hidden trick. This time he didn't think it was an illusion because Xiequan's screams were still vivid in his mind. Sumu ignored the two people who ran away, but laughed dumbly. Hey, I accidentally lied again today. What should I do if this becomes a habit in the future? The Shadow Army is of course an illusion. Only the shadow that killed Xiequan before is real. He is his good friend brought out from the nightmare world. It's not in vain there are two restrictions on the use of booby. One is that it must be dark, and the other is that you can only kill one person at a time. That's why he just pointed to the sky with one hand, causing dark clouds to cover the sky. His purpose was to prepare for Booby's appearance. What he had to do now was to wait for Booby to digest Xiequan, and then kill Taifeng and the other two one by one. A good illusion is like a good lie, it must be a mixture of truth and falsehood, reality and unreality. At this time, Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang ran over. They looked at Su Mu with complicated expressions, seeming to want to say something but stopping themselves. Su Mu, are you really an angel believer? Yang Dongqing finally lost his patience and asked the question in his heart. Su Mu nodded. Of course, I have always emphasized that I am a good person. Now that I have the statue as my witness, no one can slander me in the future. It's already this late, and you're still in the mood to joke? Yang Dongqing's face was filled with anxiety. You are an angel, and we are demons. Only one of us can survive. Sumu patted Yang Dongqing's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of Jasmine for you. Go with peace of mind. You bastard. Yang Dongqing instantly became furious. If his arms had not been broken, he would have punched Sumu. Ah, just kidding. Actually, I already have a way to break the curse. Brother Su, do you really have a solution? Jun Wushang's face was full of surprise. He really didn't want to rely on killing his colleagues to survive. There is a way, but it requires the cooperation of you two. Oh, I almost forgot there is another person. As he said that, Sumu pulled over the nightmare apostle Zhao Yongxiang, who had been hiding in the corner and shivering. In fact, the statues don't divide people into camps based on good or evil. What is that based on? Jun Wushang asked hurriedly. Although Yang Dongqing, who was standing beside him, was still angry, his ears had already perked up. Sumu did not keep the secret and explained, based on the guilt in your heart, or the clarity of your thoughts, as long as you believe that you are right, then you are in the angel camp. Take Yang Dongqing for example. This guy killed a lot of people, but he thought the worst thing he had done was robbing 50,000 yuan. In other words, in his heart he felt that these people deserved to be killed, but robbing the money was wrong. That woman before, who wiped out her enemy's entire family, could tell from her tone that she believed that killing someone meant paying with one's life, and that she was not at fault, so she was in the angel camp. Jun Wushang suddenly realized, I understand, even if I do evil, as long as I don't think I am doing evil, then I am in the angel camp. Yes, who can tell right from wrong? From the perspective of ants, all humans are evil. But from the perspective of gods, no matter how evil humans do, they will only think of it as a group of ants fighting. So God doesn't care whether you are kind or not, the only thing he really cares about is you. Then Su Gu, how do we break the curse? Of course, we kill all the people in the enemy camp. Jun Wushang's expression changed slightly. Brother Su, stop joking. Sumu shook his head. I'm not kidding, there is only one way to break the curse, because this is the rule set by the gods and demons. Unless you have enough strength to defeat the gods and demons, you can only follow the rules of the game set by them. Don't worry, since it is a game rule, there will naturally be loopholes. We don't need to kill each other, we just need to change sides and become one. How did you change? Jun Wushang's face was full of embarrassment. To be honest, I didn't feel guilty about not paying for the foot massage last time. I paid it back to number 8 after I made some money. What I really feel guilty about is that I failed my master's teachings. My master told me to stay away from women and devote myself to the Tao, but I ended up going against the Tao. This is easy. Just relax and accept my hypnosis. Sumu said lightly. Jun Wushang's expression changed drastically. Hypnosis? You won't do anything weird to me, will you?
Sumu, I've noticed you've disobeyed your master's orders more than once, haven't you? If you don't study the scriptures, you've probably watched a lot of movies, haven't you? When these words came out, Jun Wushang's ears turned red, and his eyes flickered as he said, I was just taking a look. Okay, if you believe me, relax and don't resist. If you don't believe me, then go join Typhoon and the others. It's your choice. Jun Wushang's expression changed again and again, and he finally nodded with difficulty, we are all from the bronze coffin. I believe that Miss Moron will not recruit bad people into the company. I believe you. Sumu frowned slightly. He didn't understand why his colleagues were all in love. No, Yang Dongqing could be considered a love-brained person, but Jun Wushang could only be considered a bootlicker. Chapter 88 I realized that foot massage is also a way. Look at this pocket watch. A pocket watch with a dark gold Ouroboros pattern caught Jun Wushang's eyes. A moment later, Jun Wushang opened his eyes excitedly and looked at Sumu excitedly. Brother Su, I understand. Foot massage is also a way, the Tao is everywhere, from the vast sky and the earth to the smallest flowers and trees. All contain the rhythm of the Tao. It can be the first ray of sunshine in the morning, the bed made for me by number 6, or the bowl of clear soup brought to my mouth by number 8. Yang Dongqing, who was standing by, was stunned. So you found 2 more? Jun Wushang became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had touched upon the path he had been searching for. Brother Yang, you're obsessed with appearances. Finding a few isn't the point. The point is, how can you escape the world without entering it? Without experiencing the troubles of the mundane world, how can you comprehend the wonders of the great Tao? When a person takes off his skin, he's nothing but 206 bones. When he puts on clothes, he can have 18,000 appearances. Seeing beauties as white bones makes me desireless, and seeing white bones as beauties makes me fearless. Without desire and fear, the great Tao can be expected. Looking at Jun Wushang, who was talking so loudly, Yang Dongqing held back for a long time and finally uttered a word, fuck. So this is why you don't pay for the pedicure? Okay, Jun Wushang, go to the statue and answer the questions again and change your camp. Sumu really didn't want to listen to these two people's chatter, so he urged them directly. Okay, Brother Su. Jun Wushang, who had seen the avenue, walked briskly to the statue and answered the statue's question again. As expected, this time he, who believed that foot massage was also a way of life, lost all the rot on his body and turned into burns. Yang Dongqing, it's your turn. Sumu glanced at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath, his eyes full of distrust as he said, don't take this opportunity to instill any weird ideas into me. Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to him. This kind of young man could be controlled without hypnosis. Unless necessary, he was unwilling to waste his mental energy on Yang Dongqing. It would be better to feed him in vain. After a moment, Yang Dongqing's eyes regained clarity. Now I understand, robbing the rich to help the poor is a righteous act, and no one stipulates that you can't rob others' wealth to help your own poor. Then he also went to the statue and changed his camp. Finally, there was Zhao Yongxiang, who had always had no sense of existence. Considering that the other party was also a part of the bronze coffin and was considered his subordinate, Sumu hypnotized him and changed his camp. At this point, there are 4 angel believers and only 2 demon believers left. Due to the change in numbers, Sumu and others found that the burns on their bodies began to ease, while the decay on Typhoon and the other 2 began to worsen. Brother Su, since we can change camps in this way, then we don't have to fight each other with Typhoon and the others. Can't we just hypnotize them directly? Jun Wushang suggested. Sumu shook his head, do you think Typhoon and the others will agree? They? Jun Wushang was stunned and the rest of his words were stuck. Yes, how could Typhoon and the others agree to hypnosis? This was equivalent to handing their lives completely over to others. If Sumu had malicious intentions and took the opportunity to smuggle in other people's goods during hypnosis, then the 2 of them might become slaves forever in the future. Why don't I go and persuade them? Jun Wushang thought for a moment and said, they don't accept hypnosis simply because they're worried about being manipulated. But I've already accepted hypnosis, so isn't it okay? Maybe some kind words of persuasion will work. Sumu smiled slightly, you go to persuade them? Do you think they will think that you have been manipulated by me and are deliberately deceiving them? Jun Wushang was at a loss for a moment. Besides, Who told you that I wouldn't manipulate them under hypnosis? Why would I refuse two powerful fighters? Brother Su, stop joking. You are a good person. If you really want to do this, I will definitely be the first one to be brainwashed by you. Oh? How can you be sure that you haven't been brainwashed by me? Sumu showed a mysterious smile. Jun Wushang chuckled. Brother Su, what you said is, I don't even know whether I have been brainwashed or not. Sumu smiled but said nothing. Yang Dongqing, who was standing beside him, felt strange. There was something wrong with Jun Wushang. He told you the truth, and you still think Sumu is a good person? Shit. Has he been brainwashed? Thinking of this, Yang Dongqing panicked a little. He even wondered if Sumu had taken the opportunity to brainwash him. But then he thought again, it shouldn't be the case. After all, he had agreed to work for him for 3 years, so there was no need to brainwash him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but put his heart back in his stomach. Ah! My hand! Typhon, who was running for his life, suddenly screamed. He raised his arm, but found that the decay that had recovered before had reappeared and was spreading at an accelerated rate. The man with the flaming sun chains was in the same state, his face filled with panic. What's going on? Why is the decay speeding up? Could it be that Jun Wushang and the others were killed by Sumu, causing the angels to become stronger? Suddenly, Typhon looked at the Black Shadow army that was chasing him from behind, and a fierce look of being forced into a desperate situation flashed in his eyes, like a seriously injured beast ready to fight to the death. We can't go on like this. If we delay any further, even if we're not killed by the Shadow Legion, we'll die from the devil's curse. Let's fight them to the death. Typhon roared angrily, turned around and rushed towards the Black Shadow army. Seeing this, the man with the flaming sun chain also showed a frantic look on his face. Damn it, let's fight. The two launched a desperate charge against the hundreds of Black Shadow legions. However, when the two sides collided, they were stunned on the spot, because their attacks actually passed through the Black Shadow army, as if hitting a ball of air. The two looked at each other in disbelief, and both saw shock and anger in each other's eyes. Fuck! This is also an illusion. We were fooled. Typhon roared angrily, feeling that his IQ was rubbed on the ground by Sumu. Being fooled is not scary. What is scary is that he was fooled by the same trick twice in a row. That's not right. If it was an illusion, then how did Xie Quan die? Tai Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. You ask me, but who should I ask? I don't care how Xie Quan died. I only know that if we don't kill Sumu, you and I will both die. Come on, follow me and kill him back. Not long after, Typhon and the other two fought back again. When they found Sumu, they discovered that he was standing in a pile of corpses, with blood on his white palms, and Jun Wushang, Yang Dongqing, and others lying at his feet, who had died miserably. Typheng's pupils shrank. As he expected, Sumu really killed Jun Wushang and others, so the curse on the two of them became stronger. Chapter 89, Myriad Things. Black Vision. Sumu, you are really cruel and ruthless. I never thought that you were the only one left in the angel camp, but you turned the tide and killed our demon camp. Typhon, with half of his face rotten, looked at Sumu with blood on his hands and a smile on his face, and felt a chill in his heart. This is definitely the most dangerous opponent he has ever encountered in the first half of his life. The danger does not lie in how strong the opponent is, but in the opponent's scheming and strange methods. With his own strength, he almost wiped out all the demon believers who had the upper hand. Stop talking nonsense with him and do it. A red chain made of lava attacked Sumu the next moment. Sumu's figure shattered like foam. Damn it! It's an illusion again. Without Xie Quan, it will be difficult for us to break his illusion. Don't panic. Even if our hearing ability is not as good as Xie Quan's, it is still far better than that of ordinary people. If we concentrate and listen carefully, we will definitely be able to hear his footsteps. Typhon said hurriedly. So the two of them immediately held their breath and used all their strength to listen, trying to hear any movement. Finally, they heard it, breathing. There are breathing sounds all around. Wait, something's wrong. Why are there 4 people breathing? Ah! The man who was controlling the chains suddenly let out a scream. Typhon was shocked and looked over quickly.
and was immediately horrified. I saw half of a sharp sword blade protruding from the man's chest, and standing behind him was Jun Wushang, who had already died. Not only Jun Wushang, but even Yang Dongqing and that ordinary person came back to life. You guys? Tai Feng was shocked and angry. How could he not see at this moment that these people were faking their deaths in order to cooperate with Su Mu? The only thing he couldn't understand was that these people were obviously from the demon camp. Isn't this courting death? At some point, the spotless Sumu slowly walked out from behind a stone wall, tapping the ground lightly with his serpentine wooden cane, his steps slow and graceful. Tai Feng, I can give you a chance to live. Surrender or die. Sumu said calmly, you don't have to worry about the curse. If you choose to surrender, I will help you transform into the angel camp. After saying this, he signaled with his eyes to Yang Dongqing and the others, and they all showed the burns on their bodies. He had no intention of subduing both of them. Human beings would not behave themselves unless they were forced into a desperate situation. They would harbor all sorts of thoughts in their minds. Moreover, compared with the flame sunchains, the bronze 3 Tai Feng was obviously more worthy of being subdued. Tai Feng's face was as gloomy as water, his eyes flickering constantly. What is the method for switching camps? Hypnosis. As long as you accept my hypnosis, I can help you change your camp. Hypnosis? Tai Feng's heart sank to the bottom when he heard these 2 words. You've pushed me to this point, and now you want me to surrender? Sumu shrugged indifferently. Anyway, you are used to being a dog for the nobles. After all, it doesn't matter who you are a dog for. I'm going to kill you. Tai Feng went completely berserk, rushing towards Sumu like a human tank. Every step he took on the ground left behind spiderweb-like dense cracks. TSK. Sumu shook his head helplessly. Why would a living person want to seek death? The next moment, he took off his brown glasses, and his deep eyes suddenly burst into a deep blue light, dyeing his entire eyes crystal blue. All things in the universe. Black vision, swish, Tai Feng's eyes went dark, as if an invisible black cloth covered his eyes, and he became completely blind. This is one of the uses of Sanluo Wanxiang. Since it is an illusion that controls vision, it can naturally deprive vision. Ah! I want you to die. Tai Feng, who could not see anything, waved his fists wildly like a mad beast. Wherever he went, the walls and stone pillars were smashed to pieces, but he could not hit Sumu. Sumu's real body had already hidden far away. Watching Tai Feng go crazy that he did not use the black shadow booby because booby had not yet completely digested Xiekwan. It might be his first time devouring a transcendent, so the digestion process was extremely slowed. Of course, he was not worried that Xiekwan could come out alive. Booby had strange abilities. Unless he knew how to break the dark illusion in advance, who would close their eyes and let Booby drag them away? Sumu, what should we do next? Yang Dongqing stared at the mad Tai Feng and said with some concern. He knew Sumu's true background. He was a complete sickly person who relied entirely on hypnosis and illusion. Although Tai Feng was blinded now, it was impossible to kill him with any illusion without any offensiveness. He wanted to help, but his hands were broken by Tai Feng before, and his fighting ability was basically lost, so he would be a dead end if he went up. Jun Wushang tightly grasped the sword in his hand, as if he was about to step forward, but was stopped by Sumu. Watch this. He smiled faintly, then took out a silver-white revolver from his waist. The barrel was thick and long, like a baby's arm. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Isn't this the gun that Soundwave used before? Tai Feng also mentioned some mithril bullets at that time. When did you get them? Sumu did not answer, but took out a white handkerchief and carefully wiped the silver-white pistol. He did not like to use things that had been used by others, so he needed to wipe off the sweat and fingerprints on it first. Soon, after wiping it, he gently raised the silver-white pistol and aimed at the mad Tai Feng in the field. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out, and a ball of blood burst out from Tiefeng's heart. He fell heavily to the ground, and he screamed miserably with his eyes blind. The instinct for survival made him hold his head tightly to protect his vital parts, and he struggled to get up. Bang! Another bullet hit his right chest, and this one seemed to break his spine, causing him to fall to the ground again, his hands hanging limply. Bang! The last shot hit the head, and a bloody hole appeared on the head instantly. All movement stopped abruptly, and there was no sound. Tai Feng's soldiers, at this point, the demon camp was completely wiped out. Looking at the tragic death of Tai Feng, Jun Wushang showed an expression of pity and shook his head repeatedly.
2 bullets to the body and 1 to the head. Even a god would be worried after seeing this. The battle was so simple. Sumu only had to pay a little insignificant mental power and 3 bullets to directly or indirectly kill several extraordinary people, including a bronze 3 with Tiefeng's death. The burns on their bodies completely disappeared. Call. Sumu blew on the muzzle of the gun that was still emitting white smoke, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's not a treasure, but it has the power comparable to a treasure. Is this the mithril bullet? From now on, you belong to me, and I will call you Silver Rose. He spun a gunflower and then inserted the silver rose into his waist. What is a mithril bullet? Yang Dongqing looked at the silver-white rose with some envy. This gun could actually ignore Tai Feng's steel body. It was extremely powerful. Sumu glanced at him and said, "It's written in the extraordinary information of the bronze coffin. Go back and read it yourself." Chapter 90. The original Angela poor student is a poor student. He won't have the patience to read if there are even a few more words. You. Yang Dongqing was angry. He knew that Sumu despised him again, but he could only be angry. Taoist, what is a mithril bullet? He asked Jun Wushang in a low voice. Jun Wushang patiently explained to him, mithril is the hardest metal in the world, and it has a certain inhibitory effect on transcendence. Ordinary bullets cannot break heart of iron, but mithril bullets can. I heard that some powerful transcendents even use mithril to forge weapons. When Yang Dongqing heard this, his heart suddenly became excited. There actually existed such a good thing in the world. If he had a mithril knife today, would Tai Feng have broken his arms? However, Jun Wushang's next words directly poured a bucket of cold water on him. I really want to own a mithril sword, but mithril is too expensive, at least 10,000 yuan per gram. The bullets Su Gu just fired are probably around 10 grams each, so that's 100,000. 100,000 for 1 shot. 3 shots. 300,000, this is when Tai Feng can't see. If he can see, it will be difficult for the bullet to hit him, and the $1 million may be wasted. This is something that only nobles can play with, ordinary transcendents can't afford to touch it. Yang Dongqing's fiery heart instantly turned cold. Being a poor man, he could hardly imagine that there was a metal in the world that was so expensive, 10,000 per gram. He suddenly stared at Tai Feng's body, trotted over, and tried to dig out the mithril bullet from the other's body. Unfortunately, both his hands were broken, so he had to call Jun Wushang for help. The two of them spent a long time digging out 3 scrapped mithril bullets. I'll give you 2, and you'll give me 1. Jun Wushang was the first to distribute them. Yang Dongqing was unwilling. Why do you have 2? Because I dug out these bullets with my sword. You. Yang Dongqing was about to argue, but suddenly remembered that Tai Feng had been shot by the Soundwave Boy before, so he hurriedly asked Jun Wushang to digi. In the end, they each had 2 mithril bullets and were laughing happily. 400,000 already. I definitely can't get 400,000. After all, these are used mithril bullets, so they're bound to be damaged. Plus, the recycling price isn't as high as the selling price. I estimate 200,000 would be good. 100,000 per person is worth it. At least I can buy Jasmine some clothes. I misunderstood her last time, so I have to buy her some clothes to make amends. Jasmine is your girlfriend? That's great, Brother Yang. You don't even have hair, but you have a girlfriend. Unlike me, I can only use this 100,000 yuan to learn foot massage. I'm not bald, I'm missing hair because I was burned twice before and it hasn't grown back yet. While the two were digging for mithril bullets, Sumu came to the statue and carefully looked at the angel statue in front of him. Because he was an angel believer, he would only see angels. At this moment, the angel statue is emitting a holy white light, with a gentle face full of compassion. However, Sumu knew that all this was an illusion. God never had mercy on the people of the world. He and others were just victims of the struggle between angels and demons, and now that all the demons are dead, the angel in the statue should be able to suppress the demons. He guessed that there would be new changes. Things happened just as he expected. The holy light on the angel statue became softer and brighter, and it seemed to come alive, staring at Sumu with its divine eyes. The next moment, the angel really came alive. The statue stretched out its limbs, and the 8 holy wings behind it trembled, and it walked directly down from the altar. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know what the angel was going to do.
Out of caution, he left an illusory clone there, and his real body quietly retreated behind the clone. However, the previously invincible Sun Luo Wanxian seemed to be ineffective at this moment. The angel completely ignored the clone and walked straight towards the original body with his arms open, as if to hug. Snap! The silver-white rose bullet was loaded and aimed at the angel's head. If you want to thank me, just give me some extraordinary potion, no need for a hug. Devout believers, return to the embrace of God. The grand and ethereal Buddhist chant came from the angel's mouth, making people unable to help but want to obey God's instructions. Bang! Sumu shot the angel in the head without any hesitation. However, the mithril bullets that could break the heart of iron could not hurt the angel at all, and could not even leave a trace. Yang Dongqing and the other man who were cleaning their mithril bullets not far away were startled by the gunshot. Why did you shoot again? Another 50,000. The two looked in the direction of the sound and were instantly shocked to see the angel statue approaching Sumu step by step. The two people who didn't know what was going on were about to run over, but they saw the angel turn into a holy light and went straight into Sumu's body. Darkness, as if you were in the darkness of the starry sky. Sumu seemed to have fallen into the cold, dark sea. His body was sinking and sinking, and there seemed to be no end at this moment. Suddenly, an invisible giant net as bright as the starry sky appeared above the endless dimension. It was the bronze law. On each note of the bronze law is inlaid a bright star, emitting starlight. Suddenly, the law turned, and a star like the sun appeared in Sumu's vision. It is completely different from other stars. It is dozens of times larger and radiates holy light. The warm holy light dispelled the darkness around him, and Sumu could see the surrounding scene clearly. A sea of blood, an endless sea of blood. He was in the middle of it, surrounded by countless unconscious people, who were in a falling position. Soon, holy light fell on him, and a sense of enlightenment arose in his mind. Bronze law, original angel, bang! The surrounding environment was instantly shattered. When Sumu regained his vision, he saw a dim and dilapidated house with a rocking chair inside and a dim sky outside. The little girl Tingting was standing quietly in front of him, tilting her head and looking at him curiously. Big brother, were you sleeping standing up just now? Sumu narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Tingting in front of him. What was going on? Was time going back? Why was I back in the nightmare world again? Countless questions flooded his mind. He had no fear of the unknown, only a desire for surprises. The sudden surprises constantly stimulated his nerves for him. This feeling was just like when his girlfriend gave him a mysterious gift on a birthday or holiday, waiting for him to open it. He recalled carefully, and his memory stopped at the moment when the angel statue transformed into holy light and crashed into him, and then he fainted. After waking up, he returned to the nightmare world of illusion. Chapter 91. Outside, you call me immortal, I won't argue with you. This was his first reaction. Just as he continued to think, Yang Dongqing's voice came from outside the door. This damn day, the light gets bright so quickly. This house is too small. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely attract shadows. Listen to me and change to another one. Yi Fanyu's voice sounded immediately afterwards. Sumu was slightly dazed. He looked down at his own shadow under his feet, but there was no dark shadow in it. He then tried to sense the pure heart and all things in the universe, but he still couldn't sense them. Now the only bronze law in his body was the original angel, who had just dispelled the darkness for him. A memory floated out of his mind, the memory of entering the shadow illusion before. He remembered it all, everything. There was no pure heart, and no myriad forms. Everything is an illusion. He has been immersed in the dark shadow illusion. The bronze coffin, the unmemorable person, and Tai Feng and the others are all fake. The truth is that he never walked out of the shadow illusion. At that time, he thought he had succeeded and felt that the shadow's hand had disappeared, so he opened his eyes. This caused him to violate the rules and fall directly into the endless sea of blood, trapped in the false illusion. Everything that happened in my memory after I walked out of the shadow illusion was fake. He never walked out of the shadowy illusion. Now it really came out. In the desperate situation, he became the chosen one and connected to the bronze law, original angel. It was the angel's holy light that dispelled the darkness for him and brought him out of the illusion. It turns out that I failed before and was trapped in an illusion, unable to extricate myself. However, at a critical moment, my microcosm exploded, and I was blessed by the gods, awakening the original angel, and only then did I walk out of the illusion. The angel I met in the illusion before was actually a sign that I was about to awaken the original angel. Sumu muttered to himself, and he gradually understood everything. Am I also the chosen one? He frowned unconsciously.
He didn't like this feeling.
He longed for excitement, but this feeling of having gods to help him when he encountered danger and all victories depended on luck was really boring. Soon, Yang Dongqing, Yifan Yu and others came in. Sumu told them the information about Tingting and the Black Shadow illusion. Yifan Yu was very happy and analyzed how to break the nightmare, which was to kill Tingting. Yang Dongqing did not agree with this method. Yifan Yu was finally moved by Yang Dongqing's kindness and decided to help Tingting with everyone. Things went smoothly.
The original angel worked.
Sumu received guidance from the gods, found Tingting's family, and finally returned to reality. After returning to reality, Sumu was recruited by major companies. They learned that the original angel was the legendary strongest bronze law, stronger than predict the future. Not only could it use the power of gods, but it could also get divine help in the dark. So they all wanted Sumu to join their company, and even fought to get him. Just when Sumu was making a decision, the princess of the Qian Empire appeared. She was holy, beautiful, and flawless. She drove away all the competitors and recruited Sumu. Later, Sumu began his life as the protagonist of a cool novel. In his adventures in nightmare worlds, he relied on the help of gods and became stronger and stronger. He soon became a golden warrior and was able to use his divine power. He was invincible at the same level and was hailed as the strongest man in the empire. The princess secretly fell in love with him and vowed to marry him. The emperor of the empire was very optimistic about him and promised to give him the throne. Many years later, Sumu, the greatest emperor of the Qian Empire, the strongest man in the world, the incarnation of an angel, the agent of God, the only nightmare apostle in history who broke the nightmare curse, successfully stood at the top of the world and lived a happy life with the princess. On the huge throne, Sumu looked at the imperial nobles kneeling at his feet, and then looked at the beautiful princess with a loving face. He pushed his glasses, and there was no happiness on his face, only endless emptiness and boredom. He sighed, "Hey, this isn't fun either." He cast his gaze towards the 100-meter-tall angel statue standing in the center of the imperial palace square, the silver vertical pupil in the center of its forehead shining brightly.
"I know you want me to believe in you and have prepared a smooth life for me, but could you please be more careful?
These are all my leftovers." The 100-meter-tall angel statue was like a dead object and did not answer. Sumu frowned slightly and waved his hand. "Come here, take down the statue for me." The ministers kneeling below all changed color and kept speaking out to stop them.
"Your Majesty, it cannot be demolished. That would be blasphemy against the gods. The gods will bring down divine punishment, and the entire Red Flame Empire will suffer. Your Majesty, angels are the faith of the Red Flame Empire. If you insist on doing this, the people will definitely rebel."
Sumu felt more and more bored. He slowly raised his palm, and a bright holy light emerged. Then he pressed it down suddenly, and a huge holy light palm appeared out of thin air in the void, directly covering the entire palace. Boom, the palace was reduced to ruins and the world was quiet. The ministers died, and the princess died too. Sumu walked out of the ruins and strolled to the front of the angel statue. Just as he was about to take action, the angel statue came to life. It was like a real angel descending to the earth, 100 meters tall, with a divine glow of compassion on his face, looking down at Sumu, but there was only endless coldness in those silver vertical pupils.
"Mortal, I have bestowed upon you all the splendor and wealth of the world, and yet you still wish to blaspheme the gods?" Sumu smiled.
He raised his head, and his crystal blue eyes met the angel's cold eyes that did not contain any human emotion.
"I remember that you entered my body and then I fainted, right?"
The angel's voice grew colder and louder, like a heavenly voice. "Mortal, answer my question." Sumu's expression remained unchanged. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his golden imperial robe swayed slightly in the wind, his thin lips were pressed into a straight line under his high nose bridge, and suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a sneer bloomed on his lips. Although the arc was shallow, it carried endless coldness and disdain. "Outside, you call me immortal, and I don't argue with you, but in my dream, you said, 'What should you call me?' Boom, great changes in heaven and earth, everything in the entire Qian Empire was shattered, and in its place, a vast immortal palace rose slowly. Immortal light illuminated the 9 heavens, the void was stirred, and thousands of laws trembled. Sumu took a step forward, and endless laws formed a road to heaven under his feet, carrying him to sit on the supreme imperial throne in the top fairy palace. His figure became extremely majestic, as tall as the heaven and earth. A robe of the Emperor of Heaven was gently draped over his body. Just sitting there was enough to make the heaven and earth pale in comparison and all things tremble. His whole body radiated divine light as bright as the sun. With a flip of his hand, he controlled the cycle of life and death in heaven and earth. When he closed his hand again, he dominated the changes of time and space and destiny. He was like the center of the universe and the end point of all paths. The angel who seemed like a god before looked like an ant in his comparison. Chapter 92 Devouring Divinity. The angel's compassionate face turned expressionless. All the changes around him were beyond his expectations. He seemed to not understand why a mere mortal could be so high and mighty. The blasphemer, die. He was like a robot with disordered programming. His face was as cold as ice, and his whole body turned into a ray of holy light, rushing straight towards Sumu at the top of heaven and earth. Sumu sneered in disdain. He had already guessed the angel's intention. It was nothing more than wanting him to be immersed in the illusion forever, believe in the angel, and then control his own body. It was just a pity that God's imagination was too poor. These illusions were not only not beautiful to him, but extremely annoying. If he were in the outside world, he might not have any good way to deal with this level of illusion, but this is his dream, his home ground. The only thing to blame is the angel for putting him into a coma, because, as long as he falls asleep, he will enter that omnipotent dream. He waved his hand gently, and billions of stars hanging in the universe fell like rain. They madly smashed into the brilliant holy light. However, even if the stars shattered and the world turned upside down, the holy light seemed to be the only unchanging one, and it could not be shaken at all. Sumu's eyes moved slightly. As I expected, everything in the dream is fake, and the angel belongs to the real world from the outside world. Illusion cannot shake the truth. He had expected this scene, because it was the same when he dealt with Bloody from the nightmare world before. Illusion could not shake the reality, even if his dream was more real than reality. Bang! The holy light hit his tall body fiercely, and spread wildly on his body like a maggot on the tarsal bone. For a moment, Sumu's crystal blue eyes were stained with a layer of holy light, and his expression was a little pious. An impulse arose in his heart, an impulse to praise the angel. He knew that it was the angels forcibly changing his mind and turning him into an angel believer, but Sumu was not panicked at all. Instead, he smiled silently. In my dream, although I cannot change the external reality, I can change myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his tall and majestic body collapsed piece by piece and disappeared between heaven and earth, while the holy light flew around like a headless fly, outside the endless dimension. Sumu quietly looked at the holy light, sizing it up with interest. God? Nothing more than that. Although he could not destroy the holy light had no chance of finding him in his dreams. With just a thought, he can divide dreams into endless dimensions, while he himself can hide outside of the dimensions at will. What should I do next? He stroked his chin in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Although illusions can't affect reality, their greatest function has always been to deceive. Why not try to deceive a god? Then, an identical Sumu appeared in front of Shangguang. This was the clone he created, an exactly identical clone. The angel was fooled. He didn't seem to have much intelligence and went straight into the clone, which was then submerged in the holy light. Sumu could feel that the angel was merging with his clone. Aren't you courting death? Sumu muttered to himself. He couldn't control the external reality, but if you insisted on integrating into it, he would have no choice but to accept it. He did not let the clone resist, allowing the angel to merge. After a moment, the two completely merged into one. Silver vertical pupils grew on the clone's forehead, and 8 holy wings like an angel appeared behind it. Bang! Sumu snapped his fingers, and his clones instantly disappeared into nothingness. The angels also disappeared and merged into this dream. Just when he thought he had solved it, the entire dream suddenly changed drastically. Everything that had been imagined before was shattered, and everything returned to nothingness. I am this void. Sumu was the only one standing alone. He frowned slightly and looked at the nothingness around him. There was a feeling in his heart telling him that the dream seemed different, but he couldn't tell exactly what was different. He tried to conjure up the fairy palace on top of the head again, and the dream quickly changed according to his wishes. The fairy palace soon appeared, and everything was the same as before, but the mysterious feeling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he understood what this feeling was. Reality, after the dream merged with the angel, it became more real. That magical feeling could not be described in words, but Sumu felt it for real. The dream was closer to reality. At the same time, his forehead suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if it was burning. Swish, a huge full-length mirror appeared in front of him, reflecting a tall and slender figure. Sumu looked in the mirror and was surprised to find that there was an extra silver vertical pupil on his forehead. The eyes were cold and indifferent, like a high and mighty god looking down on all living beings. With the appearance of vertical pupils, some memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind. In a trance, he saw two towering gods fighting each other. One was a demon with black wings on his back, and the other was an angel with silver eyes on his forehead and white wings. During the battle, the blood of the two men fell onto a black stone. The stone was stained with blood and eventually turned into the statue of the god and demon. Later, the ground that the two men fought on began to break, and eventually the statue fell into the abyss and disappeared. The second picture shows a group of people in black robes and white robes kneeling in front of the statue on the altar, and then fighting each other, with blood dyeing the sacrificial site red. The third and final picture shows a bald little monster with wings and no eyes or nose. It continuously releases thick fog like smog, which seems to break some kind of balance. An old wooden door appears in the fog, and the little monster finds the door and opens it. The scene suddenly stopped. Do gods and demons really exist in this world? Or are they just products of the nightmare world? Sumu's eyes flashed with excitement. That's amazing. The more dangerous and bizarre the world is, the more excited he becomes, just like a high-level game player who is never afraid of the game being too difficult, but only afraid of it being too boring. His eyes flashed with excitement as he quickly analyzed the information he had just received. The blood of gods and demons gave the statue divinity. Later, the statue must have been picked up by some evil cult, and a place for sacrifice was specially built there. The place of sacrifice is not in the abandoned city area. After the unmemorable people came to the abandoned city area, they accidentally broke a certain balance, causing the entrance to the place of sacrifice to appear in the abandoned city area. Everything matched up. He had previously speculated that the person behind the scenes clearly only needed the unmemorable to achieve their goal, so why would they create the statue? Therefore, the statue couldn't have been created by them. Now it seems to be true. It was the statue released by the unmemorable one, but it was trapped in the place of sacrifice by the statue. The memory-eroding thick fog it created was expelled by the statue and drained out through the wooden door. His own dream was also quite unique, able to devour the statue's divinity, adding a touch of reality. If we follow this logic, wouldn't that mean that as long as he devoured more divinity, the dream would become reality? A real world? What exactly is this dream? Is it really something a mortal like me could dream? More and more mysteries shrouded Sumu, constantly stimulating his excited nerves. He liked the unknown and the surprises. Just when he was so excited that he couldn't help himself, he suddenly felt a shaking sensation, and then the whole dream began to shake violently. Chapter 93 Silver Vertical Pupils. Sumu. Are you still alive? Brother Su, please don't die. Bronze Coffin hasn't paid me this month, and I really can't afford to pay the tribute. Sumu opened his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him. Stop shaking. Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushan's faces were immediately filled with joy. That's great, Brother Su, you finally woke up. What happened just now? Why is the statue gone? Sumu slowly got up from the ground. Although he had fallen to the ground, there was not a speck of dust on his body or even on his clothes. This was the effect of the pure heart. Now is not the time to chat. Leave now. The sacrificial ground will collapse soon. Sumu didn't say much nonsense and led the three of them out of the sacrificial site. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to Yang Dongqing. Give it to me. Yang Dongqing's expression changed, and he stammered, Take what? The next moment, his eyes went dark and he completely lost his vision. Then he felt a lightness around his waist. When he regained his vision, he found that Sumu had a silver pistol in his hand. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to carry you to the hospital, but I was afraid that the bumpy road would cause the gun to fall. Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned to Jun Wushang and said, He said he didn't mention you, right? Jun Wushang's face fell and he took out 5 mithril bullets from his Taoist robe and handed them over. Sumu glanced at the two of them and asked, Are you dividing the inheritance before I die? The two were very embarrassed, one scratching his head and the other looking at the stone under his feet. Besides, you are not my children. It seems that you have no right to inherit the estate, right? Alright, no need to quibble. In light of your two despicable actions, as the director of the Bronze Coffin Intelligence Department, I have decided to confiscate your bonus for this mission.
Ah. Didn't I return the things to you? What? Brother Sue, are you the minister?
Hurry up, this place is going to collapse. As they were talking, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the sky above the sacrificial site, and the sky shattered like a mirror. While running, Sumu looked up at the sky. He had a very strange feeling. He always felt that this place was very similar to the nightmare in the nightmare world. Considering that the nightmare world would invade the real world, he guessed that this sacrificial land came from the nightmare world. Then what were the black-robed and white-robed people who had been kneeling before the statue?
Were they people like Ting from the nightmare world?
Brother Sue, where should we run? We can't find the door we came in through before. Jun Wushang said anxiously. Sumu did not answer, but focused his mind on the center of his eyebrows. The next moment, a crack appeared between his eyebrows, and a silver vertical pupil suddenly emerged from the crack. With a cold and indifferent look in his eyes, through his silver vertical pupils, he quickly discovered the wooden door hidden in the void. A flash of holy light flashed in his eyes, and the wooden door suddenly appeared.
Sumu, there's an eye on your forehead.
Yang Dongqing looked at Sumu's forehead in shock, and was horrified to find that the eye was exactly the same as the eye on the angel statue before. Sumu did not explain, but led the three people towards the wooden door. They were very fast, except for the bald man Zhao Yongshang at the end of the team. However, there are people who are faster than them. To be precise, they are not people, but the unmemorable, the unremembered one who had been trapped in the sacrificial site saw the wooden door appear, flapped his wings and instantly arrived in front of the wooden door, wanting to open the door and leave. Since the distance between them and him was more than 10 meters, they did not forget the unremembered this time. Yang Dongqing called out urgently, "Sumu, hurry up. Use mithril bullets." A look of helplessness flashed across Sumu's face. Sometimes having bad teammates is really speechless. If mithril bullets can really kill the unmemorable, then why do you think that Sonic Man didn't kill it before? Because he's kind, right? Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment before he reacted. At this moment, the unmemorable one had already pushed the door open with his hand. Just as he stepped half a foot in, boom, a brilliant holy light suddenly shot out from Sumu's third eye. The next moment, the unmemorable was hit by the holy light. Almost instantly, its body was directly annihilated in the holy light and completely dissipated. As Sumu said before, dealing with those who cannot remember is actually very simple. Either attack them from a distance or use non-living things like puppets. Before, he had no means of long-range attack and could not deal with the unmemorable ones, but now it is different. After the dream devoured the angel's divinity, he also gained some of the angel's power, which is the extra silver vertical pupil on his forehead. Although he could not unleash the true power of this eye, it was a divine object after all. Even if he could only unleash a portion of it, the power was still terrifying enough for the unmemorable being, who could not be killed even by mithril bullets, was instantly reduced to ashes under this gaze. However, the price was also very serious. His mental and physical strength were drained in an instant. Not only that, Sumu could even feel a large number of his own cells dying and various organs failing, as if his vitality had been forcibly drained at the single blow, while killing the unmemorable also put him in a near-death state. Sumu's body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Jun Wushang quickly grabbed his arm, put it on his shoulder, and ran out the door at a high speed. After a long time, two commercial vehicles drove out of the abandoned city area. In the back seat of the business car, Sumu leaned weakly on the seat. He didn't expect that he who had experienced so many dangers without getting hurt would be almost killed by the backlash of the silver vertical pupil in the end. If lifespan had a value, he even felt that he would live several years less. It's too much of a stretch for a mortal to use the things of God. It has been a while since he became a superhuman, and now he can sit in a wheelchair again. Yang Dongqing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was still chattering. "Can you please not deduct the money? I have to buy some clothes for Jasmine to make amends. Last time I made her cry. Or at least you can deduct less." "Shut up. Didn't you pick up a few mithril bullets? You can sell them for money." Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to Yang Dongqing. Since the moment the person with no memory died, all their lost memories came back. Yang Dongqing also remembered that he was the one who left the kiss mark on Jasmine's neck and bought the new clothes, and he felt very guilty at this moment. Sumu's memory naturally recovered, but it didn't matter whether it was recovered or not, because he had guessed the lost memory through reasoning before it was recovered. Chapter 94 Memory Recovery Bronze Casket Company. Morong Mangley, who was processing documents, suddenly stopped writing. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes, and then countless fragments of memories flooded back. The next moment, her face changed drastically, and she stood up suddenly and rushed out. She remembered everything. The Bronze Coffin Company once had more than 20 employees, and there was also a transcendent being named Jun Wushang, who was from the Changqing Dojo, not a nightmare apostle. His bronze law was unparalleled sword dance, ranked 98th in the sequence. Jun Wushang is a bootlicker. It took almost no effort to recruit him in the first place. Even with Han Yu's interference, he could not be driven away. I once sent Jun Wushang to take some ordinary nightmare apostles to the abandoned city area to look for clues about the Golden Eye, and then, nothing happened. Her memory began to be lost from here, and she mistakenly thought that there were no extraordinary people in the company. So she began to search vigorously and found Yang Dongqing and Su Mu.as Sumo and the others reached the abandoned city area. Her memory of them was also lost. It was not until now that she remembered that she had sent people to the abandoned city area many times, but she would forget every time and repeatedly send people to die. Damn it! Why are there people with unremembered memories in the abandoned city area? Su. Morong Mangley's beautiful face was full of worry. She was not only worried about the great loss of the bronze coffin's strength, but also worried about Sumo. He was the only man she didn't hate since she was a child, and the only man who didn't see the slightest desire in her eyes. She recalled the conversation at the dinner table that day. Ms. Mangley, I always thought we were friends. Friends? Morong Mangley has never had any friends. Her status is destined to make her looked down upon by the nobles and flattered by the common people. Notify the armed forces to assemble and prepare vehicles. Head to the abandoned city area. Go to the basement safe and take out the black box. Also, if I'm not back before midnight tonight, send someone to the Morong family to ask my father for help. Morong Mangley had a stern expression as she issued orders in an orderly manner. Although she knew that the one with no memory was dead, which was why his memory was restored, she still prepared for the worst. After all, the one with no memory was not the only nightmare monster in the abandoned city area. Besides, she didn't think Sumu could kill the unmemorable one, a nightmare monster that even the silver-level warriors feared. She guessed that other powerful nightmares must have killed the unmemorable, and Sumu and others might have died, but she had to see him alive or dead, and Sumu was her last hope. It was too late for her to recruit extraordinary people, and it was difficult to recruit someone stronger than Sumu. Soon, the large army was assembled, and more than a dozen armored vehicles stopped in front of the Bronze Coffin Company. Morong Mangley took off her CEO uniform and put on a specially made black leather jacket, with her long flaxen hair flying. Set off. Just as she was about to get in the car, the sound of a speeding car suddenly came from the distance. Morong Mangley was stunned. She recognized the car. It was the car that Sumu and the others drove away before a sizzle. The vehicle braked suddenly and drifted to a stop in front of the Bronze Coffin Company, leaving a black tire mark on the ground. Bang! The door to the cab was opened, and Jun Wushang half revealed himself. He looked at the heroic Morong Mangley with a look of surprise. Boss, are you here to greet me? Where are the others? Morong Mangley said quickly. In the car. She walked quickly forward, opened the car door, and saw Sumu, whose face was as pale as paper, lying weakly on the seat. Su. Are you okay? A look of worry appeared on Morong Mangley's face. Sumu smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine for now. Someone, bring me my medicine box. A black metal box was handed to Morong Mangley. She opened the box, revealing colorful potions inside, each with a label. She quickly took out a bottle of potion filled with green liquid, opened the lid and then moved it towards Sumu's mouth. This is a vitality potion produced by the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. It's a type of extraordinary potion and is very effective in recovering from injuries. After saying that, she fed it directly to Sumu. After taking a bottle of vitality potion, Sumu immediately felt warm all over, as if he had returned to the embrace of his mother. At the same time, his body was recovering rapidly and full of vitality again. Is there any more of this potion? There are 2 more bottles. Sumu slowly stood up and said, please exchange the bonus from this operation for vitality potions for me. Yeah, let's talk about this later.
The vitality potion won't fully restore you. We have a professional medical team in the company. Come with me for treatment first. Ms. Morong, actually, I also. Yang Dongqing raised his broken hands and looked at the vitality potion with envy. Mr. Yang, I have promised to give these 2 bottles of vitality potion to Susu. I think your injury is not very serious, and you have a body of steel. Normal medical means should be enough. After Morong Mengli finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Yang Dongqing and followed Sumu upstairs. Yang Dongqing. He suddenly missed Jasmine. Brother Yang, are the boss and brother Su relatives? Jun Wushang asked hopefully. Why do you ask? Yang Dongqing looked at the other person in surprise. I saw the boss called him Susu, they seem to be very familiar with each other. Just because we're familiar with each other means we're relatives, right? I can tell you're a single guy. Yang Dongqing regained his sense of superiority, looked at Jun Wushang with disdain, then went upstairs with his arms drooping, leaving Jun Wushang alone and disheveled in the wind. He was in a daze for a long time, then suddenly came to his senses, his face full of pain. Oh, the flowers I gave away before were all for nothing. If I had known this would happen, I might as well have given them to number 8. What a waste! Inside the medical room, Morong Mengli's pretty face was filled with coldness, and her pair of fair little hands were clenched tightly. Susu, your suspicion is justified. The eldest young master of the Morong family is definitely involved in this matter. Even Qian Zihao may be involved. This is obviously a setup. I have tried many times to get Hanyu to go to the abandoned city area with me, but he kept refusing, saying that his father's order was to protect me. Now I think he may have known the inside story for a long time. Morong Yun, Qian Zihao. The delicate and slender nails pierced into the white palm because of excessive force. Sumu looked at Morong Mengli, whose face was full of hatred. He knew very well what the other party was thinking. She finally had the opportunity to set up a company, but before she had the chance to show her strength, she was plotted against by her eldest brother, and the company suffered heavy losses. This is how the fights between nobles are. There is no brotherhood at all. They even attack their brothers and sisters more cruelly than outsiders. It seems the golden eye is indeed difficult to find. The eldest son of the Morong family seems to have given up long ago and is planning to find another way to eliminate other competitors directly. Chapter 95 Extraordinary Potion, Giant Power Punch. Morong Mengli shook her head. Although Morong Yun is cruel, he only dares to attack people from our company. He doesn't dare to kill nobles, even if they are fellow nobles. The life rights of every noble in the empire are supreme. This is a rule established by all nobles. If a civilian kills a noble, no matter what the reason, they will be judged by the entire Red Flame Empire. And if a noble attacks another noble, they will pay a heavy price unless there is a legitimate reason. Oh? Sumu raised his lips with an interested smile. It sounds like killing nobles is a very interesting thing. Morong Mengli immediately looked at him seriously. Susu, don't have such thoughts. I'm not kidding. The Red Flame Empire was established by the Golden Nobles. They will never allow anyone to offend the dignity of the nobility. This unspoken rule also existed in other empires. Even during wars, enemy armies would not kill nobles unless in special circumstances. At most, they would capture them and demand ransom. This is a red line that no empire can cross. There once was a powerful gold, a nightmare apostle. Dissatisfied with the oppression of the nobles, he assassinated a noble after becoming gold. Afterwards, everything about him was wiped out, including the forces of his family, friends, and everything else, forcibly wiped out by the empire. It sounds like it will be even more interesting. Sumu's smile widened. For the first time, he felt that killing a person could be so interesting, and this kind of person was called a noble. You. Morong Mengli's eyes flickered, and she wanted to say something else, but suddenly she found that this man who didn't care about the nobles seemed to exude a dangerous charm. By the way, there's news about the extraordinary potion you wanted. Sumu suddenly became excited. He had been longing for the extraordinary potion for a long time. Which one? It's a common type, a bronze law potion called Giant Force Blast Fist. This kind of law potion that can directly help ordinary people become extraordinary people is extremely precious. Even the most common ones like
Giant Force Blast Fist, Endless Recovery, and Heart of Iron are hard to come by. I was lucky to come across it this time. As for higher sequence potions, forget about it. These things are unlikely to be released, as they are essentially monopolized by the great nobles. If ordinary people want to obtain them, they can only become the chosen one and comprehend them themselves in the nightmare world. Giant Power Punch. Sumu was very satisfied. He did not mind its low sequence. What he wanted was this simple and crude extraordinary potion that could directly improve physical fitness. When can I get it? I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on it. As soon as it shows up at the auction, they'll notify me immediately. Oh, and Susu. Morong Mangli suddenly curled her red lips slightly. Although your prize money is quite a lot, it's probably still a little short of what you need to bid for the giant power fist. But don't worry, I'll make up the difference for you, even if you owe it to me. Sumu raised his eyebrows and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Morong Mangli. I know you don't like to owe others, but you don't have to treat me as someone else. Ms. Mangli, you probably misunderstood. I didn't mean to refuse. What I wanted to ask was, can I owe you more? Morong Mangli was stunned. Besides, Giant Power Punch, I see there are quite a few other potions in your medicine box. How about this? Not good. Morong Mangli turned and left from the bedside. Her long flaxen hair flashed past Sumu's eyes, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. She walked to the door, paused, and turned back to say, you should stay in the company to recuperate for the next few days. This time you killed the unmemorable and ruined Morong Yun and Xianzi Heo's plan. They might attack you. With me in the company, they will be more cautious. Also, the mark between the eyebrows is nice, very beautiful. Afterwards, Morong Mangli left gracefully. Sumu looked at the empty wardroom and couldn't help but touch his forehead. Ever since he used the silver vertical pupil, a faint silver mark was left on his forehead. The shape was a bit like lightning, but it was not as sharp as lightning. Instead, it looked like someone had gently outlined it with the tip of a brush. The traces are so faint that they are almost invisible unless you look closely, but they are definitely there. There was nothing magical on the surface, but only he himself knew that behind the silver mark was a silver vertical pupil, which was the eye of an eight-winged angel. It possesses terrifying power. With his current strength, he would fall into a near-death state if he just barely activated it. This power should not be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if you fail to hit the enemy, you will be the first to be defeated. Although I didn't find the golden eye, I gained a lot. The eye of a god, even if it's not a real god, but just a statue of a god, is still very powerful. And, Sumu paused, and waved his hand. The shadow under the bed stood up like a person, and then the shadow kept squirming. The next moment, Xiaquan walked out of the shadow. At this moment, Xiaquan had no expression, his face was stiff, and there was no light in his eyes, like a zombie. It is obvious that Xiaquan and the villagers of Jiaojia village are controlled by the Black Shadow, which is almost equivalent to being controlled by Sumu. Before, Tingting was the owner of the Black Shadow, so the controlled villagers acted completely according to Tingting's cognition. Now that the Black Shadow has changed its owner, Xiaquan is naturally controlled by Sumu. He gave an order to Xiaquan, and then a magical thing happened. Xiaquan, who was originally in human form, suddenly fell to the ground with all four limbs, and wild dog-like hair grew on his body. His face protruded, his nose turned black, and his teeth turned into canines, just like the legendary dog demon. Sumu was in a good mood and once again controlled Xiaquan to transform into an eagle, a tiger, a lion, a bat, a snake. He discovered that Xiaquan could open a zoo by himself, and the animals he conjured were much stronger than ordinary animals. He could be said to have combined the advantages of both extraordinary people and animals. As expected, it's sequence 102, Beast Mimicry. If Booby had not relied on him to directly deal with Xiaquan, that battle would have been difficult to win, because Xiaquan was too comprehensive. He was the first one to detect the illusion, and during the battle he even saw through his true form. Sunluo Wanxiang was basically useless to him. Sunluo Wanxiang is ultimately a visual illusion with great limitations. It is very passive against enemies that do not rely on their eyes. For 3 consecutive days, Morong Mengli came almost every day to see how Sumu was recovering. Her enthusiasm left him speechless. Sumu asked her what she wanted to do. Morong Mengli said that she was cultivating her feelings because the clue of the golden eye was broken and her father's birthday party was coming soon. and she would announce her engagement with Chen Zihao at that time. She knew that she could not change her fate, so she planned to find a man before that, and this man is Sumu. Faced with her honesty, Sumu had nothing to say. After all, she didn't mean to harass him, she just came to visit him. On this day, Morong Mengli came again, but this time she brought a silver-white metal box containing several bottles of extraordinary potions. In addition to the promised giant power punch and 2 bottles of vitality potion, there were 3 more bottles. A bottle of antidote potion, a bottle of wake-up potion, and a bottle of rage potion. Chapter 96 3 Bronze Laws. You shouldn't be taking this potion by yourself, right? It's obviously not compatible with your abilities. Morong Mengli reminded. Sumu nodded. I know. That's good. If you're giving this to Yang Dongqing, remember to wait until he's completely digested, heart of iron, before giving it to him. The human spirit is like the stomach. If you eat something before, it will burst. A strange look appeared on Sumu's face. Give it to Yang Dongqing? How did you know that our relationship was so good? You should have a good rest. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Morong Mengli left in a hurry, as if she was busy with something important. Sumu carefully looked at the medicines in front of him. Although they were of different colors, they all had labels on them, so he didn't have to worry about taking the wrong medicine. After all, the nobles are the ones who have the strength. He felt a little emotional. In the beginning, in order to obtain extraordinary power, he spent a lot of effort, deceived and cheated Yang Dongqing, and finally went to the nightmare world, and only then did he gain extraordinary power. But Morong Mengli, the noble lady, easily produced a bottle of extraordinary potion, Giant Force Fist, in just a few days. This is just the power of an illegitimate daughter of a nobleman. It seems that when I kill Morong Yun and Qian Zihao in the future, I must not forget to reap their property. Sumu said casually, then opened the Giant Force Fist, extraordinary potion and drank it all. As for the spirit being blown away, does not exist. Hot and spicy, it feels like drinking beef hot pot based. A scorching heat rose in Sumu's body and quickly spread to his entire body. In an instant, his fair skin became extremely hot and flushed, as if a raging fire was burning in his body. At the same time, his consciousness was infinitely elevated, as if breaking through some kind of barrier, and he once again saw the omnipresent bronze law hidden in the endless dimensions. At a certain node in this big network, a star cast its light. He connected to the bronze law, giant power punch, a powerful force surged like a tide. Sumu could clearly feel his muscles bulging, his strength surging, and violent energy contained in his limbs and bones. His muscles were swelling more and more, with a tendency to change into the size of typhoon, as if he had instantly transformed from a frail scholar into a fitness coach. But then the pure heart took effect, and a spotless white light flooded his body. The swollen muscles seemed to have been cleansed of impurities, shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, Sumu returned to his original state. He was still tall and thin, but if you took off his clothes, you would find that his once thin body had become streamlined with muscles, and every inch of it contained violent power. Sumu let out a long sigh, his eyes behind his brown glasses faintly flashing with a crystal blue light. Is this the feeling of power? Or is the improvement of physical strength the most intuitive? But now that I have collected all 3 bronze laws, can't I start preparing to advance to silver? It seems that I can't advance to silver if I have 3 different bronze laws, right? It will cause a mental breakdown. Interesting, I'll try it when the time comes. With the physical improvement brought by the giant force punch, he finally doesn't have to worry about the unlimited growth of his mental power in the short term. He can live a little longer, at least until the new year. He slowly stood up from the hospital bed and stretched his body briefly. His previously severely injured body had already fully recovered, partly due to the effect of the vitality potion, and the other part was due to the giant power punch. He shook his head and suddenly felt his head a little swollen, as if it was filled with something. Is my spirit full? Sumu frowned slightly. It seems that with my current mental strength, I can only accommodate 3 incompletely digested bronze laws at the same time. He didn't care too much about it. The swelling was just today's problem. Once his mental strength was strengthened again tomorrow, the swelling would go away. Mingli, it's been a while since we last met. You're even more stunningly beautiful now. Come and try some. This is the scaly fish I bought from the frozen sea at great expense. The meat is delicious and melts in your mouth. Every gram is worth its weight in mithril. Only this delicacy is worthy of your beauty. Xian Zihao, who weighed more than 300 pounds, had a flattering smile on his face. His small eyes, which were almost squeezed out by fat, stared straight at Morong Mengli, who was sitting opposite him. Morong Mengli's face was as cold as ice. She didn't even move her chopsticks and said bluntly, "Xian Zihao, immediately evacuate your people from the vicinity of the bronze coffin."
Xian Zihao's smile remained unchanged. "That won't do. You are my fiancé. What if someone is so blind as to bump into you? This is necessary protection." "Protect?"
Morong Mengli sneered. "No one in the Red Flame Empire dares to attack the nobles, so there's no need for you to be so hypocritical."
You were the one who did the abandoned city area, weren't you? Xian Zihao was slightly stunned. What do you mean by abandoned city? I don't understand what you are talking about. Mengli, have you encountered any troubles recently?
Tell me, in this small piece of Xingqing, there is nothing that I, Xian Zihao, can't handle. As he spoke, he stretched out his big, fat hand and was about to hold Morong Mengli's hand. A hint of undisguised disgust flashed in Morong Mengli's eyes, and she stood up and dodged away. "Xian Zihao, given your relationship with Morong Yun, even if you didn't do it, you're definitely responsible. Evacuate your people immediately, and if you dare to attack anyone from my company again, don't blame me for being rude."
Xian Zihao's smile slowly faded. Someone from your company? You mean that untouchable from the lower city? I think his name is Su Mu, right?
Not only Su Mu, but anyone in the bronze coffin, you can't touch it.
Mengli, you really misunderstood me.
Everyone in Star City knows that I, Xian Zihao, have always done things in an upright manner.
The bronze coffin is your company, so it's equivalent to mine.
Why would I touch my own company? If I really did it, what would happen?
Morong Mengli's expression grew colder, even showing a hint of murderous intent.
Her cold voice carried a hint of determination. "Then you can just wait to receive a corpse on your wedding day." After saying that, she turned and left, her exquisite high heels making a cold collision with the ground as she walked further and further away. Xian Zihao narrowed his eyes and stared at Morong Mengli's slim and sexy back. The half of her snow-white calves exposed under her coat kept attracting his attention. He stretched his neck and took a deep breath towards the seat where Morong Mengli had just sat. The woman's fragrance along with the aroma of the phosphorescent fish penetrated his nostrils, and his saliva kept secreting. He simply stretched out his big hand and grabbed the whole phosphorescent fish from the plate. He didn't care about the soup dripping down his thick fingers. He swallowed the whole fish into his mouth and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Not long after, Han Yu appeared behind him and said respectfully, "President Qian, should our people withdraw?"
Chapter 97. It's just murder. What evidence do you need? Xian Zihao sucked his fingers greedily and said nonchalantly, "Retreat, of course we have to retreat. Didn't you hear what my fiancé said?"
A hint of hesitation flashed across Han Yu's face. "Didn't you say before that as soon as Su Mu left the bronze coffin door, you would send someone to kill him immediately?" Bang! A slap in the face knocked Han Yu to the ground. Xian Zihao's furious voice rang out. "Is there any conflict between evacuating the troops and killing Su Mu? That pretty boy killed the unmemorable person whom I spent a lot of money to get, and also destroyed the relationship between Mengli and me. He must die." Han Yu, who was terrified, knelt on the ground with his face covered, lowered his head and quickly said yes, but his face was already full of resentment. "Damn you, fatty, are you and Morong Mengli in love? Damn it, when I get to the top one day, I'll be the first to kill you."
"But President Qian, you heard what Miss Morong said just now. I'm afraid she might do something extreme."
Xian Zihao sneered. "Her? Have you ever seen someone who truly wants to commit suicide give advance notice? She has no leverage, so she can only threaten me with her life.
Unfortunately, I know very well that this woman won't commit suicide.
She will never die before the head of the Morong family dies." Han Yu was shocked all over, and the expression on his face became more and more panicked. He felt as if he had heard some terrible news. Xian Zihao stroked the silver ring on his hand, recalling the information he had accidentally obtained, and the sneer on his face became more intense.
"Go to the Bronze Coffin Company and find an opportunity to deal with that pretty boy."
"Ah?
Me?"
Han Yu was horrified and pointed at himself. The scene of being threatened by Su Mu was still vivid in his mind.
He didn't think he could deal with Su Mu. Humph. Trash. Xianzihao said with disdain, I didn't ask you to kill him. Your mission is to find out the details of that pretty boy. He can kill the unmemorable, so he must have some unknown cards. Didn't you say earlier that he has a group of inhuman monsters under his command?
I suspect his abilities are related to puppets, and he must be using them to kill the unmemorable from a distance. Find out how many puppets he has. Oh, and also, find a way to trick him out of the bronze coffin.
Doesn't he have a gang in the lower city?
Start there and make sure he leaves the bronze coffin. Once he leaves, Mr. Mu will naturally deal with him.
Hearing the words Mr. Mu, Han Yu instinctively trembled. Yes, I understand, but my strength is low. Now Morong Mangli is already suspicious of us. If I go to inquire, I'm afraid, why did I choose a loser like you? Boom, a thick thigh kicked Han Yu hard.
Han Yu cried out in pain and quickly used the force to roll several times on the ground to make himself look more embarrassed.
Morong Mangli is just suspicious. Without solid evidence, would she dare to attack you? She's just an illegitimate daughter of a noble.
How dare she have 100 guts?
Didn't you see she only came here to warn him today?
If even she doesn't dare to take action, do you think that low-class person from the lower city, Sumu, would dare? Besides, even if they wanted to investigate, they would first find Morong Yun.
What does that have to do with me, Xianzihao?
Only his company's people didn't go to the abandoned city area.
Even a fool would suspect Morong Yun first. Han Yu kept nodding in agreement. After thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Sumu would definitely suspect Morong Yun first, and at most think that Xianzihao was an accomplice.
This was the upper city district. Without any evidence, how could a lowly person dare to attack the richest man in Xingqing just because of a little suspicion? Inside the bronze coffin training room, violent impact sounds continued to ring out, and the dummies in the training room were completely deformed under the huge force. This time, a bronze coffin worker in work clothes ran in.
Chief, Han Yu has appeared.
Sumu slowly stopped what he was doing, took the towel handed to him, and wiped his hands.
Bring him to me. He casually threw the towel to the employee, walked to the table nearby and started drinking tea. Not long after, Han Yu appeared with a little nervousness on his face, but he concealed it well.
Mr. Su, I went back to the Morong family to take care of some things. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in just a few days.
I heard that you were injured. Are you okay?
Sumu smiled slightly and gently put down the teacup in his hand. Of course I'm fine, but someone is going to be in trouble. As soon as these words came out, Han Yu's whole body tensed up immediately. Facing Sumu's half-smile, he always felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake.
Mr. Su, do you think the appearance of the unmemorable is suspicious? Sumu nodded.
The news about the golden leaf was only known to the Morong family's children other than Morong Yun. This is naturally suspicious. And as far as I know, the unmemorables also suddenly appeared in the abandoned city recently.
Han Yu's expression changed. Are you suspicious of Morong Yun? Not only Morong Yun, but also Xianzihao. Xianzihao? Han Yu was startled.
Although he has a good relationship with Morong Yun, there's no need for him to target his fiancée's company.
You suspect him, do you have some evidence?
Sumu smiled faintly and shook his head. No, I have no evidence.
Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no evidence.
After all, if this matter were to be exposed, it would mean that Xianzihao would have offended all the children of the Morong family except Morong Yun. He still had to rely on Xianzihao to climb up, and he didn't want this big tree to be in trouble. However, Sumu's next sentence made his face change drastically.
But, solving a crime requires evidence. It's just murder, what evidence do you need?
This. Han Yu raised his head suddenly, but suddenly his eyes went dark and he found that he could not see anything. The sudden blindness made him feel confused. At the same time, a gust of evil wind blew from behind his head. The blind Han Yu instinctively wanted to dodge, but suddenly the evil wind changed its direction and hit Han Yu's abdomen directly. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for him to dodge this kind of attack, but the prerequisite is that he must be able to see. The sense organ that people rely on most is the eyes. Unless they have undergone special training, they will not be able to use their ears to quickly discern external information after becoming blind. Swish, that was the sound of intestines being pierced. a sharp eagle claw pierced Han Yu's abdomen. Ah! Han Yu screamed miserably and struggled to escape backwards, blood and intestines flowing out. The wound that would have been fatal to an ordinary person did not kill him. On the contrary, the stomach that had just been torn showed signs of healing. This is the Bronze Law, endless recovery, at work. Unless you use mithril bullets, it is difficult to suppress this recovery ability. However, no matter how fast he recovered, it was not as fast as Xie attack. Chapter 98. The leader just told me to live like a human being. In an instant, Xie, with an expressionless face, attacked again. The previous eagle claws had turned into bear paws. The thick bear paws hit Han Yu's legs with a huge force. With 2 snaps, his legs broke. Then Xie flew forward, his right foot turned into an elephant's leg, and he stepped on Han Yu's hands with 2 stomps, breaking the bones in his hands. Amid the opponent's shrill screams, he stepped on his waist with the last kick, breaking his spine. Now, Han Yu was completely useless. He couldn't even stand up, and even his screams became a little softer. Mu on the side was still sipping tea and didn't even look at Han Yu from beginning to end, as if the other party was not as attractive as this cup of tea. Aha! Han Yu screamed miserably. The powerful vitality brought to him by endless recovery became a curse that prolonged the torture at this moment. You can't kill me. This matter has nothing to do with me. I am a retainer of the Morong family. Sumu slowly put down the teacup and said with a little surprise, "No one said that this matter has anything to do with you? Then why did you attack me?" Sumu was even more surprised. Does killing someone need a reason? If you want to hear it, how about I make one up? You'll regret this. I'm a retainer of the Morong family, and Xianzi Heo is my boss. If you attack me, you'll offend both the Morong family and the richest man in Star City. They won't let you go. Have you finished your last words? Han Yu's expression became more and more terrified, and he twisted on the ground like a maggot, trying to escape. No, you can't kill me. If you suspect me, you can't abuse lynching. Only the Morong family and Xianzi Heo can judge me. Sumu leaned over, looked at the frightened Han Yu, and suddenly laughed out loud. You are right, only they can judge you. Come, take him to the holding room. I want to have a good chat with Mr. Han. The next day, Han Yu left the Bronze Coffin Company with gratitude. He wrapped his windbreaker tightly around himself. The scars left from before were still aching slightly, but the injuries had mostly recovered. On the surface, there was no serious problem, except that the bones had not fully healed, but he couldn't wait for his bones to heal. He had to act immediately to live up to his leader's trust. Damn Xianzi Heo! Han Yu's face suddenly became ferocious, and his eyes were filled with endless hatred. He felt that he must have been out of his mind before, choosing to be a dog for Xianzi Heo. He worked diligently, but the other party ruthlessly trampled on his dignity. Why? Just because Xianzi Heo is rich, does that make him the richest man in Star City? I am capable, I am willing to endure hardships, and I dare to fight. Just because I come from the downtown area, I have to endure this injustice. This isn't fair. It's not fair at all. The chief is right. I want justice for myself and I want to live uprightly like a human being. In this excited mood, Han Yu quickly arrived at Xianzi Heo's manor. At this time, Xianzi Heo was sitting at the dining table eating and drinking. Looking at the half of the phosphorescent fish that the other party threw away, Han Yu's eyes became more bloodshot. He couldn't even afford to buy this fish with his monthly salary, but now Xianzi Heo only took one bite and threw it on the ground. Xianzi Heo, who was eating, didn't even look up and asked, "Have you found out Sumu's background?" Han Yu's expression grew increasingly ferocious. He stepped forward and replied, "It's out." Oh? I didn't expect a loser like you could be of some use. Tell me, how many puppets does he have? He has no puppets. Xianzi Heo paused while gnawing on the pig's trotter, frowned his short, thick eyebrows, and turned to look at Han Yu, who was bowing respectfully. No puppets? You have a pig brain, don't you? If there are no puppets, then what are those monster gangs you saw before? It's a follower. Xianzi Heo was stunned. Followers? He flew into a rage. What the hell are these followers? Where did the untouchables in the lower city get so many monstrous followers? Suddenly, Han Yu raised his head. His expression was as calm as still water. He stared straight at Xianzi Heo and said seriously, "A person's origin cannot determine everything. Some people are born to be followed." Xianzi Heo blinked in disbelief, as if he was meeting Han Yu for the first time, but soon he became furious and slapped him. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Bang! Han Yu grasped the fat hand tightly. You're a rebel. You dare to fight back? Let me go. Xianzi Heo was shocked and angry. He sensed something was wrong. I don't blame you for not understanding the greatness of the leader, but you shouldn't insult the leader. Go to hell, fat pig. Han Yu's face suddenly became ferocious, his right fist suddenly swelled, his muscles bulged like balloons, and he slammed towards Xianzi Heo fiercely. Boom, a white light flashed from the bone necklace on Xianzi Heo's neck, instantly forming a light shield that covered himself tightly, while Han Yu was bounced away by the light shield and slammed hard against the wall. You actually betrayed me? How much benefit did he give you? Xianzi Heo's face fell completely. Han Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again. There was no more cowardice in his eyes, only the determination to move forward. The leader didn't do me any good, he just told me to live like a human being.
Hanyu rushed forward again. He punched fearlessly, and his giant force punch was pushed to the extreme. He punched the light shield one after another, causing it to vibrate violently. His fists were soon covered in blood, but he did not stop, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and anger he had accumulated over the years. Shin Ziheo sneered, "I spent a lot of money on this treasure. Money, money, money. People like you only talk about money. Just because you have money, you can take human life lightly and trample on other people's dignity at will?" Xian Ziheo laughed in anger. "I don't know what's wrong with you, Hanyu. Don't forget, when you first came to Shangqing District, who gave you the job, helped you break through Bronze 2, and even let you join the Morong family? You've forgotten, haven't you?" "I haven't forgotten." Hanyu's face became increasingly ferocious, with the white bones of his fists exposed. "You gave me all these things, but do you think I don't know? I relied on my own abilities to get into the law enforcement bureau, but you secretly had people exclude me, frame me, and get the supervisor to fire me. It's because the Morong family's housekeeper and I are distant relatives, and you wanted to arrange some staff for the Morong family, so you came to me." Xian Ziheo's face suddenly darkened. "Come here, arrest him for me." Soon, there were frequent footsteps outside the door. However, Hanyu still didn't care, as if he had already put life and death aside. He was still attacking the light shield, and the light shield was shaking more and more violently, and finally, snap. Chapter 99. It turns out that even the richest man in Star City is afraid. A tiny crack appeared. Xian Ziheo's face suddenly changed. "Fuck you, you bunch of idiots, hurry up and come here. Catch him for me." Hanyu's grin widened, and Xian Ziheo's fear gave him a sense of pleasure. "Are you scared? You're afraid of the untouchables in the downtown area whom you always look down upon, haha." The next moment, dense gunfire rang out behind Hanyu, and mithril bullets pierced his body fiercely. Bang, he fell down helplessly, but his head was still held high, staring at Xian Ziheo intently, laughing wildly. "Haha, it turns out that the richest man in Star City can also be afraid of grass." Xian Ziheo came out of the light shield and kicked Hanyu hard in the face with his big feet, leaving him covered in blood and with his teeth knocked out. "Untouchable. Untouchable. Damn untouchable. You are just a dog that can never be fed. Everything you have was given by this president, and you dare to attack me?" He vented for a long time, and only stopped when Hanyu was covered in blood. "Are you awake now? I didn't expect Sumu to control you too." Hanyu's lips trembled as his flesh and blood were mangled. His voice became extremely weak, but he remained firm. "The leader didn't control me. He made me understand why people should live." "Ha ha." Shin Ziheo was so angry that he laughed. "Why are you still living? You listened to him and are going to die now. What's the point of living?" Hanyu's consciousness began to blur, and his voice became more and more erratic. Memories of the past few years since he came to Shangqing District kept flashing through his mind, from being full of hope at the beginning, to hitting a wall everywhere, to being schemed against, to completely giving up his dignity and becoming a dog. The final scene freezes on the leader's gentle and encouraging smile. That was the first time he felt like a human being. "I used to think that gold would shine wherever it went, but Uptown is brightly lit even at night. I didn't give up. I redoubled my efforts. I repeatedly asked myself, what made me worse than the people in the upper city? Why did I have to linger at the bottom? Even if I passed the exam and got into law enforcement, I'd still be bullied. Everyone wants to be a transcendent, but what good does it mean to become one? Ordinary people are divided into high and low classes, and the same is true for extraordinary people. I won't accept this. Every time I'm humiliated, I tell myself that one day I'm going to overturn all of this. Unfortunately, I forgot it later. It was the leader who reminded me of the oath I made. Long live the leader." A final roar suddenly erupted from his broken body, and he rushed towards Xian Ziheo fiercely as if he had a last burst of energy. Even though his limbs were broken, he still did not give up. He used up his last bit of strength to open his mouth and bit the fat on Xian Ziheo's belly. A pig slaughtering scream came from Xian Ziheo's mouth. "Kill him. Kill him for me." Bang bang bang, the mithril bullets were fired like they were free. Hanyu's body was shot into a sieve and he finally fell to the ground powerlessly. Without a sound, several people rushed out with medical kits and quickly bandaged Xian Ziheo's wounds. The pain made veins bulge on his face. "Somu. Call Mr. Mu over. I want Sumu dead. Now." Xian Ziheo was so angry that he had lost his mind. He never expected that Sumu's methods would be so strange and bold. Before he even attacked him, he attacked him first. How dare he, a mere pariah from the lower city? How dare he? Dusk, Morong Mengli suddenly came to the door. At this time, Sumu had already left the ward and was reading a book in his own office. Reading is a habit he developed in his dreams. He reads all kinds of books, and especially likes books he has never read before, because books he has never read before represent the unknown. Morong Mengli pushed open the door and was about to speak when she saw Sumu, who was reading quietly, suddenly pause. The quiet moonlight shone on his body, as if covered with a layer of mysterious glow, making people reluctant to disturb him. Suddenly, Sumu raised his head and looked at Morong Mengli, who looked hurried in front of him. He smiled gently. "Ms. Mengli, it's so late, aren't you going to get off work yet?" Morong Mengli took a deep breath, shook off the thoughts that were intruding in her mind, and asked sullenly, "Did you do what happened to Hanyu?" Sumu nodded and did not deny. "It's me." Morong Mengli's face darkened. "You're too impulsive. Xian Ziheo is the richest man in Star City, surrounded by numerous experts and treasures. Hanyu alone can't kill him. My insider tells me that Qian Zihao is furious and has decided to retaliate against you. Oh? Sumu showed an interested smile. Is it finally coming? To be honest, I never expected Hanyu to be able to kill Qian Zihao. Then you still, because I'm bored. In Morong Mengli's puzzled eyes, Sumu said lightly, it has been 3 days since I came out of the abandoned city. Qian Zihao made me wait for too long. I really can't wait any longer. Morong Mengli was stunned. She never expected that this was Sumu's reason. Was he dissatisfied with the dull life and had to find some excitement? Susu, do you know what you're doing? These past few days, I first leaked the news about the unmemorable to the other children of the Morong family, asking them to fight against Morong Yun, preventing him from doing anything. Then I went to find Qian Zihao to stop him from acting rashly, but you, Shu. Sumu gently put his finger to his lips and whispered, Ms. Mengli, I am grateful for everything you have done, but please don't interfere with my decision. Sometimes blindly compromising doesn't bring peace, it only makes things worse. And I've already learned from Hanyu that Qian Zihao is the real mastermind behind this. Since he chose to attack me, I have no choice but to return the favor. There was an unquestionable dominance in the gentle voice. For some reason, Morong Mengli's heart beat faster, and she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Suddenly, Morong Mengli smiled broadly. You're right. My mother once said that when a man makes a decision, whether it's right or wrong, it means he's fully prepared and willing to pay any price. The only thing people around him can do is support him, not question him. You have a good mother. Yes, I have always thought so. Chapter 100 Silver Treasure. Crimson Heart. Morong Mengli slowly walked to the desk and sat down next to Sumu. Since you have made up your mind, I will naturally support you. You are from the bronze coffin. Qian Zihao is afraid of my noble status and will not dare to do anything openly. He can only send assassins in secret. As far as I know, he has 3 powerful silver-level warriors around him, but he can only mobilize one of them at present. As for the other 2, one is guarding the mithril mine and will not leave easily, and the other is in another city, cooperating with Qian Zihao's Chamber of Commerce to conduct business. Therefore, the only person he can mobilize is Mu Chang. This Mu Chang is very mysterious. Rumor has it that he is not a transcendent, but a cyborg. Cyborg? Sumu raised his eyebrows. This term made him think of many things. That's right, cyborgs, and they're made of mithril alloy. Cyborg technology is no secret in the upper city, but ordinary small companies simply can't afford it. To create a qualified cyborg, the money required is enormous. Rumor has it that Mu Cheng's body is completely covered in a mithril alloy, which is extremely strong and possesses defenses comparable to those of a silver law, servant of power. Furthermore, he is equipped with numerous lethal weapons, resulting in astonishing destructive power. The power of technology? Sumu had already begun to look forward to it. He had seen many extraordinary people, but had never seen a cyborg. Many ordinary people who have no hope of becoming extraordinary, or extraordinary people who have no hope of advancement, will choose to take the cyborg route to improve their strength. As long as they are willing to spend money, their strength can be rapidly improved in a very short period of time. Full body transformation? Or partial transformation? Partial transformation. Current technology isn't enough to support full body transformation. That's just a concept. Uploading a person's consciousness to a computer, then installing the computer on the transformed body to achieve immortality of consciousness, or mechanical ascension, is not realistic. Most modified humans only have an arm or a leg replaced, while the more advanced ones have their entire skin, muscles, and bones replaced with machines, leaving only the internal organs and brain. Mu Chang is the latter. Morong Mengli paused and said, Susu, I have told you all the information I know. What are you going to do next? Sumu smiled slightly. Of course, we should leave the bronze coffin and lure out Mu Chang. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. How can we attack him if we don't lure him out? Are you sure? Morong Mengli's face showed a trace of worry. Mu Chang, a mithril alloy transformer, has almost perfect defense. Unless a silver-level expert takes action, it will be difficult to break his defense. If you have to be absolutely sure before doing anything, you'll accomplish nothing. Don't you want to find the golden eye? Then you must first deal with Qian Zihao's people. Otherwise, if he can trip you up once, he'll certainly do it a second time. Hearing the words golden eyes, Morong Mengli's eyes dimmed slightly. Actually, I've given up hope. Time is running out. In a week, it will be Patriarch Morong's birthday party, which is also the day he'll announce his engagement. If the news about the abandoned city is true, there might still be a chance, but now, compared to her pessimism, Sumu didn't think so. He smiled gently and said, haven't you heard that there is always a way out? Who can say for sure until the last moment? It seemed that Sumu's gentle smile had infected Morong Mengli, and her autumn water eyes regained some luster. You are right, until the last moment, the outcome is still unknown. She leaned forward slightly, her beautiful face getting closer and closer, staring at Sumu without blinking. Susu, what do you think about that matter? Sumu frowned slightly. What's the matter? That's it. Morong Mengli bit her red lips lightly, a blush appeared on her face, and she seemed a little embarrassed to speak. It's what I told you before, to find a man. Why do you keep clinging to this? Don't ask, just tell me if it's okay or not, okay? No. Why not? Because I'm bored. Morong Mengli was stunned, with a strange look in her eyes. You can't be, Ms. Mengli, I can feel that you are hiding something from me. This is not your style. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his deep gaze seemed to see through people's hearts. Morong Mengli seemed to be deflated, slowly leaning back on the chair. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I do have reasons that I can't tell you. You are the only man I like, so I think if I have to do this, you are the best. Besides, you have been targeted by Qian Zihao and could die at any time. I am worried. Are you worried that after I die, it will be difficult for me to find another man I like? Morong Mengli nodded very straightforwardly. Sumu was a little confused. What was the reason that made Morong Mengli so obsessed with having sex? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Compared to Morong Mengli's little secret, he is still more looking forward to Mu Chang. Don't worry, I won't die.
Sumu's tone was still gentle, but there was an unquestionable confidence in his words. Morong Mengli fell silent for a long time. After a while, she stretched out her hands, which were as delicate as works of art, passed through her scattered flaxen hair and reached behind her neck. She took off a silver necklace made of mithril. On the necklace was a small and exquisite pendant, which was a ruby, sparkling with an enchanting luster under the moonlight. I'll lend you this necklace first. Sumu glanced at the ruby necklace and thought to himself, is this a treasure? Morong Mengli nodded, looking at the necklace with a hint of nostalgia. The silver treasure, the Crimson Heart, can withstand any attack below the gold level once. It can be used repeatedly, and the cooldown period is 1 day. Don't worry about me. Morong Mengli smiled. The status of a noble is more useful than a silver treasure. Are there any other noble phantasms? Morong Mengli. The smile she had just shown instantly cooled. She casually threw the Crimson Heart aside, then stood up coldly and walked towards the door. When she was halfway into the doorframe, she paused again and said coldly, don't die. Then he left completely. Sumu didn't care about Morong Mengli's unhappiness. Anyway, he was very happy to have obtained a new silver treasure. He picked up the Crimson Heart. The delicate necklace still had a faint warmth. Resist any attack below gold once a day, dear. He then placed the Crimson Heart around his neck, and the ruby pendant slowly disappeared beneath his collar. Chapter 101 The Silver Warrior attacks Night. Sumu, wearing a black coat and holding a snake-patterned wooden cane, left the company under the gaze of everyone in the bronze coffin. At the gate, a low-key and luxurious black car was parked there. Seeing Sumu coming out, a man in black hurriedly opened the car door and invited him in. Soon, the car drove away. A half an hour later, Sumu quietly left the bronze coffin through the side door, and his figure slowly blended into the night. The previous Sumu was just a clone he created using Sanlua Wanxiang. This time he has to face a cyborg who is as strong as a silver-level warrior, so he must make full preparations. He is seeking excitement, but not seeking death. Soon, Sumu got into a black car, driven by a Viper gang member he had arranged in advance. Let's drive. Not long after, the vehicle drove out of the upper city and headed straight for District 13. Sumu admired the scenery outside the window, watching the brightly lit upper city gradually moving away from him, and kept thinking about his next plan in his mind. There are 3 things he needs to do. One is to return to District 13 to develop power and set a small goal first, becoming the underground emperor of the entire lower city. It was not for the enjoyment of power, but for money. This trip to the upper city made him realize the importance of money. With his current assets, it was difficult for him to buy a bottle of extraordinary potion. In the end, it was Morong Mengli who provided the funds. The second is to go back and make arrangements, and try to kill Mu Cheng by taking advantage of the terrain. The third is to help Morong Mengli find the golden eye as much as possible. The identity of a noble is very useful. The power of an illegitimate daughter is so great. Once the other party controls the Morong family, it will provide unimaginable help to herself. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, his cell phone rang and he answered the call. Chief, I'm not in any danger here. The person who called was the younger brother who had left with his clone before. Okay, got it. Sumu hung up the phone and frowned slightly. Didn't he target the clone? Did Xianzihao not let Mu Cheng take action yet? Or did he possess some kind of ability to see through illusions? Things became even more interesting when the clone failed to lure Mu Cheng out. Sumu raised his lips to smile with interest, and suddenly, he found that the scenery outside the window was wrong. This was not the way back to District 13, but the road leading to a deserted wilderness. He narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly pulled out a pistol from his waist, and pointed it at the head of his younger brother who was driving. Bang! The gun went off, but the sound was wrong. It was not the sound of a bullet piercing the skull, but the sound of metal clashing, like 2 pieces of metal colliding. On the back of the brother's head, part of the hair that was hit by the bullet fell off, revealing the silver metal skull inside. Click, click, the sound of gears turning was heard, and the younger brother's neck turned unnaturally, turning 180 degrees, looking directly at Sumu in the back seat. The original human face had completely disappeared, replaced by a silver-white metal face similar to a skull. Where the human eyeballs originally were, there were 2 red glowing metal prosthetic eyes. Sumu, you can't escape. Escape? I finally waited for you, Mu Cheng. Sumu smiled slightly. He put away his gun and leaned lightly on the seat, looking relaxed and at ease. Mu Cheng looked at Sumu, who was smiling on the seat, and was slightly surprised. You can still smile when you are about to die. You are quite a character. It's a pity that Xianzihao said that he would torture you to death. I can't let you go easily. Get off the car. With a swish, the car braked suddenly and stopped in the dark wilderness. Sumu and the car did not move. Mu Cheng's eyes flashed with a strange red light. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. As he said this, he stretched out his hand towards Sumu. This time, Sumu smiled and shook his head. You are wrong. It is you who cannot recognize the situation. Sizzle, the sound of burning fuse was heard, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Mu Cheng sensed something was wrong and was about to pull away. Boom! A huge flame shot up into the sky, and the black car that Sumu was riding in was instantly torn into pieces. Mu Cheng was also engulfed by the flames. A moment later, a robot with a cold metallic luster all over its body walked out of the flames. Flames were still burning on its body, and its artificial skin was burned away inch by inch, revealing more and more silver metal bones. Sumu. Mu Cheng muttered to himself, a cruel grin appearing on the corners of his cold, mechanical mouth. Why can't these scum in the lower city just die? He took a step and disappeared into the darkness. Viper Gang headquarters. The real Sumu was leisurely shaking the red wine glass in his hand, with a playful look on his face. Instead of being fooled by the clone, he found the subordinate pretending to be me. Interesting. In fact, the Sumu who was just killed in the explosion was also fake. It was a Viper Gang member with Sumu's face. It was not a disguise, but a face molded with Sanlua Wanxiang. But he knew that Mu Cheng was a modified human, so he naturally thought of the technological means he might possess, such as infrared imaging devices, which can detect human vital signs. Under such high-tech means, the effect of Sanlua Wanxiang was greatly weakened because it could not transform into the temperature of the human body. In order to prevent this from happening, the real Sumu actually changed his appearance early on, mixed in with the bronze coffin employees who were getting off work, and quietly left the upper city area. Chief, everything is ready. Zhao Chaoyao trotted over and said. Very good, let's prepare to welcome our guests. Mu Cheng didn't let Sumu wait too long. He had just finished half of his red wine when a loud bang was heard outside. Inside the Viper Gang headquarters, a modified human covered in silver alloy fell from the sky and smashed a deep hole in the ground of the metal prosthetic eye, emitting a strange red light. Scanned the scene. The silver alloy shell exuded a sci-fi texture, like a cold and ruthless killing machine. A group of men in black armed with guns rushed out like a tide, without any nonsense. They pulled the trigger hard. Their movements were uniform, skillful, and swift, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. Intensive gunfire rang out, tongues of flames spurted out from the muzzles, and bullets streaked through the air like meteors, making sharp whistling sounds. However, Mu Cheng didn't even look at these people, and walked straight into the depths of the Viper Gang. The fire net formed by the interweaving bullets exploded with balls of fire on his body, but it could not shake his feet at all, and could not even leave a mark on the silver alloy. Is this what you rely on? A bunch of untouchables from the lower city? How ridiculous. Mu Cheng sneered. He casually stretched out his mechanical right hand with steady and powerful movements. As his arm stretched out, a cold light flashed, and he saw his right hand bend downward, revealing a Gatling-like gun barrel at his wrist. In an instant, the barrel began to rotate at high speed, making a terrifying buzzing sound, and tons of fire spewed out like a violent dragon. Bullets poured out like a torrential rain, sweeping across the Viper Gang, and all the Viper Gang members were torn apart in an instant. In just less than a minute, the scene was littered with broken limbs and blood. Like hell on earth. Mu Cheng stepped into the Viper Gang headquarters and saw Sumu sitting comfortably in a chair in the hall, holding a red wine glass. Chapter 102. The explosives for the entire District 13 are all here. You are not Sumu. Where is Sumu? Mu Cheng, whose whole body was shining with metallic luster, said coldly. Sumu on the chair smiled slightly. Kill me, and you will naturally be able to see the leader. What a boring trick. No matter how many substitutes you have, you are still a bunch of ants. Mu Cheng slowly raised his right hand and pointed the slightly reddish gun barrel at Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu was not at all panicked and gently raised the detonator in his hand. Ha ha ha. Mu Cheng uttered a cold, mechanical voice. The untouchables in the lower city are truly ignorant. Do you think explosives can destroy mithril alloy? Sumu's fingers slowly rubbed the button of the detonator, and he said lightly, mithril is the hardest metal in the world. Explosives naturally cannot destroy it, but the premise is that your whole body is made of mithril. A strange red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. You are right, I have some sophisticated electronic components in my body, and in order to ensure flexibility, mithril cannot be used in the joints. But don't think that you are the only smart person in the world. As a cyborg, I'm naturally more aware of the weaknesses you can imagine, and I've already strengthened them. When I enter defensive mode, all weak points will be covered with mithril. As he spoke, he walked straight to Sumu's stand, stretched out his silver metal-covered palm, and took the detonator. Sumu's stand-in did not refuse and allowed the other party to take the detonator. You know, your smile is really annoying. When the untouchables in the lower city see me, they can only show fear and awe on their faces, not a smile of control like yours. Ignorance makes you fearless, so what I want to do now is to destroy your ignorance. Snap, Mu Cheng sneered and pressed the detonator in his hand to boom. 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 The bombs that had been placed in advance were detonated instantly. The sky and the earth were shrouded in a dazzling light. A deafening explosion sounded, and a huge shockwave spread in all directions like an overwhelming force. The intense flames engulfed Mu Cheng, but his wild laughter could not be concealed. Ha ha ha. Sumu. Just shiver in the dark corner. I'll soon. What? How many explosives did you put in there? Mu Cheng's voice suddenly became horrified. He found that something was wrong. There seemed to be too many bombs. The sound of the explosion resounded throughout District 13, becoming increasingly intense, as if it would never end. Flames shot up into the sky, and a small mushroom cloud slowly rose above the Viper Gang headquarters. In an instant, the entire Viper Gang was razed to the ground. District 13 was destined to be sleepless tonight, as everyone was awakened by the shocking explosion. In the distance, Sumu looked through a telescope at the destroyed Viper Gang headquarters and smiled slightly. Not much. The explosives for the entire District 13 are all here. He naturally knew that it was difficult for explosives to kill mithril alloy mutants, but it was irresponsible to talk about power without considering the dosage. It was like a grenade and a ton of grenades. Both exploded, so could the power be the same? District 13 is his territory. The reason why he insisted on returning to District 13 to deal with Mu Cheng was naturally because of his great geographical advantage. In District 13, with just one order from him, all the explosives in the district can be collected in less than half a day. You should know that he controls not only the Viper Gang, but also many other hypnotized people, who may be factory owners, high-ranking officials in the district, and even more passersby everywhere. In other words, Mu Cheng is not an enemy of Sumu, but of the entire District 13. He had told Morong Mengli that the entire District 13 had no secrets for him, and this was true. When all the explosives in the area were concentrated in one place and detonated, the power caused was terrifying. Although it still could not destroy the mithril, the impact force could damage the delicate electronic components in Mu Cheng's body and his internal organs. The current level of technology is not enough to create a completely transformed human, so Mu Cheng's body should still retain organs such as the brain and internal organs. The horrific explosion lasted for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the Viper Gang headquarters had disappeared, replaced by ruins with flames scattered everywhere. Mu Cheng was half kneeling on the ground on the ruins. The silver-white metal shell had long been charred black and even severely deformed. Faint electric sparks flashed from time to time at some joints, and wires were fatally exposed. The eyes that had previously flashed with a strange red light were now covered with dense cracks, revealing the dim infrared light inside. In the darkness illuminated by the fire, a slender figure walked out calmly. He was wearing a neat black suit with every fold just right, like a carefully crafted work of art. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing a small section of his delicate collarbone. Her black hair was combed meticulously, her deep eyes emitted a crystal blue light in the darkness, her thin lips were slightly raised under her high nose bridge, with a faint smile, and in her right hand she was leaning on a luxurious snake-patterned wooden cane, the gold ornaments on the cane head gleaming with a cool brilliance in the dim light. Sumu looked at the embarrassed Mu Cheng and frowned slightly. It would be so boring if you died so easily. Mu Cheng didn't move, as if he was really dead. Bang! A mithril bullet shot out from the silver-white rose in Sumu's hand, aiming directly at Mu Cheng's head. Almost at the moment the gunshot, a dim red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes. He turned his head strangely and avoided the shot. He slowly stood up, his whole body making crackling sounds of electricity. Sumu raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Mu Cheng was not dead, he was excited. At the same time, he keenly realized that Mu Chang might be the legendary completely transformed human. Otherwise, if the other party really had internal organs, the impact of the explosion just now would definitely have shattered them, but Morong Mengli said that current technology is not enough to support the emergence of completely transformed humans. Is her information too backward? Sumu, you really deserve to die. Mu Chang, who had already stood up, stared at Sumu intently, and his cold mechanical voice revealed a strong murderous intent. If he had only wanted to complete the task assigned by Qin Zihao before, it had nothing to do with the task now. Do you know how much it cost me to build this body? It's a figure you've never seen in your life, and now you've damaged it. The bonus from this mission isn't even enough to cover the repair costs. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Sumu shrugged, as long as you die, won't the maintenance cost be saved? Go to hell. Mu Chang, whose body was severely deformed, rushed towards Sumu furiously. Even though his body made of mithril alloy was damaged, it still burst out with terrifying power, like a human tank, crushing all the debris along the way. Chapter 103 Battle of Silver. Sumu's eyes flashed with excitement. The improvement in his physical fitness brought by Giant Force Punch was fully demonstrated at this moment. He exerted force with his legs, and his body retreated instantly, putting distance between him and Mu Chang, and the silver-white rose in his hand burst out, bang bang bang, the mithril bullets flashed with cold light and whizzed out. The angle of each bullet was extremely tricky, and the target was all the joints of Mu Chang. Mu Chang lowered his body and dodged the mithril bullet effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sumu. He did not use guns, but chose hand-to-hand combat, because the explosion just now had already messed up the electronic circuits in his body. Some of the built-in precision weapons also malfunctioned. The metal arm shining with silver light did not rush towards Sumu, but hit a broken wall on Sumu's right side. Bang! The wall exploded instantly, and a black shadow tapped its toes and swooped down several meters like a bat in the night, avoiding the fatal punch. During the violent attack, Sumu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Mu Chang's metal prosthetic eye that was flashing red. He knew that it was an infrared night vision device that could form images through the temperature emitted by the human body. With this kind of device, Sun Luo Wanxiang would be useless, but he was not panicked at all, and was only excited. He was worthy of being a strong man comparable to silver. He could withstand such a tonnage of bombs without dying, and he could also see through everything in the world. It was simply amazing. This time he might really be killed. The next moment, Mu Chang arrived in an instant, and his metal prosthetic eye flashing with a strange red light caught Sumu's eyes. He threw a punch without any fancy moves. Sumu did not resist, but displayed amazing fighting skills. This was a killing skill he had practiced for many years in his dreams, but due to his weak body in reality, he had never used it once, and now, he finally has the chance to show his skills. He lowered his body, and his metal fist brushed past his hair. An uppercut with great power hit Mu Chang's chin as accurately as a scalpel. However, the explosion of Giant Force Punch only caused Mu Chang's head to tilt up slightly, without causing any damage at all. Sumu seemed to have anticipated this situation. After a successful attack, he immediately changed his body shape. He first narrowly avoided Mu Chang's downward attack, then supported the ground with one hand, and the strength of his arms, waist, and abdomen burst out. His body spun like a top, and his right leg swept across and kicked Mu Chang's knee joint. The area had already been damaged by bombs, revealing dense wiring. After a heavy kick, Mu Chang suddenly lost his balance and fell uncontrollably, but the strange thing was that just as he was about to fall sideways, an invisible force seemed to smooth his body, allowing him to stand up again, completely defying the principles of mechanics. Sumu's eyes moved slightly, and taking advantage of this gap, he stepped on Mu Chang's chest, using the force to do a backflip to create distance. Are you a superhuman? Sumu asked, but his tone was full of certainty. Not only did the other party stand up against the principles of mechanics, but he also encountered strong mental obstacles when he tried to hypnotize him during the battle. If Mu Chang was just a cyborg, it would be impossible for him to possess such strong mental power. Mu Chang stood firm and smiled coldly. Do you feel desperate? However, the real despair is still to come. Sumu smiled slightly. It's not despair, but excitement. Swish, his figure suddenly disappeared and merged into the surrounding darkness. Mu Chang's eyes flashed red and he quickly chased after him, but as soon as he stepped into the darkness, a violent tiger roar sounded in his ears. It was Xiequan, whose body was covered with yellow and black hair. The tiger's powerful claws grabbed towards Mu Chang's head. Facing the sneak attack, Mu Chang was not panicked at all. He didn't even defend himself and let the other party hit his head. Swish, the tiger claws collided with the mithril head, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. After this attack, 3 of Xiequan's tiger claws were broken, but Mu Chang was unharmed, with only a few white marks left on his head. His defense, comparable to that of the Servant of Strength, was perfectly demonstrated at this moment, or it could be said that his defense was even stronger than that of the Servant of Strength. Because the former at least had internal organs and would be injured if they were to withstand shock, but Mu Chang did not. Bang, a gunshot rang out in the darkness, and Sumu's last mithril bullet shot out, leaving a hot trail in the air and shooting towards Mu Chang's eyes. As long as he can destroy the other person's eyes, he still has a chance. However, the eyelids made of mithril, like metal sheets, fell quickly and directly blocked the bullet. The mithril bullet penetrated half an inch and embedded itself on the eyelid, but as the eyelid opened and closed, the bullet quickly fell off. This time, Mu Chang had already grabbed Xiequan, and with a slight force of his metal arms, he directly broke Xiequan's hands. Sumu's eyes flickered, and he immediately controlled Xiequan to transform. In an instant, all the bones in Xiequan's body seemed to be pulled out, becoming soft as if boneless. His whole body stretched out, and his eyes turned into dark yellow cold vertical pupils, and dense snake scales appeared on his skin. Xiequan transformed into a snake and wrapped himself around Mu Chang, trying to restrain him. However, as Mu Chang exerted force, countless snake scales burst open, and the skin was torn apart, revealing thread-like muscles. It's just like eating fried chicken and tearing off a piece of muscle with the meat shreds still attached. Not white. Sumu let out a low shout, and the shadow under his feet instantly stretched out, extending in front of Mu Chang. Then, the shadow surged like a fountain, and a skinny black shadow over 2 meters tall quickly took shape, stretching out a forked black hand like a dead branch towards Mu Chang. A feeling of effort came from Booby, and Sumu found that Booby was unable to forcibly pull the other party into the shadow space. The two sides were struggling, and it was obvious that Mu Chang was better. However, Sumu never expected Booby to be able to directly kill the silver-level strongman. He just wanted to restrain the other party for a period of time. Sumu, I have to admit that as a pariah from the lower city, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. You must be a nightmare apostle, right? You've acquired some strange tricks from the nightmare world, but unfortunately, that's all. Mu Cheng sneered, then suddenly exerted force, tearing Xiaquan's body into pieces, and Booby's body also shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, the silver mark on Sumu's brow burst into a mysterious silver light, and the next moment the silver mark tore apart, revealing the silver vertical pupil inside, cold and indifferent, like the eyes of a god. When the silver eyes appeared, Mu Cheng, who had been sneering, was suddenly startled, because he actually felt a pressure of death from above. He hurriedly increased his strength to break free, but it was too late. The dazzling silver light shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through the void and hitting Mu Cheng with heart-pounding power. The mithril alloy that was once as hard as dragon scales was like paper in front of this silver light and was pierced through in an instant. Mu Cheng's entire upper body seemed to vaporize and completely disappeared, along with the torn Xiaquan and the white arm.